It hurts. A strange memory erupted within his mind, causing Jiangya to feel an excruciating headache. With a sudden blackout, he succumbed to unconsciousness. Jiangya experienced an extraordinarily long dream. In this dream, he found himself in a primitive tribe where he was born, hunted, and grew up. Here, towering trees that required several people to embrace stood proudly. Enormous birds soared through the skies like airplanes. Carnivorous flowers blanketed the mountains, and venomous spiders the size of fists lurked in the underbrush. In this realm, humans could only survive by foraging and scavenging. The vividness of the dream was astonishing, as if he were reliving those moments. In a hazy state, Jiangya sensed his lips were slightly moist, and a bitter, overwhelmingly acrid liquid flowed into his mouth. He could hear a cacophony of voices nearby. He was certain that the language they spoke was not one he recognized from his previous life. Yet strangely, he could comprehend it. Can the green pouch of the exploding bear truly cure ya? A little girl's voice inquired, laced with concern. Then, another elderly voice resonated beside him. The exploding bear feeds on the green-ringed snake. It should be able to counteract the snake venom. But it has been so long, and he has yet to awaken. Alas, may the great Turing bless us? After hearing just a few sentences, Jiangya felt utterly drained, his mind becoming foggy once more, and he fell back into a deep slumber. Time passed, though he could not tell how long, until he slowly opened his eyes. Where am I? Wasn't I on an SSS-level mission? As Jiangya surveyed his surroundings, he realized he was in a cave, with various animal bones adorning the stone walls. Everything felt foreign. He was certain he had never been here before. At that moment, images from his dream resurfaced in his mind like slides in a projector. Could this not be a dream? Have I traversed through time? Am I in a primitive society? This cannot be. Is this a novel? Perhaps awakened by his senses, he did not have time to ponder further when a bitter, pungent taste overwhelmed him, making him feel nauseous. Yeah, you're awake. At that moment, the voice of the little girl echoed in his memory, filled with uncontainable joy. Water, water, water. At this moment, all Jiangya desired was water to wash away the unpleasant taste in his mouth. What? Water? Is there water? Yeah. What are you saying? No matter how Jiangya attempted to explain, the girl could not grasp his meaning. It then dawned on him that he was instinctively speaking in Mandarin, which she could not comprehend. Water. I want to drink water. Is there water? Jiangya hurriedly stammered in the language he remembered, gesturing desperately for water. Why you want to drink water? Yes, yes, yes. Wait, I'll get some. Fortunately, the girl finally understood him and rushed out, returning shortly with a water pouch made of animal hide. Jiangya snatched the pouch eagerly. Gulp, gulp, he drank it all in one go. The foul taste in his mouth was finally subdued, and he felt considerably better. Wait here, I'll call the shaman. Seeing Jiangya in stable condition, the girl took back the deflated water pouch and hurried away. This allowed Jiangya a moment to gather his thoughts. In his memories, this was a small primitive tribe of only around 50 people, and he had seemingly crossed over into the body of a boy named Ya. The girl was named Lan. Before his crossing, they had been foraging for wild vegetables when a green-ringed snake had targeted them. In a moment of crisis, he had pushed Lan away but was bitten by the snake, succumbing instantly. Fortunately, the tribe had just hunted an exploding bear, and an elder named Shaman had used its gallbladder to sustain this body's life, allowing Jiangya to take over. Jiangya could not help but scoff. One named Lan, another named Ya. Lanya? I might as well be Wi-Fi. At that moment, an elderly man clad in a grass skirt with long hair and a beard entered, leaning on a cane made of animal bone. Upon seeing Jiangya gazing around, disbelief filled his eyes. May Turing bless us. May Turing bless us. He is truly awakened. From the elder's tone, Jiangya understood that he too was uncertain whether he could heal him. In truth, the boy named Ya had already perished under his care, and now another soul inhabited this body. Wretched quackery, Jiangya mused as he curiously scrutinized the peculiar elder. Despite his frail appearance, the staff in the elder's hands seemed to weigh dozens of pounds, yet he wielded it with ease as if it were a mere twig, profoundly altering Jiangya's perception. What kind of world is this? Using a staff that weighs dozens of pounds. Nevertheless, having encountered the extraordinary phenomenon of traversing realms, he found it hardly remarkable to see an elder using a massive bone as a walking stick. The shaman examined Jiangya's physical condition, noting merely fatigue without any other abnormalities. After offering a few simple instructions, he departed once more. Days swiftly turned into weeks. During this time, Jiangya spent his days eating and sleeping, occasionally wandering the tribe, and his strength gradually returned. Since I am here, I might as well adapt. As a former elite Special Forces operative, Jiangya quickly acclimated to his present circumstances. There was no other choice. He could not return. Reality felt like an unyielding force. Since resistance was futile, he resolved to embrace it and treat it as an adventure in survival. Yet, following the elders' lead, one often found themselves starving. Lying on the ground, gazing at the myriad stars above, Jiangya's thoughts drifted. Forget it. If I sleep early, I can save a meal. Today, I'll profit a little, not a loss. That day, Lan approached, her skirt made of animal hide. Seeing Jiangya neglecting his recovery and wandering about, she admonished him. Why are you outside again? My injuries have nearly healed, Jiangya replied hastily, facing the furious wild girl. The girl before him dazzled Jiangya's eyes. Though merely a young girl, she was strikingly tall, at nearly 1.8 meters. Her long legs resembled chopsticks, coupled with a healthy, sun-kissed complexion and well-defined muscles. In his previous life, she would have easily graced the runway as a world-class supermodel. Incredible. However, the people here seemed indifferent towards Lan, preferring instead the robust and muscular Barbie. Otherwise, with Lan's physique, she would surely attract admirers, and it was puzzling why she and Jiangya were paired for foraging. Perhaps it was the years of service that dulled his aesthetic preferences, or perhaps it was simply the local customs. Nature nurtures its own. This is today's food. Seeing Jiangya's recovery, Lan said no more and handed him a piece of raw meat. Jiangya stared at the bloody, grimy piece of beast flesh in his hand, feeling repulsed. Having been a Special Forces operative, he was adaptable, yet gnawing on raw meat daily was something he found hard to endure. The critical issue was the raw meat. Each portion was merely the size of a fist. As the saying goes, a growing boy can consume more than an adult. For someone merely 14 or 15 years old, yet standing nearly 1.8 meters tall, this meager portion was hardly sufficient. Yet food was scarce. What could he do? In the tribe, he was considered small. Most members towered at 1.9 to 2 meters. One could imagine how much food a tribe of this size would consume daily. Hunger was nearly the prevailing theme of the entire tribe, or even the entire primitive society. Alas, with the entire nation having emerged from poverty, do I not stand as a neglected remnant of quality education? Do eat quickly, Lan urged, noticing Jiangya standing in a daze, holding the meat, seemingly lost in thought. In this primitive society, where everyone struggled to find enough to eat, flaunting food was a foolish act. It was akin to parading in a flamboyant costume through a den of wolves, inviting danger without the slightest regard for consequences. If the authorities were to arrive, one would find themselves explaining their predicament repeatedly. Surrounding them were pairs of glimmering, hungry eyes fixated on the meat in Jiangya's hands. Even Lan took a moment to avert her gaze, leaving Jiangya with an unsettling chill down his spine. Hastily, he led Lan back to the cave, where the oppressive feeling dissipated. The meat he possessed had significant value. It could not simply be consumed. Before him lay two pressing tasks: igniting a fire and procuring food. Starting a fire was both labor-intensive and energy-consuming, and at that moment, Jiangya, famished and weary, lacked the strength to expend on such an endeavor. The alternative was to gather food. Fortunately, he had made considerable preparations for this purpose during the past days. Now that he was fit again, his efforts could finally bear fruit. The most straightforward method of obtaining food at present was through fishing. During this time, Jiangya had fashioned several fish hooks from animal bones and gathered bundles of vines to create fishing lines, thus equipping himself adequately for the task. The creatures of this world struck Jiangya as notably large. Trees towered, beasts loomed, and birds soared. The fish hooks he crafted were nearly the size of his thumb, and the painstaking process of shaping just these two hooks consumed almost a week of his time. After all, in a primitive society, even the most rudimentary tools were a luxury, making the creation of implements exceedingly challenging. Life in the tribe revolved around hunting. Anything that could be consumed, be it flying, running, or swimming, was a target. However, aquatic creatures posed a unique challenge. Not only were they perilous, but they were also notably elusive. Therefore, the primary source of sustenance remained the wild beasts of the mountains. Fishing was a matter of luck. A fortunate catch could yield a sizable fish along the riverbank. Though the odds were akin to winning a lottery, more often than not, it was a fruitless endeavor. Conversely, misfortune might lead one to slip into the river, inadvertently serving as bait for the fish. The river was merely 2 miles from the tribe, nurturing countless communities in its vicinity. After surveying the area, Jiangya selected a relatively flat spot to fish. He tugged at the vine, satisfied by its sturdiness, before securing the fish hook and attaching the piece of meat. Hesitating briefly, he tore off half and cast the bait into the water. "Forgive me, dear fish, my household is devoid of provisions. Next time, I shall ensure the bait is ample." What are you doing throwing meat into the river? Lan, recently recovered from an illness, trailed behind Jiangya, her concern evident. Unfamiliar with the nuances of fishing bait, she could only lament the loss of the hard-earned meat, stamping her foot in frustration. Shoo, I am fishing, so please be quiet. Fishing? But you can't just throw the meat away. All right, I will retrieve a larger piece of meat soon. Is that satisfactory? Really? For someone entirely ignorant of the situation, explanations would be futile. Thus, Jiangya opted for silence. Thankfully, Lan was not insatiably inquisitive. Though puzzled, she refrained from further questioning. Truly, she was a commendable companion. On his inaugural fishing expedition, Jiangya felt a twinge of anxiety. After all, this was to be his sustenance for the day, and failure could lead to dire consequences. Fortunately, the fish in these waters appeared rather simple-minded. As soon as he cast the hook into the water, a powerful tug came from the vines above, pulling him forward by half a meter before he could react. Lan, come quickly to assist. Anticipating this, Jiangya pressed his foot against a sturdy tree, leveraging its strength to pull back and regain his balance. Indeed, he had caught a fish. Seeing the catch, Lan was equally exhilarated and rushed over to help. Don't pull too tightly. Apply force. With Lan's assistance, the balance of power shifted decidedly in favor of humanity. After nearly half an hour of struggle, the pair finally managed to haul the fish ashore. Breathless and exhausted, they collapsed onto the ground, panting heavily. Having not eaten sufficiently, their strength was waning, and the prolonged tussle with the fish nearly left them faint. Nevertheless, their efforts were not in vain. The fish before them, an unknown species, measured nearly half a meter and weighed approximately 20 pounds. This was indeed a remarkable catch. Jiangya, unsure of the fish's actual species, whimsically named it silver carp, signifying a bountiful catch. He finally understood why one should not enter the water to fish. The creature's teeth were exceptionally sharp, and it was uncertain who would be the hunter and who the prey should one enter its domain. We truly have caught a fish, Lan exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with delight, fixated on the silver carp, drool pooling at her feet. Jiangya felt immense joy. After all the preparations, their hard work had paid off. With food before them, the priority was to satiate their hunger. Jiangya, not one for unnecessary fuss, found a sharp stone and proceeded to gut the fish. Fortuitously, it was the spawning season, and within the fish's belly lay several pounds of roe, each pearl-sized ovum shimmering a pale golden hue, reflecting soft rays of sunlight. Top-tier caviar. Indeed, Jiangya couldn't help but shed a tear of empathy at the sight. Such a sizable fish was far too much for just the two of them. So he cut it in half. He collected some leaves to wrap the remaining fish meat, intending to share it with the members of his tribe. During his time of injury, the tribe had generously provided sustenance for him. Now that he was well, it was only right to enhance the tribe's meals. Jiangya was not one to forget kindness. Moreover, to thrive in this world, to live a life rich in experience, he could not rely solely on himself. It required the participation of others. In this realm, nothing held greater allure than food. Though the conditions were harsh, life still deserved a sense of ritual. Jiangya meticulously cut the fish into small portions, arranged the roe aside, and gathered some wild vegetables for garnish. Thus, a sumptuous platter of sashimi was born. Let us feast. With Jiangya's command, the two transformed into devoted diners, eagerly devouring their meal. Sunlight, beauty, and the naked silver carp. In a bygone era, such a scene would have undoubtedly conjured countless images of love and romance. However, the actions of the two individuals now seemed utterly disconnected from any notion of romance. Initially, Jiangya fashioned 2 pairs of chopsticks from a wooden stick, intending to savor the fruits of their labor slowly. Lan, however, was inept with these peculiar tools and, after several futile attempts, abandoned them altogether. Observing Jiangya skillfully devouring piece after piece of fish, she grew impatient as she struggled to consume even a morsel herself, ultimately resorting to using her hands. Take your time. No one is competing with you, she thought, initially believing that, as a woman, she could afford to be patient. Yet, Lan's voracious appetite was relentless, and she consumed food at a breakneck speed, leaving Jiangya no choice but to abandon his pretense. Realizing that if he continued to act pretentiously, he would end up licking the stone slab clean, he too discarded the chopsticks and joined the ranks of the ravenous. The taste of raw fish was infinitely superior to that of wild beast meat, though he could not identify the species. It was undeniably on par with salmon and tuna from his previous life. The fish roe, with its subtle freshness, was not at all greasy, and the sensation of it bursting in his mouth was sheer delight. If only there were a touch of wasabi, or it could be transformed into caviar, what a joy that would be. Chapter 3. Reeling in the giant within moments. More than 10 pounds of fish meat and several pounds of roe had vanished, devoured by the two gluttons. A prolonged belch escaped as Jiangya patted his round belly, reveling in the simplicity of life. Half of the fish meat had found its way into Lan's stomach, and the unprecedented feeling of satiety filled her with joy. How wonderful it would be if she could feast like this every day. Her gaze fixated on the remaining fish. She could not help but lick her lips, her eyes reflecting a newfound admiration for Jiangya. Feeling the admiration of such a wild beauty, Jiangya secretly relished the moment, playfully tossing his hair. Do not be enamored with me. I am merely a legend. After a brief respite, noticing that the day was still young and with a piece of meat remaining, he resolved to fish once more. If he could catch another fish, it would provide more for their companions in the tribe, as 10 pounds of meat was rather meager for a group of several dozen. Drawing on his previous success, Jiangya felt a surge of confidence. He skillfully baited the hook and cast it into the river, patiently awaiting a bite. Having enjoyed the delectable fish earlier, Lan no longer sought wild vegetables and instead kept vigil alongside Jiangya for the anticipated catch. Perhaps the whimsical names they had given the fish had worked, for soon enough, there was a tug on the line. Learning from his previous experience, Jiangya secured himself against a sturdy tree to prevent being dragged into the river. Sensing the right moment, he yanked the line with vigor. Success! The resistance from the line informed Jiangya that he had indeed caught something. However, he noted that although the line was taut, the force was considerably less than during his first catch. Jiangya estimated that this fish was only half the size of the previous one, which was somewhat disappointing. Such a large fish, caught two within a mere moment. Yet still unsatisfied, I wonder if my angling companions from a past life would disapprove. This time, having prepared adequately, I did not embarrass myself. In just over 10 minutes, the fish was exhausted and slowly reeled to the shore. Lan, I'll hold it here. You pull the fish onto the bank. All right. Although Lan is a girl, her strength is quite formidable, and pulling a fish weighing over 10 pounds onto the shore posed no challenge for her. Just as Lan reached out to grasp the fish, suddenly, a dark shadow darted beneath it, followed by a gaping maw that swallowed the entire fish whole before vanishing into the depths. The abrupt turn of events left Lan paralyzed in shock. For a fleeting moment, she even felt as if that monstrous jaw was aimed at her. Phew, that was close. What are you doing sitting there? Hurry and help. Amidst Lan's lingering fright, Jiangya's anxious voice echoed from afar. As the creature submerged, Jiangya felt an overwhelming force pulling at him, causing him to collide with a nearby tree with a resounding thud. Yet, the terrifying pull did not relent. It seemed the beast sensed resistance and began to violently tug at the vine. Ignoring his pain, Jiangya instinctively grasped the vine tightly. Thankfully, he had prepared in advance. The vine was wrapped around the tree, saving him considerable effort. Otherwise, with his strength alone, he would have had no chance of resisting. Even so, he felt an unprecedented strain. What on earth is this monster? At that moment, Lan finally regained her composure and joined the tug-of-war, significantly alleviating Jiangya's burden. Let out the line. Quickly. It's losing strength. Reel it in. Let it out. Let it out. Reel it in. Jiangya's shouts echoed along the riverbank. Fishing is not about brute strength. That would easily snap the line. Fortunately, with sufficient preparation, the vine was long enough to withstand the creature's initial force. Now, it was a test of endurance. Each time the creature exerted itself, Jiangya would slowly release the line. When it paused, he would cautiously retrieve the slack. Having watched videos of deep-sea fishing in his previous life, he remembered that even a 300-pound grouper could be managed with a slender line. The vine, at least 2 fingers thick, creaked ominously under the strain, and he feared it might snap, rendering their efforts futile. Patience is key in the art of fishing. One cannot rush the process. Jiangya remained calm, allowing Lan to take over whenever fatigue set in, and snacking on some fish meat to regain strength. Their tug-of-war with the creature stretched from midday until sunset, ultimately concluding with Jiangya's victory. The creature, evidently exhausted from the contest, floated languidly on the surface, occasionally thrashing in protest. Though Jiangya and Lan had resorted to some underhanded tactics during the struggle, they still collapsed on the ground, weary. Summoning their remaining strength, they worked together to drag the creature onto the shore. Was that not exhilarating? Before him lay a colossal creature, its head disproportionately large compared to its diminutive body, prompting Jiangya to lazily dub it the big head fish. The first fish he had encountered seemed substantial, yet it paled in comparison to the one before him, which was indeed a behemoth. Jiangya was aware that the fauna in this world tended to be grand in scale, but he had not anticipated such enormity. Notably, he had deliberately chosen a modest river, approximately 10 meters wide, to avoid any unforeseen accidents. The fish before him must weigh at least 100 to 200 pounds. Its gaping maw could easily engulf Jiangya whole without a trace of difficulty. Goodness gracious! The thought of fishing in a river hundreds of meters wide was too daunting to contemplate. Ordinarily, a creature weighing 100 to 200 pounds would not pose a significant challenge for them. However, after struggling with the fish, Jianya found himself utterly exhausted, lacking the strength to haul the fish back. As dusk descended, he pondered how long he would have to wait for assistance. This was a primitive forest, where spending the night was akin to courting death. Although Jianya possessed some outdoor survival skills, the omnipresence of such colossal beings made him wary of recklessly testing the limits of his ignorance in this world. The urgency to expedite his efforts was palpable. Fortunately, this predicament was not insurmountable. An idea sparked in his mind, and he swiftly wove together vines into a makeshift net, layering it with thick branches, before dragging the big head fish atop it. Thus, a rudimentary cart was fashioned, with one person pulling and another pushing. They conserved considerable energy and managed to return to the tribal vicinity before nightfall. "Where have you been? Who has been searching for you?" A voice boomed, belonging to a man as sturdy as an iron tower, his bare torso showcasing well-defined muscles radiating a potent aura of masculinity. "Wolf, come help me. I'm utterly spent." Wolf, a member of the hunting team, was distinguished by his lone right arm, lost to a bear during a previous hunt. Having crossed paths frequently, Jianya felt somewhat familiar with him. Upon seeing Wolf approach, he collapsed onto the ground in exhaustion. "Is this what you caught?" Wolf finally noticed the big head fish behind Jianya, his eyes gleaming with envy as drool involuntarily trickled down. Without needing further invitation, he seized the fish's tail with one hand, effortlessly hoisting it onto his shoulder, and swiftly darted towards the camp with a speed that would even make Bolt weep. "Goodness, that fish weighs nearly 200 pounds. Could you not show a modicum of respect for its heft?" Chapter 4. Distribution of fish meat. Upon returning to the camp, Jianya was inevitably met with reproach, yet when the bountiful catch was revealed, the atmosphere transformed into one of admiration. It was akin to how a teacher favors diligent students. Good students study even in their dreams, while the less industrious tend to doze off when studying. In the primitive tribe, those who could bring back sustenance were regarded as exemplary scholars. This phenomenon is what one might refer to as having colored glasses. Many resent this term because they often find themselves on the losing end. Were they beneficiaries, their perspective would undoubtedly shift. Before long, tales of Jianya's exploits spread swiftly throughout the tribe, drawing curious gazes from all around. This is largely thanks to the charming young woman who has been widely proclaiming her illustrious deeds. As a result, the glances directed towards him have become increasingly intriguing, particularly from the unwed young ladies, whose gazes are so unreserved that one might think they wish to engage with him on the spot. However, upon witnessing her physique, reminiscent of a golden Barbie, Jianya could not help but shiver. The poor monk would rather perish than yield. As the day drew to a close, after a brief bout of playful antics, they retired for the night, exchanging no further words. The following day, Jianya rose at dawn. After a brief physical warm-up, he commenced his morning exercises. It is worth noting that in his previous life, Jianya ascended to the rank of an elite special forces soldier, significantly aided by the ancestral breathing techniques he had inherited. This method harnesses breath to circulate the vital energy within, not only enhancing physical constitution and recovery, but also allowing one to conceal their presence to the utmost degree. His swift recuperation is a testament to this practice. "Are you practicing again? The shaman has summoned you," came a voice. "Understood. I shall go at once." Jianya's training was no novelty. Initially, onlookers were curious about his peculiar movements, but over time, their interest waned as they realized these activities bore no immediate tangible benefits. Having caught a large fish the previous day, the tribe was fortunate enough to distribute a generous portion of meat, granting Jianya the rare opportunity to partake in breakfast. Not long ago, even while unwell, he was lucky to receive a meager share of food daily. The survival of any tribe is not without reason. Take the current tribe. For instance, their dwelling consists of caves hewn from the mountainside, aptly named the Cave Tribe. In this tribe, the constraints of modern society are notably absent, with everyone obliged to obey the commands of the leader and the shaman. The fundamental rules align closely with Jianya's previous understanding, yet, through several days of observation, he has noted certain unique customs of the Cave Tribe. For instance, there is a discernible care for the injured, and those who procure food receive an additional share. This resembles a rudimentary version of the welfare system from his past life, albeit a diminished form. In his previous existence, even the minimum living allowance would surpass it. Nevertheless, in the present circumstances, merely having enough to eat is quite commendable. What more could one desire? Since Jianya has arrived in this world, he is determined to elevate the tribe's welfare standards. At that moment, the shaman stood in the communal area of the tribe, where several women remained, employing stone knives to provide a free spa treatment to the large fish. slicing its flesh into uneven portions laid out upon a massive rock. Shaman, how may I assist you? The first successful hunt by a young member of the tribe signifies their status as a warrior, allowing them to choose the first cuts of their catch. Jianya was unaware of this custom until now. However, upon reflection, it makes sense. The quality of meat varies significantly between different parts of a prey. Who would choose offal when one could savor the thigh? In primitive society, the ability to secure the most sustenance grants one greater authority, resulting in a larger and superior share of food. I have no desire for offal or scraps. Very well, then go hunt for yourself. Once the prey is caught, you are the first to choose. You can feast wherever your heart desires. If you fail to catch anything, then you must take your place at the end of the line, content with whatever remains. Naturally, a small portion of prime cuts may be reserved for the injured or for children, but the overall principle remains unchanged. This is the law of the tribe, simple and unrefined, yet remarkably practical. Jianya selected a piece of meat near the belly of the fish, the most tender and delectable part. He would not feign modesty here. There is no room for such niceties. Indeed, others might regard such behavior as foolishness. Communication in primitive society is straightforward and direct, devoid of unnecessary complications. Born a Special Forces soldier, Jianya is inherently forthright, and this mode of interaction suits him perfectly. As the second most accomplished hunter of the day, Lan also positioned herself favorably to select her piece of fish. The sheer joy on her face, drooling over the fish meat, revealed her happiness. Jianya finally grasped that others did not find Lan unattractive. It was simply that when one's belly is empty, there is little inclination to contemplate matters of aesthetics. Subtly, this environment influences mate selection, leading individuals to gravitate towards robust and capable partners. Before long, the hundreds of pounds of fish meat had been entirely distributed, and the gazes directed at Jianya grew increasingly amicable. Shall we go fishing again today? Lan, having tasted the sweetness of fishing, now lacked the enthusiasm for foraging wild vegetables. No, we have other tasks to attend to today. Jianya certainly wished to fish again. Although he had caught a large fish the previous day, it merely provided a supplementary meal for the tribe of dozens, failing to address the fundamental issues. As the saying goes, it is better to teach a man to fish than to simply give him a fish. He could not possibly do everything alone. Even though he had put away the fishing hooks yesterday, the vines had long since become overburdened and needed to be replenished. To ensure a better life, everyone must be mobilized. With fish paving the way, tasks become much more manageable. Jianya sought out the shaman to present his ideas. Upon hearing that Jianya could indeed catch large fish, the shaman was elated and readily agreed to gather assistance. The preparations for fishing are simple: fish line and hooks. The fish line is woven from the abundant vines, and the technique is not complicated. A few days prior, as Jianya prepared, Lan had observed closely and learned the craft, making it easy to entrust her with the task. However, crafting the fish hooks is considerably more complex. It requires polishing animal bones, specifically the hardest leg bones, and ideally, multiple hooks should be attached at once to withstand the pull of a large catch. Jianya spent a week honing 2 sets of hooks, one of which had broken yesterday, illustrating the difficulty of creating tools. How much easier it would be if iron were available. Crafting hooks would then eliminate concerns about breakage. Fortunately, with a finished product, replicating the design is feasible, though it is somewhat time-consuming. But what is time, after all? This place does not resemble a city, where the pace is frenetic. Here, time is abundant. With tasks delegated, Jianya kept himself occupied, gathering some dry twigs, preparing to kindle a fire. Chapter 5. Friction fire. Though the taste of sashimi is delightful, for a modern individual accustomed to cooked food, it is quite an adjustment. Here, there are no lighters or matches, and to create fire one must resort to the most primitive methods. However, this fundamental survival skill poses no challenge for him. In the forest, the most practical method of igniting a fire is through friction. While the concept of friction fire sounds simple, achieving success requires considerable effort. First, the chosen wood must be exceptionally dry and possess a certain hardness. Otherwise, it will crumble into powder with a few strokes, rendering the endeavor futile. Next, one must locate flammable tinder, such as dry grass or bird nests, which serve as excellent materials for ignition. Lastly, patience is essential. As the saying goes, to ignite a lasting fire, one must ensure a sustained and vigorous effort. It is evident how crucial endurance and explosive energy are for a man. Once he had gathered all the necessary items, Jianya made his way to a clearing. At that moment, his companions were clustered together in small groups, either weaving vines or crafting fishhooks, bustling with activity. They were no longer the same as before. In the past, they merely lounged about, idly consuming food and awaiting death. After meals, they would bask in the sun, choosing to lie down rather than sit, conserving energy as much as possible. But now, things were different. Jiangya had arrived, informing them that if they worked overtime, they would be rewarded with meat. Though they were reluctant to extend their labor, the fear of hunger was a greater motivator. It was at this juncture that the merciless capitalist began to exploit the impoverished masses. The key was that one party was willing to work, while the other was willing to endure. Who could they complain to? If any spirited youth were to jump out and shout, "Refuse to work overtime, refuse the 996," it would likely lead to dire consequences. Noticing Jiang Ye's peculiar actions, they were unsure of his intentions. He was the man capable of devising ways to catch fish, and every unusual gesture of his would spark imitation among them. Did it matter why he was doing this? Not really. After all, the thoughts of a master are as inscrutable as the starry sky. They are visible, yet incomprehensible. What was he doing? They had no clue. At that moment, Jiang Ye stood with his feet on a wooden plank, a stick placed between his legs, his hands rapidly rubbing together, beads of sweat pouring from his body. Even if they were to beat him senseless, they could not fathom what he was attempting, casting curious glances in his direction. Suddenly, a bystander, a Konglong Barbie, revealed an expression of understanding. "Don't just gawk, enlighten us. What on earth is he doing? Isn't it obvious? He has grown up and is thinking about women." She replied with a teasing tone. "Listen, kid, if you fancy someone, just let me know. No need to engage in such endeavors alone. It's harmful to your health. Besides, your technique is all wrong. Do you want me to teach you? I can call Lan over to assist you." Lan was also quite curious about what new endeavors Jiang Ye was undertaking. However, unexpectedly, during their conversation, the focus shifted back onto her, causing her to shyly flee. "Aunt Lu, what are you talking about?" "Oh dear." Jiang Ye felt a wave of frustration wash over him. "For heaven's sake, I am attempting to create fire by friction, not engaging in some other foolishness." His lifelong reputation was destined to be tarnished by these unruly women. It is often said that when a scholar encounters a soldier, reason becomes futile. At that moment, Jiang Ye could only weakly ponder. If a soldier were to meet a savage, how would reason prevail? He was rather anxious about this. In any case, Jiang Ye found himself devoid of options, and thus transformed his sorrow into motivation. "I will persist. I will persevere." He noticed that the stick in his hand began to blur, its rotational speed increasing further. He couldn't tell if it was merely his imagination, but it seemed that the wood here had a significantly higher ignition point than that on Earth. Given his frequency and endurance, on Earth, it would at least produce some sparks, if not smoke. Few could withstand such intense friction. Yet here, there was not even a hint of smoke or the tiniest black speck. What on earth is happening? Why is there no effect? Am I perhaps employing the wrong technique? After a moment of contemplation, he came to a realization. Although he was uncertain if the principles governing this world were akin to those on Earth, it was reasonable to assume that an environment capable of sustaining such large creatures must possess a far greater concentration of oxygen. Under such conditions, ordinary wood would ignite with even a slight increase in temperature. Conversely, the materials that managed to survive were likely those that were less flammable or had exceptionally high ignition points. Since it can burn, then everything will be feasible. If this method proved ineffective, he would simply adopt another approach. Jiang Ye was not one to easily concede defeat. If the ignition point was high, he would merely need to elevate the temperature. Creating fire by friction necessitated an increase in both friction and rotational speed. With this newfound understanding, the subsequent steps became manageable. Jiang Ye procured a larger piece of wood to lay on the ground and selected a sturdy stick as a drill, placing a stone atop it to apply pressure. This would significantly enhance the friction during rotation. He then took a vine he had just prepared and wrapped it around the drill to serve as a drive belt, pulling it back and forth on either side. Thus, he generated the necessary power. The onlookers, having observed Jiang Ye's endeavors for quite some time, found their curiosity piqued once more. Clearly, he could not create fire alone. With so many bystanders, he decided to enlist a few strong individuals to assist him. After assigning roles and demonstrating the process multiple times, they commenced another round of experimentation. Hurry, hurry. Do not stop. Initially, everyone was engaged. But after more than 10 minutes of repetitive motions, the group's enthusiasm waned, and their energy visibly diminished. Faster, faster. This is too slow. If they failed to produce fire, all their efforts would be in vain, and the uncertainty of how long they would have to endure raw meat loomed large. Meat. With collective effort. If we manage to ignite a fire, we shall feast upon an endless supply of meat, indulging as much as we desire. What? Meat? Indeed, as much as one wishes. The art of drawing circles in flour holds little complexity, yet those who cannot endure it are left to this very routine. Initially, a group of individuals, reluctant to exert themselves, upon hearing such words, became invigorated as if they had received a surge of energy. They worked tirelessly, their hands moving with such fervor that they left traces in the air. Yes, yes, that's the spirit. Increase the speed, quicker, even quicker. Oh. Let one person step down and another take their place. Amidst this relentless effort, the wooden board ultimately failed to uphold its integrity, releasing plumes of thick black smoke. Jiangya swiftly placed the emerging sparks into the tinder, blowing gently. The smoke thickened ominously. At last, a flicker of flame danced in Jiangya's hand. My goodness. What is this? Fire? This is indeed fire. Hurry, summon the shaman. Our tribe has finally acquired fire. Ha. Chapter 6. The art of fishing. Jiangya had engaged in the practice of friction fire-making countless times, at least 80, if not 100, making it a rather routine affair. Though he felt joy, it was not the astonishment one might expect. Understanding the principles of fire-making rendered success an inevitability. However, for the cave tribe, it seemed like a divine skill. Many primitive tribes do possess fire, but their methods often rely on flames generated by lightning strikes or, more crudely, by igniting it from magma. Such methods are perilous and dependent on nature, making fire exceedingly precious. Furthermore, if the ember is not preserved properly, it could be ages before another spark can be found. Yet now, someone has revealed that it need not be so complicated. With simple materials, fire can be created. How does this differ from sorcery? You can command flames. Has our cave tribe truly regained the gift of fire? The shaman arrived at the clearing, witnessing the roaring blaze. Tears streaming down his face. Others regarded Jiangya as a deity, kneeling in reverence. Blessed be Turing. During this time, Jiangya finally grasped what Turing represented, a totemic belief intrinsic to the cave tribe, reminiscent of dragons in ancient mythology. He perceived it as a form of worship towards an unknown entity, akin to seeking the blessings of a Buddha or a Bodhisattva, serving as a spiritual refuge without substantial utility. Unlike the others, Jiangya harbored a singular thought. No longer would he consume raw meat. He retrieved the fish he had been allotted, skewered it with a stick, and placed it over the flames to roast. As the fish sizzled and released its oils, an enticing aroma wafted across the clearing. In mere moments, the rich fragrance enveloped the area. Gulp, gulp. The spectators could not help but swallow audibly, the scent proving irresistibly alluring. Regrettably, many had already devoured their portions during the distribution, leaving them now to watch enviously. A few others, like him, had also set aside their food temporarily, joining the barbecue gathering with cheerful enthusiasm. With so many pairs of glistening green eyes fixed upon him, Jiangya felt somewhat uneasy. He tore off half of the grilled fish and generously shared it with the few who had assisted in starting the fire, before indulging himself in the remaining portion. The recipients of the grilled fish were, of course, overjoyed, completely disregarding the heat as they hastily stuffed it into their mouths. The portion meant for one was quickly consumed by many, leaving only a few bites for each. After finishing, they licked their fingers, clearly still craving more. The taste was exquisite, a delightful experience indeed. A few bites of grilled fish, accompanied by sips of water from the river, made for a truly fulfilling existence. If only there were some salt, a sprinkle of chili powder, and a bit of liquor, what a splendid life it would be. The idyllic pastoral life, indeed. As the onlookers observed Jiangya savoring his meal with such tranquility and pleasure, they cast envious glances in his direction. For reasons unbeknownst to them, they felt that Jiangya's demeanor radiated a sense of contentment. Though they could not comprehend it, his aura seemed remarkably sophisticated. What is this contentment? What does it signify? Who could elucidate its meaning? Jiangya desired precisely this effect. By igniting their desires, he ensured their compliance would follow, as long as he remained devoid of morality. He could not be coerced. He did not perceive himself as malicious. After all, those who followed him were guaranteed a hearty meal, and he too relied on their strength. It was a mutually beneficial arrangement, with nothing amiss. Once the feast concluded, everyone returned to their respective duties. The excitement from the grilled fish had evidently invigorated the group, and time flew by swiftly. In the blink of an eye, 2 days had passed. As the saying goes, many hands make light work. Over these 2 days, they had crafted over 200 meters of vine and fashioned 8 fishing hooks. Everything was in readiness for the undertaking ahead. This endeavor was markedly different from the previous minor skirmishes. Apart from the hunting team and the tribe's elders, everyone else was involved. Should they encounter the same large fish as before, the process would undoubtedly be less arduous. Moreover, Jiangya had specifically designed a fish spear. Once a fish was dragged to the shore, escape would prove significantly more challenging. With so many participants, a haphazard approach would not suffice. Thus, Jiangya organized everyone into specific roles. He and a few others would handle the task of maneuvering the fish, a skilled endeavor that required personal involvement. Once they had drawn the fish to the shore, Lon would lead the team to spear it and pull it onto land. To ensure a successful start, Jiangya decided to first catch a smaller fish to bolster everyone's confidence. After all, no matter how eloquent his words, witnessing the reality firsthand was far more convincing. Skillfully attaching the bait to the hook, he cast it forcefully into the river. Plop! As the bait splashed into the water, the excitement among the onlookers heightened. With wide, eager eyes, they wished they could will the fish into their grasp. Would they succeed? What if they failed to catch anything? Until they saw results. Anticipation and anxiety filled the air. Fortunately, reality did not disappoint. Mere moments after the bait sank, a tugging force was felt on the fishing line. They had a catch. Sensing the vibrations transmitted through the vine, Jiangya seized the vine and yanked it forcefully, causing it to become taut in an instant. Judging by the pull, this fish appeared to be relatively small, manageable for him alone. Seizing this opportunity, Jiangya deftly maneuvered the fish while imparting fishing techniques to his companions. Observe, he instructed. When a fish struggles violently, do not confront it head-on, as this may result in a snapped line. Instead, gently allow the line to yield. At this point, the fish has grown weary and rests in the water, allowing us to gradually retrieve the line. As Jiangya elucidated, the fish began to surface. After more than 10 minutes of exertion, it was finally drawn to the shore. Lan, who had been eagerly waiting at the water's edge, seized the moment to thrust a spear decisively into the fish's body. With collective effort, they hoisted it onto the bank. Excitement surged as everyone rushed over to observe. It was a silver carp, a fortuitous catch. Weighing in at 78 pounds, it was a respectable haul, considering they had not employed a large bait that might attract bigger fish. With such promising circumstances, Jiangya yearned to utilize this fish as bait, envisioning a bountiful catch to follow. Alas, the constraints of their tools thwarted this tempting notion. Is that all? This is rather too simple, Jiangya thought, though his dissatisfaction did not echo among the others. It is known that hunting expeditions often span several days, yielding just enough sustenance to stave off hunger. Yet, in such a brief time, they had captured such a sizable fish. If they could fish daily, they could feast to their heart's content. With ample food, they could support a growing population. With a burgeoning populace, they could catch even more fish. And with a greater fish yield, they could sustain an even larger community. In that moment, they seemed to glimpse a future filled with happiness beckoning them. The fundamental principles of fishing are inherently simple. Having witnessed the process, everyone had grasped the basic methods, leaving only the need for practice. Jiangya divided the group into two teams, one under his guidance and the other under Lan's. This arrangement would undoubtedly enhance efficiency, as experience is cultivated through practice. With repeated fishing endeavors, familiarity would naturally follow. As for failure, well, as long as they succeeded once, everyone would recognize the viability of the method, and proficiency would come with time. What did a couple of failures amount to, after all? Chapter 7. Abundant harvest let out the line, slowly. Reel it in, quickly. This is a substantial catch. Come lend a hand. Roars of excitement erupted along the riverbank. In truth, Jiangya had only shouted a few times at the beginning. Thereafter, he had no opportunity to interject. Fishing can easily become an obsession, particularly after a successful catch. The sense of achievement is beyond words. Jiangya recalled a comrade from a past life, an avid angler who would seize any free moment to cast a line. Sometimes the urge would strike so fiercely that even mimicking the motions could occupy an entire day. After each successful catch, he would traverse the camp, eager to bask in the compliments of his peers. Moreover, he never consumed the fish he caught, claiming he feared incurring the wrath of the fish god, believing that they would not return. Jiangya was also ensnared by his superstitions. As the saying goes, a man is short when he eats another's food, and soft when he takes another's hand. Given the occasional opportunity for an extra meal, everyone chose to overlook his archaic beliefs. The crux of the matter is that things that come without cost are truly delightful. After successfully catching fish, the fervor among the group was undeniably ignited. Wolf, your fishing technique is flawed. Allow me to demonstrate, one would assert. Step aside. I have only just begun, and you wish to intervene. Given our relationship, you should not be saying such things to me. No. We are not familiar enough for that. If you want to play, you must cue. As per Ya's decree, such exchanges were commonplace. Occasionally, in their eagerness for prime fishing spots, some would engage in physical altercations. After all, only 8 fishing hooks had been crafted, and to be prudent, 2 hooks were tied to one reed. This meant that at most, only 4 individuals could fish simultaneously, while nearly 30 had come to partake. With too many fishermen and too few fish, conflict was inevitable. Fishing may appear simple to initiate, yet to truly catch fish requires a certain degree of skill. Instances of hooks slipping off and lines breaking were frequent. Within a mere half day, half of the 8 hooks had been lost, causing Jiangya considerable distress. as it had taken him 2 full days to craft the fishing gear. Although time was not precious in this primitive society, such waste was indeed lamentable. Fortunately, after an initial period of adjustment, everyone became adept at fishing. The continuous haul of fish finally elicited a satisfied smile from Jiangya. Through repeated fishing excursions, Jiangya gleaned some insights. For instance, casting closer to the riverbank yielded primarily silver carp, while casting towards the river's center was likely to attract larger fish. Most of the ones that escaped initially belonged to this latter category. Given the primitive nature of the fishing gear, catching larger specimens proved quite challenging. Additionally, targeting big fish could take nearly an hour and was prone to losing hooks, rendering it inefficient. Thus, Jiangya encouraged everyone to fish as close to the riverbank as possible, resulting in a notable increase in their catch. The group fished from noon until dusk, their enthusiasm undiminished. Had it not been for Jiangya calling for a halt, one could only imagine how long these enthusiasts would have continued. All right, it's dark. We must return. Just one more cast, the final one. I've only just gotten the hang of it. The last cast from before is still the last. When will this end? Ultimately, it was the fear of nighttime predators that reluctantly persuaded everyone to depart. Jiangya helplessly rubbed his forehead, another group drawn into the fishing frenzy. However, fishing was for survival, not merely for leisure, so it hardly seemed a waste of time. Caught up in the excitement, the realization only struck when they paused to tally their catch. They had indeed amassed a bountiful haul. They had caught over 100 fish, though not the massive ones of their previous outing. On average, each fish weighed over 10 pounds. This meant that the yield from just one day nearly equaled that of the hunting party's 45 days of efforts. Ha ha ha, finally. We shall no longer be deprived of sustenance. Yeah, you are the great hero of our tribe. After tidying up the fish catch, the group returned joyfully to the village. At this moment, the village shaman and a few others had long been anxiously awaiting their return. And only upon seeing the main party did they finally breathe a sigh of relief. Unlike most, the shaman, while yearning for a more effortless method of hunting, placed greater value on the safety of the tribe as an elder. With nearly the entire tribe deployed, any unforeseen mishap could spell disaster for the entire community. A thought unbearable for one who holds the tribe's legacy above all else. Throughout the day, he was restless, consumed with worry, fearing that something might go awry. Fortunately, blessed by Turing, everyone returned safely. Only then did he hasten to inspect the bounty. Blessed by Turing, is this truly real? The shaman could scarcely believe his eyes. The party that had ventured out, regardless of age or gender, bore 2 or 3 fish each. Particularly, Wolf, striding at the forefront, bore 6 fish, refusing any offers of assistance, insisting that the fish he caught were his to carry. He seemed determined to ensure that everyone knew of his triumph. Splendid. The shaman laughed heartily, his face wrinkled into a blooming chrysanthemum. This night held a distinct difference from the usual. With fire, the tribe's activity time had greatly expanded. Gathered around the bonfire, laughter and joy filled the air as the women grilled the fish, sharing the feast with all. For many, it was their first experience with cooked food, the taste a far cry from that of raw meat. In that moment, they realized how profoundly enjoyable life could be. All gazed gratefully at Jiangya, and a few audacious gorilla Barbies boldly approached him, playfully signaling their interest. Banana, how audacious! Am I not still a child? The atmosphere suddenly thickened with tension. Even Jiangya, who had seen much in the world, stood momentarily frozen, unsure of how to respond. Clearing his throat awkwardly, he attempted to alleviate the awkwardness, yet his words began to falter. Esteemed warriors, you are all good companions, but I am still underage. Such matters may affect my growth. Perhaps seek others. Although they could not comprehend Jiangya's words, the intent of his refusal was unmistakable. This was a mutual affair, and the warriors, embodying a casual spirit, did not press further, allowing Jiangya to exhale in relief. What he failed to notice was a pair of sparkling eyes in the night, intently observing the unfolding scene. Upon witnessing Jiangya's dismissals, the previously tense figure relaxed. With fire for warmth and an abundance of delectable food, the merriment continued late into the night before everyone dispersed. Having spent considerable time in this world, today was Jiangya's most fulfilling day yet. In the depths of their beings, they all sensed a change was in the air. Chapter 8. The art of pottery. With the success of fishing, food was no longer a pressing concern. The tribe could capture over 1,000 pounds of fish daily, sufficient for their sustenance. Especially after the hunting team returned, manpower was no longer a concern. After all, this was an untamed wilderness. Even the small number of people in the cave tribe could only catch so many fish daily. If necessary, they could always switch to another river. In the short term, there was no need to worry about depleting the waters. What troubled everyone now was not the inability to catch fish, but rather the overwhelming abundance of them. Ever since the last time they opened Pandora's box, the genes hidden deep within the males seemed to have been activated. If they didn't cast their lines at least twice a day, they felt restless. The result was an overabundance of fish, and without refrigerators or similar appliances. They simply could not consume all the fish they caught. They were left to spoil, which pained everyone deeply, for they had all endured hard times, and their attachment to food was ingrained in their very bones. However, this was not an insurmountable issue. They could simply make dried fish, which would not spoil quickly and could serve as provisions for the winter. What occupied Jianya's thoughts now was the creation of pottery. As delectable as roasted meat was, one could hardly sustain themselves on 3 meals a day, each consisting of 3 pounds. Yet, endure it they must. Could they possibly forego roasted meat in favor of raw? Jianya, however, held a different perspective. As a people who explored the world through their taste buds, nothing could impede the progress of a foodie. Frying, sautéing, boiling, and stewing, ancestors had long inscribed the answers into their genes. After much contemplation, Jianya concluded that boiling seemed the most reliable method. To boil, however, one required appropriate cookware. Thus, Jianya made a decision that went against ancestral traditions, to play with clay. He intended to craft pottery, specifically earthenware pots and bowls, simple household items, far from high technology, and relatively easy to create. He vaguely remembered the types of clay required, such as kaolin, but lacking expertise, he could hardly distinguish many materials. So, he decided to forego differentiation and adopt the simplest approach, experimenting with one thing at a time. After all, time was plentiful. May Turing bless him. This was already the 10th attempt. Let him succeed for the sake of his younger brother. Perhaps influenced by the shaman, Jianya had taken to using Turing bless as a catchphrase. Would this attempt truly succeed? A man cannot admit failure. This time, it must work. Ever since he had rejected the mating desires of the Barbies, Jianya had noticed that Lon had become notably more affectionate, often lingering by his side for no particular reason. At times he found it perplexing how, within the same tribe, the disparity in appearance could be so vast, one supermodel among a group of towering giants. Genetic mutation? It was beyond comprehension. Yet, such matters were insignificant. Just imagining a woman with a supermodel physique gazing at him in admiration was immensely gratifying. Delightful, indeed. Of course, it would be even better if there weren't a group of light bulbs around. Since Jianya had gained insight, not only had Lon ceased foraging for wild vegetables, but other companions also preferred to congregate around him. He had evidently become the king of the children. Jianya found this rather amusing, an entourage of tall youngsters trailing behind him, their noses running. The scene was too beautiful to bear. Regrettably, while the elders in other households find delight in this situation, who wouldn't wish for their children to bask in a bit of celestial charm? It would be rather ungracious for Jianya to dismiss them outright. With the rare opportunity of traversing to another world, he finds himself burdened with childcare duties for these overly grown youths. Have they been nourished on swine feed? It must be said, when Jianya is incensed, he can be quite harsh on himself. Perhaps he has even forgotten that they consume the same fare. After a night of firing, the temperature in the makeshift kiln has notably decreased. Success is imperative. As he dismantles the kiln, a wave of heat rushes forth. Prepared for this, Jianya brandishes a leaf fan to disperse the warmth. Without waiting for the temperature to fully subside, he eagerly inspects the pottery. This piece is inadequate. Its surface too coarse, rendering it unfit for cooking, though it might hold water. This one is cracked, unusable. But this one is promising, its surface relatively even. Though it is alarmingly fragile, a mere touch would shatter it. Jianya meticulously sifts through the array of jars and vessels, not out of excessive expectation, but because the wares produced thus far have been entirely impractical. It remains uncertain whether the fault lies in the materials or the method of firing. What was once a simple endeavor in his previous life has resulted in failure after failure, with not a single usable item to show for his efforts. Yet, all is not in vain. Failure is the precursor to success. After numerous trials, the quality of the pottery has markedly improved. This one is quite commendable. Dog, come here and examine the formula for this. No, perhaps I should take a look myself. In a moment of excitement, he momentarily forgets their illiteracy and notices a faint inscription of 168 etched upon the pottery. Hastily, he retrieves his notes inscribed on stone. So it is you. The pottery in his hand resembles a small bowl, modest in size. Given that no final products have emerged yet, crafting something too large would serve little purpose. This is the accumulated wisdom from repeated failures. Every beginning is arduous, akin to fishing. Once the first catch is made, subsequent successes follow naturally. Referring to the formula for the 168th experiment, he makes slight adjustments to the proportions of the materials and commences another trial. In this primitive society, where the rhythm of life is languid, Jiangya does not feel rushed now that a usable product has finally materialized. He continues to make adjustments and conduct experiments. In fact, by the 11th attempt, the pottery produced was already suitable for cooking, though slight variations in material ratios yielded subtle differences. On rainy days, when idleness prevails, why not strive for something better? Consuming roasted meat daily, even a young man like Jiangya feels the heat, not to mention the elderly like Wu. Jiangya vividly recalls the first occasion when Wu tasted fish cooked in pottery. The tender morsels elicited a torrent of tears and laughter, alternating between heart-wrenching sobs and raucous joy, fervently exclaiming, "May Turing bless us." He even gathered several cracked pots to orchestrate a grand sacrificial ceremony for the tribe. Jiangya remembers that when he first caught fish, the event was far less raucous. Indeed, matters concerning oneself are of utmost importance. Pottery, though a consumable, suffices for the meager population of the tribe, as a few kills yield ample supply. With the advent of pottery, new culinary possibilities emerge. Simply boiling cabbage in water will surely fall short of satisfying Jiangya's palate. The next step requires a flourish of seasonings. Jiangya recalls an adage from his homeland regarding the art of cooking: boil it well, add a pinch of salt. Presently, acquiring salt is of the utmost priority. Chapter 9. Into the Mountain. Salt plays a crucial role in maintaining the body's acid-base balance and supports the proper excitability of nerves and muscles. Prolonged salt deficiency typically manifests as brittle hair and weakness in the limbs. In the past, throughout various dynasties, the trade of illicit salt was considered a grave offense, often resulting in severe repercussions, underscoring the significance of salt. The inhabitants of this world are oblivious to such knowledge. They procure salt primarily through their prey or by licking certain saline stones. This behavior parallels the goats that deftly maneuver on nearly vertical dams to savor the exuding salt. They are unaware of the reasons behind their cravings. They simply feel compelled to lick. Humans experience a similar phenomenon when deprived of salt. The body instinctively expresses a corresponding desire, prompting certain actions. Otherwise, who would casually pick up a stone to lick as a snack? Such an inclination is rather peculiar. Methods of salt production include boiling, sun-drying, and electrolysis, yet all involve evaporating water to leave behind crystals. Jiangya had long harbored intentions to produce salt, but had been hindered by a lack of tools, delaying his plans until now. After all, no one wishes to appear foolish by aimlessly licking stones, even if one is a celebrity. The thought alone is quite revolting. Child, do you seek the elder for something? Since the advent of pottery, which allows the elderly to partake in food, the shaman has found this diminutive figure of 1.8 meters increasingly agreeable. Is there still stone salt in the tribe? Jiangya unveiled a stone wrapped in leaves and presented it to the shaman. The stone, a pale gray, bore traces of dried saliva, precisely the saline stone everyone had been licking. Recalling that his ancestors had also licked this stone sent a wave of nausea through Jiangya's stomach. Ah, the saline stone. It is indeed a treasure. After a few days without licking it, one feels utterly drained. Accepting the stone, the shaman, undeterred by its filth, took several licks, smacking his lips in approval. Not bad. Ugh, that was just wrested from a dog's mouth. Could you exhibit a modicum of hygiene? Suppressing his discomfort, Jiangya inquired urgently. Do you know where such stones can be found? There are plenty of these stones in the caves behind the mountain. If you wish, I can bring you a couple next time the hunting party returns. After saying this, the shaman took another lick of the saline stone, finally noticing Jiangya's peculiar expression, and generously offered it back. Would you care to try? No. Then consider it a token of my respect. Savor it at your leisure. Jiangya covered his mouth and nearly fled the cave. Banana, you ungrateful one. If you were a beauty, I wouldn't hesitate to share a lick of that salty stone with you. In fact, I'd relish the opportunity. But alas, you are merely a scruffy old man. And it is quite repugnant, isn't it? While the salty stone may not be an extraordinary treasure, it certainly lies at a distance from the tribe. Each time the hunting party returns, if the path allows, they would bring back some as a treat for the children. No wonder, after scouring through all my memories, I could not locate the salty stone. It turns out it is outside the tribe's range. Just as the hunting party was preparing to set out, I decided to procure some for myself. The leader of the tribe, named Man, stands nearly 2 meters and 45 centimeters tall, his bronze skin reflecting a physique of pure muscle, making him the most imposing man in the tribe. If he were to play basketball, he would easily outshine Jordan and overpower Elijah. Especially during this bountiful season, with less pressure to hunt, he has been enjoying himself, seemingly growing even stronger. Standing beside him at a height of 1.80 meters, I felt like a mere chick. It is no wonder that I was often ostracized in the tribe. In a place filled with giants, my stature made me appear almost crippled. If they did not bully me, whom would they choose? My brother, a lover of intellect, does not compete with beasts. Sometimes, the spirit of self-deception can be quite useful. After a moment of self-consolation, I felt much more at ease. Upon reaching Man's dwelling, I expressed my desire to accompany the hunting party. I had already demonstrated my capabilities through previous endeavors. Man, possessing a straightforward character, readily agreed. Hunting in this world is starkly different from my previous life. It is genuinely perilous and can lead to death. However, with someone as formidable as Man leading the way, I felt far less apprehensive. The hunting party set forth into the depths of the forest the next day. The tribe's hunting team is divided into two factions. One hunts outside while the other guards the tribe, a relatively reasonable arrangement. This time, the team comprises 8 robust men, led by Man, all strong members of the tribe. If they were to form a basketball team in my former life, they would dominate every opponent. Yet here, given the weight of the creatures they pursue, their strength seems somewhat inadequate. Each time they venture out with such a small number, the game they bring back must sustain a tribe of 560. It is no wonder life is so arduous. It was only after I traversed to this world and discovered new methods of foraging that life began to improve somewhat. After all, relying solely on such an unstable means of survival as hunting, with aspirations for development, is akin to dreaming in vain. I recall that in my past life, the progress of Chinese civilization surged only when it transitioned from primitive to agricultural society. Indeed, though the worlds differ, the fundamental laws of operation remain consistent. Why am I pondering these philosophical questions? Am I preparing for exams? I sharply chastised myself, bringing my focus back to the present. The hunting party had journeyed deep into the forest for half a day, and along the way, I was utterly awestruck. The most prominent impression was the sheer magnitude of everything. Everything is immense. On this journey, he beheld birds as large as airplanes, and trees that could be embraced by dozens of men, casting shadows that obscured the sun. The mushrooms on the ground were indeed large enough to serve as umbrellas. Here, the rabbits, when provoked, could inflict bone fractures with their bites. Everything imagined in dreams remained ultimately illusory until one truly witnessed it. Only then did he comprehend the profound shock emanating from the soul. Even with his steadfastness, he found it difficult to restrain his fanciful thoughts. Initially, he perceived the men of the tribe as towering figures, yet amidst the forest, they appeared diminutive. As for himself, he could not even be considered a second-rate warrior. Fortunately, he was not reckless enough to embark on this adventure alone. Had he done so, he might have already become natural fertilizer by now. Man, a seasoned hunter accustomed to the wilderness, provided invaluable guidance throughout the journey. Without his reminders, Jianya might not have survived even a single encounter. Nonetheless, Man was quite pleased with Jianya's performance. Although he initially stumbled due to his ignorance of the rules of the mountains, he adjusted remarkably within half a day. Particularly during his movements, there was an inexplicable grace that even a veteran like Man might overlook if not paying close attention. Observing Jianya, he felt a mixture of delight and regret. With proper cultivation, he could become an adept hunter, albeit he was somewhat unrefined in appearance. Chapter 10. 7-Leaf Wild Ginseng. Upon crossing this mountain, signs of human habitation ceased to exist. We shall rest here for the night and set forth again at dawn. Being seasoned hunters, the moment they heard this, everyone began to busily prepare as if rehearsed. Some took watch, others constructed the camp, while others foraged for food. In a short while, a makeshift campsite was established. Spending the night in the forest posed significant dangers, particularly with the newcomer Jianya among them, leading Man to exercise utmost caution. Jianya, with his background as a special forces soldier, possessed exceptional wilderness survival skills, but it was relative to his companions. In terms of stealth and assassination in such an environment, Jianya was confident he could outshine Man by miles. However, when it came to survival and hunting, he was still a novice. Yet Jianya was not without merit in this setting. For instance, he found ample dry wood and kindled a fire with his portable flint. The campfire made the night considerably more bearable, and wild animals inherently feared flames. Subsequently, he constructed a rudimentary stove from stones, procured some clean water, and tossed dried fish and foraged vegetables into a clay pot to cook. In no time, delightful aromas wafted from the pot. Watching Jianya's series of impressive maneuvers, his companions were left in awe. What are we here for, hunting or a picnic? They mused. In previous hunting outings, summer meant enduring mosquitoes and winter brought biting winds. It was always a struggle, living rough. Yet with Jianya's presence, they hadn't even caught any game, yet were already enjoying a feast. Man began to question whether bringing Jianya had been a wise decision. Gurgle, gurgle. The sounds emanating from his stomach reminded him that further contemplation might lead to an empty pot. Leave some for me, he urged. Sometimes, humanity reveals itself as a creature of practicality. The moment delectable food graces one's palate, perceptions undergo a profound transformation. Truly delightful, satiated and refreshed, darkness envelopes the sky. Apart from two sentinels, the rest have long succumbed to slumber. The night passes in silence. On the following day, the group awakens early, partaking in breakfast before plunging deeper into the forest. With yesterday's acclimatization, today's endeavors progress with greater ease. While encounters with wildlife are frequent, not all creatures invite confrontation. For instance, the pack-hunting wolves appear in droves. Upon sighting them, it is prudent to flee, salvaging what one can. Then there are the formidable bears, whose strength is legendary. A tree of several meters in diameter would succumb to their might in mere bites, rendering escape into the branches futile. Were it not for the tribe's prolonged food scarcity, they would never have considered targeting such a beast. Countless traps and diversions were employed before finally subduing it, and even then, the price was steep, one life lost and another injured, with the wolf's wound still unhealed. Other threats abound, such as the man-eating wasps and the green-ringed snake, each formidable in their own right. In truth, while the forest teems with prey, one must possess the means to claim it. Days swiftly pass, and the hunters have captured numerous ground squirrels and mountain hares, barely enough to sustain the hunting party. To nourish the entire tribe remains a fanciful dream. Hunting is unpredictable. There may be days without a catch, or one might feast for 3 consecutive days. As the saying goes, he who has food in hand is without worry. Currently, the tribe enjoys ample provisions, allowing for a leisurely selection of prey without urgency. However, with Jianya's involvement, the hunting expedition gradually veers off course. Is that a lion's mane mushroom? My goodness, it is larger than a basin. I must collect it. Elk antlers. They nearly reach the height of a person. I must gather them. Could this be Rashur? It must weigh dozens of pounds. I must take it. Along the way, Jianya resembles a mouse that has stumbled into a grain store. Has he struck it rich overnight? If the items Jianya has discovered were placed on Earth, even a single specimen would be regarded as a family heirloom. Without exaggeration, he could live a carefree life without concern. Goodness, this is faster than finding money. Jianya silently resolves to venture out more frequently in the future. I ask, what are you doing now? I have told you countless times, these worthless trinkets are everywhere. What is the purpose? Man expresses his dissatisfaction with Jianya's obsession, believing these items are neither edible nor wearable, utterly a waste of time. He thinks it far more practical to hunt a couple of wild hares instead. Such ignorance is truly frightening. At this moment, Jianya is captivated by a plant before him and has no patience for man's complaints. The plant features small oval-shaped leaves at its center, with lateral leaves that are rhombic ovate, tapering to a point, and possess finely serrated edges with sharp tips. The upper surface is sparsely covered with prickly hairs, while the underside remains hairless. Is this wild ginseng? 1, 2, 3, 7 leaves in total. Could it be true? It is indeed 7-leaf wild ginseng. My friend is truly on the brink of fortune. At this moment, even after having encountered an abundance of treasures over the past few days, Jianya found his breath quickening with anticipation. Why do I not possess a red string? What if this creature manages to escape? Jianya cautiously knelt down, gingerly parting the earth, fearful that a careless move might compromise the quality of this exquisite wild ginseng. Almost there, as the surrounding soil was gradually unearthed, the true form of the plant began to emerge. Gazing upon this plant, which seemed on the verge of taking human shape, Jianya was certain that this was indeed the wild ginseng he had long understood. With the identity confirmed, Jianya became even more meticulous, his movements more tender than those used to caress an infant's skin. The air seemed to thicken in that moment. Just then, a hand as large as a fan seized the wild ginseng's leaf stalk and yanked it from the ground. I thought something significant was unfolding. The voice of man echoed in his ears as he casually brushed the ginseng against his body. A couple of crunches followed. Staring at the sizable wild ginseng, now marked by 2 deep bite impressions, Jianya felt utterly bewildered. Who am I? Where am I? What am I to do? Man seemed oblivious to Jianya's disorientation, devouring the remaining parts in mere moments and habitually smacking his lips. This thing has no flavor at all. What is so enjoyable about it? This was, after all, the exceptional 7-leaf wild ginseng, something that could prove life-saving in critical moments. And yet he devoured it as if it were mere radish. He even complained about the lack of taste. It must have been an illusion. Regaining his senses was no easy feat. Even with Jianya's composure, he could not suppress his fury. I shall confront you. At that moment, Jianya longed to pry open this fellow's skull to see what else resided within, apart from food. Yet before Jianya could react, man's pained cry rang out first. Oh no, this thing is toxic. In but a moment, man's face turned a crimson hue, as if engorged, and blood gushed from his nostrils as if it cost nothing. Chapter 11. The medicinal power of the seven-leaf wild ginseng. As the old saying goes, one must not speak recklessly, nor consume medicine indiscriminately. Is the medicinal power of the seven-leaf wild ginseng a jest? Even the four-leaf and five-leaf varieties from previous lives possess potency beyond the tolerance of ordinary individuals. When consumed, one must know how many auxiliary materials to combine to temper the medicinal properties. Thus, it is only wise to partake in minuscule amounts. But alas, man treated it like a mere radish and gnawed at it. He has surely invited his own retribution. Yet, given the current predicament, one must still contemplate how to mitigate the effects of the herb's potency. What a calamity! You would think, being an experienced hunter, he might have inquired at least once before shoving it into his mouth. Jiangya felt on the verge of tears. Having finally encountered a treasure, it was snatched away. And now he had to assist in its digestion. It felt akin to enduring countless hardships, offering dowries, purchasing homes and cars, only to find that on the wedding night, the groom is not himself. And still, he must open the door for another. Who could accept such a fate? Every situation has its cause, and truth be told, Jiangya could not completely absolve himself of responsibility in this matter. In recent days, Jiangya has unearthed a plethora of treasures within the forest, including wild lingzhi mushrooms, lion's mane fungi, giant Hishou Wu, and wild honey, among others, far more than one could possibly desire. Initially, Jiangya cherished these finds immensely, unwilling to share them with anyone. However, while these items are indeed remarkable, they are not particularly rare. Despite their abundance, few possess the knowledge to recognize them, resulting in their neglect. Contemplating the vast stores accumulated over millennia, one can only imagine the quantity available. As Jiangya's bounty increased, his sense of rarity diminished. He retained only the most significant specimens, transforming the rest into sustenance. Consequently, the meals over the past few days have been exceptionally nourishing, filled with rare medicinal ingredients seldom seen in his previous life. Among such robust men, the notion of being overwhelmed by nourishment is non-existent. After consuming these delicacies, each individual feels invigorated and full of vitality. Remarkably, even Jiangya has begun to feel an unusual warmth coursing through his body. One could say he yearns for a spirited drive, yet, being underage, he lacks a driver's license. Moreover, the condition of the vehicles here seems rather dismal. Left with no options, he can only suppress his desires. Returning to the matter of man, despite his straightforward nature, he is not without wit. Considering that even Jiangya treats these items with utmost caution, they must be extraordinary. His recent experiences in seizing food have taught him that the swift are rewarded while the slow are left wanting. Thus, what transpired earlier was inevitable. Although frustration simmered within him, the deed was done. The medicinal properties had already activated, and forcing them out would serve no purpose. At that moment, man appeared as though he had taken a stimulant, exhibiting an exuberance that was almost primal, tearing at his animal skin attire while emitting beast-like roars. Has the chief taken an aphrodisiac? What on earth has such a potent effect? Boy, why don't you procure one for me as well? This was spoken by a pair of twin brothers from the hunting team, a Long and a Hu, an unusual occurrence in this era, akin to discovering a double-yolked egg. Jiangya shot a disapproving glance at the two light-hearted individuals, who continued to jest even in such circumstances. Chief, there's a small stream ahead. Perhaps a soak in the water will yield some effects. At that moment, man, his awareness somewhat hazy, instinctively approached the stream and plunged in with fervor. The icy water provided a brief respite, awakening him to a degree, yet it was fleeting, and he soon slipped back into a frenzied state. Overindulgence in restorative herbs can indeed be fatal. Jiangya, lacking medical expertise, had no recourse but to wait and observe the resilience of this individual. Concerned for man's safety in the water, the hunting team took turns keeping watch. They anticipated that after 1 or 2 hours, he would likely calm down. Yet, Jiangya underestimated the potency of the seven-leaf wild ginseng. The hunting team waited from morning until noon and then into the evening, as man continued to roar and thrash in the water, hardly pausing for breath. This is the primordial forest. Does he not fear the appearance of a spirit to claim him? Fearless of adversaries as formidable as gods, yet wary of teammates as foolish as swine, Jiangya had already prepared himself for a hasty retreat. The night dragged on, and eventually, this fellow exhausted his last vestiges of strength, gradually settling down. Perhaps it is true that simpletons enjoy simple blessings. Throughout this lengthy ordeal, no beasts had ventured near, prompting Jiangya to reflect on his good fortune. What a remarkable survival. Concerned that he might inadvertently drown himself, Jiangya hurriedly retrieved him from the water. At that moment, man's body remained feverishly warm, occasionally convulsing. And with no better alternatives at hand, Jiangya continued to pour water over him to cool him down. This tumult persisted for an entire day. It was not until midday the following day that Man stirred from his slumber. He seemed to realize the foolishness of his actions, scratching his head in embarrassment. The others merely assumed he had eaten something disagreeable and paid little heed to his discomfort. Enough of the stammering, just eat. Knowing Man would surely be famished after a night of turmoil, Jiangya had prepared a large pot of food awaiting him. After a day and night of struggling, Man was ravenous, and the sight of this young man became increasingly pleasing to him. Without any airs, he embraced the ceramic pot and began to feast. Each member of the tribe possessed a hearty appetite, and Jiangya had anticipated this, cooking a bountiful pot of food. However, witnessing Man devour the meal as if he were a famished ghost reborn, Jiangya felt a pang of inadequacy. In less than 10 minutes, Man had polished off every morsel, leaving nothing behind, not even a hair. This was enough to satisfy a full 8 people. "Are you a pig?" Jiangya exclaimed. "What sensations do you perceive?" "What sensations?" Man licked his lips, clearly still unsated. "After consuming my 7-leaf wild ginseng, your appetite hasn't increased, has it?" Jiangya lamented internally. The 7-leaf wild ginseng was potent enough that even if cast into a dung pit, it would still elicit some reaction. Were it not for Man's robust physique, Jiangya surmised that anyone else from his past life would likely have succumbed to such overwhelming potency. Now that he had come through unscathed, it seemed improbable that the ginseng had no effect at all. Thus, with patience, Jiangya inquired, "Have you noticed any enhancement in your strength? Are you able to run faster, sprinting up 5 flights of stairs with ease?" "Oh, you mean this? My strength does seem considerably greater," Man replied, then charged towards a nearby pine tree nearly half a meter in diameter. With a resounding crack, the tree snapped, followed by a tremendous thud as it crashed to the ground. The sound startled everyone, their hearts fluttering in astonishment as they gazed at the severed tree. Could a mere human truly accomplish such a feat? The members of the hunting team were invigorated, casting envious glances at Jiangya. "Hey, do you have any more of that food you ate? Could I have a piece?" "Yes, yes. How about I trade you my woman for some? Do you prefer the well-endowed or the modestly built?" Chapter 12. The Hunt. In this society, might makes right. Those with the strongest fists hold sway. Witnessing Man's extraordinary transformation simply from consuming unknown sustenance sparked envy among the crowd, who clamored for Jiangya to share his bounty. It is better not to mention this, for as soon as wild ginseng is brought up, Jiangya feels as though a knife has pierced his heart, and his gaze towards Man is filled with a deeper sense of lamentation. "That was mine. I could have been just as formidable." In the tribe, the leader is the first to enjoy the good fortune, and Man shows no remorse for appropriating what belongs to others, returning Jiangya's glare with a fierce intensity. As if to say, "Keep looking at me like that, and I'll show you what I can do." The words may not be exact, but the sentiment is clear. You are the chief. You are powerful. The matter is settled, and what more can Jiangya say? "Banana, you won't get away with this. Don't let it fall into my hands in the future." The purpose of the hunting team's expedition is not to gather medicinal herbs. Now that Man is no longer in dire straits, they must consider how to approach the hunting issue. The tribe has its own methods for hunting prey. One is through the use of poison. The forest is replete with toxic substances, which they carefully collect to apply to their weapons for hunting. Once an animal is touched by this poison, it is essentially doomed. However, this method has its drawbacks. It works wonders on solitary creatures, but is less effective against those that dwell in groups. Another method involves setting traps. The hunting team places various snares in areas frequented by their quarry, waiting for the prey to unwittingly fall into their grasp. This approach is the safest, though the yield may not be substantial. In his previous life, Jiangya was among the small elite at the apex of the food chain, so he naturally finds these rudimentary hunting techniques rather primitive. Yet, as the saying goes, even the most skilled housewife cannot cook without rice, given the current circumstances. It is unrealistic to devise more sophisticated methods in a short span of time. Jiangya must make adjustments based on the resources at hand. Previously, he had merely dug a large pit, where if a creature accidentally fell, one could simply stand above and stab it once to finish the job. However, Jiangya found this method somewhat crude. If the prey were particularly aggressive, it could present a serious problem. Thus, he procured some wooden sticks, sharpened them with a stone knife, and planted them at the bottom of the pit, coating them in potent poison before camouflaging the trap. Given the narrow terrain selected, any creature passing through would inevitably fall into the pit. Should they tumble down, the spikes alone would be enough to ensure their demise, not to mention the poison above. Additionally, he gathered some vines to create animal traps around the vicinity. These traps would suffice for smaller prey weighing around 100 pounds. But larger animals could easily break free. It was better than nothing. He then scattered some bait around to lure the prey closer. The trap was thus deemed complete. Logically, these designs require little ingenuity. Without even considering others, a casual reader from the comments section could devise traps far superior to these. However, the hunting team had never encountered such innovations. After Jiang Ye's modifications, they were utterly astonished. Could this lad truly be the reincarnation of Turing? How does he know everything? As he merely transformed existing traps without investing much time, Jiang Ye explained the principles of the traps while he worked. Who can elucidate the meanings of the phrases luring the snake out of its hole, waiting by the tree stump for a rabbit, and a bird startled by the sound of a bowstring? Although I may not fully comprehend their significance, they certainly convey an impressive aura. As long as I remain silent, no one would suspect my lack of understanding. Observing the bewildered yet inquisitive expressions of those around him, Jiang Ye realized he had cast his glances in vain, exhausting his efforts without reward. Fortunately, the series of previous maneuvers had established a foundation of trust among the group, and his methods seemed to possess genuine merit. Ultimately, he spoke plainly, instructing them to proceed, as Jiang Ye suggested. My wild ginseng was not wasted after all. To this day, he still harbors resentment towards man for seizing his wild ginseng. With all preparations in place, they were left to await the outcome. In the ensuing days, Jiang Ye returned to the location of the 7-leaf wild ginseng multiple times, yet his luck had deserted him. Not a single trace was found. Indeed, once certain things are lost, reclaiming them proves exceedingly challenging. Time flew by, and 5 days passed. During this interval, the game captured merely sufficed to meet their personal needs. A rather disheartening efficiency. Just as Jiang Ye began to succumb to self-doubt, a genuine wave of customers finally arrived. Hush! A herd of wild boars had come into view. Upon spotting the prey, the hunting team swiftly concealed themselves, peering through the underbrush as the wild boars approached, trampling with reckless abandon. Leading the charge were 2 robust adult boars, followed by a dozen piglets of varying sizes. This group of wild boars seemed to believe that their numbers granted them invulnerability, brazenly feasting on the bait laid out by the hunters. This was a predicament. A bear, a tiger, and a multitude of wild boars. Wild boars are notoriously difficult to handle, and the sheer number present posed a significant challenge. Jiang Ye felt a twinge of concern and shot a questioning glance at Man. Should they engage? Given the effort it took to attract customers, it would be disheartening to turn them away. Having nourished himself with wild ginseng, Man was eager to test his strength, reasoning that one should never refuse a business opportunity that presents itself. With a resolute determination, he nodded to the group. They would proceed. Receiving this confirmation, Along and Ahu ignited the prepared dry branches, while the others swiftly assumed combat readiness, a palpable aura of impending slaughter enveloping the scene. At this moment, the wild boars were engrossed in their lavish feast, oblivious to the shifting circumstances around them. Perhaps they sensed something amiss. Yet having never encountered such a scenario, they failed to recognize the impending danger. As the flames grew more ferocious, the wild boars seemed to become aware of the threat, their ranks beginning to stir. The encirclement had formed, and a fierce blaze engulfed the surroundings. The only area devoid of flames was the narrow path where the trap had been dug. Thanks to prior preparations, there were no concerns about igniting a wildfire. Initially, it was assumed that the boars would scatter in a frenzy upon encountering this situation, allowing the hunters to reap the benefits effortlessly. However, reality often diverges from plans. To their astonishment, the wild boars, despite their agitation, remained rooted in place, showing no inclination to flee. As the flammable materials around them were rapidly consumed and the flames began to diminish, Jiang Ye found himself increasingly anxious. No matter how perfectly a trap is set, if others remain unfold, what can be done? There is no room for further decline. At this moment, Jiang Ye cast aside his reservations and leaped from the tree, deliberately creating a commotion to draw the wild boar's attention. What is this fool doing? Seeking death? Has he fallen from the tree and damaged his brain? Fortunately, Jiang Ye's actions successfully captured the wild boar's attention, yet they showed no inclination to attack. Determined to escalate the situation, he hurled his spear towards the herd. The spear traced a flawless arc through the air before plunging into the ground with a thud, its shaft still trembling, though it inflicted no harm upon the boars. Are you furious? Come chase me. Jiang Ye anticipated that the provocation would incite the boars' wrath, and he braced himself for a frantic escape. To his astonishment, the boars, seemingly possessed of intelligence, paid little heed to his antics. The leading boar merely grunted dismissively, as if to say, "Who is this foolish creature playing the fool here? I cannot believe I have been scorned by a wild pig." Chapter 13. The hunt for wild boars. Jiang Ye's mood soured instantly, having already discarded his sole weapon. He could not simply rush forward to reason with the boars. Fortunately, Man appeared to grasp Jiang Ye's intentions, calling out before launching his own spear into the fray. Whoosh! Several more spears flew towards the wild boar herd. This time, Man's aim was considerably more precise than Jiangya's. Instantly, two piglets fell into a pool of blood, while one of Man's spears embedded itself deep into the back of an adult boar, eliciting a pained bellow. This act thoroughly enraged the herd, which charged furiously towards the humans. Jiangya, caught off guard by the hunting team's sudden aggression, stood frozen for a moment before turning to flee. Damn it! Why didn't anyone give a heads up? The phrase "one bear, two tigers, three wild boars" isn't merely a saying. This herd of wild boars charged like a runaway truck. Run! Flee! Being pursued by such formidable creatures is no laughing matter, and everyone sprinted for their lives. Fortunately, despite their frantic escape, they did not plunge into their own traps. The wild boars, however, were oblivious to such concerns, intent on crushing the perceived provocateurs beneath their hooves. As the leading adult boar drew closer, a glimmer of bloodthirst appeared in its eyes. Just then, Jiangya, who had been fleeing, suddenly halted in his tracks, waiting silently for the oncoming horde. "What are you doing standing there? You fool, run!" Having been pursued for dozens of meters, the hunting team had scattered, with the nearest member nearly 230 meters away, too far to render assistance in time. Closer, closer! 30 meters, 20 meters, 10 meters. Faced with the ominous mass of wild boars, Jiangya feigned courage. The most prudent course of action for survival would undoubtedly be to ascend a tree. If a wild boar were to knock down a tree, it would simply be a matter of replacing it with another. After all, the trees are so densely packed that it is improbable for a single boar to topple them all. However, if this were to occur, the trap set would be rendered futile, which was clearly not Jiangya's intention. Indeed, as they spotted a singular target ahead, the previously scattered herd of wild boars began to converge once more. 9 meters, 7 meters, 5 meters. The herd charged forward with remarkable speed, closing the distance in the blink of an eye. May Turing bless the traps and ensure their efficacy. Although fully aware of the impending traps, a cold sweat still trickled down Jiangya's brow. Thud, thud, thud. The once rapidly approaching wild boars fell into the pre-dug traps like dumplings into boiling water. The air filled with the anguished cries reminiscent of slaughtered pigs. Though wild boars possess thick hides and robust bodies, their underbellies remain their most vulnerable point. The sudden drop, compounded by the sharpened stakes within the traps, ensured a grim fate awaited them. Often, the most peculiar of circumstances arise, transforming hunter into hunted in mere moments. The primary distinction between humans and animals lies in the ability to create and wield tools. Given their massive size, it became an unattainable luxury for the boars to halt their momentum over such a short distance. They could only watch helplessly as they plunged into the pit. Only a few piglets, having lagged behind, noticed the danger and managed to evade the traps, becoming the fortunate few. Yet, to their astonishment, surrounding them were also snares made of vines, which ultimately ensnared a few more. With the situation now secure, Jiangya breathed a quiet sigh of relief, exuding a sense of superiority as he declared, "Consider yourselves fortunate to be my first trophies in this world of hunting." Is this truly how effortless hunting has become? This lad, has always been clever. I knew he was a hunting prodigy not seen in a century. Witnessing the scene unfold, the members of the hunting party gradually approached, astonished by the bounty laid before them. In a matter of moments, they had accumulated more than in their previous several endeavors combined. Had they not seen it with their own eyes, they would never have believed it. It seemed as if this outing was merely about digging a pit, covering it with soil, and counting to 5, only for the prey to unwittingly walk into their trap. When did hunting become so simple? Perhaps their previous methods had been misguided? The hunting team found themselves engulfed in profound self-doubt. This endeavor required wit. If they could not surpass a few wild boars, how could they justify the 9 years of compulsory education? It was unclear whether it was due to a lack of human interaction or a complete abandonment of self-restraint, but Jiangya seemed to become increasingly eccentric, occasionally bursting forth with bizarre notions. A cheerful group gathered at the edge of the trap to claim their spoils. At that moment, an adult wild boar, stepping over the carcasses of its companions, clawed its way out of the pit. As everyone believed the ordeal had concluded and had congregated nearby, the sudden appearance of the boar left them utterly dumbfounded. At such a close distance, fleeing would be tantamount to presenting one's back, akin to courting death. For a moment, neither side dared to move, fearful of being the wild boar's initial target. The boar, incessantly rubbing its forelegs, occasionally cast its gaze toward the throng of ants surrounding it, seemingly in search of a target to assault, poised to launch an attack at any moment. "Don't look at me. It was him who struck you earlier." Having just annihilated an entire family, now they found themselves obstructed, a fitting retribution indeed. Jiangya, lacking in loyalty, hastily shifted the blame onto man. The boar, this wretched creature, exhibited the same behavior wherever it roamed, relishing in the mire and resin, which contributed to its remarkably thick hide. In truth, it was the very adult boar that man had wounded with a spear. The spears in the tribe were crafted from polished beast bones. And for a nearly 1,000-pound adult boar, it was akin to being pricked by a toothpick. However, the venom smeared on the spear was no trivial matter, while not lethal. Its anesthetic effects were no jest. The boar had faltered during the chase, collapsing behind its comrades. Unexpectedly, this misfortune proved fortuitous, enabling it to ascend atop the corpse of its fallen companion. The once happy family of over 10 was obliterated in an instant, a testament to the boar's fury. Blood incited its ferocity, and with a body akin to a truck, it charged toward the crowd. Quick, take cover. Scatter, hurry. At such a proximity, evading was no simple feat. With a mere collision, one team member was sent sprawling to the ground, propelled over 10 meters away. My goodness. The boar did not relent. Eyeing the fallen team member, it instinctively scraped its hooves and charged once more. Panic ensued among the crowd. Should the boar prevail, it would surely claim 2 lives this day. Chapter 14. The Rock Tribe. The individuals were left to create a cacophony, hurling stones to divert the boar's attention. In this dire moment, man, akin to a cheetah, lunged forward, delivering a punch to the boar's hind leg. The boar staggered, instinctively kicking out with its rear leg as a counterattack. Man appeared to have anticipated this, rolling to the side just in time to narrowly evade the blow. Jiangya silently gave Man a thumbs up. Though a bit clumsy, this fellow truly stepped up when needed. This comrade was dependable. Seeing the boar shift its focus, Along hastily dragged the injured team member aside. Aware that Man was no easy target, the boar charged at others instead. In a matter of moments, several individuals were toppled to the ground. Fortunately, the team members demonstrated excellent coordination, denying the boar further opportunities to inflict harm. As time wore on, the effects of the medicine on the boar's wound finally began to manifest, its movements visibly slowing. Coupled with the hunting team, who struck like wolves, they ultimately brought the beast down beneath the sharp edge of human blades. Phew, what a formidable challenge. The group collectively exhaled in relief. This single wild boar, even while injured, had managed to injure 2 or 3 of them. Indeed, it is no surprise that this creature is likened to a tiger. No wonder food is so scarce. If every hunting expedition results in 1 or 2 casualties, our small tribe of merely several dozen individuals would hardly endure for 2 years. Fortunately, aside from the unfortunate soul who was first struck, the remaining members sustained no serious injuries, which overall is quite acceptable. This is largely thanks to the trap set up in advance by Jiangya. Otherwise, we might have lost 2 lives today. The bounty, however, is substantial. Not to mention the 2 adult wild boars, we have captured several piglets as well. With such an abundance of food, we can at least secure our tribe's sustenance for a month. In comparison to this harvest, these minor injuries are trivial. When one ventures into the hunt, it is an inherent risk to sustain injuries. One cannot expect to hunt without the prey retaliating. There is simply no logic in such an expectation. In this hunt, Jiangya undoubtedly emerged as the greatest contributor, and for the first time, the others recognized the myriad of techniques that can be employed in hunting. The idea of using sharpened stakes and traps, driving prey with fire, or luring them with humans, while each method might individually come to mind over time, requires a coordinated execution, especially in response to unforeseen circumstances. Admittedly, this poses a challenge for them. Yet, given their intellect, they cannot ascertain whether this approach is correct. Nonetheless, one thing is certain, it allows for the capture of more game, and that is sufficient. From this moment onward, the tribe will no longer regard Jiangya with the condescension typically reserved for children. Intelligence is, indeed, a valuable asset. Now, as they revel in their fortunate predicament, none could have anticipated such a bountiful catch. Just the 2 adult wild boars alone weigh over 2,000 pounds. Adding the 6 captured piglets, both large and small, brings the total to approximately 5,600 pounds. Upon calculating, it is astonishing how much game they have procured. Had they known, they should have brought more people. With only 8 individuals and a few injured, transporting this haul back poses quite the dilemma. While they ponder this predicament, unexpected sounds in the forest heighten their alertness. Who goes there? With a mighty shout, several figures emerge slowly from the woods. This is the first time Jiangya has encountered wild men from outside the tribe. He curiously examines the group before him, adorned in animal skins and grass skirts, resembling the attire of the cave tribe. It turns out to be the rock leader. What brings you here? The group is evidently familiar with the tribe, as recognition is instantaneous, a result of their shared hunting grounds. Noticing Jiangya's bewildered expression, the brothers Along and Ahu approach to serve as interpreters. This group consists of wild men from the Rock tribe, and their frequent encounters during hunts foster a bond. further strengthened by intermarriage between the tribes. Do not find intermarriage peculiar in nature. It is well known, even among animals, that inbreeding can lead to deformed offspring. Thus, many groups will expel their young at certain times to prevent such occurrences. On one hand, there exists a sense of territorial awareness, while on the other, it indirectly prevents inbreeding. In truth, many of the women and children within the cave tribe have been exchanged from other tribes. There is no notion of bloodline here. To strengthen the tribe, one must either reproduce or engage in trade. Of course, there is also the option of annexation. The arrival of the Rock tribe is closely tied to Jiangya. After all, his hunt caused quite a stir, with smoke from the raging fire visible from miles away. Fire holds immense significance in this world, a fact that hardly requires elaboration. Consequently, a group hastily made their way over. The paths through the forest are far from easy, and by the time they finally arrived, Jiangya had already concluded the battle and was in the process of clearing the battlefield. Logically, upon witnessing another tribe hunting in the area, they should have vacated immediately to avoid being perceived as provocateurs. This unspoken understanding has developed over time among tribes. However, now that they had discovered the existence of fire, the Rock tribe was unwilling to depart quietly, opting instead to linger nearby in hopes of finding a spark. This led to the events that just transpired. Fortunately, the relationship between the Cave tribe and the Rock tribe was relatively amicable, and both leaders were acquainted, which averted any conflict. With the immediate danger averted, the Rock tribe's leader, Shur, anxiously inquired, "Fire. Did you see the fire just now?" "Of course we did. That fire was our doing," proudly proclaimed Man, reveling in the opportunity to boast before others. "You created it? Might you share a bit of that flame with us?" "What's the harm? We would love to continue this conversation," Man began, but Jiangya swiftly interjected, pulling on Man's arm, and added, "Fire is a treasure bestowed upon us by Turing. We cannot part with it. Fire is of great importance to us, in light of the enduring friendship between our tribes. We implore you to grant us a portion of your flame." Jiangya's words implied that fire was not unimportant to them, and he feigned a reluctant expression as he continued, "Since we share a history of goodwill, it is not out of the question to share, yet we require compensation." "Compensation? You must offer something of equal importance to fire in exchange." Oh, Shur understood, recognizing that while the concept of trade was not yet established in their time, bartering was not uncommon. However, aside from their hunting weapons, they possessed little of value. "We have nothing to offer. If you could provide us with the fire, we could reciprocate in the future. Then it seems there is no way forward. Without something satisfactory from you, we cannot part with our flame." Jiangya grasped their intention. They sought to acquire the fire without offering anything in return. Chapter 15. The first transaction, acquiring something for nothing, is simply not feasible. It will never be. It is akin to laboriously tending to a field for an entire year, only to have others swoop in at harvest time to seize your bounty. Would you be pleased with such an outcome? This land does not sustain those who embody a savior complex. Those with such inclinations would have perished from hunger long ago. Initially, Man felt displeased at being interrupted, but now he understood Jiangya's implication. To be the leader of a tribe, despite his somewhat foolish demeanor, Man was not entirely devoid of intelligence. He continued, "Indeed, if you cannot offer anything in exchange, we cannot part with the fire seed." Initially, harboring thoughts of obtaining it for free, Shur felt a pang of regret upon hearing this. They possessed little of value, and in this era, what could possibly rival the worth of fire? Just as they were entangled in their dilemma, a member of the Yin tribe approached Shur and whispered a few words. Suddenly, Shur's eyes brightened, as if struck by a brilliant idea. "Man, what do you think of this item as a trade?" he proposed, extending his hand to offer it to Man. "What is this?" Man inquired. Shur revealed his hunting tool, reminiscent of an axe. One end adorned with a dark stone that shimmered with a metallic luster, affixed to a wooden handle with vine. "This is a remarkable object that fell from the sky, creating quite a large crater. Were it not for the fire seed, I would not part with it so easily." Upon hearing it was a celestial gift, Man's interest was piqued. However, upon inspection, he grimaced. Aside from its darker hue, it bore no distinctiveness compared to his own stone axe. Such commonplace goods. And they expect to exchange for fire? Do they take me for a fool? Shur sensed the awkwardness of the situation but insisted, "This truly fell from the sky. We have an even larger piece in our tribe." Man remained silent, his gaze fixed intently on Shur, causing him to feel increasingly uneasy. "Yes, I assert it fell from the sky, just as I claim to be a reincarnation of Turing," Shur retorted. Jiangya initially thought that given the other party's prolonged experience in hunting, they might possess something akin to ginseng or deer antler for trade, which wouldn't be too unfair. However, exchanging hunting tools dampened his enthusiasm. While valuable, such items could be crafted with time, lacking in rarity. His curiosity was merely sparked by the claim of it being a celestial object. Yet, upon closer inspection, his eyes widened in realization. Could this be metal? Have they already mastered the art of metallurgy? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Wait, he mentioned it fell from the sky. Could it be meteorite iron? Indeed, in this era, there was no iron smelting technology. The only means of acquiring iron was through celestial meteorites. It was evident that the other party was oblivious to its worth, treating it as mere stone. Was this not a fortuitous opportunity for oneself? What a fortune indeed. At this moment, the significance of an iron tool could not be overstated. Suppressing his excitement, Jiangya stepped forward to take the lead in the conversation. To acquire the fire seed, our tribe has suffered considerable losses. Such a trivial item cannot suffice for a trade. His meaning was clear. Fire is a precious commodity for us, and should you desire it, you must offer more. Sure felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. In dealings between leaders, who is this impudent child who continually interjects? Yet, recognizing his current dependence on them, he refrained from showing his irritation, instead casting a puzzled glance at Man, silently questioning whether this young lad's words held any weight. Had he perhaps discovered a treasure? Through this period of interaction, Jiangya has discovered numerous valuable treasures, not to mention other items. The single root of the 7-leaf wild ginseng he consumed has proven to be immensely beneficial. Although Jiangya strives to maintain composure, the glimmer of excitement in his eyes upon discovering such extraordinary treasures is unmistakable. Regardless of the circumstances, he cannot afford to lose face in front of outsiders. And this particular aspect greatly appeals to him. The young one is correct. What they possess is insufficient. Yet, they have nothing left to barter. It appears they are preparing to play tricks. Jiangya will not indulge them. If deceit were effective, what need would there be for law enforcement? Thus, there appears to be no alternative. Chief, let us return, he declared, preparing to depart. He knows well that desperation does not yield successful transactions. Although not a merchant, Jiangya understands that the more one desires something, the more one must feign indifference. Indeed, upon hearing of their intent to leave, Sure became anxious and quickly stopped Jiangya. Young brother, what do you require in order to exchange? He has realized that to obtain the fire seed, he must engage with the boy before him. Upon hearing this, Jiangya felt a surge of joy within. With a subtle gesture, he replied, "We have lost several lives in our pursuit of the fire seed. Therefore, your tribe should offer 5 women and 5 children in exchange." After a brief pause, as if recalling something, he continued, "Oh, and isn't there another stone of this kind within your tribe? Let us include that as well." The members of the cave tribe were left speechless. They understood the significance of fire, yet this demand seemed exorbitant. Would they truly agree to such terms? As anticipated, upon hearing Jiangya's audacious proposal, Sure began to waver. Although fire is indeed a precious commodity, the steep price for it felt somewhat unjust. After all, one could still survive without fire. Seeing the opportunity slip away, Jiangya was unwilling to concede. With a quick mental shift, he activated his persuasion mode. "Chief Sure, do not perceive this as a loss. Consider this. Once your tribe possesses fire, will the seed still be a concern? Subsequently, you could trade the fire seed with other tribes. Would you not recoup your losses in no time?" Though some of the terms were a bit unclear to Sure, he grasped the general idea. Suddenly, his eyes lit up as if he had discovered the key to prosperity, and one that promised overnight wealth. Indeed, why did I not realize it sooner? Once we have fire, we can trade with other tribes and acquire as many people as we desire. With a resolute determination, he vowed to obtain the fire seed, regardless of the cost. The art of negotiation is a psychological game, designed to make one feel they have gained an advantage while the other party feels they have suffered a loss. As a certain merchant from a past life once said, "My bargaining is not genuinely about the 10 or 20 coins. It is about ensuring the customer feels satisfied." After further negotiations, the two parties finally reached an agreement. The Rock tribe would exchange 3 women, 3 children, and 2 pieces of meteorite iron. In the Dong tribe, a fire starter, a mature wild boar, and a ceramic pot were exchanged. Both parties gritted their teeth, feigning indignation at the apparent loss they had suffered, while inwardly cursing each other as fools. The Yin tribe believed they had struck a remarkable bargain, trading 2 common stones and a few individuals who were wasteful with food for such an abundance of valuable items. Conversely, the Dong tribe felt inexplicably fortunate to have acquired a windfall. Fire and pottery, once precious commodities, had become commonplace within the tribe. Although they lamented the loss of a mature wild boar, they had accumulated a substantial haul of game and were perplexed about how to transport it back. Thus, making a favor in exchange felt more advantageous than leaving it to be devoured by wolves. The real prize, however, was the addition of several individuals, the key to the tribe's strength. And as for food, did the Dong tribe truly lack provisions? They were somewhat puzzled as to why Jianya insisted on obtaining those two seemingly worthless stones. Yet, despite their confusion, one thing was clear: whatever Jianya valued so highly, those stones must indeed possess remarkable worth. Chapter 16. Forging the Iron Axe. With the terms of the trade settled, both parties ceased their wrangling. Jianya handed over the wild boar and the ceramic pot, while the fire starter would be exchanged upon the arrival of the women, children, and the remaining meteorite iron. Due to the marriage alliance, the other party was already aware of the tribe's location, and with the fire starter hanging in the balance, there was little fear of betrayal. Without the burden of a mature wild boar, transportation was no longer an issue. Jiang utilized the meteorite iron axe he had received in trade to chop several branches into a yoke, carrying the larger items and balancing the smaller ones. As they triumphantly returned to the tribe, the hunting expedition had spanned nearly a week. While the task of salt gathering remained unfulfilled, the bounty was indeed considerable. Setting aside the game caught, the medicinal herbs Jianya gathered were invaluable, and he had unexpectedly acquired meteorite iron, 6 piglets, and additional individuals through the exchange, a modest profit. Calm and collected. In just a week, aside from a slight increase in the sun-dried fish, little had changed in the tribe. Life in this primitive society was not akin to that of a bustling city. The pace was leisurely, and perhaps even after decades, everything would remain the same. Yet, the arrival of one individual would inevitably alter the course of events. What are you up to? You haven't even taken a moment to rest, Lon inquired. Observing Jianya busily engaged in various tasks, filled with curiosity. Just the burden of labor, he replied. What can one do? This hunting trip yielded such an abundance that it also means more work lies ahead. First and foremost were the 6 piglets brought back, which, according to tribal custom, were destined for immediate slaughter. Jianya inwardly lamented the ignorance of his kin. These were the seeds of livestock, and consuming them outright would be a tremendous waste. After considerable persuasion, he managed to clarify his point. Fortunately, the tribe was not currently in need of food, allowing Jianya to proceed with his plans. With the piglets acquired, it was impractical to keep them tethered with vines indefinitely. Thus, the construction of a pig pen became an urgent necessity. However, building a pig pen was not as simple as erecting a few fences as one might do in a previous life. Contemplating the prospect of bearing a weight exceeding 1,000 pounds in adulthood, one can easily envision the ruin that a mere slip could unleash. Thus, it is imperative that the pigsty be constructed with utmost sturdiness. In hindsight, it would have been prudent to fire some bricks. However, by the time they are ready, the piglets may have already perished. For the time being, I must confine the young piglets within a cave and hastily erect a temporary enclosure using wood. Yet, this presents another challenge, as logging is no trivial endeavor, especially with only a few stone axes from the tribe at my disposal. By the time the pigsty is completed, the flowers will have wilted. Truly, it seems I am destined for toil. Fortunately, I recently traded with the rock tribe for a piece of meteorite iron, which is more than sufficient to craft an axe. Given that I will need to smelt iron in the future, this serves as a fine opportunity for practice. I only wonder about the size of the other piece of meteorite iron. If it were large enough to fashion commonly used tools like saws, that would be splendid. In truth, I have considered smelting iron at present, yet I face 2 significant obstacles: the absence of iron ore and the lack of manpower. Moreover, the pressing issue of sustenance remains unresolved, leading me to question the cost-effectiveness of such an endeavor. For now, the meteorite iron will suffice for a few emergency tools. As for the future, that can be addressed in due time. To forge iron tools, the heat of mere firewood is insufficient. I also need to produce charcoal. The method for creating charcoal is relatively straightforward. Simply stack dry wood, cover it with mud, and burn it, allowing it to smolder overnight. Additionally, I must construct a bellows to elevate the flame's temperature. Once these preparations are complete, nearly a week has passed. The beginning of any undertaking is fraught with difficulty. Such is the nature of things. On this particular day, I summoned Man, enlisting the aid of brothers Along and Ahu. For such robust physiques should not be wasted on mere manual labor. Child, what have you summoned us for today? I articulated my purpose and assigned roles to each individual. Man was tasked with hammering the heated meteorite iron with stone, while Along and Ahu would manage the charcoal and the bellows. I assessed the somewhat irregular meteorite chunk, weighing approximately 10 pounds, a fitting size for the tribe's use. Under the scorching heat of the charcoal fire, the meteorite iron quickly transformed into a vivid red. Chief, strike quickly. With the rhythmic sound of duong, 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 echoing through the air, Man relentlessly hammered, and the meteorite iron gradually morphed in shape. I continually adjusted its position based on its condition, reintroducing it to the fire whenever the temperature began to drop. After several repetitions, Man was drenched in sweat, and the meteorite iron began to resemble an axe. Once the shape was nearly finalized, I took the stone myself to make additional adjustments before plunging it into water to temper it. Once the meteorite iron cooled, I procured a stone for polishing and affixed the axe handle, thus birthing the tribe's very first iron tool. Child, after all this time, is this what you were working on? Though feigning indifference, man could not help but notice the subtle glint emanating from the axe blade, indicating that this creation was indeed remarkable. The commotion we had stirred had drawn the attention of the entire tribe, and they instinctively gathered closer. Hey, what have you crafted? Indeed, this object serves neither as attire nor sustenance. What purpose does its creation serve? Jiangya refrained from elaborating, instead approaching a tree of considerable girth, wielding his axe with unerring precision. With a resounding crack, a substantial gash appeared upon the tree's surface. Bang! Bang! With 2 more strikes, the slender tree succumbed, severed in an instant. Gosh! A chorus of astonishment erupted around him. Let me give it a try, exclaimed a youth, having anticipated the extraordinary nature of this tool, yet wholly unprepared for its overwhelming prowess. With fierce determination, he seized the axe and sought a larger tree. Bang! 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 The strength of the youth surpassed even that of Jiangya, and with 3 deft strikes, a tree of considerable width met its demise. What a treasure! What a treasure! This weapon shall bear the name of the Mon clan henceforth. Previously, during trade with the Rock tribe, he had felt somewhat shortchanged. But now he perceived the transaction as an immense fortune, his hands caressing the iron axe with unrestrained delight, drool pooling at his feet. You are the leader. Your word is law. Jiangya shot him a weary glance, yet found himself powerless to intervene. However, Jiangya remained indifferent. The others had never encountered such an extraordinary implement. This was a tree of considerable stature, effortlessly felled with just a few blows. They rushed over, inquiring if more could be achieved. Jiangya, exasperated, raised his hands in surrender and gestured towards Mon. What you see is all there is. Do not seek me out. The crowd redirected their attention to Mon, who relished the opportunity to showcase the axe, allowing others to take their turns. Soon, the surrounding trees faced dire consequences. In less than half a day, Jiangya had gathered enough materials for a pig pen, each piece nearly the width of an adult's waist. Jiangya quickly called a halt. For while sufficient timber was desirable, excess served no purpose. Observing the eager group, Jiangya could only manage a wry smile. You are quite energetic, aren't you? Merely wreaking havoc on trees hardly constitutes a skill. Why not direct your fervor towards your wives instead? Chapter 17. The open-air salt mine, as the saying goes. Comparison breeds contempt. Had they not witnessed the might of the iron axe, they might have remained unfazed. However, since its introduction, the stone axes in their hands suddenly seemed lackluster, and their gazes towards Jiangya carried an air of lamentation. Yet, the materials were finite, and Jiangya could not conjure them from thin air, could he? After several fruitless requests, the matter was reluctantly dismissed. The previous encounter with the 7-leaf wild ginseng was one matter, but now with the iron axe, Mon had again seized the opportunity. The others silently resolved to be the first to act when next a valuable item emerged, especially the members of the last hunting team, who felt the sting of missed opportunity sharply. Their resolve was clear. They needed to be bolder. Opportunities had not been absent. They were aware that the Rock tribe possessed an even larger stone of this kind. If they could retrieve it, it would surely be transformed into iron implements. Yet, they pondered the size of that stone. If only it were larger, they could forge multiple iron tools. However, one must consider, even if it were larger, how many iron tools could truly be crafted? Ultimately, they would all have to share. At that point, it remained uncertain whose claim would prevail. Reflecting upon the present, one finds solace in the embrace of the treasured axe, a comfort that is indispensable for a restful slumber. Aside from Jiangya, who else dares to approach? They must be prepared to experience the formidable strength of the great general's fist. In light of the circumstances, there appears to be no alternative but to seek Jiangya's assistance. During this period, Jiangya has been nearly overwhelmed by incessant disturbances. While it was tolerable when the younglings of the tribe followed him, now he finds himself trailed by a multitude of adults. What shall we do today, Yizi? Brother Ya, do not hesitate to command us. We are at your service. Brother Ya, shall we embark on an adventure? Even before dawn, a swarm of buzzing flies disrupts Jiangya's peace, leaving him exasperated. Alas, is it truly so difficult to be a tranquil and handsome man? Upon reflection, Jiangya concludes that the incessant inquiries stem from idleness. Otherwise, why would they possess so much time to vex him? Since their energies are so abundantly available, it would be remiss of him not to assign them some tasks. After considerable contemplation, Jiangya once again dispenses responsibilities. The matter of the piglets, 2 males and 4 females, remains unaddressed, as suitable tools are lacking, and there is no rush to castrate them. Jianya intends to retain these piglets for breeding purposes, postponing such concerns for now. However, provisions for their sustenance must be arranged, a task ideally suited for the women and children. It appears that while agricultural endeavors have yet to commence, livestock rearing is already showing promise. Yet, one must tread carefully, as suitable crops have yet to be discovered. For the time being, nurturing animals could cultivate awareness of such practices among the tribe, which is a commendable initiative. When discussing livestock, it is evident that herbivorous animals such as cattle and sheep are most suitable. Should the opportunity arise, acquiring some young ones would be prudent. Additionally, rabbits, with their rapid reproduction and ease of care, present a viable source of meat within a year or so. Next on the agenda is the matter of salt extraction. Previously, due to an excess of supplies, a visit to the salt cave was postponed. This time, however, Jianya plans to take a few individuals along for an exploration. It is said to be a short distance away, and a day should suffice for the round trip. With ample food supplies, the tribe need not fear the expenditure of manpower. The remaining members should continue fishing and hunting, as there are no other pressing matters at hand. Having made a decision, Jianya is eager to proceed without delay, for he has grown weary of a diet reliant on plain-boiled fare, and his palate craves more. Upon hearing of Jianya's intention to seek salt stones, Man insists on accompanying him, as he cannot bear the thought of letting the tribe's only insightful member venture alone. Although Jianya is not particularly fond of him, having a fiercely capable ally by his side is advantageous, and he begrudgingly agrees. This individual is also preoccupied with thoughts of the seven-leaf wild ginseng. In the primordial forest, two individuals may not suffice for safety. Thus, Jianya summons the brothers Along and Ahu, forming a party of 4 to embark towards the salt stones. According to the shaman, the cave lies approximately 10 miles from their home, and due to the mountainous terrain, the quartet requires nearly half a day to reach their destination. Here, the salinity is notably high, and within a radius of nearly 100 meters, only sparse weeds can be seen, standing out starkly against the landscape. Casually picking up a few stones from the periphery, he licked them and tasted the briny flavor of salt. Previously only heard of, now personally verified, Jianya was elated. Yet, he wondered if his assumptions were indeed accurate. The stones from the outskirts, worn by countless years of rain, had a noticeably low salt content, evidently not meeting his expectations. Nonetheless, Jianya resolved to delve deeper. "Hey, kid, just grab a couple of stones. If we linger too long, we might miss our meal," he advised. Man watched Jianya meticulously select his stones, perplexed by the fervor he exhibited over mere rocks, as if he were engaged in atomic research. Jianya shot him a glance, contemplating how this glutton could think of little beyond food, yet he quickened his pace. The four soon arrived at the cave's entrance. The cave towered over 4 meters high, its interior filled with stones, deep and dim, presenting a challenging terrain. The environment within was quite humid, with some protruding stones glistening with white crystals. Jianya collected some of the white powder and tasted it. Salty. Could it truly be salt? Although Jianya lacked expertise in geology, ignorance did not equate to a lack of common sense. In his memory, such open salt deposits were rare inland. Banana. Luck seems to be on my side, he mused. Indeed, this cave was a shallow salt mine, though extracting salt would require considerable effort. To procure the kind of pristine white salt known from his past life, one must first gather water with a high salt concentration. Relying solely on the trickle from the cave, large-scale salt production was a futile dream. A salt well would need to be drilled. With no tools or manpower at hand, he would have to wait for another time. Once the brine was collected, the process would be straightforward, whether by evaporation or distillation. Salt crystals could be obtained with relative ease. However, the notion of directly acquiring pristine white salt was nothing short of fanciful. Nonetheless, discovering such an open salt mine with such ease was akin to finding a stroke of luck. What more could one desire? Historically, in many dynasties, salt held a value comparable to gold. With a salt mine laid before him, it would be remiss not to claim it, considering his identity as a time traveler. During this visit, Jianya merely intended to verify the situation. Now that he had achieved his goal, he filled 2 water bags with brine and promptly returned home. Knowing how to produce salt was advantageous, and with the mine conveniently located, it was not going anywhere. Once the tribe flourished, establishing a salt production base, there would be a straightforward endeavor. Chapter 18. The arrival of the rock tribe. Having retrieved the brine, he finally managed to produce salt. In the following period, Jianya revisited the salt cave, bringing along clay jars, and staying for 3 days before returning. Observing the thin layer of impure crystals within the jars, Jianya was filled with excitement. At last, there was salt to eat. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, half a month had passed, with the weather gradually becoming hotter. in comparison to the timeline of a past life. It is approximately the 67th month now. Unbeknownst to him, Jiangya has spent nearly half a year in this world. During this period, the Dong tribe has undergone significant transformations. With an ample supply of food, the tribe no longer resembles its former lethargy. Lively sounds of laughter and play occasionally echo through the community, narrating tales of happiness and joy. The tribe has now found its rhythm, with each individual engaged in their own pursuits. Although busier than before, these bustling days are fulfilling and do not induce anxiety. Jiangya has become a cherished gem within the tribe, and the members are determined to spare him from any laborious tasks. As the shaman remarked, any idea you propose will elevate the tribe's status. Physical labor is not meant for a cultured individual. The tribe members unanimously agreed, having once labored tirelessly for meager meals. Now, not only can they feast to their heart's content, but they also enjoy an abundance of delightful provisions, all thanks to Jiangya's efforts. Having been enlightened by these profound truths several times, Jiangya relishes his leisure. In a primitive society, entertainment is scarce. It is Jiangya's positive outlook that prevents him from succumbing to madness. The aspiration for the tribe's growth and development is not one that can be achieved by whimsically envisioning modernization within 3 years or developing atomic weaponry in 5. Such notions are mere fantasies. To illustrate, the once legendary infrastructure prowess of Huaxia took decades to establish railways and bridges. Here, the idea of swiftly entering a moderately prosperous society within a few years is utterly preposterous. There is no room for haste. One day, with nothing pressing to attend to, Jiangya sought refuge beneath a grand tree in the tribe, seeking respite from the heat, when suddenly, Wan hurriedly approached. "Yeah, the chief summoned you. What is the matter? It seems a group of people has arrived, and the chief wants you to come and take a look. Could it be that the Yin tribe has finally arrived? They are quite tardy." Jiangya rose slowly and made his way toward the cave of the Man tribe. It had been over half a month since their last transaction with the Yin tribe, and Jiangya had assumed they had forgotten about him. Nevertheless, he did not dwell on it, for they had already acquired what they desired in their last exchange, rendering the Yin tribe's arrival inconsequential. Meanwhile, on the other side, since the leader of the Yin tribe had arrived, he had been observing the situation here closely. The condition of the Dong tribe was not significantly different from theirs, and in fact, they had a slightly larger population, though he could not ascertain the exact figures. Nevertheless, he sensed an atmosphere within the Dong tribe that was absent in his own. How to describe this feeling? It seemed as though everyone was busy, yet he could not discern what exactly they were engaged in. Just as he was curiously surveying his surroundings, Jiangyu arrived, albeit a bit late. "Haha, you finally made it, you rascal. We are all old acquaintances. Sure, if you have any requests, just convey them to you." As Jiangyu stepped in, he immediately heard Man's voice. Typically, in tribal transactions, the leaders hold the authority, so why had Man summoned this young boy? Though he entertained such thoughts, Sure dared not underestimate Jiangya, as their previous encounter was still vividly etched in his memory. The principal has arrived, and Sure has dispensed with pleasantries, directly articulating his thoughts. This time, they have come with resolute determination, bringing nearly all the able-bodied members of their tribe. One reason is to ensure safety, after all. Traversing the forest with women and children is no minor undertaking. Another motive is to display their strength, sending a message to the cave tribe that they are not to be trifled with. If they aim to engage in underhanded dealings, it will not be so easily accomplished. Of course, there may be other intentions at play, known only to the heavens. Jiangyu surveyed the opposing lineup and, recognizing their intentions, felt a surge of astonishment. With such intelligence, it is no wonder he has ascended as the leader of the Rock tribe, a true talent. Casting a glance at the foolishly naive man beside him, Jiangyu couldn't help but smirk. As a leader, aside from his imposing stature, he truly lacks substance. It is no surprise that the cave tribe had suffered greatly before Jiangyu's arrival. Such disparities are evident. Though Jiangyu mused upon these thoughts, he dared not voice them, for this fellow's fists were not to be trifled with. The price had been agreed upon previously, and both parties had amicably secured what they sought. The Rock tribe, in a straightforward manner, entrusted Jiangyu with the women and children they had brought along. While they were somewhat thin, they were all healthy, with no missing limbs. Jiangyu's primary concern remained the meteorite iron, which was considerably larger than the first piece, though not as exaggerated as he had envisioned, approximately 500 pounds. One should not underestimate this weight, for iron possesses significant density. The meteorite iron before him was roughly comparable in size to a stone pedestal from his previous life. If they were to transport dozens of tons, it would be an impossible task for the Rock tribe alone. The Rock tribe was forthright, and Jiangyu, not one to be stingy, generously provided them with fire starters and even bestowed 2 earthenware pots upon them. Such items were plentiful within the tribe and served as a gesture of goodwill. While Jiangya viewed this as inconsequential, the Rock tribe did not share the same sentiment. In their time, pottery was an item they had never even glimpsed. In contemporary terms, it was akin to gifting 2 television sets. Just these 2 pots would have commanded a significant value even before the era of reform and opening up, let alone in a primitive society. Ultimately, Jiangya's understanding of the era's economy was clouded. Many items he deemed commonplace were treasures in this society, passed down through generations. Witnessing Jiangya's generosity, Shi's face blossomed with delight. But was the situation truly as it appeared? No pie falls from the sky without a price. If such a pie did exist, one must ponder whether it is a delectable treat or a treacherous snare. Jiangya even felt the pie was insufficiently large and insisted on keeping the Rock tribe with him, determined to fulfill the duties of a gracious host. Unbeknownst to the Rock tribe, Jiangya's intentions were far from innocent. When offered a free meal by a generous benefactor, one would naturally seize the opportunity. Next, it was Jiangya's turn to showcase his skills. Now that you have fire starters, how shall you use them? You may be unaware, but fret not. I shall teach you. Roasting meat is simple, yet merely cooking it without flavor holds little appeal. A touch of salt can elevate the experience. What do you think? Is it delicious? Would you like some more? Consuming too much roasted meat can easily lead to heatiness, and it is not suitable for the elderly and young children. Perhaps we should use a clay pot to prepare something? By the way, with your tribe comprising dozens of individuals, 2 or 3 clay pots may not suffice. Should we procure a couple more? Chapter 19. Hosting the Rock tribe. Though the Cave tribe is currently impoverished, hosting a meal is not a significant concern. As the saying goes, one cannot catch a wolf without parting with their child, nor apprehend a rogue without sacrificing a daughter-in-law. Jiangya harbors grander ambitions and is not stingy with a morsel of food. Roasted wild boar, poached fish slices, and sashimi will be served in abundance. Today, you shall experience the essence of gourmet cuisine. The members of the Rock tribe were utterly bewildered, their eyes opened to new delights. Sashimi was somewhat comprehensible. Considering their lack of fire, everything was consumed raw. Yet, why did their raw meat seem so extraordinarily delectable? Is this what roasted meat tastes like? How can it be so exquisite? My goodness, this poached fish is simply divine. It feels as though my head might burst. Not only was the food perplexing, but even the dining utensils were entirely foreign to them. Can someone elucidate the purpose of these 2 wooden sticks? Chopsticks. Is it not more convenient to use one's hands? What does it signify that each person has their own clay vessel? Have they achieved freedom in pottery? A bowl. What purpose does this serve? What is this concept of dietary hygiene? After this meal, the members of the Rock tribe were utterly confounded. Did we mistakenly enter the wrong scene? Why does it feel as though visiting the Cave tribe has rendered us inept at dining? However, it appears they dine in a remarkably sophisticated manner, and the food is exceptionally delightful. At this moment, I felt a surge of pride, often introducing the tribe to these novel experiences. That air of superiority was simply overwhelming. This is called salt. I knew you were unfamiliar with it. It is a splendid ingredient that enhances strength. Just a pinch will suffice. Our tribe possesses little of it. This is dried fish. How does it taste? Quite delectable, I presume. If you carry some while hunting, you need never worry about an empty stomach again. From now on, if anyone dares to claim that savages lack a sense of competition, Jiangya will surely respond with 2 hefty scoffs. Just observe man's actions and expressions. Full of exuberance, it is almost comical. He utilized everything I instructed him on. This barbarian is not as foolish as I imagined. Though he jested, Jiangya delighted in watching man's performance. Since man appeared to be so natural, there was no need for Jiangya to intervene personally, allowing him to enjoy a leisurely respite. Despite the awkwardness of their dining experience, the Rock tribe was exposed to an array of culinary delights they had never encountered before, broadening their horizons. The only drawback was the meager portions. Each individual merely managed to satisfy a small portion of their hunger. This was unavoidable, as the Cave tribe was still struggling to resolve their food shortage, with an additional 30 individuals arriving, if they were to cater solely to them. The limited provisions they had painstakingly accumulated would be entirely depleted. As long as the objective is achieved, Jiangya would not engage in the folly of maintaining appearances. Fortunately, no futile flattery was wasted on the blind. The delectable food, along with the previously unseen utensils, ultimately captured the admiration of the Rock tribe. While they had never encountered such wonders before, now that they had experienced the delights firsthand, how could the Rock tribe remain indifferent? Stone promptly resolved to engage in another transaction with Jiangya, hoping to exchange for more pottery and salt. Thus, a new round of haggling commenced. Amidst gritted teeth, an agreement was reached: 1 person and a piece of animal hide for a clay pot, or a person for a small pouch of salt. In this era, The goods available for trade were limited, and Jiangya had no alternative. Nevertheless, a sense of satisfaction prevailed. The rock tribe exchanged their surplus population and animal hides for the items they desired, while the cave tribe, in turn, traded a few broken pottery pieces and several bags of salt for additional members. It could be considered a win-win situation. On another note, this encounter made Jiangya acutely aware of a pressing issue: food. Although the prepared dishes were deemed extravagant by the rock tribe, Jiangya, being a time traveler, realized that the standard of this banquet was hardly comparable to even the most modest eateries of his past life. As for flavor, aside from salt, there were no other seasonings to boast about. Nonetheless, it was Jiangya's inaugural attempt at hosting, and failing to provide a hearty meal for his guests was a significant embarrassment for a time traveler. Upon reflecting on the root of the problem, it became evident that the method of procuring food was at fault. Relying solely on hunting and fishing, which depended heavily on luck, would yield limited results. Furthermore, these methods were not conducive to preservation. With summer upon them, any game caught would spoil within days, leaving them at risk of hunger if luck turned against them. Winter would not offer respite either. Although meat was less prone to spoilage, the availability of game would diminish, leading to inevitable scarcity. Additionally, with the influx of new members from the rock tribe, the cave tribe's population had increased by nearly 10 individuals due to this transaction. While the number was not substantial, consisting mainly of women and children, it nonetheless represented 10 more mouths to feed. Given the cave tribe's current capacity to procure food, sustaining these additional members should not pose a significant challenge. But what lay ahead? The cave tribe now possessed pottery and salt, items of great value to others. One could envision that these resources would eventually attract even more people. However, if their population were to swell into the hundreds, thousands, or even tens of thousands, relying solely on hunting and fishing would undoubtedly lead to ruin. Thus, it became imperative to shift towards a more reliable method of food acquisition, transitioning from an uncertain production approach to a more stable one. In essence, this meant agriculture. However, farming, despite its seemingly straightforward nature, was not something that could be achieved with mere whim. Ignoring the lack of knowledge for the moment, the critical issue at hand was the seeds. A skilled cook cannot prepare a meal without rice, after all. Over the past 6 months, Jiangya had observed numerous plants and conducted many experiments. Yet he had yet to discover any suitable crops for sustenance. Like in the novels of previous lives, it is sheer nonsense to suggest that the protagonist effortlessly discovers high-yield varieties such as sweet potatoes and potatoes upon arrival. These cultivars have undergone decades, if not centuries, of meticulous selection and breeding. They are not so easily obtained. For instance, consider wheat. Before it was cultivated, it existed merely as wild foxtail grass. It would be absurd to expect Jiangya to cultivate a field of wild foxtail grass. If that were the case, by the time wheat was developed, the grass on Jiangya's grave would likely have reached a height of 2 meters. Of course, this is merely an example. The world he inhabits now differs from the previous one, and while he may not find seeds that already exist today, there are certainly plants that can serve as sustenance. Jiangya realized he had fallen into a cognitive trap. What constitutes food? Is it wheat, rice, or perhaps potatoes? The essence of these items is carbohydrates, essentially starch. Indeed, why must he stubbornly fixate on this? As long as he can fill his belly, isn't that sufficient? Chapter 20. The reforging of iron tools. Jiangya felt as though he had unlocked a portal to a new world. This reminded him of Africa in his previous life, where numerous similar ingredients existed, such as the baobab tree and certain plants with trunks abundant in starch. All of these could serve as food sources. However, the inability to find quality seeds stemmed from a more critical reason: a limited perspective. How much could Jiangya, as an individual, truly observe, leaving aside other matters? How many tribes inhabit this forest? How many animals and what types of plants are present? He had no way of knowing. Perhaps some tribes have already mastered agricultural or husbandry techniques, yet due to communication barriers, they remain unknown to him. At the very least, those large tribes capable of sustaining thousands of individuals would not rely solely on hunting for their sustenance. Reflecting on this, he recognized that relying solely on his own efforts would not suffice. He needed to engage more with the outside world. Never mind, he thought, one step at a time. Jiangya shook his head, dismissing these vexing thoughts. The summer heat in the forest was particularly stifling, especially after a torrential downpour. When the sun emerged to evaporate the moisture, remaining in the woods felt akin to being trapped in a steamer, suffocatingly hot. Since the last time the rock tribe delivered another meteorite iron, an odd atmosphere had settled within the tribe. Everyone gazed at Jiangya with eager eyes, their expressions seemingly wishing to consume him whole. Initially, he intended to wait for the weather to cool before contemplating iron smelting. In such sweltering heat, He was truly reluctant to engage in such foolish endeavors. Yet, the anticipation of the masses was overwhelming. Eventually, Jianya had no choice but to assure them that he would commence as soon as the charcoal was prepared. Upon hearing this, they seemed invigorated, their enthusiasm for work palpable. In just 2 days, a considerable pile of charcoal had accumulated before Jianya. Is this how people are nowadays? Are they like livestock, impervious to the heat? Jianya felt quite helpless, but with everything prepared, what could he do? He might as well proceed, even if it meant enduring the heat. Recently, my dear child, have you been feeling restless? I asked you to engage in some tasks, yet you seem to be dawdling. Do you not believe that I could discipline you? You have barely arrived, and already you are grumbling. Jianya shot a weary glance at the other, thinking that if he were not at a disadvantage, he would certainly give this foolish fellow a proper reprimand. In truth, this most primitive method of iron smelting lacks any technical sophistication. The current dilemma lies in the fact that the rock tribe has sent this piece of meteoric iron. Though small, it is significant in its own right. In this day and age, merely heating it poses a challenge, let alone dividing it into smaller fragments. There are no shortcuts. It requires the diligent effort akin to that of polishing a stone. To sever such a substantial piece of meteoric iron, Jianya had a rather straightforward approach. He first placed the iron upon the charcoal fire to heat it, and once it glowed red, he would proceed to cleave it bit by bit with an axe. Fortunately, he had previously forged an axe, which was barely sufficient as a tool for this division. Otherwise, he would have found himself utterly at a loss with this piece of meteoric iron. This caused great distress to man, who viewed it as his prized possession. To use it for dividing the meteoric iron, he felt it would soon be rendered unrecognizable. Tell me, child, are you capable of this task? If not, perhaps you should take over, for this is my only method. Observing the look of anguish on man's face, Jianya couldn't help but chuckle. This is what you get for pilfering my wild ginseng and insisting I forge iron in this sweltering heat. Man, holding the lump of iron in his hands, felt utterly speechless. Although he was fully aware that Jianya harbored ulterior motives, he found himself powerless to object. There was no alternative. Skill is indeed impressive. During this period, the sounds of hammering echoed throughout the tribe, interrupted occasionally by the need to fabricate charcoal. Although Jianya feigned reluctance, he did not shirk from the labor. He remained present throughout the process. There was no other choice. Their resources were limited, and if left unchecked, who knows what they might produce? They would inevitably have to start anew. One cannot blame fate. One must simply endure. Nonetheless, effort yields reward, and after persistent endeavors, the meteoric iron was finally divided. The subsequent tasks became significantly simpler, taking nearly a week to complete. The tools Jianya desired gradually took form. First came the axes, which were straightforward in design and easiest to forge. He made 10 of them. Next were the machetes, though merely rudimentary tools. They proved much more challenging to create and required considerable effort, resulting in only 2 completed pieces. Of course, he also crafted a pickaxe, akin to a hoe. Though there was no cultivation underway, Jianya still intended to prepare a small experimental plot, which necessitated tools. The remaining scraps were not wasted. He fashioned several fishhooks and small knives. Thus, apart from the modest piece of iron in Jianya's possession, all the meteoric iron was entirely consumed. Now that the tools were completed, the question of distribution arose. In this regard, Jianya reserved 1 small knife for himself and handed the rest to Man, leaving him to ponder the matter. Did not the chief say that all iron tools had been completed? Why are you still lingering here? After half a month without communication, it seems that Lan has grown a bit taller. During this time, her diet has improved, and Jianya has once again emphasized the importance of personal hygiene within the tribe. Although Lan still possesses a wild charm, her supermodel aura is becoming increasingly captivating. It is a sin, truly a sin. After all, she is still a child. Jianya silently chastised his own shamelessness. This is for you. What is this? Consider it a betrothal gift. A betrothal gift? Ignoring the little beauty's astonished gaze, Jianya hung the small item he had crafted from leftover meteorite iron around Lan's neck. This so-called betrothal gift was merely a scrap of meteorite, about the size of a thumb. Since he already had plenty of fishhooks, Jianya decided to shape it into a dagger form, threading it with beast sinew to create a pendant. Were this in a previous life? Presenting such an item as a betrothal gift would likely earn him a scornful glance from the bride-to-be. However, in this context, it was a unique piece, unmatched and singular. One could hardly say that the people here were not simple. They were, in fact, quite easy to please. Is this truly for me? Regardless of the occasion. Women have an innate difficulty in resisting such tokens. Observing Lan's surprised and delighted expression, one could discern her genuine fondness for it. Jianya chuckled to himself, watching the coy demeanor of the wild beauty before him. An uninformed observer might think he had bestowed upon her some extraordinary treasure. Thus, he playfully teased. If you don't want it, you can return it to me. I'll give it to Aunt Lou instead. It's already been given to me. You can't take it back. Lon instinctively dodged and playfully skipped away, only to return shortly thereafter. Just as Jiangya was about to inquire if there was anything else, she unexpectedly planted a kiss on his lips and darted off once more. Was that his first kiss gone just like that? Wait a moment. That was a sneak attack, and doesn't tea count? Chapter 21. The dispute caused by ironware. How is Aunt Lou treating you? Very well. Since you say so, I won't hold back on expressing my gratitude. Let us not discuss anything else. Just 2 more pendants like the one around Lon's neck will suffice. Sure, no problem. When I find more meteorite iron next time, I'll make you a pair. Jiangya rubbed his throbbing forehead and sank down onto the ground, having lost count of how many women had requested pendants from him. It seems women possess an inherent weakness for necklaces and earrings. Since he gifted the dagger pendant, the young women of the tribe have been utterly captivated. Aunt Lou's approach, which leveraged emotional ties, was relatively mild. Others, however, were driven to madness in their quest for the coveted pendant. Some resorted to threatening their men to obtain one, while others used seduction, promising favors in exchange for compliance. The variety of tactics was overwhelming. With the emergence of meteorite iron, men were competing for ironware, while women clamored for pendants, leaving Jiangya's mind in a whirl. The promised simplicity of life in this primitive society seemed to veer off course. Even before reaching a modest standard of living, the pursuit of luxury had begun, which simply could not be allowed. Is the notion of advocating virtue and beauty still relevant? Is the spirit of hard work to be abandoned? Alas, one must endure, even when facing the consequences of one's own choices. Yet here he stands, a young man of considerable stature, capable of inciting trouble, but can he resolve it? How can I possibly manage? I too am engulfed in despair. Confronted by this group, fighting is futile. And to insult them? Are you certain you wish to engage in a verbal skirmish with a throng of women? I, Jiangya, find myself utterly incapable of such a feat. I am but a child. Very well, it seems I must seek parental guidance. Jiangya believes that such matters should be addressed by someone of esteem within the tribe. Thus, he made his way to the shaman, who is often effective in his words. However, upon reaching the threshold, Jiangya quickly realized his naivety. The shaman, once exuding an air of ethereal wisdom, was now surrounded by a host of women, their antics having ruffled his beard. Clearly, they sought to leverage his influence to navigate their predicament. A band of primitives, rather than hunting, have resorted to tactical maneuvering. Upon Jiangya's arrival, the shaman appeared to find solace, his eyes brimming with delight. Flee. At that moment, Jiangya's sole thought was to hastily depart this den of turmoil. My apologies. Wise shaman, perhaps in the future, I shall offer some burnt offerings for your beard. It seems the shaman is of no help, so I must seek out man. Despite his simple-mindedness, he is the leader of the tribe, and his words should carry some weight. Without hesitation, Jiangya proceeded to Man's cave. Inside, a group of burly men were embroiled in a heated debate over the distribution of axes. Jiangya, uncertain if he had checked the auspiciousness of the day before leaving, pushed open the door, and instant silence enveloped the cave, all eyes fixated upon him. Please, continue with your affairs. I am merely a bystander. He awkwardly smiled at the crowd and attempted to slip away. However, this time, fortune did not favor him. Man, troubled by the distribution issue, was not about to let Jiangya escape so easily. Child, now that you are here, will you not sit for a moment? Are you looking down on me, man? Before the words were fully spoken, he seized Jiangya by the neck and dragged him into the throng. This turn of events diverted attention from man, for he was a formidable presence, and arguing with him could provoke a truly violent response. Here was an unwitting scapegoat, perfectly suited for the crowd's ire. Child, you are the one who created the iron tools. Pray tell, how should we divide them? Uncle Wolf has treated you well, has he not? Do you not recall when you urinated on my hand as a child? Jiangya felt a wave of despair wash over him. He sensed misfortune looming and pondered whether to seek out some childhood relics for protection. Knowing full well that he and this oaf were incompatible, why provoke him? He cast a hopeful glance toward man. You are the leader of the tribe. What does it signify to have such a burden placed upon me? The individual in question seemed either genuinely foolish or feigned ignorance, completely disregarding Jiangya's pleading gaze. With hands tucked away, he nonchalantly carried his worn axe and departed. Jiangya could not help but commend him with a mental well played. At that moment, raucous sounds erupted from outside the door. Shortly thereafter, with a resounding bang, the door was violently forced open, and a throng of women burst in, adamant about confronting Jiangya for an explanation. Goodness! The once modest cave was now crammed with the entire tribe, resembling a bustling marketplace, clamorous and chaotic. Whoever said that primitive folk were simple and naive? If it had merely been a quest for amusement in their tranquil lives, it had clearly taken a turn for the worse. Hey, just because my brother doesn't assert his authority, you truly believe the village chief is just a figurehead? Despite the recent improvements in the tribe's living conditions owing to his influence, Jiangya had always maintained an affable demeanor, greeting everyone with a smile, and being, after all, still a child. The villagers regarded him as a promising younger generation, proud of his achievements. Yet, to expect equal treatment? What is this? Have you grown wings? Feeling lofty? Do you think, just because the tiger does not roar, I am merely Hello Kitty? You've even messed up my hairstyle. My continued restraint does not imply a gentle temperament, and Jiangya, finally incensed by the crowd's incessant chatter, exploded with anger. Silence. His authoritative shout reverberated through the cave, finally bringing about a semblance of calm as curious eyes turned toward him. What is the matter with this child? Making such a racket? Perhaps he was just clearing his throat. Jiangya frowned, pondering the absurdity of the situation. This matter was significant. If mishandled, it would hinder his future endeavors and his ability to command respect. Everyone hush. If anyone dares to chatter again, do not blame me for being impolite. Jiangya's voice was laced with genuine fury. Huh, you cheeky lad, still a mere child, yet you possess quite a temper. A burly man named Xiong retorted, his size mirroring his name. His provocation stemmed not from any animosity toward Jiangya, but rather from the prevailing atmosphere of the place. Uncle Xiong, I've been feeling a bit restless lately. Perhaps you could help me stretch my bones? I wonder if you possess such skill? Chapter 22. The Duel. Ha. You must be joking. Are you implying you wish to challenge me? Xiong looked at Jiangya, his face a mask of astonishment, as if he had heard the most ludicrous joke imaginable, his eyes brimming with disdain. Do not jest. There is no reason to resort to violence over a disagreement. Another voice chimed in. Indeed, it seems unnecessary to disturb the peace over a mere piece of iron. If it were anyone else provoking, the spectators would undoubtedly revel in the spectacle. In this brutal world where survival is paramount, men revere strength while women are drawn to the powerful. All engage in a relentless struggle against nature, against one another, and against fate itself. Such combative instincts seem ingrained in our very genes, serving as the fundamental reason for our tenacity in such a harsh environment. However, the dilemma arises with the challenger, Jiangya, as his presence complicates matters significantly. Were it merely a contest among peers, it would be welcomed by all. Yet, Jiangya boldly confronts Xiong, a figure who once nearly ascended to tribal leadership. In the realm of combat, unforeseen accidents are commonplace. The risk of inadvertently harming a precious asset is substantial. Even Xiong, after a hearty laugh, reveals a look of discomfort. He wishes he could slap himself for seeking the limelight. To abstain from the fight would lead to accusations of cowardice, while to engage could result in injuring the very person everyone cherishes, leading to inevitable repercussions. Jiangya, caught in a whirlwind of confusion, finds his hard-earned anger dissipating. Shouldn't this be the moment where the onlookers stoke the flames, provoking the antagonist, while the protagonist, driven to the brink, retaliates with resounding force? Director, your script appears flawed. With the roles reversed, who is to play the villain? Is it I? In this scenario, he seeks to establish his authority, but against whom? Himself? The plot's failure leaves him slightly disappointed. Yet, deep down, he revels in the attention and concern from those around him. His fondness for these simple, wild folk grows increasingly profound. Here, those who provide more sustenance and a better life receive unwavering support. A logic so straightforward, devoid of deceit. Though disputes may arise, they pale in comparison to the treachery experienced in his previous life during missions. Perhaps even Jiangya is unaware of how seamlessly he has woven himself into this society. Shedding his previous aloofness, he begins to care for the tribe's welfare, taking note of each individual's joys and sorrows. The people around him transform from mere data points into vibrant lives, his kin and comrades. However, despite the affection he receives, there are instances where his words go unheeded, which leaves him feeling constrained in decision-making. Thus, Jiangya finds himself in urgent need of a scapegoat. After a prolonged wait, he finally discovers a suitable candidate, only to realize with dismay that this unfortunate soul is, in fact, one of his admirers. Oh, for heaven's sake, your enthusiasm leaves me feeling rather guilty. Yet, he resigns himself to the role of the antagonist. Very well, if rebellion is the path, let it be so. Perhaps next time, I shall ensure you receive the spoils first. Who prompted you to step into the spotlight? As events unfold, Jiangya opts to embrace his villainous role more thoroughly, tauntingly declaring, "What is this? Were you not just brimming with bravado? Now you hesitate?" This young lad exhibits a rather audacious disregard for decorum. The bear stands in silence, perplexed, questioning how this impudent child dares to overstep his bounds. A surge of irritation rises within him, and he growls ominously. If you insist on being foolish, do not blame me for my lack of civility. If you end up hurt, do not shed tears. Whether tears will be shed remains uncertain. If this commotion continues, the matter will surely come to an impasse. It is not often that one can play the role of a rebel. Mere insults do not suffice without the clash of fists. Without further ado, Jiangya strides through the crowd, reaching an open space outside the cave. He swiftly sketches a 10-meter circle in the dirt with stones and declares, "Since you deem me easy prey, let us dispense with any pretense of propriety. Within this circle, you will either be knocked out or brought to your knees. Do you dare accept the challenge?" In the tribe, duels are typically reserved for life and death scenarios, with unrestricted combat being a rarity. Most disputes are settled through wrestling, akin to a contest of strength. However, Jiangya holds a different perspective. In terms of physical prowess, conceding would be far simpler. There is little merit in comparison. If victory is sought, it must be achieved in a manner that earns the respect of all. Any stratagem, whether overt or covert, is mere folly. There is no more to be said. Let the fighting commence. Initially, the crowd was reluctant, but upon hearing Jiang Ya's bold challenge, murmurs of disbelief spread. Is this lad out of his mind? Is he simply asking for trouble? Some even opined that a lesson would do him good. His brash nature would inevitably lead him to misfortune. Bear, take it easy on him. Let him learn a lesson without inflicting real harm. The sentiments echoed with a tone of frustrated exasperation, solidifying Jiang Ya's reputation as a rebellious youth. Any further debate would be futile. The adage "one punch opens the way for 100 rings true," and now the true test begins. As the two combatants position themselves, their focus narrows to the adversary before them, a fundamental trait of an experienced jungle hunter. Even in a contest against a mere rabbit, a lion gives its all. The bear does not entertain the notion of holding back, launching a powerful punch. Bring it on. Jiangya, unwilling to meet force head-on, deftly redirects the incoming blow and retaliates with a fierce kick to the bear's abdomen. Unprepared for such a counter, the bear stumbles back, taken aback by Jiang Ya's unexpected skill. "Well done, I didn't anticipate you had it in you. Come again." With that, the bear charges forward once more. "Let us see what you've got. I fear you not." After landing a successful strike, Jiangya remains composed, choosing to confront the bear head-on as it lunges again, drawing them into a fierce struggle. At present, one is robust, fortified with thick skin and endurance, while the other, though less powerful, exhibits remarkable agility. The bear, a lumbering giant, bears the brunt of the assault, feeling little in return for his efforts. Frustration mounts within the bear, nearly prompting him to choke on his own vexation. Despite enduring a relentless barrage, he has yet to land even a single blow on Jiangya. Jiangya stood valiantly to face his opponent. However, each of his strikes was deftly evaded, leaving him with little excuse to offer. Initially, onlookers anticipated a swift conclusion to the bout, preparing for a potential rescue. Yet, upon closer inspection, the tables had turned, and the one enduring the blows was not who they expected, eliciting a wave of amusement. "Bear, have you expended all your strength on the women? Why are your legs so weak? You dare challenge the chieftain? At this rate, you might struggle against a mere child." Chapter 23. Absolutely hilarious. Even the title of the second warrior seemed more fitting for a first softshell shrimp. Laughter erupted among the crowd as the ever-competitive nature of the spectators flourished. With Jiangya seemingly unscathed, it was Bear who was taking the beating. What was there to worry about? They cheered raucously, exchanging endless trash talk without a hint of repetition. With a resounding smack, Jiangya delivered another forceful kick to Bear's face, retreating a few steps to recuperate his strength. "Enough, my friends, cease the animosity, would you? After enduring for so long, the one being pummeled remains unfazed, while the aggressor is on the verge of collapse." Jiangya found himself at a loss for words. This was fundamentally why Jiangya preferred not to resolve conflicts through brute force. The tribe had long been embroiled in struggles for survival against wild beasts, often enduring for days. Resilience was paramount. Moreover, during encounters with ferocious creatures, there was little room for theatrics. Their movements were direct and unembellished. In contrast, Jiangya's skills were honed for lethal precision, emphasizing a single, fatal strike. To illustrate, had this recent engagement been a real-life confrontation, a mere 10 centimeters lower on that last kick would have rendered his opponent incapacitated in an instant. Further blows targeting the temples or throat would likely have resulted in a lifeless body. This distinction underscores the difference between competitive sports and actual combat. To establish dominance, one must decisively subdue their adversary. Jiangya had no choice but to confront Bear head-on, precluding the possibility of concluding the fight in the most energy-efficient manner. It was now a contest of endurance. Fortunately, with his ancestral breathing techniques to restore stamina, Jiangya, though fatigued, could persist for a while longer. Goya, wow. You are so handsome. I want to have a monkey with you. It must be said, Jiangya's movements were both graceful and violent. Each whip-like kick not only struck bare, but also resonated within the hearts of the onlooking maidens. They cried out in ecstatic delight, each exclamation akin to a crescendo. Stay humble, stay humble. Despite being accustomed to such exuberant declarations, Jiangya found it overwhelming. Enough, enough. After receiving another punch from Jiangya, Bear finally crumbled. His last vestige of psychological resilience shattered. Rubbing his bruised face, he surrendered, declaring he could no longer continue. Is that it? The audience was far from pleased. The real spectacle had only just begun, and here he was, conceding defeat. How could this be acceptable? They jeered. Bear, you're utterly spineless to give in so easily. You can't even handle a child. Perhaps you should just stay in the tribe and care for the little ones. Relishing the chaos, the surrounding spectators, emboldened by the unfolding drama, unleashed a torrent of criticism. Don't bellow so loudly, Mouse. If you have the capability, step into the ring. I, for one, am done fighting. I shall go, and earnestly learn, so that I shall not embarrass myself in the future. Upon saying this, the fellow known as Haozi truly approached Jiangya. I am here to fight you. Jiangya was well aware that this individual was merely seeking an advantage. Having noted his own considerable depletion of stamina, behold, this is the consequence of sparing the serpent, only to be bitten in return. Jiangya took a deep breath. Are you certain you wish to engage in combat with me? What? Are you afraid? Upon hearing these words, the onlookers erupted in protest, vociferously denouncing Haozi. How shameless. Do not engage with him. Put an end to this brazen scoundrel. The crowd buzzed with indignation, all condemning Haozi's lack of honor. Yet, rather than feeling shame, Haozi reveled in the derision, defiantly gazing at Jiangya, exuding a rather audacious air. A true talent. Jiangya suddenly realized how little he understood his tribe. How had he overlooked such a character until now? Just as he was lost in thought, Haozi, disregarding the principles of combat, launched a direct attack. Be cautious. How disgraceful. How brazen. However, rather than anger, Jiangya felt a surge of joy at the sudden offense. Indeed, how could a comrade be the villain? With this realization, he felt no moral burden. He swiftly closed the distance, nimbly evading Haozi's assault, and executed a decisive kick. Oh, the impact of that strike caused even the spectators to instinctively clutch their legs. Xiong, in particular, gasped in concern. Suddenly recalling how Jiangya had paused several times during their earlier encounter, initially thinking it was due to a lack of skill. Now he understood that Jiangya had merely shown restraint, leaving him with lingering apprehension. Haozi, clutching his groin, froze in place before collapsing to the ground in anguish. It hurts terribly. Help. At that moment, the air seemed to crystallize. Is this the conclusion? What just transpired? Who can provide an explanation? If the initial contest with Xiong had been a back-and-forth affair, Haozi's attempt was merely comedic, even somewhat anticlimactic. It ended far too swiftly. Quick, check for injuries. Wu shouted. And the crowd finally reacted, rushing to assist Haozi, examining his condition. Phew. Thankfully, a couple of days' rest will suffice. Under the scrutinizing gaze of so many at his sensitive area, even Haozi, accustomed to running around naked, wished desperately for a crevice to hide in. It's over, it's over. I shall never show my face again. To be frank, the fact that Haozi could still wail was a testament to Jiangya's mercy in a real fight. It would take but a second for him to render Haozi permanently incapable of combat. As the saying goes, while outsiders merely observe the spectacle, insiders discern the intricacies. Each member of the tribe was a seasoned killer. They felt no shame over Jiangya's targeted strike on Haozi's vulnerable spot. All were seasoned hunters. Tactics such as striking the eyes or penetrating the rear were their specialties. What astonished them was the elegance of Jiangya's movements, clean, efficient, and devoid of hesitation. Reminiscent of a hunter with decades of experience, precise and lethal. Reflecting on the area where Xiong had previously been injured, they could not help but gasp in realization. It seemed they began to comprehend, and their gazes shifted with sympathy towards the groaning Haozi sprawled upon the ground. In the realm of competition, the disparity is indeed striking. Following the taunts of the crowd, Xiong found himself engulfed in a state of introspection, yet in the blink of an eye, he suddenly felt a surge of confidence. It dawned on him that he was not the weakest link after all. The effect of establishing authority was palpable at that moment. The onlookers regarded Jiangya with a newfound sense of reverence, tinged with a hint of trepidation. This is the essence of primitive society. Intellect garners protection, yet it does not command respect. Only those with formidable strength can compel obedience. Ultimately, It is the might of one's fists that dictates one's influence. However, to ensure unwavering loyalty in the future, a considerable journey still lies ahead. Jiangya remained unperturbed, after all, with a promising beginning. How could he not manage a band of wildlings? Jiangya boldly strode into the midst of the crowd, surveying his surroundings before declaring with conviction, "Who among you dares to challenge me?" His commanding presence exuded an aura reminiscent of a lone warrior seeking to conquer all. Were it not for the two bells swaying in the breeze, one might have been deceived by his imposing demeanor. How striking! Absolutely astonishing. Jiangya initially believed he had captivated a group of admirers with his grand stature. Yet, upon glancing down, he was mortified to discover that his grass skirt had fallen, leaving him blushing profusely. Chapter 24. Luxury goods as a business venture in the primitive society. All were accustomed to running about in the nude, particularly in such sweltering heat. Individuals merely utilized leaves to shield their modesty, while the rest of their bodies were left exposed. As for accidental exposure, it was simply non-existent. Only Jiangya maintained a sense of decorum, though he failed to realize that his underdeveloped form was of little concern to anyone. After toiling for most of the day, it was imperative to attend to more pressing matters. Now, Jiangya's words carried weight, and no one dared to oppose him deliberately. The supply of iron tools was limited. It was impossible for every individual to possess one. Distribution was straightforward. 2 would be kept for communal use, while the remainder would belong to those who demonstrated strength. This blunt yet effective method was readily accepted by all. However, it was crucial to note that possession did not imply permanence. Should one fail to perform well, the tribe could reclaim the tools and redistribute them to those who excelled. In essence, only usage rights were granted, devoid of ownership. Though iron tools were scarce, a few remained, making the distribution manageable. The challenge arose with the allocation of pendants, which left Jiangya in a quandary. This item had been an impulsive creation, singular in nature, and was already gifted to Lan. The way the young girl clutched her chest revealed just how precious it was to her. Retrieving it now would face resistance not only from her, but also from Jiangya himself, as he could not reclaim a token meant for his betrothed. Though the situation was thus articulated, a resolution was necessary. Jiangya contemplated the audacious idea of melting down the pendant with an axe. Yet this notion was swiftly quashed by the men, who found it absurd. What folly! An axe is essential for hunting. What use could a mere pendant serve? With the conversation reaching this juncture, what could Jiangya do? He resorted to grandiloquent promises, proclaiming that should they encounter meteorite iron in the future, it would be theirs to utilize. He asserted that he had already discovered methods for smelting iron and that abundance would be forthcoming. To acquire a beautiful pendant, one must diligently labor and often work overtime. It is merely a series of empty promises and manipulative tactics until the storm finally subsides. It cannot be said that Jiangya is deceitful. After all, he has seen numerous videos featuring Vietnamese brothers showcasing their prowess. As long as one can locate iron ore and procure some iron, it is not an insurmountable task. However, the pendant affair has sparked a new train of thought for Jiangya. Given that women are so enamored with such trinkets, perhaps in the future, there will be opportunities to produce more of them. These items are far more resource efficient than axes or knives, and trading them could yield substantial gains. Merely using them as betrothal gifts could entice countless young maidens to join the tribe. What a lucrative venture. While Jiangya daydreamed about becoming a billionaire, a charming figure approached him. Lan gently nudged the dazed Jiangya. Her curiosity piqued as she inquired, "Brother Ya, what are you thinking about?" Her smile was both delightful and disconcerting. Jiangya wiped the drool from his mouth and finally raised his gaze to the newcomer. Her long, slender legs must have been over a meter in length, and as he looked up, he felt a sudden rush of fluid from his nose. Hastily attempting to stem the flow, "Are you all right?" she asked, concerned. No worries, no worries. I've just been indulging in too much game meat lately, causing a bit of heat in my system. By the way, what brings you here?" Jiangya quickly diverted the conversation to mask his embarrassment. "Thank you for that," she replied. "It's nothing. If I can't even safeguard my own wife's belongings, how can I expect to survive in this world?" "Wife?" he echoed, realizing she meant sister. "Sister?" On rainy days, one could strike a child. Idleness breeds idleness. Dating is merely about engaging in trivial conversations. Jiangya mused that this leisurely existence, waking naturally and counting money, was not only devoid of wealth, but also poverty-stricken to the core. Without the hustle of a fast-paced life, he breathed in the fresh forest air, working at sunrise and resting at sunset, occasionally indulging in flirtation and expressions of love. Life, in its simplicity, was quite fulfilling. Such comfortable days can lead to complacency, yet many tasks require attention. Since the introduction of iron tools, the tribe's hunting efficiency has significantly improved. No matter the beast, A single strike of the axe ensures clarity and precision. Tell me, lad, do you truly possess the grain you speak of? How would I know? Let us search for it. You are just being difficult. You didn't say that before. What did I say? Didn't you claim that Turing appeared in your dreams, revealing the existence of more grain? Would you have let me join if I hadn't said so? Indeed, to accompany the hunting party, Jiangya had to exert considerable effort to gain approval. When one excels too greatly, they shine in every setting. Jiangya felt somewhat helpless. Ever since he had produced a myriad of odd inventions, the tribe had cherished him immensely. He found himself unable to assist with both minor and major tasks, let alone engage in the perilous endeavor of hunting. What did it matter if he possessed great strength? Had he matured? Had he taken a wife? The consensus was that he ought to lead like a shaman within the tribe. Such laborious tasks were hardly suited for a learned individual like him. Jiangya, with his restless spirit, could not bear being treated like a mere pig for half a month. The world is vast, and he yearned to explore it. However, despite his fervent desires, the tribe members vehemently opposed his wishes. Reflecting on his past life as a top-tier Special Forces soldier, he found himself transformed into a mama's boy in this new world, leaving him in a quandary of whether to laugh or cry. Surely, one cannot be suffocated by inaction. Thus, in his quest for freedom, Jiangya resorted to dream interpretations and knowledge of abundant food sources, employing his persuasive skills without any restraint. After all, with his words at his disposal, what could he not proclaim? As expected, he managed to sway the two leaders of the tribe, a shaman and a warrior. Although they remained cautious about allowing him to venture out alone, they eventually reached a consensus that he could accompany the hunting team. Jiangya merely wished to seek out valuable items, not to court danger, and with a retinue of protectors, he welcomed the opportunity. Setting aside any concerns about their somewhat rugged appearance, the physical prowess of the hunting team certainly added to his sense of security, which was precisely what he desired. The August sun was particularly fierce. Traversing the forest provided some respite from direct sunlight, yet the stifling heat left one drenched in sweat. To add to the discomfort, the sudden appearances of snakes, insects, and rodents could catch one off guard, provoking existential doubts. However, under the leadership of a warrior, despite occasionally enduring minor injuries, safety was largely assured. After several outings with the hunting team, Jiangya had shed his naive tendency to view everything as treasure. Items like deer antlers and medicinal mushrooms were now commonplace. Though these finds were indeed valuable, they could not substitute for sustenance. In terms of harvest, he had collected several items such as fruit pits and tubers, but their edibility remained uncertain, and he was hesitant to sample them recklessly. Recalling the disastrous incident with wild ginseng and its consequences, upon returning, he would plant them and allow the wild boars raised by the tribe to sample them, as an added treat for the animals. Chapter 25. The difficulties of beginnings. The initiation of any endeavor is fraught with challenges. The transition from nothing to something is often the most arduous phase. Before Jiangya arrived at the tribe, the notion of ever having a full meal was foreign to them. While the food remained monotonous, at least starvation was no longer a concern. Consider the fire, salt, pottery, aquaculture, and fishing techniques he introduced. How long would it have taken to discover these through mere trial and error? A year? A decade? Perhaps even a century? Yet now, within a mere 6 months, these advancements had materialized. The future promised even more. Even if Jiangya encountered misfortune and met his end through a lightning strike, would these innovations vanish? Certainly not. In fact, they would likely develop rapidly on this foundation. This phenomenon exemplifies the transformation brought about by qualitative changes leading to quantitative growth. Jiangya did not perceive himself as particularly extraordinary. These simple innovations could be replicated by anyone possessing even a modicum of intellect who found themselves in a similar situation. He was troubled by the thought that after finally traversing to this realm, why must he become the pioneer who ventures from nothing to something? Was it truly so difficult to simply be a wealthy heir, reclining in ease until the end? This question had been posed to his soul countless times. In reality, one faces numerous hardships, and it is human nature to complain. Some choose to quietly document their grievances, while others recount their misfortunes to anyone who will listen. And still others seek distraction through various means. Life presents a myriad of experiences. It is merely the individual responses that differ, rendering it futile to judge who is right or wrong. Yet, what follows the complaints? Is it succumbing to despair, or drying one's tears to forge ahead with determination? It is yet another arduous choice, one that ultimately shapes future achievements. Jiangya is no sage. Confronted with such a plethora of frustrations, he too wishes to curse, to weep, and to lament. But does it serve any purpose? Indeed, it does. At the very least, it provides an outlet. Bottling up emotions inevitably leads to despair. Some might ponder, Should a special forces soldier not embody a stoic demeanor, perpetually composed and humorless? Please, that is reserved for public appearances. To put it bluntly, they are at work. If one were to maintain such a facade in daily life, it would be tantamount to a severe ailment. Take Jiang Ye's comrades, for instance. Each one a unique character. Some are avid fishermen, capable of spending days on end by the water's edge. When Jiang Ye first arrived, he was influenced by one such individual and chose fishing as his means to earn his first pot of gold. Others are chain smokers. Or perhaps it would be more accurate to say they indulge in eating cigarettes. If left undisturbed, they might finish a pack with just a single match. Then there are the fitness enthusiasts, relentless in their pursuit of exhaustion. Each one is indeed a peculiar figure. As for Jiang Ye, he is the most eccentric of them all, one who delights in chatter, often sharing anecdotes and telling jokes that may not elicit laughter from others. Yet he finds joy in his own amusement. Just like now, as he continuously mutters curses, his hands work swiftly, deftly unearthing the roots buried in the soil. What he has in front of him appears to be his greatest find of the past few days. The leaves are nearly the size of an umbrella. Reminiscent of lotus leaves, though it does not grow in water, and its roots do not resemble lotus either, but are rather akin to taro. However, this root is almost the size of a basin, leaving Jiang Ye slightly uncertain. For now, he shall refer to it as taro plus subconsciously. He glanced towards Man. Why not give it another try? Man shot him a disapproving glare, disregarding Jiang Ye, and walked away coolly. Not done yet, are we? It seems that the hurdle of wild ginseng is insurmountable. This fool has learned to be clever. Witnessing Man's reluctance to engage, Jiang Ye felt a tinge of disappointment. Yet, to be fair, if it were indeed taro, he would not dare to be careless. The sap from this plant can easily cause allergic reactions upon contact, leading to an unbearable itch that is utterly maddening. Some individuals experience discomfort merely by observing others clean this root. This is no exaggeration. It is a genuine concern. Especially considering that this particular specimen remains untamed, its potency is undoubtedly more explosive. However, if thoroughly cooked, it would be an entirely different matter. Possessing a soft and glutinous texture that evokes the sentiments of first love, Jiang Ye, cautious and meticulous, delicately extracted the entire chunk of taro using a slender branch. He then procured several leaves to envelop the taro completely, securing it with vines, all the while avoiding any direct contact. This endeavor consumed over 10 minutes of his time. Observing Jiang Ye's careful demeanor, Along approached with curiosity, inquiring, "Young man, have you stumbled upon something valuable? Indeed, would you care to sample this delicacy? Get lost. Do you take me for a fool?" Despite the banter, Jiang Ye was genuinely concerned that some clumsy oaf might disrupt his efforts. And he realized that relying solely on himself for excavation would be a lengthy endeavor. Thus, he voiced his speculation. "What? You claim this substance is food? No wonder everyone is skeptical. We have been misled too often these past few days." Their bags contained a myriad of plants, each serving as testament to Jiang Ye's cunning methods of coaxing free labor. "I assure you, my words hold truth. We remain unconvinced unless you consume it before us. My apologies for the disturbance. This, however, is taro. Raw consumption? I wish to extend my days, thank you very much. This cannot be eaten raw. It must be cooked thoroughly." Silence enveloped the group as they regarded Jiang Ye, seemingly conveying, "I may not be well versed in literature, but do not attempt to deceive me." How absurd. Even the wildlings possess a sense of fraud awareness. The deception industry is not an easy one to navigate. Jiang Ye felt a pang of despair. "Very well. You all consider yourselves superior, do you? If you refuse to assist, I shall manage alone. There will come a time when you seek my aid." It was understandable that they chose not to lend a hand. The primary objective of the hunting party was, after all, to procure game. They had been out for 2 days, and each person had been diligently occupied. It was summer, and any game caught must be returned promptly, lest it spoil. Allowing Jiang Ye to indulge in his endeavors was already a considerable concession. After all, hunting remained paramount, while foraging for grains was merely a supplementary task. Moreover, they had no prior acquaintance with this particular substance and could not reasonably expect immediate results. A more pressing matter loomed. After extensive fishing, the river's fish had become increasingly elusive, yielding significantly lower catches each day. Should this trend persist, if the harvest fell short of consumption, hunger would inevitably follow. As the saying goes, one walks steadily on 2 legs. Complete reliance on fishing was merely a temporary measure. Given the current circumstances, enduring until year's end seemed a daunting prospect. Thus, the tribe continued fishing while the hunting party could not afford to slacken their efforts. And Jiang Ye needed to swiftly identify quality seeds. Alas, in the nascent stages of this venture, he found himself laboring daily for mere sustenance. And contemplating long-term development was a luxury he could not afford. Chapter 26. Rescuing others after unearthing a few more pieces of taro, Jiangya decided to cease his efforts, uncertain whether the excess would prove beneficial. Upon reflecting on their harvest, the hunting party had successfully captured a moose and several wild rabbits, while Jiangya had gathered an assortment of fruits and young plant seedlings, along with various roots. Their bounty was substantial, and they joyfully embarked on their journey home. The axe was indeed a remarkable tool, he pondered when he could procure more. As they made their way back, Man remained preoccupied with the scene of the moose capture. Jiangya cast a disapproving glance at him, recognizing his brutish nature. The memory of the moose being struck with an axe, resulting in a gruesome display, was too vivid and unsettling to endure. This incident made Jiangya acutely aware of a pressing issue. Thus far, their tribe lacked any weapon capable of ranged attack. During this hunting expedition, merely approaching their prey had consumed an entire day. The moose, being inherently vigilant, could detect sounds from hundreds of meters away and would flee at the slightest noise. Relying solely on the hunting party's javelins, which were neither stable nor effective over long distances, was inadequate. After spending a day stealthily closing in on their quarry, a single throw of a javelin yielded no results, sending the prey scurrying away, necessitating a complete restart of their efforts. The prospect of starvation was not entirely unfounded. Jiangya's frustrations were understandable. Lacking resources led to an overflow of concerns. For instance, with the abundance of mosquitoes in the forest, it seemed essential to devise some means of repelling them, perhaps through mosquito nets, incense, or repellents. Furthermore, sanitation issues called for the construction of a toilet, and with an increasing population, additional shelters were necessary. However, digging caves was no simple task, thus thatched huts became a viable alternative. This cascade of necessities only multiplied Jiangya's burdens. Each day brought forth new challenges, a reality he had grown accustomed to. He felt akin to a programmer debugging a system, addressing issues as they arose. Since he rarely ventured out to hunt and had seldom contemplated the intricacies of hunting, he resolved to find time to create bows or crossbows to better equip himself. As for firearms, that would be a matter for the future. While traversing the path and mulling over these myriad thoughts, the journey became less arduous. "Chief, it appears there is someone ahead. Let us investigate." Beneath the towering trees, a middle-aged man lay helplessly on the ground, his lower leg grotesquely twisted and the surrounding blood congealed, indicating severe injury, likely a fracture. The man's pallor was striking, his lips cracked, and he was teetering on the brink of unconsciousness, with labored breath suggesting he was nearing the end. In the perilous environment of the forest, injuries were commonplace, and once one became wounded, survival was nearly impossible. Disease and infection were additional threats, making self-preservation a daunting challenge. To save a life is to build a 7-story pagoda. Encountering the injured man, Jiangya could not turn a blind eye to his plight. He retrieved his water pouch and cautiously offered a few sips. The middle-aged man gradually regained consciousness, but upon seeing Jiangya and his companions, instinctively adopted a defensive posture. However, the sudden movement aggravated his wound, causing him to gasp in pain. "Do not move. We are from the cave tribe." Jiangya hastily supported the middle-aged man, signaling him to remain still. Perhaps sensing his goodwill, the man ceased his violent struggles, though the wariness in his eyes lingered. The term cave tribe was a name Jiangya had carelessly assigned for ease of distinction, and the middle-aged man, clearly perplexed, did not fully grasp his intent. During the past 6 months, Jiangya had encountered only a handful of individuals from other tribes, rendering him nearly oblivious to their modes of communication. Fortunately, Man approached and engaged in a rapid exchange with the man. The middle-aged man was named Chong, hailing from the Sang tribe. Just a few days prior, while hunting, he had encountered a pack of wolves. In an act of bravery, he had diverted the wolves to protect his hunting party, resulting in a fall that shattered his leg. A valiant soul. Upon hearing Chong's story, the others regarded him with a newfound respect, recognizing the bond forged through shared valor. It is a common occurrence. Humanity feeds upon beasts, and in turn, these creatures harbor no affection for humans. The instinct to survive often leads one to make dire choices. However, not everyone possesses the fortitude to make such sacrifices, and once a decision is made, the path of return becomes fraught with insurmountable difficulties. Therefore, every tribe extends the utmost respect to those who have made such choices. Seizing the moment, Jiangya meticulously examined Chong's injuries. His left leg was clearly twisted and deformed, indicative of a fracture. Numerous claw marks marred his body, leaving no doubt of his sincerity. What a pity for a man to be rendered thus. Such severe injuries, in the current state of medicine, typically spell the end of one's capabilities. This was a familiar sight for the group. They had grown numb to it, shaking their heads in sorrow. Yet Chong appeared remarkably stoic. Having chosen to protect others, he had already reconciled himself to the worst outcome. He chewed slowly on the dried fish offered to him, as if determined to die with a full stomach. Let us leave him some food and be on our way. Their apparent indifference was not born of callousness. Rather, reality was unforgiving. Man called for everyone to gather their belongings and continue their journey. At that moment, having completed his examination, Jianya stood and proclaimed, "Perhaps there is still hope." Hearing this, Man turned his gaze toward Jianya, scrutinizing him deeply before responding. "You are still too young. I understand your compassion, but you must learn to grow. Do you understand?" Despite his seemingly simple demeanor, Man possessed a depth of wisdom. After all, he was among the elite of special forces, having taken more lives than Jianya had ever witnessed, yet here he was, advising him on growth. Jianya, still a youth, could only muster patience as he replied, "I truly have a way to save him." Seeing the earnestness in Jianya's eyes, Man took him seriously. Although Chang's injuries were not fatal, they would likely render him incapacitated. The key issue was the duration of his injury. Even if they managed to bring him back to the tribe, the ordeal would likely be detrimental. Nevertheless, despite Jianya's unreliability, his words held significant weight. "Are you sure?" Believe it or not, Jianya thought to himself, harboring uncertainty. He was not a saint and understood that survival in this world often demanded a hardened heart. It is truly unbearable to abandon a living soul to the wilderness, leaving them to be devoured by beasts. Since fate has brought us together, it is impossible to turn a blind eye. Let us attempt it, though the odds seem slim. First, inquire whether he is willing. Very well, let us proceed. This fellow, more resolute than anticipated, immediately instructed Jianya to take action. Unbeknownst to Jianya, the moment he suggested a cure for Chang, the matter transcended mere salvation. The logic is straightforward. If Chang's condition can be treated, does it not imply that others suffering similarly can also be healed? Thus, what significance lies in soliciting Chang's opinion? Does a test subject possess a voice? Chapter 27. Frantic experimentation. It may cause some discomfort, so he must endure. Having received permission, Jianya wasted no time, presenting a wooden stick to Chang's mouth as a cue to bite down. Upon seeing compliance, Jianya proceeded with utmost caution to cleanse the wound. Lacking antiseptics such as iodine, alcohol, or hydrogen peroxide, he resorted to mere water, which was better than allowing the injury to fester. Hiss! Despite Jianya's careful movements, Chang trembled in pain, his veins visibly straining, yet he remained silent. "Next, I intend to realign his bones. You must hold him steady." Observing Jianya's intentions through his actions, the others swiftly restrained Chang. Foolishness. Merely securing the limbs would suffice. Does one wish for him to perish on the spot? Witnessing Chang's neck being locked, his face turning a shade of purple from blood congestion, Jianya felt a throbbing headache. Now is not the time to dwell on such matters. Better a quick pain than prolonged suffering. Resolutely, he grasped Chang's leg and twisted. Crack! The dislocated bone was set right. Before Chang could emit a cry of agony, he fainted instantly. Whether he would suffer lasting disability from this realignment was left to fate. Jianya sought out herbs akin to dandelions for their anti-inflammatory properties, crushed them, and applied the poultice to the wound. He then procured some sticks and vines to immobilize the leg and mixed water with clay to create a makeshift cast, adding some plant ash to enhance its antiseptic qualities. Fortunately, there were no concerns over medical disputes or fears of causing harm. Given the limited resources, this was the best treatment possible, with plans to change the dressings every few days, contingent upon whether he could endure until then. This was no longer Jianya's concern. One could only do their utmost and leave the rest to destiny. Having fashioned a rudimentary stretcher, the group hastened back to the tribe. Upon their return, Jianya entrusted the care of Chang to others while he tirelessly delved into research regarding cultivation plants. During this time, he had gathered a considerable assortment of flora, fruits, roots, and vines. Based on the characteristics of plants from his previous world, he could ascertain which were edible and which were toxic. However, the disparity in this new realm was vast. Jianya dared not make any guarantees and thus adopted a methodical approach, experimenting with each specimen individually. Certain edible items have been verified for consumption, typically including edible fruits and moisture-rich tubers, knowledge passed down through tribal tradition, which should present minimal issues. Additionally, there are other items identified by Jianya based on experience, such as taro plus, wild mushrooms, and cassava. Their edibility remains uncertain, necessitating a cautious approach of sampling each one gradually. It is certainly inadvisable to have anyone consume them outright, as the tribe consists of only a few individuals who cannot afford to take such risks. However, determining toxicity is relatively straightforward, regardless of the plant. Subjecting it to high temperatures for a certain duration can at least eliminate half of its toxic properties. Most plant-based toxins are composed of proteins, which will be denatured under high heat. This reminds Jianya of the numerous restaurants in his past life, where one could not partake in wild mushrooms unless they had been boiled for a minimum of 15 minutes, as the staff feared the consequences of accidental poisoning. Even so, each year, many individuals end up in emergency care due to the consumption of wild mushrooms. Alas, as a culture that explores the world through taste, the allure of a small mushroom's toxicity cannot deter the appetites of gourmands. Red caps, white stems, at worst, they would all lie down together. Emerging from the ICU, they would once again be robust individuals. It is no trivial matter. That said, there was an expert in his previous life who remarked that things which are unappealing to insects often have issues, a notion Jianya finds somewhat valid. As they are currently in an experimental stage, undertaking various trials is prudent, certainly preferable to having others serve as guinea pigs. While prey in the forest may not be easily caught, the abundance of insects is undeniable. Jianya swiftly enlisted his companions to gather a multitude of them. These insects primarily inhabit leaves and decaying wood, being herbivorous, making them ideal for experimentation. Next, Jianya set aside a portion of the collected plants, cooking them in various clay pots to nourish the captured insects. After a flurry of activity, several clay pots remained. Jianya decided to experiment with all the plant varieties he could gather around the tribe. After all, whether herding a single sheep or a flock, the effort remains the same, alleviating future complications. Although not formally trained in research, he is familiar with basic principles such as comparative and analogical methods, and has not entirely forgotten his teachings. Essentially, it involves providing the same environment and quantity of food while varying the ingredients for identical insects, then observing their conditions. After several days of observation, he indeed uncovered some findings. For instance, under identical conditions, insects fed different foods exhibited markedly different outcomes. Some vanished entirely in a short span, leaving no trace, while others struggled to survive, likely doomed. If these insects cannot thrive, the prospects for human consumption appear grim. These instances would be deemed unfit for consumption. Conversely, there were numerous promising subjects, where the insects not only thrived but, upon closer inspection, revealed many eggs. Clearly, in an environment where sustenance is abundant, devoid of predators, and free from the need to seek mates, these insects were enjoying a prosperous existence. Jianya meticulously recorded each of these plants, marking his entry into the final selection. As for those devoid of pests, he decisively passed on them. Thus, the initial phase of the experiment came to a close. Upon reviewing the advancing candidates, he found a considerable variety, including leaves, seeds, fruits, and tubers, summing up to an impressive 16 types. Among them were the highly anticipated cassava and taro plus, which brought great joy to Jianya. Should this endeavor succeed, the tribe would not only resolve its food scarcity, but also ensure a steady supply of vegetables. The prospect of enjoying a change in diet, perhaps with barbecues thrice daily, seemed delightful. However, even the finest delicacies can lead to discomfort when consumed excessively. Jianya, unwilling to delay any further, promptly embarked on the second phase of experimentation, livestock feeding. While the differences between insects and humans are substantial, using them for preliminary screening was acceptable, yet, relying solely on this method felt rather unreliable. He preferred to use wild boars as test subjects, finding solace in the fact that, despite not being closely related to humans, they are mammals. Fortunately, he had previously captured several piglets, which had since grown considerably, sparing him the trouble of catching more. After a week, out of the original 16 test specimens, 14 were consumed eagerly by the wild boars without any adverse reactions. The remaining 2, however, resulted in one causing severe gastrointestinal distress and the other leading to a more tragic outcome, death on the spot, leaving Jianya in a cold sweat. Chapter 28. The Taste Test. What a close call. Witnessing the plight of the wild boars, Jianya instinctively gasped. Had he not been cautious, he might have found himself in their position. With the 2 boars nearing their end, he could only bury them tearfully at the 5 Organs Temple. How delightful! Of the 2 problematic specimens, one was a type of mushroom known for its numerous toxins, which came as no surprise. The other, however, was the unexpectedly high-profile cassava. He had anticipated it would behave like the cassava from his past life. Yet after consumption, the wild boar experienced severe vomiting and diarrhea, losing significant weight within 2 days. Jianya could not help but entertain a dark whimsy, imagining this plant being marketed as a weight loss remedy, likely to attract considerable attention. After all, one can never underestimate the lengths to which individuals, especially young women, might go in pursuit of slimness. However, this is not an era that glorifies thinness. Even someone as statuesque as Lon finds little favor among men. If one is too slender, even dogs might turn their noses up. Compared to delicate maidens, the men of the tribe show a greater interest in robust figures. Such aesthetic preferences, Jianya finds difficult to appreciate. Overall, this endeavor yielded abundant results, with 14 edible plants identified. Among them, 8 varieties were wild greens and leafy plants, which could be selectively cultivated for their palatability as vegetables. The remaining 6 comprised seeds, tubers, and fruits from various plants, which Jianya could not identify and would need to research further when time permitted. Having a background as a special forces soldier, his skills heavily leaned towards combat. He possessed a basic understanding of other subjects, but was far from an expert. For short-term solutions, this was manageable, yet, to lead the tribe towards sustainable growth, he would have to navigate cautiously through uncharted territory. As the saying goes, one only realizes the scarcity of knowledge when it is time to utilize it. Similarly, one laments the insufficiency of funds as the month draws to a close. At this moment, Jianya is likely experiencing such sentiments. Had he foreseen his journey to this desolate locale, he would have certainly sacrificed a few hours of sleep to pursue his studies more diligently. However, Jianya remains undeterred. Compared to many other hapless travelers, he possesses a considerable advantage. Surely, he should not be outdone by a mere assembly of reclusive individuals. What brings Jianya the greatest joy is the successful trial of the taro plus. While other crops may serve merely as embellishments, taro stands apart as a commendable substitute for staple food. Until he discovers a superior grain variety, this remarkable find will undoubtedly take center stage. This venture is certainly not a loss. Good things are meant to be shared, so Jianya extends an invitation to his companions, Along and Ahu, to come over and partake in the novel delicacies. Having gained confidence from previous experiments, Jianya reserves a portion for seeds while converting the rest into food. "What's up, you two?" he inquires, observing Along and Ahu's perplexed expressions as he busies himself with the pot. "Good news," Jianya continues, noticing their curiosity. "The grains we searched for together are right here. Would you like to taste them?" "No thanks. Not interested." "You might as well find someone else," they reply, preparing to leave. "Wait, I haven't finished speaking." Jianya is taken aback by their unexpected reaction. As seasoned food enthusiasts, shouldn't they be eager to seize the opportunity? Puzzled, he attempts to persuade them. "This is food, a precious find. Are you truly not tempted to try it? Why aren't you eating?" They retort. Jianya asserts confidently, "When there is something good, it must be shared. How could I indulge alone?" "You've already slain the wild boar." "I can't believe that," they respond. "Indeed, we still wish to survive a few more days." These two simpletons have surprisingly grown wiser. Jianya, observing their banter, feels a sense of frustration. They are not easily swayed, yet a clever idea strikes him. He slyly suggests, "This is a rare treasure I have painstakingly found. Do you not wish to enhance your strength like the leader?" As anticipated, upon hearing this, the two halt in their tracks, uncertainly asking, "Really? You wouldn't deceive us, would you?" Though Jianya may not be well read, he has certainly acquired a knack for persuasion from his time with them. The prospect of gaining power like their leader is indeed tempting enough to take a risk. Seeing that his companions are wavering, Jianya seizes the moment to reinforce his claim. "Would I deceive you? You might inquire around. My reputation in the cave tribe is impeccable." "Humph," they retort, casting a skeptical glance at Jianya. Given the small size of the tribe, they are well aware of his character. Nevertheless, Jianya is not entirely wrong. Despite the pitfalls, the cave tribe currently enjoys sustenance thanks to his efforts. Along and Ahu exchange glances, evidently contemplating the proposal. "Shall we give it a try?" "Let us give it a go." Jianya hastily retrieved 2 ceramic bowls, filling each with a portion and pressing them into the hands of his companions. "It is only due to our amicable relationship that I indulge you. Otherwise, you would not be so fortunate." Observing their hesitant demeanor, Jianya could not resist urging them. Eat up, eat up. If you don't, I shall offer it to someone else. Do not say I lack compassion. As the saying goes, one may perish for a friend, but not for a monk, and good brothers are often meant to be sacrificed. This is far preferable to personally becoming a guinea pig." Having convinced himself of this rationale, Jianya found it quite reasonable. Someone must take the plunge. Moreover, after such extensive experimentation, these ingredients would at most cause a slight stomach upset. A few days of discomfort at best. Given their primitive constitution, it would hardly be an issue. With the discussion having reached this point, Along felt compelled to comply. Better to endure a short-lived pain than a prolonged one. He shut his eyes and began to eat, as if confronting a bitter enemy rather than mere sustenance. After just a couple of bites, Along's eyes brightened, and he smacked his lips. The flavor. It seemed quite delightful. "How is it? Edible?" Ahu, seeing his brother pause, was about to question Jianya when Along suddenly lowered his head again, eagerly devouring the food in his bowl. Could it truly be a delectable delight? Action speaks louder than words. Ahu ceased his inquiries and joined the feasting brigade. The small ceramic bowls were soon emptied in just a few bites. Delicious, delicious. Another bowl, please. Indeed, it was a treat. Not only did it contain the experimental vegetables, but Jianya had also added wild boar meat and salt. For primitive beings unaccustomed to meat broth, it was undoubtedly a gastronomic marvel. However, a guinea pig must possess the awareness of a guinea pig. Jianya dared not allow them to overindulge. Should any issues arise, consuming less would mitigate severe consequences. Chapter 29. Reclamation for safety's sake. It was prudent to observe for a night before proceeding further. If no adverse effects manifested, gradual dissemination could be executed at a later time. After several days, witnessing that the two brothers remained unscathed, Jianya gradually relaxed his vigilance. He experimented with various dishes: meat broth, roasted taro, meat wrapped in leafy greens, and braised pork with taro, transforming the newly discovered ingredients into an array of culinary delights. Although salt, a mere condiment in his past life, would hardly garner attention, here it was a rare delicacy. Along and Ahu had become Jianya's most ardent admirers. At mealtime, they would arrive unbidden, drawn by the enticing aroma, thus saving him the trouble of summoning them. They were not merely consuming. Their mouths were equally busy, proclaiming, roasted taro. Have you ever heard of it? Roasted meat, wrapped in cabbage leaves. Have you ever tried it? It was unclear who had taught them such exuberance, but it seemed an innate tendency to boast, accompanied by distasteful lip-smacking gestures. Regardless of Jianya's feelings, others were certainly tempted by their enthusiasm, inadvertently inciting a wave of resentment towards him. People are inherently this way. They are less troubled by scarcity than by inequality. Do we not deserve to eat? When I was young, you urinated on my hand. Surely enjoying some roasted meat is not excessive. We also wish to savor roasted taro and meat broth. What a travesty. I am merely conducting an experiment, not running a restaurant. Why do you flock here? You will not perish from hunger, will you? Jianya was filled with a desire to vent his frustrations, yet faced with the current predicament. What could he possibly do? Regardless of his actions, the others were resolute. They demanded their meal, and should Jianya dare utter a word of dissent, he would likely be drowned in a tide of derision. You dare to perish, I shall dare to inter. To avoid inciting the ire of the masses, Jianya decisively concluded the experiment and opted for immediate implementation. After all, half a month had already elapsed. Had there been any danger, it would have manifested long ago. Consequently, resources that could have sustained them for a week were depleted in merely 2 days, and the allocated portions were severely diminished, leaving each person with but a mere taste. To satiate their hunger, they could only laugh in resignation. The brothers Along and Ahu ultimately paid the price for their boastfulness. As they observed others relishing their meals, they felt an overwhelming urge to weep. Our sustenance gone. Smiles may never fade, they merely shift. The two simpletons lamented, yet Jianya's spirits lifted. This is what you get for flaunting. Now look at your empty plates. Serves you right. With every morsel consumed, this farce reached its conclusion. Fortunately, aside from the feeling of insufficient portions, there were no other adverse reactions. Jianya secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Had any real issues arisen, the jest would have escalated dramatically. What followed was elation, excitement, and joy. After all, this was sustenance, the very ember of agricultural civilization. Jianya could hardly fathom such an achievement within a mere 6 months. Truly, fortune favors the underprivileged. And there is wisdom in that. Now that everyone had tasted the new ingredients, their doubts regarding Jianya's claims of nourishment dissipated. Child, is this what you refer to as food? It is indeed delightful. At that moment, the boisterous Mon was savoring his piece of roasted taro with unrestrained joy. One must admit, after indulging in greasy fare, the subtle sweetness of plain taro was a refreshing delight. Isn't the flavor exquisite? Would you like to enjoy this daily? Indeed. If so, then let us get to work. Jianya proceeded to inform them about the development of agriculture. Drawing from their previous experiences of tending to wild boars and hares, the group had little objection to the prospect of agriculture. Although they did not fully comprehend what cultivation entailed, as long as it promised a regular supply of food, they were more than willing to comply. Moreover, Jianya had previously managed a small patch of wasteland, which they had witnessed, rendering the concept less alien. Those who had experienced hunger truly grasped the significance of sustenance. Despite the tribe's daily catch of fish, the river's bounty had dwindled. The fish were no longer as naive as before, and captures had noticeably decreased. Furthermore, they needed to preserve some fish for the winter. In the past, there was little awareness of food storage, and they had to endure the winter, resulting in numerous fatalities each year. Now, with a better alternative at hand, who would wish to revert to the hardships of yesteryears? Calculating the distribution. Each individual received a meager 2 to 3 pounds of food, barely enough to satisfy the appetites of these robust men, leaving them only partially sated. How challenging. Oh, dear author, why not introduce a system or something? To this, the author expresses profound helplessness. Every traveler possesses a unique advantage, yet the opportunities are limited. If one desires to partake, one must delve into this narrative. With newfound motivation, the subsequent tasks become significantly more manageable. If one wishes to partake in sustenance, diligent effort is imperative. Does anyone lack strength? They merely fear expending energy in vain. However, the feasibility has now been demonstrated, and in pursuit of food independence and modernization, the course of action is clear. There is no need for further discussion. Action must be taken. Jiangya, of course, welcomes this development. Free labor is a boon not to be overlooked. In the following month, the entire tribe mobilizes. Aside from the routine hunting, the men venture forth in search of seeds while the women remain at home to cultivate the land. Even the children are expected to contribute, or they might face consequences for idleness. To put it plainly, even the wild boars must be let loose to root around. Emphasizing the principle of not allowing the idle to linger, the once lethargic tribe has finally begun to exhibit some vitality. Everyone is occupied and weary. Yet the previous haze of aimless existence has dissipated, replaced by smiles that reflect the tribe's newfound vigor. As time flows gently by, the scattered patches of cleared land surrounding the tribe stand as testaments to their collective labor. What is termed as reclamation is, in truth, merely the rudimentary clearing of trees and weeds. A pit is dug, some soil is buried, and a count of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 is performed, and thus, the land is deemed sown. As for tilling the soil and fertilizing, Jiangya humbly admits he is not yet equipped for such endeavors. Lacking tools and manpower, merely watering the plants is a significant achievement. To aspire for meticulous cultivation at this stage would be folly. Progress must be incremental. Logically, the chosen plants are all wild and not particularly delicate. Moreover, with the support of the tribe, it stands to reason they should not be outgrown by common weeds. Regardless, the initial step is to sow the seeds. Jiangya is uncertain whether the current conditions are suitable for planting. According to the calendar, there are still approximately 4 months until winter. The crops in question are vegetables and tubers, which can be consumed regardless of ripeness. If fortune favors them, there should be a harvest before the arrival of winter. Even if failure ensues, it would simply be a matter of gaining experience, with the option to try again next year. After all, Jiangya embraces the mindset that as long as one possesses nothing, one cannot truly lose. Let fate take its course. Chapter 30. Clues of cattle and hemp. The relentless sun scorches the earth, and the summer forest is stiflingly hot. Both animals and insects have ceased their clamor, seeking refuge in corners they deem comfortable. Yet, the people of the cave exhibit an unusual tenacity. Not only do they eschew the shade, but they also dismantle the shelters of other creatures. After a month of labor, the cave tribe has cleared a substantial area, estimating it to be around 10 acres. Considering that 1 acre can sustain a single individual, this amount of land is still insufficient to support the entire tribe. And much work lies ahead. This is already at the limit of their capabilities. Working under the blazing sun is a daunting task, particularly in the absence of proper agricultural tools. Were it not for the early production of several iron implements and the tribe's abundance of strong men, it is uncertain how long it would take to cultivate even this modest expanse. After all, land reclamation is no simple feat. It requires patient and persistent effort. 10 acres of land should suffice, for even if one were to be granted 1,000 acres, Jiangya would struggle to find enough seeds for planting. On this particular day, Jiangya was engaged in clearing weeds from the fields when a figure emerged from the cave in a limping manner. Curiosity piqued. He turned to his companion, Guzi, and inquired, "Who is that individual? I don't believe I've seen him before." Guzi, wearing an expression of bewilderment, replied, "It's Chong, the one you brought back." Jiangya, suddenly recalling, slapped his forehead, realizing he had forgotten about him. Remarkably, the old fellow had survived such grievous injuries. "Continue your work. I shall go and take a look." "No one is allowed to slack off," he declared, vanishing in an instant. When he first returned, Jiangya occasionally checked on Chang's condition, but his focus on agricultural matters had caused him to momentarily forget. Approaching Chang, he greeted him warmly, "Uncle, your recovery is commendable. You're already able to work in the fields." Their previous encounters had fostered a sense of familiarity. "It has been quite some time since I last saw you. I thought perhaps Chang was in danger of being devoured by a wild beast." Though the survival rate of children in this region was dismal, he was nearing adulthood and deemed it unlikely that he would perish so easily. However, death was commonplace in this primitive society, and Jiangya had long since grown accustomed to such realities. "Thank you for your kind words. Please refrain from mentioning it again." Jiangya quickly interjected, redirecting the conversation. Uncle, are you feeling better? Are you accustomed to your stay here? This place is splendid. The food is excellent. And I am recovering swiftly. That is wonderful to hear. What are your plans for the future? Do you harbor any dreams? Plans? Dreams? The two, despite their linguistic barriers, engaged in a halting yet earnest dialogue, gesturing and stammering as they communicated. In this isolated locale, Chang was only the second member of a tribe Jiangya had encountered, and he was eager to glean new information. His meeting with the Rock tribe had yielded meteorite iron, and he wondered what insights he might gain from the Sang tribe. He understood that friendships forged with ulterior motives seldom blossomed into genuine connections. Yet did Jiangya truly lack friends? Certainly. However, he was in greater need of other things. Initially hoping to extract useful information from Chang, he soon found their conversation to be akin to a fowl attempting to converse with a duck. When he inquired about the location of the Sang tribe, Chang merely gestured towards the foot of the mountain. When asked about the tribe's specialties, he replied that they had four-legged prey. In response to Jiangya's question about the tribe's population, Chang simply stated, many people. Such nonsensical replies left Jiangya feeling exasperated. Had he not known Chang's ignorance, he might have placed him in the category of the intellectually challenged, avoiding any further engagement for fear of diminishing his own intellect. Yet, having finally encountered a stranger, Jiangya felt a twinge of dissatisfaction at the lack of any substantial gain from their exchange. I do not comprehend your meaning. Surely others can understand you. Jiangya directly summoned Man to serve as a translator. Though somewhat simple-minded, he was, after all, the chief. Due to frequent hunting expeditions and interactions with other tribes, his translation skills were barely adequate. With Man's translation, communication improved significantly. At least it was no longer as arduous as before. Surprisingly, two distinct items caught Jiangya's attention. One was a four-legged, two-horned herbivore. Was it a cow, a sheep, a deer, or something else? Merely based on descriptions, Jiangya couldn't discern its true nature, as all seemed to fit the characteristics. If it were indeed a cow, he would strive to tame a couple with all his might. He had contemplated deducing its identity by size, but in this world, it was not unusual for sheep to grow as large as cows, rendering such comparisons futile. The other item was the bark that could be woven into ropes, which sounded somewhat akin to hemp. If it truly were hemp, it would be splendid. It was far more than just rope. Ancient garments and bags were crafted from it. Coarse hemp garments were derived from this very source. Blessings upon the disabled. Truly, the ancients did not deceive me. Indeed, the novels from my past life were not in vain. When encountering such NPCs on the road, one must inquire further, for they might issue hidden quests. And so it was that fortune smiled upon him. Uncle, do you wish to return to your tribe? Upon hearing this, Jiangya noted the anxious expression on Chang's face, realizing he sounded somewhat mercenary. Just as he had begun to walk again, he was asking others if they wished to return. This was somewhat pressuring. Alas, he had ultimately become the very person he despised. In an attempt to restore his noble image, Jiangya continued, what I mean is, once your injury has healed, would you like to return? Chang let out a quiet sigh of relief. His injury was not yet healed, and if he were to be sent away, death would await him. However, once he recovered, it would be a different matter, for indeed, a golden nest or silver nest could not compare to one's own doghouse. Unless absolutely necessary, who would wish to leave their tribe? Yet, Chang also understood the rules. As someone who had been rescued, he would now be considered part of the cave tribe. He perceived this as a test, thus hesitantly replied, I do not wish to. Truly do not wish to? Indeed, I do not. What of your wife and child? Do you truly wish to return? Perhaps I do. That's more like it. If you did not wish to, how could I dare to venture into your tribe to deceive and trade? Having received a satisfactory response, Jiangya felt quite gratified. However, how to reach the Sang tribe remained a dilemma, as Chang's foot was still injured and could not guide them. Thus, careful study was required, and there was no rush. Chapter 31. The difficulty of travel. Unlike Earth, where GPS and the Beidou system facilitate navigation, here the situation was decidedly different. Unless in a 3D city like Chongqing, one could typically input a location name and know the way in mere moments. However, such conveniences were absent here. According to Chang's account, they had been hunting for 3 days, and he had spent another 3 days fleeing, amounting to a total of 6 days. Even considering marching speed, in a walking scenario, one could cover approximately 5 kilometers in an hour. Assuming he walked for 4 hours a day, that would total 20 kilometers, and over 6 days, they would have traversed approximately 120 kilometers. Considering the various factors such as hunting for prey and taking detours, the actual distance can be halved, resulting in approximately 60 kilometers. This implies that Sang resides within a range of about 60 kilometers from them. While 60 kilometers may not seem considerable in the grand scheme of Earth, it equates to merely a fleeting moment, insufficient even for a leisurely meal. However, if one were to traverse it on foot, the journey becomes arduous. To put this into perspective, many urban areas have a direct distance of merely 56 kilometers, and who can guarantee that one has explored every corner? Despite residing in the same city, many individuals may never meet throughout their lives. Moreover, this is set in a primeval forest, where transportation is exceedingly inconvenient. A distance of 60 kilometers could feel akin to encountering a foreigner. Even if the locals are somewhat taller, it would still require a significant amount of time, at least half the journey, taking about 34 days to traverse both ways. After all, one must proceed step by step, avoiding large strides to prevent mishaps. When accounting for factors such as the transport of goods, the threat of wild animals, and the potential for getting lost, the time required could easily double. Thus, it seems prudent to set aside matters concerning the Sang tribe for the moment. Knowing that they possessed valuable resources, yet being unable to obtain them, left Jiang Ye feeling somewhat disgruntled. He sought information from Chang before discreetly retreating. Although cattle and hemp are indeed prized commodities, attempting to seize them now appears unrealistic. Given this, it may be wiser to explore the nearby tribes for potential treasures. Fortunately, the busy farming season has concluded, allowing Jiang Ye to finally ponder the development of his tribe. When discussing tribal advancement, the foremost concern is sustenance, which has occupied Jiang Ye's thoughts for the past several months. Currently, food supplies are relatively stable, and the land has been cultivated, yielding crops. As long as someone is responsible for weeding and watering, the rest can be delegated to others. It is anticipated that before winter arrives, there will be a substantial harvest, alleviating concerns about hunger during the cold months. Another crucial aspect is population growth. The rapid advancement of Huaxia in just a few decades can be attributed not only to their admirable resilience, but also to a vast population base and expansive territory. Increasing the population is no simple task. It is not as if individuals can emerge from the cracks of stones. Even with a temporary surplus of food, the tribe has only welcomed 2 infants and a handful of expectant mothers. Relying solely on natural reproduction would be akin to waiting idly for a miracle. Of course, there are methods to swiftly enhance the population size. One could resort to zero-cost acquisition, essentially seizing individuals or pursue trade. However, the idea of abduction seems rather implausible. It's not that Jiang Ye possesses a soft heart. Rather, given the current strength of the Dong tribe, with Jiang Ye being merely a youth among around 30 individuals, the outcome of any such endeavor remains uncertain. While the method itself holds merit, it is ill-suited for the present circumstances. Thus, the only viable option remains through trade. Frankly speaking, trade indeed represents the most suitable path for the cave tribe at present. After all, the cave tribe has accumulated a modest fortune, with essentials such as salt and pottery serving as hard currency, making it quite feasible to exchange them for a few individuals. However, this method of trade harbors a critical flaw. It is limited to children and women. This is not a matter of gender discrimination. Rather, the addition of an adult male translates to increased hunting income. No tribe would foolishly engage in the trade of adult men, for their lack of advancement does not equate to ignorance. After careful consideration, Jiang Ye concluded that enhancing the population through conventional trade within a short time frame appears unrealistic. With no other recourse, he resolved to employ some stratagems. Fortunately, with thousands of years of history, the great Huaxia has witnessed myriad events. Drawing inspiration from them should not be deemed plagiarism. Jiang Ye recalled that during World War I, China had dispatched countless laborers abroad, yet how many of them returned? The majority remained, marrying and establishing families in foreign lands. This method could indeed serve as a viable reference. As he pondered this, Lan rushed over in a flurry. The girl, whose bosom had grown ample, could hardly be considered a mere child anymore. With her naturally good foundation and the nourishment of recent months, she had grown increasingly tall and graceful, particularly adorned in the animal skin skirt and bodice Jiang Ye had crafted for her, inspired by contemporary aesthetics. She truly was a sight to behold, exuding an exotic charm. Under Jiang Ye's unwavering gaze, even Lan, who typically boasted a carefree disposition, displayed a hint of shyness, accompanied by a flicker of delight. After all, what girl is immune to the stirrings of young love? Especially when Jiang Ye had repeatedly proven himself as resplendent as fireflies in the night. The young girl, uncharacteristically bashful, asked, "Brother Ye, why are you looking at me like that? Your gaze feels rather peculiar." Although it is said that a graceful maiden is well suited for a gentleman, being caught in the act of revealing his infatuation left Jiang Ye somewhat embarrassed. Reluctantly averting his gaze, he inquired, "Why the haste? Is there something amiss? The Yin tribe has sent someone. The leader requests your presence." "Very well, I shall go at once." Logically speaking, the supplies from the last trade should suffice until next year. However, It has only been a little over a month since the last exchange with the Yin tribe, making their sudden visit rather puzzling. Nevertheless, Jiangye decided to observe the situation before forming conclusions. Upon his arrival, he found Man and a group from the Yin tribe engaged in lively conversation, their laughter echoing warmly in the air. It appeared to be a positive development. As he approached, Jiangye began to assess the Yin tribe's contingent. This time, nearly 30 individuals had come from the Yin tribe, led by the robust chief, Shi. Among them were 17 strong men, a few familiar faces from the previous trading encounter. The remainder comprised women, children, and various goods made of animal skins, evidently intended for trade. Chapter 32. Others show off. While you foot the bill, hey, you brat, Uncle Shi has come over and you didn't even bother to greet him. Are you looking for a beating? I swear. Jiangye truly wished to deliver a hefty slap to this simpleton, yet upon observing the imposing stature of his counterpart, he reconsidered and refrained from lowering himself to such a level. Uncle Shi, have you finished the salt from last time? Ha ha ha, so it's you, ya. Upon seeing Jiangye approach, Shi was evidently delighted. Had it not been for Jiangye's enlightening words previously that opened a new world for him, he would not have come over so soon. He continued, although the items traded last time were few, I reckon they would last our tribe for quite a while. Thus, Shi recounted the events of the past month. The situation was straightforward. Following the previous trade, Shi had sold the fire seeds, salt, pottery, and other items acquired from Jiangye to other tribes at a handsome profit. The exact figures were deemed a business secret, and Shi chose not to disclose them. However, the broad grin stretching from ear to ear on his face suggested he had indeed made a nice little profit. What a talent! Jiangye had merely mentioned it in passing last time, yet it appeared that Shi was naturally adept at this trade. He couldn't help but glance at Man and remark, look at us leaders, yet the disparity between individuals is astonishing. What are you looking at? Do you believe I would pummel you? Oh, the foolishness. For someone like Man, who was all brawn and no brains, it was unfathomable to him that his lack of intellect was the root of his shortcomings. Jiangye held no expectations for him and turned back to continue conversing with Shi. From the items brought this time, it was evident that the Shi tribe had tasted success and was eager for another trade. When opportunity knocks, how could Jiangye refuse? In a friendly negotiation, both parties reached an agreement. The Shi tribe would offer 5 women, 10 children, and 10 animal skins in exchange for 10 pounds of salt and 10 pottery pots from the cave tribe. In such a substantial transaction, Jiangye generously gifted them 50 bowls, for there was an abundance of clay, and a few more would not matter. Shi was moved to the core, praising Jiangye's generosity. It is worth noting that 50 bowls were of little consequence to the cave tribe, but for the Shi tribe, this was a significant addition of pottery. This meant that henceforth, everyone in the Shi tribe would have access to pottery. Just as Jiangye believed the transaction had reached its conclusion, unexpectedly, Man, perhaps spurred by some impulse, brandished an axe to show off. Sure. Allow me to present something remarkable. What is it? You probably don't know, but this is ironware. Ironware? Never seen it before, have you? It's a fine item, sharp and incredibly durable, perfect for chopping trees and hunting. Seeing Shi's puzzled expression, it was time for Man the General to display his prowess. Before he could finish his explanation, he swung the axe at a nearby tree, striking it twice with a resounding bang. The tree, as thick as a thigh, fell neatly with a clean cut. One could almost imagine it in utter bewilderment, pondering why, in the midst of a seemingly pleasant conversation, it was suddenly targeted. What had it done to deserve such a fate? But Man was unconcerned with the tree's plight and proudly boasted, "What do you think? Impressive, isn't it?" The stone was taken aback by the axe's power. Although felling such a small tree seemed trivial, it had only been a mere breath since the act. Such a magnificent tool. Suddenly, the salt and pottery that had been traded moments ago lost their allure, and the desire to barter for an axe became paramount. Unlike salt and pottery, which were limited in the tribe, the axe was a rare treasure. Parting with it was inconceivable. My stomach aches. You all continue your discussion. Seeing the predicament, the barbarian, adhering to the principle of leaving after completing the task, swiftly made his escape without a trace. Come on, can't you behave like a decent person? The series of actions from the barbarian left Jiangye in a state of disarray. Well, I suddenly feel a bit unwell. As if my period is arriving. Please sit tight. I shall return shortly. Having witnessed the might of iron tools, the stone could not concede. As Jiangye attempted to flee, the stone executed a swift maneuver, pinning Jiangye down. You shall not leave until the iron tools are traded to me. Being held down by such a rough figure, Jiangye felt a sense of discomfort. After several futile attempts to break free, he resigned himself to the situation. Just let me go. I have no interest in men. Agree, and I shall release you. Fine, fine, I agree. Is that sufficient? Jiangye, unwilling to remain in such an uncomfortable position, had no choice but to concede. At that moment, he truly felt tears welling up. What a predicament! Why must he foot the bill for someone else's indulgence? Although the stone eventually released him, procuring the iron tools remained a challenge. Unlike pottery, which could be acquired in abundance, the tribe possessed only a handful of iron tools, all of which had been allocated. If anyone sought to reclaim them, the answer would be a resounding no. Jiangya, now in a frenzy of thought, realized he could only employ a strategy of delay. Dusting himself off, he spoke slowly. Uncle Stone, I am not deceiving you. As you can see, there are but a few iron tools in the entire tribe, and each individual cherishes them dearly. There is simply no way to trade them. Upon hearing this, the stone became irate, exclaiming, Do you intend to renege on the deal? What do you mean by renege? Noticing the other party's inclination toward violence, Jiangya began to play the victim. Uncle Stone, do you know the immense cost we incurred to acquire these iron tools? If I were to trade them to you, they would certainly kill me. Having witnessed the power of the iron tools, the stone understood their significance. In a moment of empathy, he realized that even he could not part with such valuable items. Yet, watching the precious items slip away before his eyes felt more tormenting than death itself. It was akin to having a naked beauty teasingly presenting herself before you, knowing that making a misstep could lead to dire consequences. How would one choose in such a situation? Our tribe also faces hardships. Our hunts yield little, and we are often besieged by wild beasts. Witnessing the cold corpses of my kin is truly heart-wrenching. Stone, unable to maintain his composure, swiftly altered his approach and began to lament his plight. His performance was rather commendable, as he theatrically wiped away non-existent tears, his reddened eyes fixed intently on Jiangya, questioning with palpable disbelief. Can you truly be so heartless? The audacity of such moral coercion. Is there no one to intervene? Jiangya, taken aback by the exaggerated display of emotion, felt as though his jaw might unhinge. A true talent. The Oscars surely owe this fellow a golden statuette. Chapter 33. The working class. The saying goes, those without shame are invincible. What is one to do when a towering figure, over 2 meters tall, weeps like a child in exchange for a mere piece of iron? Jiangya could do nothing but vehemently condemn such actions, which undermined the very foundation of primitive societal morals. An exchange could be arranged, but to his surprise, the theatrics proved effective. Before Jiangya could finish his thought, Stone eagerly interjected, Rest assured, I will agree to any terms you propose. Hold on, I haven't finished speaking yet, Jiangya retorted, exasperated. While Stone's sincerity was evident, such a display from a grown man could easily lead to misunderstandings. One might think they were involved in something else entirely. Continuing, Jiangya inquired, You wish to trade iron, but are you willing to exchange people? People? Stone echoed, incredulous. Indeed, young and able-bodied individuals, Jiangya clarified. After a prolonged exchange of exaggerated performances, Jiangya finally revealed his true intentions. Upon hearing that only young adults could be exchanged for iron, Stone's expression became increasingly animated. While he might be willing to barter with other goods, no matter the cost, the notion of trading away able-bodied members of his tribe was utterly unacceptable. They were the very backbone of his community. If all the young were traded away, he would be left with nothing but a hollow title. Even 1,000 pieces of iron would be of no use. Before you hastily reject the idea, allow me to finish, Jiangya pressed on. With the proverbial pants already off, it was not so simple to retreat. Jiangya did not grant Stone the opportunity to refuse, and continued. I am not asking you to trade your people to me. Rather, I propose they come to work for me. Work? Stone was utterly perplexed. Having never encountered such terminology before, your tribesmen would labor in my domain. I will provide them with sustenance, and upon completing a year of service, each will receive a piece of iron. To alleviate any doubts, Jiangya added, moreover, they can return to their tribe once a month for a respite. How does that sound? Quite a bargain, wouldn't you agree? Is such a thing possible? Stone, even if dim-witted, grasped the deal's simplicity. His tribesmen would work at Dong tribe, receiving nourishment, and after 1 year, each would obtain a piece of iron. Do you truly possess such ample provisions in iron? That is of no concern to you. If you wish to acquire iron, these are my terms. Consider them carefully. With that, Jiangya vanished, leaving no room for further discussion. Stone, absorbed in a storm of contemplation, failed to notice Jiangya's departure. As long as one engages in labor here, sustenance is guaranteed, akin to a reluctant benefactor dutifully supporting one's kin. Furthermore, upon completing a year of toil, one is rewarded with a piece of ironware. For an individual, this amounts to 1 axe per annum. For 10 individuals, 10 axes, and for 100 axes. Thus, if their tribe were to persist for another year, they would amass a considerable quantity of iron tools. Wouldn't this propel them into a prosperous society in an instant? Logically speaking, the terms proposed by Jiangya appear to favor him significantly. Through several interactions with Jiangya, He does not perceive the latter as a fool, yet. Jiangya continues his course of action, implying there are facets that have eluded his understanding, leaving him somewhat indecisive. Jiangya's approach also carries an element of strategic allure. Should he appear overly eager, the other party would undoubtedly seek to capitalize on this urgency, potentially leading to unfavorable negotiations. Presently, if one were to withdraw hastily, it would be the stones who would find themselves in a precarious position. The terms have been laid forth, and they are exceedingly generous. Should they remain unwilling, they cannot hold him accountable. To acquire iron tools, one must pay the requisite price. There is no such thing as a free lunch. Moreover, the conditions Jiangya has set forth represent a remarkably advantageous exchange. With the perception of loss resting solely on differing cognitions, the stones regard Jiangya as a naive benefactor because, in their eyes, an axe is akin to a priceless heirloom. Receiving one after a year of labor seems almost like an act of charity. However, from Jiangya's perspective, while axes are indeed rare, he possesses ample opportunity to forge them in the future. A mature individual requires at least a decade to fully develop. Consider how many axes could be produced in that span. The comparison is simply incommensurable. Reflecting on the experiences of the post-90s and aughts generations in the workforce, where employers merely provide food and shelter while offering a single axe at the year's end, this situation feels akin to a grand victory in a game of mahjong. The people of the Rock Tribe, upon completing a year of service, would receive their iron tools. If ironware proves unattainable, other alternatives may arise. Are you lacking in agricultural techniques? Would you like to learn? If so, we can extend the contract for another year. How about a complimentary brick and tile house? Or perhaps, would you be interested in swimming and fitness? Education should commence from a young age. How about enrolling in a training course? Once individuals arrive, they are akin to meat buns thrown to dogs. There is no return. Jiangya has myriad methods to ensure their retention here. The transition from frugality to luxury is effortless, yet the reverse is fraught with difficulty. This mirrors the siphoning effect of major cities. After living in such elevated conditions for a few years, when faced with a return to their former struggles, they would rebel regardless of whether one is merely a leader or even their progenitor. This exemplifies true vision. Jiangya considers himself a genius for conceiving such an ingenious plan. The distinction between conspiracy and open strategy lies in the former's fragility. Once exposed, it crumbles. Conversely, the latter is robust. My hand is strong, and even if you are aware of impending defeat, you remain powerless to alter the course. Unsurprisingly, it did not take long for the stones to approach Jiangya once more to deliberate on this matter. The process was intricate, yet the outcome remained delightfully simple. The reason for engaging in prolonged discussions with the other party was merely to alleviate Shi's state of mind. In addition to the initial trade items, Shi left behind 5 robust men to work here. Jiangya generously offered 20 caddies of salt and 3 earthen pots as a deposit, ensuring that even if he could not provide as many iron tools a year later, the Yin tribe would not suffer excessively. The plan for recruiting individuals has taken initial shape and can be further refined as the tribe evolves. After all, the Dong tribe is still in the nascent stage of socialism, with basic needs yet to be resolved and not much to offer. Regardless, as the great ones have said, one must feel their way across the river. Some matters cannot be rushed. One must take it step by step. After bidding farewell to a group from the Yin tribe, Jiangya plunged into new endeavors. With nearly 20 additional individuals joining, the Dong tribe, including the elderly and children, now comprises over 80 members. The previous trades primarily involved women and children. Although there are 5 strong men, their household registration still remains with the Yin tribe, creating a somewhat imbalanced dynamic. With the increase in population, the issue of accommodation has arisen. Historically, the Dong tribe relied on natural caves, which have expanded over generations to reach their current scale. The initial group from the first trade was manageable, but with over 20 more individuals joining this time, temporary crowding is feasible. However, if this persists, it would lead to severe discomfort. More importantly, certain activities would become inconvenient. One cannot revert to live-streaming procreation, after all. Chapter 34, Honor, Integrity, and Shame. Watching a live stream is entirely different from being the one live-streaming. Jiangya had no peculiar inclinations and preferred not to have anyone overseeing his affairs. Continuing to reside in the caves is evidently impractical. The ancestors of the Dong tribe were fortunate to have discovered a few caves as campsites, which have grown over generations to their present size. Currently, there are no tools for excavating mountains or caves, relying solely on manual labor. It would take at least 2 or 3 years to dig out a cave, an unrealistic endeavor. Setting aside the question of whether digging would even be possible, even if a cave were excavated, who knows how many more people would be part of the Dong tribe in 2 or 3 years? Would they simply excavate again? If that were the case, Jianya might as well abandon all other pursuits and spend his life solely digging caves. This approach is undoubtedly untenable. As for the idea of constructing brick houses, Jianya had indeed contemplated it. With the current foundation for pottery production, the technical challenges are minimal. The main issue lies in the considerable manpower and time required for such an endeavor. Time, however, is not a pressing concern. The primitive society has an abundance of it. The primary challenge remains the scarcity of hands. With only a handful of individuals, tasks such as salt production, fishing, hunting, farming, and herding all require attention. There is simply no energy left for such elaborate endeavors. At present, it seems more prudent to construct a series of thatched cottages as a temporary solution. And once the tribe reaches a certain scale, they can then undertake urban renovation. After all, one cannot expect to consume a large meal all at once. Moreover, even if everyone were to receive a villa now, there would still be a need for management. In this present company of individuals, who have yet to resolve even the most basic issues of sanitation, it is evident that no matter how splendidly they construct their dwellings, within a few days, they will resemble little more than pigsties. Having resolved to take action, Jianya is not one to dawdle. The following day, he commenced a real estate project alongside his tribesmen. However, as a contractor, he does not enjoy the privileges that one might find in more advanced societies. He must personally engage in leveling the ground, designing, and executing the work, with little time for leisure activities such as bathing or singing. Alas, one cannot blame fate for their misfortunes. All he can do is aspire to be reborn as a privileged heir in a future life. To savor a few days of ease, for this life offers little in terms of fanciful dreams. Fortunately, they are equipped with axes and machetes, for the mere act of felling trees could be daunting otherwise. If construction is to take place, the selection of terrain is paramount. It must not be excessively open, as such a location would leave them vulnerable to attacks from wild beasts or rival tribes, and 2 legs can hardly compete with 4. Conversely, it cannot be too constricted, as they are not outlaws seeking refuge in the mountains at every turn. After a day's reconnaissance, Jianya ultimately settled on a valley situated approximately 1 mile from the river. The valley's terrain is relatively flat, densely populated with trees suitable for lumber, making it an ideal site for construction, an endeavor not in vain. The area spans roughly 1 kilometer in length and width, which, while somewhat expansive for the current cave tribe, is essential for future growth. Development is not a matter of mere days, and one cannot simply relocate with every increase in population, a folly Jianya would not entertain. This chosen land is conveniently close to the original gathering site of the cave tribe, merely a kilometer away, making it easier to persuade the tribe of its merits. The previously cultivated land is not far either, requiring only an additional 10 minutes of travel, and as the population grows, this area will undoubtedly need further expansion, eliminating the need to seek out new land later. Moreover, its proximity to the river facilitates the next step of water diversion. Jianya estimated that this tract encompasses approximately 2,000 acres, with 1 acre sustaining a single individual. The valley could potentially accommodate between 1,000 to 2,000 people for the next 35 years without the concern of relocating. Surrounded by mountains on 3 sides, once the tribe flourishes, they would need only to erect a wall on the eastern side for defense. This arrangement would provide a measure of security against both wild animal attacks and incursions from larger tribes. As for establishing fortifications at present, that seems impractical. With so few individuals, in the face of danger, it is best to flee, for they possess little of value. Such defenses are the domain of those with substantial wealth and resources, and given the current state of the cave tribe, it is simply not warranted, a truth that is somewhat shameful to admit. Having selected the site, Jianya summoned Wu and Man to discuss the plans. As he is still a youth, despite the trust placed in him by his peers, the significant matter of relocation cannot be solely his decision. It necessitates their collective deliberation. Upon hearing Jianya's proposal, both Wu and Man's expressions brightened with newfound clarity. The shaman naturally need not elaborate, as his heart is solely focused on the development of the tribe. Upon hearing that Jianya intends to construct dwellings, he is overwhelmed with joy. The only thing he is reluctant to part with is the few dilapidated caves, places painstakingly discovered by their ancestors. How could he bear to abandon them? In contrast to the shaman's inner turmoil, the others are elated. Recently, the issue of accommodation has sparked considerable discord among the tribe. Some complain about the strong odor of newcomers, while others, crowded together, disturb the night with their grinding teeth. Murmurs and sleep, and indiscriminate relief, leading to constant irritations and frequent quarrels. In the past, even a simple act of urination would incite competitions over distance, and the victor would revel in triumph for an entire day. However, ever since Jianya's arrival, subtle changes began to unfold. As a quintessential modern individual, Jiangya, though unperturbed by trivialities, is not one to flaunt his body. He meticulously wraps his private parts, ensuring modesty while also providing a set for Lan Yi. Were it anyone else, such unconventional behavior would invite mockery. Yet Jiangya commands a unique respect, though not quite respect. Rather an air of sophistication that others cannot help but admire. Consequently, where once everyone was carefree and unrefined, a new standard has emerged. The presence of an anomaly means one no longer reveals everything. Thus, a sense of propriety begins to take root among the tribe. Influenced by Jiangya, the tribe members gradually come to embody concepts of decorum and dignity. What was once considered shameless in public has begun to feel oddly inappropriate. The reason humanity can rise above myriad races lies in such an adaptive learning ability. Even Jiangya himself is taken aback, realizing that his subconscious actions have unwittingly steered the evolution of advanced culture. Chapter 35. The burden of excessive documentation. Under the blazing sun, the summer cicadas sing in unison, and a gentle breeze rustles the leaves, producing a constant whisper. As it is his first foray into the realm of real estate, an undertaking of considerable magnitude, Jiangya believes a formal approach is warranted. Survival is arduous, yet one must not forego a sense of ceremony. At this moment, the shaman stands upon a makeshift altar, reciting incantations with fervor, his silhouette cast against the sun, exuding an ethereal grace. The altar's front is adorned with an abundance of offerings, beasts, dried fish, taro, and other sumptuous foods. In the open space, the tribe kneels in reverent devotion. As a staunch Marxist, Jiangya had previously dismissed the existence of deities. Yet, how does one reconcile this perspective in a realm such as this? It is not a place devoid of gods. The people contend with the heavens, the earth, and the forces of nature, seeking prosperity in bountiful years and blessings in times of calamity, with each tribe holding steadfastly to its own beliefs. In the profound darkness, amidst the chaotic clamor, may Turing bestow his blessings upon us. One cannot ascertain whether the old shaman has imbibed some invigorating elixir. As he dances fervently under the scorching sun, his energy seemingly inexhaustible, performing for an entire hour without a single repetition of his movements. The solemnity of the ritual feels like a self-imposed trial. Jiangya, kneeling on the ground, fights off drowsiness. After yet another hour, just as Jiangya teeters on the brink of slumber, the old shaman, having savored the moment, wipes the spittle from the corner of his mouth and exclaims loudly, "My tribesmen, I have consulted with Turing, and he will bless our tribe, transforming calamity into fortune, bringing favorable winds and timely rains. Turing bless us! Turing bless us! Turing bless us!" Jiangya remains uncertain about the true nature of this Turing. Yet the atmosphere demands participation. He joins in the chorus, adding his voice to the fervor. The ritual persists throughout the morning. Perhaps the exertion has drained the shaman, for as soon as he descends from the altar, he retreats to his cave for rest. Just when Jiangya believes the ordeal has concluded, man ascends the altar once more. As the tribe's leader, it is customary to deliver a few words post-ritual. Oh no! Realizing the situation, Jiangya understands that man's social exuberance is about to take flight. In less than half an hour, the momentum will be unstoppable. Tribesmen, today is neither a festival nor a holiday, so why have we gathered for this ritual? This brings to mind a dream I had last night, in which I released a rather fragrant flatulence, reminiscent of spicy five-spice flavor. Clearly, Jiangya has underestimated man's prowess. As he effortlessly transitions from a mundane anecdote to the grandeur of the cosmic explosion, without a hint of dissonance. It is a pity that such talent is not employed in a more lucrative venture. Life here is rather monotonous, and the loquacious leader provides a welcome distraction, akin to an impromptu comedy performance. At times, Jiangya finds amusement in man's braggadocio. His eloquence and exaggerated expressions never fail to elicit laughter from the crowd. However, it is midday, and one wonders if a modicum of respect for the sun might be in order. The heat is stifling. Einstein's theory of relativity teaches us that time is indeed relative. If everyone were to gather beneath the great tree, enjoying the shade and music, a day would pass in the blink of an eye. Yet, at this moment, Jiangya feels as though time drags on interminably, wishing he could offer a scathing remark to man's ancestors. In any case, relocation is of utmost importance to the tribe. Any attempts at deceit will not be tolerated. If I catch wind of such antics, woe betide him. Perhaps out of a sudden pang of conscience, or perhaps due to the number of fainting individuals present. An entire hour passes before man finally concludes his speech. "Yeah, this idea was yours. Why don't you come up and share a few words?" Upon hearing this, Jiangya, who was on the verge of collapsing, suddenly feels invigorated, his aches and fatigue dissipating. "Very well, you each performed for an hour, did you? That's simply one to do. Allow me to deliver a double performance. During meetings, the dynamics between the speaker and the attendees manifest as starkly contrasting states. When one merely participates, time seems to stretch interminably, evoking an overwhelming urge to intervene and silence the incessant drivel. However, when one assumes the role of the speaker, the experience transforms entirely. Time feels insufficient, and a mere hour of discourse serves merely as a prelude, with the gathering refusing to adjourn until mealtime approaches. What was intended to be a simple ritual inexplicably drags on from dawn till dusk, punctuated by fervent speeches from shamans, leaders, and anyone who perceives themselves to hold a modicum of status. As one person speaks for 10 minutes, another insists on 30, while yet another demands a full hour. Strangely, individuals who had succumbed to heat exhaustion suddenly revive at the sound of their names, launching into impassioned oratories. The dialogue becomes a competition of eloquence, spiraling into a cacophony from which there seems no escape. A solemn ceremony devolves into a farcical display. The internal strife exacts a toll. What could have been accomplished in a single day stretches painfully into a week. The aftermath of the ritual leaves many incapacitated by heat, and those still standing suffer from sunburn, exacerbating the limited time available. This predicament incites frustration in Jiangya, who, reflecting on the ordeal, enacts stringent regulations governing meetings. 1. Each meeting must not exceed 1 hour. 2. No more than 2 leaders may speak at each meeting. 3. Meetings shall not occur more than twice daily or 3 times weekly. 4. Each meeting must progress from inception to conclusion in no more than 3 phases. When dissenters argue that these stipulations hinder in-depth discussions, Jiangya promptly dismisses them, reasoning that such objections reveal an inability to meet the demands of their positions. Thus, if minds cannot be changed, then personnel must be. Under Jiangya's firm governance, the tribe adopts a more focused and pragmatic approach to meetings, resulting in a remarkable increase in efficiency. Following the painful lessons learned from the previous ritual, the tribe takes a full week to recuperate. Fortunately, prior reserves remain, preventing disaster from the depletion of resources. However, the stockpile of dried fish diminishes significantly, causing distress among the members, as these provisions are vital for winter survival. It serves as a poignant reminder. The perils of formalism can be dire. Yet, having endured the trial, the tribe resumes its duties with renewed vigor. In the wake of these events, Jiangya, having gleaned valuable insights, communicates succinctly, and everyone diligently returns to their designated tasks. Chapter 36. The construction of thatched huts. Although the task involves erecting thatched huts, in a world where communication relies heavily on shouting, transportation is primarily on foot, and construction is solely manual. Meeting the housing needs of over 80 individuals within a short time frame is no trivial endeavor. Fortunately, it is the summer season, and completing the construction tasks before winter should pose little difficulty. The thatched cottage is merely a temporary solution, destined for renewal in a short span of time, and Jiangya does not intend to construct anything overly extravagant. While a standalone house is impractical, it is essential that each family possesses their own dwelling. Building a thatched cottage is not particularly technical. Indeed, many tribes reside in similar grass huts, and this structure is simply an upgraded version of that concept. Leveling the ground is self-evident. Everyone understands its necessity. Next comes the erection of columns and beams, and there is no shortage of embracing giant trees in the vicinity. With an axe in hand, lumbering becomes a trivial task. For constructing a thatched cottage, timber of thigh-thick dimensions suffices, and with the strength of the clan members, a substantial quantity can be gathered in a single day, rendering it a straightforward endeavor. For the walls, Jiangya initially planned to create molds from wooden planks and then ram earth to build the walls. However, upon reflection, given that this rudimentary structure would only last a year or 2 before being replaced by brick and tile houses, the subsequent dismantling would require considerable effort, making such a complicated approach unnecessary. To save time, Jiangya sourced a plant akin to bamboo, weaving it into a fence placed between the columns, and then constructed a framework with wooden sticks. He then applied a thick layer of mud on both sides, thus forming the walls. The roof, however, presents a more intricate challenge, as it requires technical skill, complex craftsmanship, and immense patience. A slight error could result in leaks during summer rains or drafts in winter. To achieve protection from wind and rain, the bark must be meticulously stripped and laid in succession atop the roof, secured with wooden nails and vines. This layer primarily serves as a waterproof barrier, albeit not particularly durable. To extend its lifespan, a thick layer of palm leaves and thatch must be added, allowing rainwater to flow along the leaf veins and providing some degree of protection. The principle is not complex. It merely requires the construction of a framework followed by the systematic layering of thatch, secured with vines. However, this task demands meticulous attention. A moment's carelessness could transform the entire dwelling into a leaky space, a feat beyond the capabilities of the robust men. Thus, Jianya entrusted this responsibility to the women of the cave tribe, who are far from delicate fairies, despite being perceived as weaker in comparison to their male counterparts. In the context of Earth, they would undoubtedly outmatch most pretenders, capable of delivering a powerful blow in an instant. The issue was swiftly resolved, as women naturally excel in meticulous tasks. Additionally, their lighter weight eliminated the occasional mishap of individuals falling from the roof. The adage of male-female collaboration holds true. Work becomes less burdensome. Aside from the hunting team, everyone eagerly contributed to the home's construction after finishing their daily tasks. Within a month, the unfamiliarity that once existed between the various tribes vanished entirely, and many eligible young men and women found themselves exchanging glances while laboring together. Their flirtations during work were palpable, resulting in an abundance of dog food that left Jianya thoroughly satisfied. It is quite perplexing that even a foolish dog has found a partner, while I, a rare and unparalleled beauty in both heaven and earth, have yet to receive a confession from any young lady. This, however, is not necessarily a misfortune. After all, cultivating mutual affection can help avert numerous conflicts in the future. Yet, consuming a meager portion of dog food daily leaves a slight discomfort in Jianya's heart. In a state of bewilderment, he channels his frustrations into motivation for work. Sister Lan, let us see if the bunnies you fed have grown and not engage with these canine couples. Time flows undetected in the mountains, and upon reflection, a millennium has passed. In the blink of an eye, another month has slipped by silently. Although the duration was brief, the transformation within the cave tribe was significant. Over the past 2 months, wild boars have gradually matured, rabbits have borne young, and crops have thrived, with thatched cottages adorning the mountainside, creating a lively and warm atmosphere in the tribe. Originally, Foreman Jiang intended to complete the housing project before winter, around the end of November. However, the inclusion of female companions has sparked a surge of dopamine within everyone, igniting fervor in their work. Each individual strives to showcase their prowess before their beloved, turning labor into a competitive spectacle. If you chop 2 logs, I must chop 3. If you bundle 5 sheaves of straw, I shall do 10. In this environment of mutual rivalry, the thatched cottages were astonishingly completed a month ahead of schedule, leaving only the minor task of digging drainage ditches, a delightful surprise. However, the subsequent challenge lies in the allocation of these new living arrangements. Previously, everyone resided in caves, where only a few leaders enjoyed private spaces, while the majority shared communal sleeping quarters. Regardless of who was whose spouse, sleeping together sufficed. Now that the caves have been transformed into cottages, the changes extend beyond mere living conditions. The very structure of families is poised for profound transformation. The rationale is straightforward. In the past, communal living meant that what was yours was also mine, and vice versa. With the advent of designated homes, albeit still under communal ownership, individuals have their own fixed abodes. This implies that while possessions are nominally communal, they are personally utilized. This explains Jiang Ye's dilemma when Stone sought to trade his axe. Logically, the axe should belong to the tribe. Yet how could the individual who wielded it be content with its exchange? This is not a trivial matter. It could very well lead to bloodshed. Similarly, if living arrangements continued to follow the old patterns post-division, there may be no immediate issues, but over time, significant discord would surely arise. No one wishes for another to intrude upon their designated space, sleep with their partner, or lay claim to their children. This is human nature. It is inherently so. Rational individuals would not willingly nurture another's offspring, and Jianya is no exception. Given this understanding, it is prudent to resolve such matters in their infancy. With vigorous advocacy, a policy that fundamentally alters the lifestyle of the cave tribe was swiftly instituted. In essence, it seeks to transform the previous communal living into a family-oriented structure. While discussing this may seem effortless, the actual implementation proves to be a formidable challenge. The initial challenge lies in the formation of families. Although the tribe consists of a mere 80 individuals, the complexities of relationships are exponentially intricate. Love triangles, twilight romances, and even familial affections abound, far surpassing what one might encounter in urban settings. The chapter titled Dividing Households addresses this issue with a decisive approach. Each family unit shall consist of either one-to-one or one-to-many arrangements based solely on mutual consent, while prohibiting any instances of multiple individuals being paired with one. This resolution received unanimous acclaim from the male members of the tribe, including the leader. It is not that Jianya harbors conservative views. Rather, the current demographic imbalance favors women. and it would be unjust for surplus women to witness others enjoying the fruits of companionship while they are left with nothing. For those yet to find their suitable partners, Jiangya respects their choices, allowing them to cohabit until they encounter robust men with whom to establish their own families. Even in a primitive society, the freedom to love must be upheld. Another dilemma involves the placement of the elderly and children. There are few elders in the tribe, apart from the shaman. Only a handful remain. Primitive societies prioritize survival of the fittest, much like aging dogs that leave their masters to find a quiet place to pass away. Humans, too, often choose to depart from their clans as they reach a certain age, quietly fading away. In the past, when resources were scarce, the tribe often faced starvation during winter months, leading to the unfortunate demise of many, with the elderly and children being the first to succumb. The plight of children is particularly troubling, as many grow up without parents. In times of communal living, this was less of a concern, as the tribe collectively cared for all offspring, irrespective of individual family ties. However, now that life is organized around family units, complications arise. Fortunately, the tribe does not differentiate between children. Those who resonate with individuals may be claimed, while others are allocated by the tribe. With housing, women, and children provided in one swift motion, individuals can ascend to the pinnacle of life. Jiangya muses that the cave tribe must have undoubtedly saved the galaxy in a previous life to encounter someone as benevolent as himself. This sweeping distribution method may initially incite conflicts due to kinship ties and ingrained traditions. However, it will only take a generation or two for new habits to solidify, ultimately leading to the establishment of a novel social order. The fundamental distinction between humans and animals lies in the ability to inherit and cultivate. One nurtures the young to adulthood, while the young provide care for the elderly. This reciprocity embodies the essence of revering the aged and cherishing the young, as everyone experiences moments of vulnerability and frailty. Thus, Jiangya finds himself in an awkward position. By virtue of his age, he remains a youth, not yet having endured a winter to be deemed an adult. This implies he belongs to the category of children, destined to be allocated to another family for upbringing. Jiangya, having lived 2 lives and nearing 30, found the sudden influx of fathers quite unsettling. As the sole intellectual of the Dong tribe, he naturally required his own space. Solitude was essential for profound contemplation. Yet, with rules firmly established, it would be inappropriate to breach them before they had even taken effect. Nevertheless, such trivial matters posed no challenge for Jiangya. In his previous life, there were instances of couples divorcing merely to acquire properties in desirable school districts. Thus, his notion of a faux marriage to secure a room hardly seemed excessive. Was this how one began to spiral into complexities? Jiangya pondered the oddity of his situation. Was it truly worth sacrificing dignity and moral integrity for a mere thatched hut? Yet, the thought of land's enticingly long legs swayed his resolve. What, then, was morality? What purpose did principles serve? It was undeniable that undermining policies was objectionable, while one might act as an outlier. If such behavior became commonplace, it would be deemed a collective concern. Interestingly, there were several pairs around Jiangya's age. The Dong tribe did not measure maturity by years, and no one bothered to count their age. Even if one wished to keep track, literacy was a challenge for many in the tribe. And for those who struggled with basic numeracy, computations exceeding 10 proved daunting. Given the difficulty of division, it seemed prudent to forego it altogether. Age was irrelevant. As long as one could secure prey, they were considered adults. This straightforward yet effective approach was not unique to Jiangya. Several others faced similar predicaments. During this period of communal housing construction, many young men and women had begun to flirt, each desiring to establish their own home. This led to the hunting teams frequently including adolescents eager to prove their maturity through successful hunts, thereby allowing them to reside with their beloved in their own dwelling. Once the door closed behind them, in their little sanctuaries, they could indulge in whatever desires they pleased. As a refined individual who eschewed base pleasures, Jiangya mused that women would only slow his draw. Moreover, the 5 men whose household registrations still belonged to the Rock tribe had actively participated in the construction of the thatched houses, contributing significantly. Observing the newly erected homes, who could resist envy? They felt a mix of admiration and joy. Admiration for the fact that every member of the Dong tribe could inhabit these homes and nurture their own families, and joy in having mastered the art of building thatched houses, knowing they could replicate this upon returning with iron tools. However, concerns loomed about the ownership of the houses built upon their return. Who would claim the women? In the past, communal living meant a shared arrangement. You took my man, I took your woman, and no one felt wronged. They harbored similar thoughts, believing that intimacy was interchangeable. Yet, the dynamics in the Dong tribe were different. Each woman had already been claimed, and daring to infringe upon another's relationship could lead to dire consequences. As for those women who have yet to be approached, it is imperative to respect their wishes. After all, once one has engaged, accountability must follow. As an outsider, the allure of taking without cost is undeniably tempting. Yet now, if they refuse to engage, what can be done? One must endure. Observing the members of the cave tribe moving into their own homes, while a few remain cramped together, inevitably stirs frustration. At this juncture, the timely arrival of Jiangya proved fortuitous. Once the thatched cottage was completed, Jiangya persuaded the tribe to treat all equally, regardless of their origins, while also welcoming the men of the Rock tribe to establish families with their chosen partners. As long as successful matches were made, the organization would allocate housing, provisions, and even children. It mattered not if one found no prospects in the cave tribe or had already secured a partner. Jiangya generously granted them a reprieve, encouraging them to bring their wives and children along. This not only alleviated their concerns, but also spared them from lonely nights spent only in the company of the fifth maiden. For men, once they settle down, stability ensues. With a home established here, the longing for the past becomes increasingly elusive. The world is fraught with peril, and Jiangya, in his cunning, devised a plan to facilitate the migration of a few souls. Later, Shi inexplicably joined the expansive family of the cave tribe, and upon learning of Jiangya's intricate maneuverings, he lamented, "The depths of city life are profound. I yearn to return to the countryside." Chapter 39. The night of revelry. That night, thunder roared, and the storm raged, accompanied by the cacophony of firecrackers and jubilant drums. The entire tribe seemed to enter a fervent state, their excited murmurs echoing in a competitive symphony that persisted until the early hours of dawn. In the embrace of gentle warmth, Jiangya, for once, allowed himself the luxury of an extra hour of sleep. Opening the wooden door, he inhaled the fresh aroma of the forest, instantly rejuvenated. Habitually, he practiced the ancestral breathing technique, and soon his mind was clear and serene, as if he had transcended to another realm. Joyful occasions invigorate the spirit, and this enigmatic state, which Jiangya had labored for 3 years to achieve in his previous life, was attained in just over half a year in this new world. Indeed, the path of cultivation favors those with clarity of thought. As Jiangya completed his morning exercises, the tribe members gradually began to rise. The elder shaman, having aged and requiring little rest, was surprised to see Jiangya up so early, inquiring, "Young man, why rise so early? Would it not be better to sleep a little longer?" "I'm accustomed to it. I can't sleep," Jiangya replied. "Isn't it far more comfortable to lie in bed?" With a knowing raise of his brow, the old man hinted at something more. Was he implying something about me? Given the tumult of the previous night, where even the sleepless elder had been awake for who knows how long, Jiangya remarked, "Why linger in sleep during life when eternal rest awaits us after death? Young people must care for their health." Utilizing his romantic exploits as a backdrop for others' slumber, even Jiangya, with his thick skin, felt a twinge of embarrassment. This old man was relentless, wasn't he? If it were anyone else, it could be dismissed as a technical exchange. Yet with this decrepit elder, what was there to showcase? What if he were to suffer an internal injury from holding back? Ahem, I have matters to attend to. Please continue with your work. Jiangya, too lazy to concoct an excuse, swiftly departed. Watching Jiangya's rapidly vanishing figure, Wu stood rooted in place, seemingly ensnared in deep reminiscence. After a while, he pursed his lips and sighed. Youth is indeed a blessing. Alas, I am growing old and becoming less capable. With the recent relocation, Jiangya truly had myriad tasks at hand. The new dwelling contained nothing but a few animal hides for sleeping, leaving it feeling rather barren. With little to occupy his time over the past few days, he decided to craft some furniture. Due to a lack of tools, aesthetics were not a priority. Practicality was paramount. The newly constructed abode was damp, and despite the animal hides, he still awoke each morning feeling the chill of moisture. Thankfully, it was not a concrete floor. Otherwise, the dampness alone could have submerged a person. Thus, a bed was essential. He first constructed a basic framework using wooden sticks. Disregarding traditional joinery techniques, he carved grooves with a knife to ensure stability, securing everything tightly with vines. After shaking the wooden frame, it emitted a creaking sound. Yet it remained intact and sturdy. This noise held a certain charm. To prevent falling through the gaps while sleeping, Jiangya laid a thick layer of wooden planks on top. Though there were still some openings, lying on it was no longer uncomfortable. After completing these tasks, it was already noon. Here, there was no concept of 3 meals a day, and Jiangya had grown accustomed to it. After drinking some water and taking a brief rest, he gathered a pile of leftover bamboo from the construction and began weaving a mat. Weaving such a mat required skill, demanding both quality materials and craftsmanship. The bamboo skin, the outer layer of the bamboo, was essential, and the segments needed to be uniform in size and thickness. Otherwise, the final product would be uneven and rough, lacking in refinement. While aspirations were lofty, reality proved starkly different. Jianya was no master weaver, so the result inevitably fell short of perfection. After laboring for an entire afternoon, he finally managed to craft the mat. It was functional, though its appearance left much to be desired. Nonetheless, having something was better than having nothing, and he did not mind. With a flick of fire, he finished off the rough edges of the mat. Beneath it, he carefully laid a thick layer of thatch, topped with another layer of animal hide, completing the entire process. Comfortable. Just as he finished, Jianya could hardly wait to lie down, stretching out luxuriously. Was this a low-budget version of a mattress? He recalled the last time he had slept on such a soft bed. It had been ages. After a year of sleeping on the ground, he had almost forgotten the feeling of a proper bed, and for a moment, he was reluctant to rise. Before long, the room was filled with the sound of his snores. For the first time in a long while, sleeping on a bed, Jianya found himself drifting into a beautiful dream. In his dream, he led the cave tribe in building a home, expanding their territory, and continually growing stronger, conquering numerous tribes, and ultimately achieving greatness, spreading the essence of Chinese civilization across the world. He envisioned a harmonious life with a beloved partner, raising a brood of children, and growing old together, resembling celestial companions. Perhaps it was the lack of modesty in his dreams that led him to such joyful thoughts. Brother Ya, the chief has arrived. You must wake and see. In a daze, a voice named Lan reached Jiang Ye's ears. He instinctively drew Lan into his embrace and murmured, "Child, come here. I just devised a new move. Shall we exchange ideas?" "Oh, don't be silly. Our leader is still outside. Spring dawns are priceless. Let him wait." Were it not for the intoxication of passion, Jianya would not have uttered such words. Yet, before he could finish, a voice thundered from outside. "You little rascal. Making me wait? I see you're itching for a challenge." With a loud crash, the door was violently kicked open. "Did you just say to wait for you?" The moment Jianya heard that voice, he knew trouble was brewing. Before he could react, a shadow burst into the room. Instantly, all drowsiness vanished from Jianya, and he hurriedly checked his attire. Seeing that Lan was not exposed, he let out a sigh of relief. That was close. He nearly allowed that old scoundrel to take advantage. Wrapping Lan securely in animal hide, he finally stood up and asked, "Uncle Man, what brings you here?" Jianya's actions seemed somewhat petty to him. After being a leader for so long, he had seen countless scenes. Man disdainfully curled his lip and scoffed. "What? Can I come?" "Of course you can. You are the leader. You may come and go as you please." Jianya had ample experience in dealing with him. This fellow was stubborn as a mule, and one had to flatter him. Otherwise, he would surely retaliate. Now that's more like it. The flattery had the desired effect, and Man's expression brightened as he curiously surveyed the furnishings in Jiang Ye's room. In just a day, it was not much different from his own home, though the large bed in the room captured his attention. "What is this?" he asked, curiously sitting on it for a trial. "Quite soft." Then, without any guidance, he lay upon it and rolled around a couple of times. "This feels wonderful. Well, there goes a perfectly good new bed, now sullied by a bear." Jianya found Man's rough behavior quite rude and felt compelled to express his deep disapproval, lamenting, "Look at my poor judgment. How could I not present such a fine item to the leader at the earliest opportunity? This deserves punishment. Since you like it, I shall have it moved to your chamber. What do you think?" "Haha, how considerate. I like it." Seeing Jiang Ye's compliance, Man expressed his satisfaction and casually inquired, "What is this thing called?" "It's called a bed." "A bed? That sounds peculiar." "Indeed, it is. I must also find it strange." Jianya shuddered at the thought. What kind of vehicle would I discuss with a rough man like you? He quickly clarified that the name referred to a bed. "Is it not still called a bed?" "Bed. Bed. Do you understand?" Jianya felt an urge to slap himself, his embarrassment causing his toes to dig into the floor. What outrageous words had he just uttered? If he were to act this out with Lan, it would be a playful exchange between spouses. However, for two grown men to engage in such antics seemed utterly inappropriate. Eager to change the subject, Jianya quickly remarked, "By the way, night is fast approaching. Is there something you need from me?" Momentarily distracted, I momentarily lost track of my purpose. After a brief contemplation, I resumed, "Is it wise to retire so early? One must exercise moderation in youth, otherwise the consequences may be regrettable in later years." "Well said. Let us refrain from further discourse on that matter." Noting the lengthy digression, Jianya promptly interjected, "I shall certainly heed your counsel. Now, please convey your reason for seeking me." With a disdainful glare directed at Jianya, Man ceased his rambling. "There is an exchange gathering I believe may pique your interest. I wish to discuss it with you." "Oh, an exchange gathering? I was unaware. Are you aware now?" "Indeed." Jianya, having perused the entirety of the original owner's memories, found no mention of such an event. It was only upon hearing Man's explanation that clarity emerged. To endure the harsh winter ahead, numerous tribes within a 30-kilometer radius convene for an exchange gathering, where they trade goods in preparation for the long season. However, it is more aptly termed a matchmaking event, for at this time, each tribe presents eligible men and women in search of partners. As winter approaches, the urgency to procreate becomes apparent, leaving little else to occupy their time, a prime opportunity for courtship. Another significant reason for this gathering lies in the observation that the presence of women from other tribes considerably reduces the likelihood of deformities in offspring. Conversely, such abnormalities are common among closely related individuals. The exact cause remains elusive, yet generations of experience have culminated in the establishment of this exchange. This explains why Jianya was previously unaware of the gathering. He had yet to reach maturity, and his presence would not have been welcomed. Moreover, the importance placed on marriage is often understated. Many prefer to engage in self-sustaining unions. Although labeled an exchange gathering, the actual items for barter are rather limited. Without preservation techniques for game, bones and tools are universally crafted and possessed. The sole valuable commodities are the populace. Those in more prosperous circumstances aim to acquire additional women and children, while those in less fortunate situations trade them for sustenance, effectively reducing their mouths to feed during the protracted winter. It is evident how rudimentary this exchange gathering is. Yet, it is precisely this event that has fostered a unique language over time, enabling man to communicate effortlessly with the Rock tribe. An unexpected delight, indeed. Compared to this promising news, what significance does a dilapidated bed hold? Jianya, pondering how to expand his abduction enterprise, finds potential clientele arriving. In contrast to the mere handful of individuals in the Rock tribe, this gathering represents a genuine marketplace. With tribes spanning over 30 miles, one could estimate a population of 1,000 to 1,800 individuals. Should they all join the cave tribe, the prospects for rapid growth are undeniable. Jianya perceived a transformation in man. Previously, his only attribute was muscle, devoid of intellect. Now, he possesses the foresight to relay significant information. Commendable. Very well. Let us proceed with this plan. Tomorrow, transport the bed to my residence. It was initially a spur-of-the-moment thought. Now that the news has been conveyed, man did not linger for long. Unexpectedly, there was an unforeseen gain, which means I should pay more visits to this lad's home in the future. Well then, please take care on your way. Do come again when you have the chance. Jianya never imagined that those words, do come again, would herald a protracted and painful emotional journey ahead. But that is a tale for another time. Are you heading to the exchange meeting? Of course. This is indeed a stroke of fortune for me. With this exchange meeting, the tribe's development will accelerate by 3 years. After bidding farewell to man, Jianya remained enveloped in the joy of the upcoming exchange meeting. Oh, is that so? In contrast to Jianya's exuberance, Lan appeared less joyful than anticipated, her brow revealing a hint of sorrow. Certainly, as long as we prepare adequately, we can encompass all the nearby tribes in one sweep, leaving none behind. Jianya, lost in delightful anticipation, grew increasingly animated. Just think about it. In a radius of several dozen miles, how many people must there be? If we were to seek them out one by one, it would take an inordinate amount of time. 3 years would be a conservative estimate, perhaps even 5. Will there be enough food for so many? That is not a concern. As long as our agriculture and livestock flourish next year, food will not be an issue. And what about housing? That is even less to worry about. With so many people, surely there will be enough hands to build homes. We can construct brick houses directly, which would be far more comfortable than these dilapidated, thatched huts. But, as Jianya dismissed her several concerns, Lan began to falter, her words stumbling as she struggled to articulate her thoughts, ultimately becoming so distressed that she was brought to tears. But what? Lan's unusual expression finally caught Jianya's attention. Aren't we discussing the tribe's development? Why are you crying all of a sudden? He asked, perplexed. However, if so many join us, you might be swept away by their women. Confronted with this terrifying prospect, Lan became overwhelmed with grievance, her voice trembling as she implored. Please don't trade me for someone else. It is often said that men control the world, while women merely need to control men. Indeed, women only influence the speed at which I draw my sword. Seeing Lan's tear-streaked face, Jianya felt both a pang of pity and a hint of amusement. Fear not. Should anyone dare to lay a finger on you, I shall annihilate their entire family. Really? Is that true? We shall see. In matters such as this, oaths and vows hold little weight. Actions speak louder than words. How shall we test this? Ah, what are you doing? Be gentle. I am not prepared. I believe you. I believe you. Surely that suffices? Chapter 41. Preparations before the exchange meeting in this place. There is no calendar, The passage of time is primarily gauged through celestial phenomena. According to Man, the exchange meeting is set to occur on the last full moon before winter descends. Jiangya was uncertain of the exact timing in the past. His calculations were merely rough estimates based on memories from a former life, so the accuracy was questionable, since Man had informed him at this juncture. It seems likely that the full moon will indeed occur this month. Presently, the moon only reveals a crescent, and by calculating the time, it appears that there remains half a month for preparations. It is acceptable. There should be sufficient time. However, Jiangya found himself perplexed about what items to prepare for trade. Currently, the offerings from the cave tribe are rather limited. Salt undoubtedly takes precedence, being both convenient and portable. Following that is pottery, which has now become a rare commodity. Although Jiangya considered selling fire starters, he realized it was a one-time transaction, akin to the dealings of the rock tribe, which seemed unwise. To put it plainly, the cave tribe is still in its nascent phase. The cultivation of salt, hunting, animal husbandry, agriculture, and construction are far more significant than wandering about as a petty trader. The adage sharpening the axe does not delay the work of cutting wood rings true. Developing a solid economy during this foundational period is of utmost importance. However, the exchange meeting is a different matter entirely. Transitioning from small trader to wholesaler is akin to joining the WTO directly. With only one such meeting each year, Jiangya felt a twinge of regret if he did not seize the opportunity to profit. After much contemplation, he concluded that salt and pottery were the only viable options, primarily due to the time constraints. Rather than dwell on it any longer, he resolved to mobilize the entire tribe to maximize production. Yagu, this is already the third furnace. We have produced a substantial amount of pottery. Should we continue firing? Dogzi, one of the initial learners of pottery making, was entrusted with the task by Jiangya due to his cleverness. Positions indeed cultivate talent. Dogzi, once a mere boy, had transformed over the past year into one of the few skilled artisans in the cave tribe, affectionately dubbed Dog Craftsman by all. Just do as you're told. There's no room for unnecessary chatter. Yagu, there's no space left to store it. If there's no room, then balance it on your head. If you dare falter, I'll have Green Jia skin you alive. Upon hearing Green Jia's name, Dogzi instinctively shrank back, tearfully exclaiming, Yagu, I was wrong. I'll get to it right away. The tale of how Dogzi and Green became entwined is truly dramatic. Unlike the typical damsel in distress narrative, theirs is more akin to a barbarian Barbie rescuing a handsome man. Since Jiangya assigned the pottery-making task to Dogzi, his status in the tribe skyrocketed. Possessing a skill is always advantageous, regardless of the era, and being of similar age to Jiangya made him a young, affluent, and talented individual, a veritable young fresh meat. This inevitably attracted the envy of countless young women, with Green being the most significant among them, both literally and figuratively. It is worth noting that while Dogzi may have matured a tad more than Jiangya, he remains an adolescent, and women generally develop faster than men. Thus, he is still younger in comparison to Green. The subsequent events unfolded predictably. The robust Green pursued Dog Craftsman with relentless fervor. On the day of their room allocation, he was forcibly dragged inside to consummate their affair. It was indeed quite wild. Jiangya vividly recalls Dogzi's eyes that day, brimming with excitement and joy. An uncontainable roar of elation that served as the most direct expression of his heartfelt delight. Dog, you ought to exhibit some semblance of masculinity. Masculinity? But I cannot possibly prevail against her. Just because you cannot win does not mean you should abstain. If you do so, she will only become more relentless. You are a person of status and standing. Do you wish to live perpetually in her shadow? I do not desire that. Precisely. You see my partner at home. When I instruct her to go east, she dares not venture west. When I ask her to chase the dog, she refrains from pursuing the chickens. This exemplifies familial hierarchy. Among individuals, the greatest fear is comparison. Dog, by nature, is submissive, and though he had not realized this before, after Jiangya's remarks, he felt that living in such a manner was indeed too humiliating. However, the long-standing oppression still left him somewhat apprehensive. As he timidly inquired, "What should I do?" "You have come to the right person for advice. Inquire about who is the wisest in the entire cave tribe. It is undoubtedly Brother Ya. Would my suggestion ever be erroneous? It certainly would not." The more Dog listened, the more he found it reasonable. If even the wisest Brother Ya supports my defiance, then it must be correct. Jiangya observed Dog and stated, "Allow me to teach you a combined technique of the one-yang finger and the lion's roar." One-yang finger? Lion's roar. Jiangya, enraptured in the persona of a martial arts master, did not respond. After a lengthy pause, Jiangya spread his legs, with his left hand supporting his right elbow, while his right hand beckoned with his index finger, simultaneously bellowing, "Come here." This is the essence of the one-yang finger and the lion's roar. Do not concern yourself with the details. Consider it a blessing from Turing. Dog's eyes sparkled at the mention of Turing. Indeed, it must be infallible. While he was engaged in self-affirmation, a somewhat coarse female voice emerged from behind. What are you two stuttering about? Green had initially intended to refrain from approaching, as even primitive individuals understand the importance of preserving their partner's dignity in public. However, as Jiangya and Dog occasionally glanced her way, it was as if they had the words, "I am up to no good" written on their faces, which piqued her curiosity, prompting her to draw nearer. Sister Green has arrived. Dog has something to say to you. Upon seeing the towering figure of the muscular Barbie, Jiangya suddenly realized that he might have proposed a rather foolish idea. Alarmed, he quickly asserted, "You two carry on, I have matters to attend to. We shall converse another day." Recognizing his blunder, Jiangya was unwilling to linger, fabricating a clumsy excuse and hastily departing. As the saying goes, a dead comrade is not a poor Taoist. Jiangya could only silently pray for Dog's self-reliance. Jiangya's nonsensical behavior left Green utterly bewildered, leading her to turn to Dog with a puzzled expression. "What do you wish to convey to me?" Dog took a deep breath, as if making a monumental decision, mimicking Jiangya's earlier gesture and exclaiming, "Come here." The dog craftsman's actions rendered Green's face crimson, eliciting a rare expression of bashfulness. "You rascal, thinking of such delightful matters in broad daylight." Chapter 42. Arrival at the Rock Tribe. Jiangya had not anticipated that Dog would visit the next day to express his gratitude. Upon learning the specific reason for his visit, Jiangya's eyes widened in astonishment. Is this truly possible? What a predicament. Time flies, and the years weave by like a shuttle. Time slips away quietly like sand through an hourglass. As the moon transitions from crescent to half, and now approaches fullness, the exchange meeting is soon to commence. With approximately 2 days remaining, Jiangya recognizes that it is time to set forth. Over the past fortnight, the cave tribe has been working tirelessly, preparing a substantial array of goods for trade. Salt and pottery are, of course, the primary commodities, accompanied by dried fish and cool mats, albeit in modest quantities, primarily to enhance their standing in the exchange. In the realm of commerce, a lack of variety in goods can diminish one's prestige. Given the considerable volume of their inventory, it is inevitable that envy may arise. For safety's sake, Jiangya and Man have resolved to deploy the entire hunting team to ensure a smooth and secure journey. Several men from the Rock Tribe have also joined to serve as laborers. After all, Jiangya's household registration still resides with the Rock Tribe, providing him with a sense of security. He certainly does not wish to return from this expedition only to find himself stripped of his possessions. Caution is the mother of safety, and taking precautions is always prudent. Lan nestled in Jiangya's embrace, her voice tinged with dismay. "Yeah, can't you take me with you? This is my first opportunity to interact with so many tribes, and I am unaware of what to expect. Perhaps next time?" Reluctantly, he acquiesced to the allure of her beauty, nearly yielding to her request. Yet, considering the risks of the journey, Jiangya steeled himself and declined. "Be patient. We shall return before long. Next time, I promise to bring you along." It is not that he harbors any gender bias. He has indeed contemplated including women in the hunting team, for mixed gender collaboration could ease the burden of labor. However, this is not a leisurely outing. And while women possess considerable strength, it is essential to consider whom they are compared with. With Man's robust presence, sending a group of women forth feels somewhat incongruous. This expedition is once again led by Man, comprised entirely of the tribe's strongest men, without the aid of oxen or horses for transportation. Each individual carries only the items intended for trade and a few essentials, leaving behind all other belongings. Even so, each person bears a weight of several dozen pounds, presenting a significant test of endurance. This is yet another reason why Jiangya opted not to allow women to accompany them. "Return home and await our good news," he called, waving farewell to the reluctant crowd as the hunting team vanished into the vast sea of trees. In this world, there were once no paths, yet, as more tread upon them, roads naturally emerge. The distance of 20 li is not considerable, and under normal circumstances, it would take merely an hour to traverse. However, here, normalcy is a rarity. Beyond the confines of the cave tribe lies the primeval forest, thick with thorns and entwined with vines, where every step proves exceptionally arduous. The time expended cannot simply be multiplied. This explains why, apart from the occasional brief exchanges during hunting, intertribal communication is infrequent. The adage that one must build roads to achieve prosperity holds true. In such a challenging commercial environment, even a dog would be worn out. The location of the exchange meeting, known as Crescent Moon Valley, lies approximately 20 li from the cave tribe, in the same direction as the Rock Tribe. In the past, every time a transaction occurred, the Rock Tribe would wait for their companions, for walking through the mountains and forests necessitated mutual support. Despite the hunting team's prolonged absence, often spanning several days, the notion of survival in the wild seemed deceptively simple. In reality, it was anything but. No matter how skilled the hunting team was, they had to cease all activities by nightfall and construct a safe shelter. To avoid traveling in the dark, the cave tribe set out at the break of dawn. Under the dual influence of morning dew and the biting cold, the hunting team faced considerable difficulty in their journey. By the time they reached the rock tribe, it was already nearing noon. This was Jiang Ye's first visit to another tribe, not due to his reclusive nature, but rather because he had only recently arrived. Having not yet traversed the surrounding lands of the cave tribe, it would be rather foolish to embark on an adventure. Being a cultured individual, he understood the wisdom of taking things one step at a time. Thus, despite having spent a year here, he had only ventured out with the hunting team a few times for essential supplies. This was his first true exploration. The rock tribe's settlement was nestled near the riverbank, surrounded by mountains and water, with low shrubs within 100 meters. At its center stood a colossal tree, wide enough for several people to embrace, making it a striking landmark, a perfect place for tranquility and respite. As they approached, the sentinels hidden among the branches of the giant tree had already spotted them. The rock tribe was not as welcoming as one might have imagined. They regarded the unexpected visitors with suspicion, ready to engage in conflict at the slightest provocation. This was understandable, as primitive tribes did not have the luxury of casual visits. Conflicts over food and territorial disputes between tribes were not uncommon. Jiang Ye's expression took on a contemplative air as he jested. It seems, Uncle Man, your reputation does not hold much weight. Humph. Though Man's face flushed with embarrassment at the sentinel's scrutiny, he chose to ignore Jiang Ye's provocation. Fortunately, the awkwardness did not last long. As several laborers from the rock tribe stepped forward, Leader Man, our chief has been waiting for you. Upon hearing that the chief had been awaiting their arrival, Man's demeanor improved slightly. He cast a triumphant glance at Jiang Ye, as if to say, see, this is status and virtue. Jiang Ye couldn't help but smirk, thinking that someone as simple-minded as Man would likely be duped, still counting coins for others even after being sold out. With the crisis averted, the hunting team was led beneath the giant tree. Jiang Ye finally beheld the entirety of the rock tribe, which appeared slightly more populous than the cave tribe, numbering around 100 individuals. The settlement, aside from the massive tree at its center, was flanked by a rugged terrain of towering rocks. What concerned Jiang Ye most during this excursion was the issue of quality seeds. However, given the current ambience, it seemed unlikely that they engaged in agriculture, which left him feeling somewhat disheartened. It was only natural. If they had been cultivators, the tribes being so close together would have surely revealed that knowledge long ago, rather than waiting until now. Nonetheless, the surrounding stones captured Jiang Ye's attention. While the nearby wilderness was lush and verdant, the area around the rock tribe was marked by odd, jagged rocks, creating a striking contrast. The colors varied from deep crimson to dark brown, suggesting the presence of some kind of ore. Jiang Ye, not being an expert in geology, found himself unable to identify it. Could it be iron ore? Forget it. Let us gather some materials and study them slowly. Chapter 43. Peeping. It is often regretted that one realizes the value of knowledge only when it is too late. Much like lamenting insufficient funds as the month draws to a close. This has become a recurring self-reproach for Jiang Ye. In the past, he neglected his studies, and now, even with treasures in hand, he cannot recognize their worth. What a pity. This is Jiang Ye's first encounter with the shaman of the Yin tribe, who, though not particularly old, is slightly shorter than the old shaman. The massive bone staff he wields seems to be quintessential to his vocation, much like a monk's wooden fish or a Taoist's whisk, serving merely as a decorative emblem. Ha ha, I've waited a long time for you. I thought you wouldn't come. Sure strode out from the grass hut beneath the giant tree and delivered a hearty punch to Man's chest, radiating warmth. It's been months. Let me see if you've grown stronger. Man, not one to shy away, reciprocated with a punch to Sher's chest, exclaiming, not bad. You're still in good shape. One wonders who invented such a greeting that emphasizes resilience. Noticing Sher approaching with intent, Jiang Ye hastily stepped back, saying, Uncle Sher, I'll pass. I'm too frail to endure your antics. Unbothered by the revelation of his hidden intentions, Sher was not embarrassed. It was well known that he was a shrewd trader, yet he recognized that the true trickster was this little fellow before him, who had outsmarted him in recent transactions. You rascal. Sher had initially aimed to exchange pleasantries to ease the tension, but the slippery Jiang Ye feigned nonchalance and inquired. I see each of you has brought quite a bit of cargo. What treasures do you have for trade? Just some salt, pottery, and the like, items you've already traded. Good things are never too plentiful. Given our relationship, how about you share half of your goods with me? I'll buy them at the previous price. Really? Indeed. However, I must take the goods first. I'll owe you for them and settle the payment later. Jianya understood that this fellow intended to take advantage of him. You want to reap all the benefits while I bear the risks. Dream on. I'm not so easily fooled, Jianya retorted. Uncle Sure, aren't you aware of our circumstances? We have but a meager supply that you wouldn't even consider. With a twitch at the corner of his mouth, he nearly exclaimed that if he were to value them, he would take them all for himself. The Yin tribe, much like the Dong tribe, comprises no more than 100 individuals, classifying them as a small tribe enduring a harsh existence, both facing disdain from others, as comrades in hardship. Survival necessitates unity for warmth. To put it plainly, both of us are impoverished. Let us not disdain one another. If the women from your tribe come to mine, adjust the bride price to a higher sum, claiming that they bring a mountain of gold as a dowry, though others may not know what a mountain of gold entails. Let us change it to 100 wild boars. Since our relationship is so well established, the wild boars can remain as a future obligation. When you are ready to marry, we shall present you with the IOU. This arrangement is both grand and dignified. A marriage with a bride price of 100 wild boars. How splendid for the family name. Ultimately, it is just two impoverished souls reveling in their self-deception, and neither should take it too seriously. If things were to remain this way, it would not be so dire. After all, everyone endures hardships. Having someone to share in the meager existence of subsistence provides a modicum of solace. Yet, I find myself still grappling with adversity while you prosper. How can my spirit remain unscathed? This is precisely the sentiment that Stone harbors. However, relinquishing his ambitions feels unbearable, leading him to act with audacity, declaring, regardless, I care not. With so much cargo at stake, you must share it with me, or else you shall not depart. Just moments ago, their camaraderie was palpable, yet now, Stone's sudden shift left everyone momentarily stunned before they swiftly grasped the situation, brandishing their weapons in subtle anticipation. What is this, Uncle Stone? Are you seriously contemplating a brazen theft over such trivial matters? The goods involved in the trade with the cave tribe are indeed plentiful. Withholding them would ensure they lack salt and pottery for at least 3 to 5 years. However, in the grander scheme, it seems unwise to foster enmity with the cave tribe for such a trifling gain. Stone's countenance darkened, wavering with indecision, as the atmosphere turned palpably tense. As Jiangya and Stone grappled, the boisterous man was roused from his stupor. Upon hearing the prospect of a brawl, he instantly regained his vigor. A fight, is it? I have never feared anyone. Shall we face them together? In his endeavor to outwit the cunning youth, he had momentarily forgotten this simpleton. The man's words jolted Stone back to reality. In previous encounters, Jiangya had always presented himself with courtesy, even seeming somewhat subservient. Stone had perceived Jiangya as cunning yet still youthful. A slight intimidation would surely compel him to comply. Thus, from their initial meeting to the present, there had been a series of maneuvers. First, the sentries intercepting them, then the preemptive greeting, followed by menacing threats. The intent was to instill fear. The moment they displayed any trepidation, he could seize a share for himself. Yet, the situation unfolded contrary to his expectations. Rather than cowering, the cave tribe exhibited excitement and a thirst for blood. What madness is this? At this moment, Jiangya regarded the individual before him with growing intrigue. Not only had he taken it upon himself to become an intermediary, but he had also demonstrated a knack for strategy, far surpassing the simplicity of the man Uncle Stone. Your acting skills are truly remarkable. I nearly soiled myself. As he uttered this, Jiangya playfully suggested, could you perhaps twitch your eyelid for effect? Stone rolled his eyes, realizing that the opportunity for easy gain had slipped away, leaving him somewhat disheartened. Following Jiangya's lead, he conceded, have you learned your lesson? In future exchanges, should you encounter such a scenario, respond in this manner. I stand corrected. Enough of this idle chatter, we must take our leave. The man, known for his fiery temper, was already reluctant to linger, vociferously insisting on their departure. The astute dread the unpredictability of the reckless, who are impervious to reason. You should counsel your leader. Counsel him? Counsel him for what? Does he not remember who extracted the venom from his behind? The man began to revel in his recklessness, divulging ever more scandalous secrets. Oh, so there are so many tales to tell. When I first traversed here, could it be he who extracted the venom? How utterly embarrassing. Relishing the unfolding drama, Jiangya found it both amusing and gratifying. Enough. Enough. I concede. Is that not sufficient? The unrestrained words of Sure towards man truly reflect a lack of temper. What a situation this is. Today, it feels as though all dignity has been lost. All right. Uncle Man, please calm down. Observing Sure's flustered and enraged demeanor, Jiangya felt a genuine apprehension that the other party, in a fit of rage, might resort to drastic measures to silence him. Hastily, he interjected. There's still room for negotiation. Chapter 44. The Valley of the Full Moon. In truth, even before arriving at the Rock Tribe, Jianya had been contemplating this issue. The goods brought by the Cave Tribe were not particularly abundant, merely the result of half a month's toil. However, in this world, they appeared quite conspicuous. The Rock Tribe had already established a reasonably amicable relationship with them, yet they were harboring ulterior motives. It was not difficult to surmise how other tribes would react upon encountering such items. Human nature is inherently greedy, and Jianya never underestimated the simplicity of the people in this world. Their restraint from theft or robbery was not due to an inability, but rather a lack of opportunity. In 2 or 3 years, he would welcome any tribe that dared to entertain such thoughts, as it would perfectly facilitate a cycle of mutual exploitation, eliminating the need for justification. However, at present, in order to successfully sell this batch of goods and ensure a secure transaction, the strength of the Cave Tribe alone fell short. Thus, it became imperative to seek a partnership to share the risks. Naturally, the most suitable collaborator would be the Rock Tribe. The strengths of the two tribes were relatively comparable, alleviating concerns about treachery, and their established rapport provided a solid foundation for cooperation. This was precisely why Shur had felt emboldened to test their limits. The situation was becoming increasingly intriguing. Jianya realized he had underestimated the intellect of the people here. Take Shur, for instance, as the leader of a minor tribe. His acumen was hardly inferior to many others. With tribes numbering in the thousands, how much lower could their intelligence possibly be? Jianya believed it prudent to maintain a sense of reverence for this world, excluding man, of course. There are no eternal friends, only eternal interests. The atmosphere, which had been charged with tension moments ago, transformed into the warmth of a gentle spring breeze as both parties recognized the necessity of continued collaboration. Through amicable discourse, they ultimately forged a strategic alliance for mutual defense and offense. In simpler terms, during this exchange, the Cave Tribe would provide the goods while the Rock Tribe would contribute personnel. The revenues would be distributed in a 37 ratio, with the Cave Tribe claiming the larger share. Essentially, the Cave Tribe invested 30 of the profits for a form of insurance, marking a mutually beneficial arrangement. Tribes are not as welcoming and benevolent as one might imagine. They often rival the so-called merchant vessels of the previous world, which were akin to pirates. This implies that when strengths are equal, trade may proceed. When they are unequal, one cannot expect a fair transaction, as direct confrontations for plunder would ensue. With the inclusion of the Rock Tribe, the number of participants in the exchange doubled, significantly enhancing safety. Although still fewer compared to many larger tribes, it would not be an easy feat to dominate them. With the agreements finalized, neither side lingered any longer and set forth on their journey. In a world where no path exists, it is the multitude of footsteps that forges a way. The Rock Tribe was situated less than 10 miles from the Valley of the Full Moon, perhaps due to frequent human activity in the area. Small trails had been trodden into existence. Though still arduous to traverse, it was vastly improved compared to the challenges of carving paths through mountains or constructing bridges over waters. As I traversed the mountainous forest, I occasionally glimpsed human figures moving toward the Crescent Moon Valley. These individuals are likely on their way to the exchange meeting. Much like us. Noticing Jiangya's curiosity about everything, Shur took it upon himself to act as a guide. These people presumably belong to the Mosquito Tribe, known for their incense making, which we acquire annually to ward off pesky insects. This fruit is a green apple, harmless yet exceedingly tart. We only resort to consuming it when other food sources are scarce. Jiangya's inquisitiveness knows no bounds. Every time he encounters something novel, he instinctively inquires about it. As a native of this land, Shur possesses slightly more knowledge than Jianya, though still limited, as much of it is merely superficial. Jianya, however, remains unfazed, and their casual conversation makes the journey less tedious, allowing them to reach the Crescent Moon Valley before darkness descends. Crescent Moon Valley, as its name suggests, is a crescent-shaped gorge, aptly named for the full moon that hangs directly above its apex. By the time Jianya and his companions arrive, the area is already bustling with activity. Before the night fully envelopes the valley, several tribes have commenced their trade, while some closer-knit groups gather to converse, creating a lively atmosphere. At last, a semblance of civilized society emerges. Jianya, having grown up in the countryside, fondly recalls the happiest moments of his childhood spent accompanying adults to the market, where he would be treated to candied hawthorns, a taste forever etched in his memory. The scene before him inexplicably resonates with those cherished recollections, stirring a wave of nostalgia within him. What are you pondering? Suddenly, man's boisterous voice disrupts Jianya's reverie. That unrefined fellow has no sense of the allure of a brooding man, Jianya mused, shaking his head to dispel the images from his mind. Oh, it's nothing. I was just contemplating how to persuade these people to come over. Oh, is that so? Then do continue your thoughts. I've finished thinking. Night has always belonged to the realm of beasts, and humans typically choose to remain silent during such hours. Even with the congregation of numerous individuals in Crescent Moon Valley, no one dares to venture out after dark. Everyone tacitly retreats to their respective territories to rest, awaiting the dawn. The night passed in silence. By the time Jiangyu awoke, many were already bustling about. Some, seasoned and experienced, found prime spots and began to call out energetically. Others, more aloof, casually placed their goods on the ground, indifferent to whether anyone purchased them. Certain tribes, laden with merchandise, displayed little interest in individual customers, clearly intent on larger transactions. Is this where the division of labor begins? With Shi present, Jiangyu refrained from engaging in trade himself. Shi had recently procured a substantial amount of goods from him for trading, and now he was well acquainted with the process. Adhering to the principle of utilizing labor efficiently, Jiangyu decisively assumed the role of an idle overseer, while he himself wandered about with the brothers Along and Ahu. At that moment, Jiangyu found himself regretting not bringing Lan along. Though it is said that shopping with girls can be quite a taxing endeavor, I have yet to experience such a sentiment in my 2 lifetimes. I am rather looking forward to it. After all, it must be far more delightful than wandering about with the 2 brothers, Along and Ahu. Nevertheless, the trade fair remains in its infancy, constrained by the limitations of productivity. Each tribe presents little more than prey, animal bones, and exquisite stones, with the slightest variation being some herbs. The offerings are monotonous and repetitive. It is no wonder that it is held only once a year. With such inconsequential items, there is little incentive to return a second time. Were it not for the matchmaking event scheduled for tomorrow, few tribes would be inclined to make the long journey. After surveying the fair with a sense of disappointment, Jiangyu was about to return when something on a neighboring stall caught his eye. Upon closer inspection, he could scarcely believe it and hurriedly rubbed his eyes. It was no illusion. Fortune was about to smile upon him. Suppressing his inner excitement, Jiangyu quickly approached the stall and picked up an item resembling a wheat ear, inquiring, "What is this?" The stall owner, rather unconventional in his approach, simply laid out a piece of animal skin, displaying his wares in a haphazard manner, seemingly indifferent to organization. It appeared that he had merely opened the package and let the contents scatter, devoid of any professionalism. As the hours passed, many inquired about the item, yet few engaged in actual trade. The stall owner, offering a perfunctory response, showed little interest thereafter. Due to his heavy accent, Jiangyu could not discern his words clearly, but Along translated that it was a type of fruit, edible nonetheless. In a previous life, such a lack of service would warrant a negative review. However, here the standards were different, and the worst that could happen was simply not trading. Gingerly plucking several fruits from the ear, Jiangyu examined them closely. They were roughly the size of peanuts, oval-shaped, with a groove in the center, bearing a striking resemblance to wheat. For lack of a better name, he decided to call them wheat fruits. His confidence grew as he scrutinized them, and he eagerly asked, "How many do you have? I'll take them all." In stark contrast to Jiangyu's enthusiasm, the stall owner seemed disinterested in this minor transaction. To him, while the item was edible, it lacked flavor, and consuming it dry would lead to digestive discomfort. The primary reason for his indifference lay in the scarcity of the fruit, as gathering them was quite troublesome. Were it not for the fear of returning from the fair without any prey, he wouldn't have brought them at all. "This is my sustenance. It's all I have. You must offer food in exchange." "Of course," Jiangyu replied, not wishing to return empty-handed. He handed over several pounds of dried fish to the stall owner, saying, "May I trade this for your fruit?" Food serves as a universal currency. Bartering in such a primitive manner may lack precision, yet as long as both parties are satisfied, a transaction is deemed complete. Dried fish is still a novelty for the people here, exuding the distinct aroma of cured meat. The man, having never encountered it before, wrinkled his brow and remarked, "So pungent? Can it be consumed?" "It's salty, edible." Jiangyu produced a piece, took a bite, and gestured for the other to try. Driven by curiosity, the man also picked up a small piece of dried fish and placed it in his mouth. As the fish melted on his tongue, a unique salty and fragrant flavor spread to the roots of his taste buds, instantly brightening his expression. "How about it? Can we trade?" Salt is inherently a scarce commodity, and fish cured with salt undoubtedly qualifies as a luxury item here, making a trade all the more reasonable. Let us trade, let us trade." After savoring the flavor, the man eagerly snatched the remaining dried fish and quickly collected the ears of grain from the stall, stuffing them into Jiangyu's hands. Fearful of any change of heart, his adeptness suggested that he might be a seasoned trader. Having obtained what he desired, Jiangyu lost all inclination to linger and inquired about the man's tribe's location before returning to camp with Along and Ahu. He resolved to visit the tribe at the first opportunity, in case there were other treasures to discover. As soon as the man departed, Along and Ahu approached curiously, eyeing the ears of grain in Jianya's hands. "What did you trade for, buddy?" Indeed. You exchanged so much dried fish. It must be something extraordinary." Along and Ahu knew Jianya well. He was never one to be taken advantage of, and this time must surely yield rewards. The ears of grain, unthreshed, weighed about 78 pounds, just enough to plant an acre. Seeds are never too few. They are only worrisome when absent. Within 2 or 3 years, they could achieve self-sufficiency in grain. Jianya tucked the ears of grain close and stated, "This is a fine find, far tastier than taro. With this, our cave tribe will never know hunger again. Is this the food you've been searching for? So remarkable." "Indeed, it's exceptional. Wheat is different from taro and sweet potatoes. It is a staple food." "What constitutes a staple food?" "It is the primary source of energy. In my previous life, the South predominantly relied on rice as a staple, while the North favored wheat-based foods. Of course, there are also regions where sorghum and potatoes serve as staples, though these are less common and typically found in remote areas." Upon arriving in this world, Jianya was uncertain whether it belonged to the South or the North. However, given the seasonal changes he had experienced over the year, it appeared to have distinct seasons. It seemed to lie somewhere in between, but why dwell on such matters? Taste is only relevant when choices are available. Just as a dog cannot change its nature, one often has no alternative but to consume what is available until conditions improve. Upon returning to the tribe, Jianya was met with a scolding from Man. "Are you too lofty, or am I too feeble to wield a knife? Do you believe I want to break your dog legs?" Man expressed concern over Jianya's penchant for wandering. This place is far from a civilized society like Huaxia. The three of them dared to roam freely, and should they be captured, losing a kidney would be a deserved fate. If it were anyone else, it could be overlooked, but the individual in question is Jianya, whom Man secretly cherishes despite his outward demeanor. How could he disregard the hopes of the entire village? Yes, I acknowledge my faults. Uncle Man, please temper your anger." Realizing his own impetuosity, Jianya promptly admitted his mistake and vowed to adhere strictly to orders and follow commands henceforth. Having outgrown his rebellious phase, he understood the gravity of matters concerning his own life and recognized the futility of quarreling with those who care for him. "Next time, I shall break your leg." Admitting one's faults is crucial. Standing firm in the face of punishment is essential. Seeing Jianya's commendable attitude, Man chose not to escalate the situation. However, Along and Ahu were not as fortunate. Their frustration was palpable as they were each sent sprawling into the dirt, a lesson learned. Why not kick him? Along and Ahu felt wronged and on the verge of tears, yet he was their leader, too formidable to confront and too intimidating to insult. What could they do? They simply lay where they fell, with Ahu drawing circles on the ground in resignation. What level of status is this? They desired to be treated similarly. Adhering to the principle of better a friend than a foe, Jianya decisively opted for a more diplomatic approach. In this era of scarce resources, the allure of fine wares was undeniable. The goods from the cave tribe, once displayed, instantly became the most sought-after items in the vicinity. Previously, Shur had procured various goods and engaged in trade with the cave tribe, establishing a reputable standing. As the items were unveiled, numerous tribes gathered to witness. The pottery, particularly, was of notable interest. Not only was it visually striking, but it also served practical purposes, being capable of both storing water and cooking food, thus combining utility with aesthetics. What does cooking mean? Brother, you are so out of touch. Allow me to demonstrate. No fire? Not a problem. Purchase my pottery, and I shall provide you with fire starters free of charge. Additionally, I will gift you 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 ceramic bowls, as well as 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 pieces of dried fish. If you include an adult male in your purchase, I shall offer you. Chapter 46. Rivals on the same path. What a talent. Shur's impressive performance not only astonished the onlookers, but also left Jianya momentarily speechless. With just a slight nudge, this fellow seamlessly integrated the information, speaking nonstop. Were it not for his known background, Jianya might have suspected that this man had previously been a live-streaming sales host. It must be said that talent sometimes defies reason and cannot be envied. However, one must remember that no matter how skilled a sales host may be, they ultimately serve the platform, while Jianya, as the financial backer, has little reason for jealousy. He only hopes for their continued success. The goods prepared by the cave tribe were not extensive, yet the pottery was the most popular. In times of low material wealth, people naturally prefer heavier items for the same price, ensuring durability. Pottery, weighing at least 7 or 8 pounds, and some as heavy as 20 to 30 pounds, not only conferred a sense of weight, but also prestige. It was a rare opportunity to participate in such an exchange meeting, especially at such affordable prices. One could hardly resist acquiring a few pieces. Moreover, dried fish, having undergone the process of salting, possesses a delightful saltiness that endears it to many as a favored snack. However, when it comes to serving as a staple food, apart from the Dong tribe, few can afford it due to its exorbitant price. Just a small bag. And this fellow sure audaciously demands a piece of high-quality animal hide in exchange, utterly shameless. Animal hides vary in quality. Those from wolves, tigers, and foxes are considered premium, while those from deer and cattle fall into the medium category, and rabbit or Shiba Inu hides are regarded as inferior. The classification is intricate and difficult to elucidate, but the rarer and more luxurious the hide, the higher its value. Conversely, common and inferior hides are worth little. Fortunately, Sher's heart is not entirely devoid of compassion, as a single rabbit hide suffices to sample the delicacy, making it affordable for most tribes. The supply of dried fish is limited to around 100 pounds, which is not substantial. Only the Dong tribe possesses the means for such trade, as others rarely part with their food, with dozens of tribes exchanging a bag each. It takes but a moment to deplete the supply, resulting in an estimated acquisition of over 20 rabbit hides, sufficient to craft several rabbit fur coats. The most precious commodity, of course, is salt. While dried fish contains some salt, the quantity is minimal, and the actual intake of salt represents an entirely different concept. Notably, salt has made its debut in this form, pure and white, evoking an air of sophistication. Thus, it commands a price that is nothing short of exorbitant. A small bag weighing about a pound requires at least a premium animal hide or the equivalent of one person for exchange, making it a true luxury item. To put it in perspective, a single transaction involving salt is equivalent to a day's labor spent selling dried fish. Surprisingly, the demand remains exceptionally high. Although not as sought after as dried fish or pottery, there is still a considerable interest. Indeed, luxury items prove to be the most lucrative, regardless of location. It is no wonder that Jiangya feels limited in his aspirations, having arrived in a small tribe where even basic sustenance is a challenge. Before attending the exchange meeting, Jiangya believed that other tribes might fare slightly better than the Dong tribe, yet the disparity is not as vast as he imagined. What he witnesses now, a bag of salt traded for a high-quality hide, leaves him astounded, as the other party remains unfazed by such opulence. Does your mother know how impressive you are? Jiangya finds himself engulfed in deep self-doubt, his gaze unwittingly drawn back to Man. Look at him. A leader of a tribe, exuding grandeur, while Jiangya feels a sense of shame in comparison. Man, in his current state, revels in the joy of newfound wealth, resembling the foolish son of a landlord, oblivious to Jiangya's expression. It seems futile to expect any enlightenment from him. In reality, the situation is not as exaggerated as Jiangya perceives. Living within a day's travel of the economic circle, the differences, while present, are not insurmountable. Many tribes are willing to trade premium hides for salt due to its scarcity. Numerous tribes lack access to saltstone, relying instead on the primal method of consuming animal organs to replenish their salt intake. While the premium pelts are indeed valuable, for a tribe that has relied on hunting for generations, they accumulate a surplus over time, rendering them rather commonplace. After all, the annual hunt yields such goods only once a year. For the tribal leader, an excess of pelts serves little purpose, whereas salt is a tangible necessity for sustenance. With prudent management, a single pouch of salt can sustain one for an entire year. Trading surplus items for a year's worth of salt, though not profiting, incurs little loss. Additionally, with the provision of fire-starting materials, warmth is assured. Thus, the absence of one pelt for warmth is negligible, potentially even resulting in a modest gain. The perspective varies based on one's environment. At least prior to acquiring fire in the cave tribe, they would gladly exchange premium pelts for fire-starting materials. Business flourished in the cave tribe, while the surrounding areas grew rather desolate. Companions can also be rivals. The primary commodity of this tribe is saltstone, henceforth referred to as the Salt tribe. In previous years, the Salt tribe thrived on the sale of saltstone. Yet this year, due to the abundance of salt, no matter how drastically they reduced their prices, there was little interest. Ultimately, they settled on a rate of one low-grade pelt for 2 pieces of saltstone, attracting only a few trades, a stark contrast to their previous sales that could only be described as dismal. The disdainful glances from the Salt tribe were unmistakable, and even the dull-witted Jiangya sensed something amiss. He inquired, "Manchu, which group are those fellows from across the way?" Man, puzzled, glanced towards Jiangya's pointing finger and slowly replied, "They should be from the Salt tribe." "The Salt tribe? What do they do?" "They sell saltstone," Man stated matter-of-factly. As the name itself implied, their trade. Saltstone can be sold? Jianya questioned, puzzled, for it was abundantly available within the caves. One could simply expend some effort to collect a few pieces. Of course it can be sold, and at a premium. In the past, the Salt tribe has managed to acquire a multitude of goods through the sale of saltstone. Man's assertive demeanor momentarily left Jianya at a loss, prompting him to ask, then why didn't we trade saltstone before? What do you mean? Jianya's counter-question seemed to strike a nerve with Man, leaving him momentarily dumbfounded and spiraling into self-doubt. Indeed, why didn't I think of trading saltstone? How could someone so oblivious to a valuable resource become a leader? Jianya found himself speechless. He was destined to remain impoverished. Chapter 47. A Windfall. Alas, how foolish are the companions we choose. It is said that one need not fear a godlike adversary, but rather a pig-like ally. Clinging to such a valuable resource as saltstone without utilizing it left Jianya utterly exasperated. Even trading for mere furs would be preferable to the risk of freezing to death in winter. Indeed, why didn't I think to trade saltstone? Man seemed to realize his folly, caught in a profound sense of regret, akin to narrowly missing out on a fortune. But can one truly blame him? The Dong tribe has never engaged in such activities for 8 generations, had it not been for the peculiar emergence of Jianya. This exchange meeting would likely have been merely a token participation in the subsequent matchmaking segment. After all, who would take an interest in a tribe so impoverished that it lacks even the most basic undergarments? Human nature is such that, without extraordinary opportunities, one typically earns only within the confines of their understanding. Even a prodigy like Shur, before encountering Jianya, lived a life of struggle. One cannot help but ponder if foolishness is contagious. Jianya quietly resolved to keep a distance from such folly to avoid diminishing his own intellect. Every matter possesses dual aspects. Fortunately, the simple-mindedness of others serves as a buffer. Otherwise, with their limited intellect, even if they were to amass wealth, they would be unable to retain it. Perhaps it is true that simpletons enjoy simple fortunes, and Jianya could only console himself with this thought. The cake is finite. If one consumes more, others must inevitably receive less, and whether others are pleased by this is questionable. At present, the commotion from the Dong tribe has already attracted the attention of numerous onlookers. Jianya surveyed the surroundings and noted at least 3 tribes casting intriguing glances in their direction. He hoped for a smooth outcome. Jianya had no desire to resort to violence unless absolutely necessary. The Dong tribe's foundation remained fragile, and while they were not afraid to confront others, losing even a few individuals would be painfully regrettable. The trading continued until afternoon, culminating in the complete sale of all goods brought by the Dong tribe. Upon tallying the inventory, they exchanged for 20 pieces of high-grade furs, 80 pieces of mid-grade furs, and 203 pieces of low-grade furs, along with countless herbs, beast teeth, and ores. Some tribes even traded their population for furs. Prosperity had indeed arrived. Gazing at the towering pile of furs, the onlookers were drooling. If fashioned into garments, this winter would surely be considerably more bearable. As the saying goes, without proper sustenance, a horse cannot thrive. Likewise, without unexpected wealth, one cannot prosper. This pile of furs, however, could not be amassed by the Dong tribe for at least 3 to 5 years. Today, the common folk were truly jubilant. I could almost envision countless beautiful women beckoning to me. Could this be the sensation of sudden wealth? Oh dear, I feel as though I am about to burst with pride. Suddenly becoming affluent, everyone was euphoric, reminiscent of the excitement of a scholar passing the imperial examination, albeit lacking a moment of madness. We have struck it rich, they exclaimed. Oh, I responded, we have become overnight millionaires. Yet, Jianya's nonchalant demeanor left them somewhat bewildered. With such a bounty of goods, should they not be elated? Shouldn't they celebrate with a couple of drinks? Why was Jianya able to maintain such composure? Could you at least show a hint of excitement? Your indifference makes me feel inexperienced, they thought. Moments ago, they had been in a frenzy, and now, in the blink of an eye, they had completely forgotten their earlier grievances. Being a simpleton, while poor, brings little worry. Perhaps there is merit in that. Compared to these naive individuals, Jianya exhibited a remarkable calmness. Despite being a person of considerable experience, he found little intrigue beyond a few tiger skins, dismissing everything else as mere refuse. Indeed, it was nothing but a heap of worthless debris. To achieve a usable standard in leather goods, one must not merely strip the hide and dry it. It necessitates a thorough process of tanning and defatting. Yet, the primitive beings concerned themselves not with such intricacies. They simply hung the skins to dry, oblivious to the fact that they were dealing with ancient, long-forgotten hides. The stench was so potent that it could be perceived from hundreds of meters away, leading one to wonder if a gas weapon was being studied nearby. Uncle Man, do you not find it odorous? What does it matter? This is the scent of affluence. All right then, let me enlighten you. At this juncture, the leather goods served merely the purpose of warmth, akin to money in a way. Once a certain quantity was amassed, it merely represented a figure devoid of practical utility, inviting unwarranted scrutiny instead. Only by utilizing these leather goods could one convert them into genuine strength. In a previous life, converting such goods into power was straightforward, given the abundant variety of material wealth, whether it be exchanged for fine cigarettes or wines, or invested in housing or stocks. Money was never a concern. However, here, finding a simple lighter was a challenge, let alone anything else. The foundation of the cave tribe was alarmingly thin. It would not be an exaggeration to say they were inherently underdeveloped. The only aspect that piqued Jiangya's interest was the population. However, trading for people was far from simple. Previously, they had exchanged some women and children with the Rock tribe. It was a trade in name only, akin to intermarriage, complete with a dowry. As for adult males, such an idea was utterly preposterous. They had only managed to acquire 2 men, both slaves resulting from the tribe's defeat in a conflict. Given the slim chances of directly acquiring more populace, a more circuitous approach was required. He recalled the imbalanced gender ratio of his past life in Birdland, where the abundance of beautiful women was undeniable. With the right promotion, there would always be a group of testosterone-driven men eager to flock to them. If the United States could rally men to enlist by featuring Marilyn Monroe, then recruiting some sons-in-law to expand the cave tribe's population hardly seemed excessive. While the cave tribe reveled in its festivities, a cave within Round Moon Valley descended into an oppressive silence. Shadows flickered in the darkness, each figure wearing a grim expression, the atmosphere thick with tension. After a prolonged silence, someone finally spoke. "Leader, the cave tribe has gone too far. We have gained nothing. How will our brothers survive this winter?" From the shadows emerged a robust voice. "Humph. They have merely stored our goods for a time. Once the trading event concludes, we shall reclaim them." "Does that mean the leader has a plan?" "Humph. They dare to encroach upon our territory. I shall see just how bold they truly are. Wherever there are people, conflict will inevitably arise." Yet Jiangya remained blissfully unaware of the unfolding events. The following day dawned bright and serene. As if the heavens themselves conspired to encourage rapid human reproduction, the air was thick with an intoxicating scent of hormones. As the matchmaking event draws ever closer, a palpable excitement begins to stir among the people. Chapter 48, The Spring of the Cave Tribe. The highly anticipated matchmaking gathering unfolds as scheduled. In a bid to capture the attention of the opposite sex, both men and women begin to spruce themselves up. While they may not transform into youthful heartthrobs or ethereal fairies, they at least aim to present themselves neatly, ensuring they do not leave a negative impression on others. Matchmaking should primarily concern the youth. Yet when Jiangya observes a rather boisterous figure preening by a foul-smelling ditch, he realizes his naivety and remarks, "Uncle Man, what are you preening for?" "Hey, kid, come take a look at my hairstyle," Uncle Man exclaims, displaying unrestrained enthusiasm upon Jiangya's arrival. Insisting that Jiangya admire his appearance while flamboyantly tossing his bangs, declaring, "What do you think? Do I resemble a sunny boy? Banana, you've already spawned a whole brood, and you dare call yourself a sunny boy? What gives you the audacity? Is it Liang Jingru?" Jiangya muses in bemusement. He initially wonders why such a lively atmosphere has not drawn out the notorious General Man until he realizes he has been waiting here all along. However, if one is to flaunt, one must also bear the consequences. Jiangya, somewhat exasperated, remarks, "Uncle, you are nearly 30. Uncle Man, unfazed, retorts, "So what if I am 30? In my heart, I am merely 18. Bah, you old lecher." Jiangya thinks to himself, bewildered by such absurdity. What does it mean to be an old lecher? Let me emphasize, I am not old. You're quite something. Faced with such shamelessness, Jiangya finds himself at a loss for words. At least Along and Ahu are somewhat reliable. They would not overshadow him. The matchmaking process must still be observed, and the rules are straightforward. When a young lady encounters someone to her liking, she simply places a token around his neck, and they exchange addresses. Ultimately, whether the match flourishes depends on the sincerity demonstrated thereafter. If the sincerity is genuine and both tribes consent, the young lady may be taken away. In essence, it all comes down to the dowry, whether it is resplendent or merely passable. It bears resemblance to past traditions. While property deeds and household registrations may not be scrutinized, if your tribe cannot even afford sustenance, no one would entrust their daughter to you. After all, it is still a matchmaking affair, distinct from the sale of children, as one must at least consider a tribe with favorable conditions. Speaking of favorable conditions, the cave tribe, once overlooked, now shines as the brightest star of the Round Moon Valley. Though their ages may lean towards the older side, one cannot deny their vigor. Each carries a substantial bundle of animal hides without uttering a word of fatigue. Is it not remarkable that those of advanced years possess such remarkable stamina? Age can indeed be an asset. Maturity and stability are appealing qualities. As they processed the hides that morning, one could not help but wonder why these individuals appeared so fervent, each eager to contribute. After all, their return would not occur until at least the following day. Why the rush to carry the hides? Little did they know. They were waiting for something significant. In the realm of love, age is no barrier. The young ladies are drawn to the steadiness and robust physiques of older men. Jianya was astonished to discover that the young ladies here had a penchant for older men as well. In just half a day, each one of them had adorned themselves with several tokens, and nearly half of the young women were casting flirtatious glances in their direction. Once the exchange of tokens concluded, these fellows finally removed the animal skins from their backs. Behold, this is the allure of charm. Proudly flaunting the tokens around their necks, Jianya counted a total of 6, while observing the others. Even the eldest among them, Stone Neck, had 2, and others had counts ranging from 3 to 4. Upon feeling the solitary token around his own neck, Jianya found himself momentarily bewildered. Why weren't you all crushed under the weight of your own desires? Though he grumbled, he acknowledged that the first step towards establishing a formidable presence in the region had been accomplished. Now, it was up to the sincerity of the cave tribe. What? You intend to exchange a high-grade animal skin for a woman? Have you lost your mind? After a bout of frivolity, General Man finally regained his composure. When he heard of the proposal to trade a high-grade animal skin for a woman, he immediately became irate and vehemently refused. Standards, my friend, standards. He was, after all, a leader of the tribe. Couldn't he exhibit some measure of dignity? Jianya harbored deep disdain for his reluctance to pay after indulging in such pleasures. However, ultimately, the expenditure depended on his approval. Jianya patiently explained, Uncle Man, we are investing a fortune to acquire a valuable commodity. Ant. What do I want with an ant when there are young ladies available? Not an ant, not a lady. It is a matter of business. Then, I will not agree. Goodness gracious. Engaging with someone of such limited intellect was truly exhausting. In his efforts to persuade Man, Jianya was unsure how many brain cells he had sacrificed. Acknowledging his own limitations, yet being receptive to the counsel of the astute, was a rare virtue in Man. Far preferable to encountering a leader who was both foolish and obstinate. Jianya could only console himself with that thought. Wealth that does not return home is akin to wearing fine clothing in the dark. Money that is not spent is little more than a pile of waste paper. The afternoon-esque betrothal ceremony had transformed into a display of opulence by the cave tribe. You must be Qian Qian from the Wood tribe. I am quite taken with you. I have not prepared much for our first meeting, but here is a fine tiger skin. I hope it pleases you. I am from the cave tribe and have brought several offerings. I have selected 3 medium-grade animal skins. I hope you do not mind. There is not much to discuss. Come with me, and this high-grade animal skin shall be yours. If it does not suit your tastes, I shall seek another. Few appreciated the facade of the nouveau riche. Yet being friend them proved to be quite advantageous. What of having multiple wives? Young ladies enjoy a lively atmosphere. What of being boorish? That is called authenticity. What of being unkempt? That is called freedom. In the realm of love, age is inconsequential, and personality matters not, for true love transcends all. Under the auspices of the cave tribe's generosity, a total of 158 young ladies willingly opened their arms, joining the familial embrace of the tribe. On average, each man returned home with at least 3 women, all in arranged marriages. Were they happy? Was it thrilling? Were they enjoying themselves? In any case, everyone appeared quite pleased. Even though upon returning, they could only retain one, while the rest would be surrendered. After all, bringing home a wife, especially one reimbursed with public funds, is likely to elicit no objections from any man, right? A smile does not vanish, it merely shifts. Although the prospect of having an additional woman brings joy, as a tribal leader, the responsibilities weigh heavier on his mind. With no furs left, how will they survive the winter? With such a sudden influx of people, will there be enough food? The addition of a woman, will the household remain intact? At this moment, he oscillates between amusement and concern, his expressions a vivid tapestry of emotions. Had he been born in a different era, he would undoubtedly have earned an Oscar. However, deeper troubles fester in a cave within the Round Moon Valley. What? They have traded my furs for women? The voice nearly erupts in a roar, the fury palpable even from dozens of meters away. It is undeniably true. I have been watching all day, and there can be no mistake. Then why didn't you tell me sooner? The chief of the Xian tribe is nearly consumed by rage upon discovering such a significant matter now. Weren't you the one who told me to keep an eye on things? Humph. The Xian tribe chief, in a fit of fury, kicks a subordinate in the stomach and exclaims, why didn't I pin you to the wall back then? After being kicked, the subordinate feels somewhat relieved, dusting himself off and replying, Father, Should we still take action? Do you know how a wild boar dies? The chief responds with disbelief. I ask if we should take action, and you inquire about how a wild boar dies? Surely, you cannot be that foolish. The subordinate, though puzzled, is genuinely curious and asks, how does it die? Are you a pig? With the furs gone, what good is taking action? Get out. The chief can no longer contain his anger and kicks the subordinate out of the cave. If we're not taking action, then why the violence? Unperturbed by his expulsion, the subordinate casually brushes off the dust and muses aloud, by the way, how does a wild boar die? Did it roll to death? Ha ha ha, that is amusing. I must tell the shaman when I return. Inside the cave, the Xian tribe chief, who hasn't wandered far, hears the subordinate's musings and ultimately cannot restrain himself. Spitting blood against the wall. Inbreeding is deadly. In stark contrast to the dismal atmosphere of the Xian tribe, the people of the Dong tribe are positively jubilant. As for the reason for their merriment, it is evident. Nearly every young woman within a 30-mile radius has gathered here. Anyone in their position would be unable to contain their delight. Even if nothing more transpires, the mere sight elevates their spirits. In past exchanges, they had been mere bystanders. But this time they finally have a chance to shine. Setting aside other matters, even the usually stoic man feels as light as a feather, as if he has consumed honey. Soon, the group returns to the Rock tribe. According to their agreement, 30% of the profits must be shared with them. If it were mere scraps, Jiang Yu wouldn't even bother to blink. To consider sending nearly 30% of the population away is a thought that induces a pang of regret. As Jiang Yu pondered how to evade responsibility, Shi approached him. Uncle Shi, I was just about to seek you out, yet you arrived first. I feel rather embarrassed. Those familiar with Jiang Yu know that when he dons a doggedly servile demeanor, it signals the commencement of his cunning schemes. Although Shi had limited interactions with Jiang Yu, as the most astute individual Jiang had encountered, he could not be oblivious to Jiang's intentions, and with a hint of trepidation, he remarked, speak plainly, your demeanor unsettles me. Why would you say that? What kind of friendship do we share? It is only proper to show you respect, Jiang Yu retorted. Do not feign camaraderie with me. It merely costs money. A tactic that had never failed him was unexpectedly met with resistance here, leaving Jiang Yu feeling somewhat vexed. Observing Jiang Yu's constipated expression brought Shi a sense of satisfaction, and he erupted into hearty laughter, exclaiming, I know you too well. You simply do not wish to part with anything, do you? Let's be clear, shall we? Are you giving people or goods? You must choose one. Oh, your discerning eyes can see through my ruse. Jiang Yu replied with a chuckle. Given that there were no acquaintances present, he felt no fear in displaying his mercantile demeanor. How about this? You take the people for a spin, and you earn 30%. Where else in the world could such a lucrative deal be found? Let us not haggle over costs. We can exchange at the standard price of our previous transaction. Why not just ask me to give it to you for free? Shi shot back. That is not entirely out of the question. Jiang Yu was momentarily taken aback. He had encountered shamelessness before, but this was a new level. Stifling his irritation, he snapped. All right then, I will no longer barter. Just give me my share of people and be gone. Do you really think you can let that duck fly away after it has landed? From the moment Shi proposed an exchange of goods, Jiang Yu had already altered his strategy. He was not dim-witted. Otherwise, he would not hold the title of a military elite. However, matters appeared straightforward at present, requiring no further contemplation to grasp their essence. In plain terms, they were set to exchange over 150 individuals, with the Yin tribe taking 30%, at least 40 individuals, which translated to an increase of 40 mouths to feed. It is essential to note that the Yin tribe comprised fewer than 100 members. Even if most of the new arrivals were women, who consume less, sustenance would still be necessary. During the peak of summer harvest, accommodating such a number would prove challenging, let alone with winter impending. Thus, the urgency now lay not with Jiang Yu, but rather with the Yin tribe. Women may be a boon, yet one must possess the means to enjoy their company. Seeing Jiang Yu's composed demeanor infuriated Shi, who was tempted to turn away, yet the situation required resolution. Suppressing his ire, he said, do not overstep your bounds. 30%. That is not how negotiation works. Why would you bid lower? 20%. To hell with that. 1%. All right, I concede, you've bested me. A mere 10% is all it takes. Indeed. Shi is genuinely apprehensive that Jiang Yu will shamelessly demand his goods for free. In such a scenario, he would ultimately have to acquiesce. For although receiving nothing may not be advantageous, refusing to give will undoubtedly lead to the tribe's downfall. He is quite capable of discerning the gravity of the situation. Striking a deal at the customary 10% price, though it yields a meager profit, is preferable to receiving nothing at all. After all, they merely dispatched a handful of individuals to survey the area, which also provided an opportunity for some posturing. Thus, the loss is not overly significant. Ha ha. I knew Uncle Sure was a man of principle. Having secured a favorable deal, Jiangya was certainly pleased. It mattered little how much he profited. The essence of the negotiation was exhilarating. If Lan were present, Jiangya would surely flaunt his success. Look at how impressive I am. He would dismiss the notion of etiquette and inform Sure that he would collect the goods in a few days, urging him to send his people away promptly. After feeling slighted, Sure, lacking any interest in offering him a cordial demeanor, began to usher him out. Well then, I shall take my leave. Thank you, uncle. As he observed Jiangya's retreating figure, Sure, who had previously worn a scowl, suddenly burst into hearty laughter, shaking his head for quite some time. That mischievous little rascal. Chapter 50. Do you want a wife? Your tenderness is forever beyond my comprehension. Wait, perhaps I should select a different song. Jiangya strained to recall the few songs in his mind. Aside from Unity is Strength and the Wind Howls and the Horses Neigh. He struggled to find a melody that encapsulated his current mood. The phrase "a brisk gallop on the spring breeze" came to mind as he relished a small windfall. His spirits lifted. No way. That old scoundrel Sure is willing to let you take the person away for a mere 10%? I've asked 100 times what my standing is. Do you truly believe you can deceive me? Yet, why do I find this so hard to believe? Tell me, have you acknowledged him as your godfather? I acknowledge your esteemed elder, but you consider him your godfather. Your entire family does. Jiangya rubbed his temples. Conversing with individuals of such limited intellect is utterly exhausting. No matter how he elucidated, they would invariably exploit any flaw in his words to counter him. What is the matter? Are you an ETC, a professional debater? With such limited intelligence, it becomes exceedingly difficult to explain the concept of camaraderie among heroes to him. The reasoning is quite straightforward. Over 40 individuals pose a challenge to the Rock Tribe. With the Cave Tribe increasing their numbers by over 100, is there not pressure? The answer is undoubtedly affirmative. Thus, for the foreseeable future, the Cave Tribe will grapple with how to sustain these additional members, leaving little time to engage in pottery or salt production. It is not that Sure possesses extraordinary wisdom. Rather, he is entrenched in the situation and understands that the Cave Tribe cannot readily provide so many resources. Desiring to negotiate a fair price, yet lacking the leverage, he wisely chose to extend a favor, resolving the matter through a half-gift, half-sale approach. Thus far, the outcome appears promising, at least. Men nearly turned to Sure to form a brotherhood. Regardless of the circumstances, the Cave Tribe undoubtedly profited. Jiangya will remember this favor and will seek to repay it in due time. However, regarding individuals of such limited intellect, Jiangya is disinclined to engage further and prefers to observe quietly, maintaining a distance from them. The adage that men and women complement each other, making labor less burdensome, rings true. With a troop of delightful companions, one's steps feel considerably lighter. Moreover, the absence of heavy cargo on the return journey transforms the trek into a leisurely stroll amid nature. The brief stretch of over 10 miles was traversed in a mere 2 hours, and upon returning to the cave village, many of the men still felt a lingering sense of satisfaction. Unbeknownst to them, this was but a fleeting dawn before the encroaching darkness. As the autumn winds blew briskly, life withered, and the yellowing leaves danced away in the gusts, exuding a hint of melancholy. In preparation for the impending long winter, all living beings appeared to be exceptionally industrious, striving to amass sufficient sustenance. The flourishing population was indeed a cause for celebration, yet, following the initial joy, troubles promptly followed. The cave village, with its mere 80 inhabitants, had suddenly doubled in size, bringing with it not only double the joy but also double the woes, leaving one to ponder whether they could endure the strain. Foremost among the concerns was the matter of accommodation. The previous construction had left only 9 housing units, now repurposed for salt production, pottery, and storage, leaving merely 5 available for habitation. To house 150 individuals seemed nothing short of a fanciful dream. Alas, one could only lament the misfortune of having an erratic leader like Jiangya, who, had he been informed of the trading event earlier, might have constructed additional dwellings to avert the current predicament. With no other recourse, the notion of welfare was proposed. The prior arrangement of 1 woman per man was inadequate. For the tribe to thrive, a burgeoning population was essential. 1 more would only enhance the prospects. Shaman, do you desire a wife? Despite the evident yearning in the old man's gaze, he found himself powerless to act, resigning to mere observation. After all, it seemed wasteful for a frail elder to occupy an entire dwelling. Furthermore, as the tribe's shaman, he held a certain standing. Perhaps it was not unreasonable to assign a few maidens to tend to his daily needs. Dog, do you wish for a wife? I would like one, but my health does not permit. Fear not. It's merely a matter of having a female Tyrannosaurus at home. Select a couple. At worst, they can supervise from the sidelines. In recent days, Jianya had adopted the role of a matchmaker, peddling his wares far and wide. He mused that he ought to solicit a reward from the deity of marriage for the numerous matches he had orchestrated. After all, such accomplishments warranted some form of acknowledgement. However, it is worth noting that the cave village had only about 30 eligible men, even if he were to assign 2 women to each. Nearly 100 individuals would remain unpaired, leaving Jianya in a state of profound distress. Ultimately, with no viable options left, he had no choice but to reactivate the previously abandoned caves for habitation, thus achieving a semblance of resolution to the housing crisis. With accommodation addressed, the next pressing concern was sustenance. Although it is said that a married woman is akin to water poured out, those who wed into the cave village would partake in whatever the tribe had to offer. Yet, the cave village had essentially engaged in a practice of deceitful unions. Many of the women from the Rock clan had similarly been lured over by Jiang Ye's unscrupulous tactics. Had it not been for the allure of the food provided upon their arrival, a rebellion might have erupted long ago. After all, uprooted from their families and friends, these women had not only exchanged husbands, but were also met with insufficient provisions, an inhumane predicament indeed. Thus, it is imperative that the food supply is ample. Not only must they be satiated, but they should also enjoy nourishing meals. The young women must be well fed. For the men of the cave tribe must engage in battle by day and by night. Without proper sustenance, can their bodies endure the strain? Therefore, it is essential to adhere to the highest standards of provision. The daily harvest yields a limited quantity of food, and with the sudden increase of the population by twofold, the consumption rate within the tribe has surged dramatically. Were it not for the substantial stockpile of dried fish, they would have undoubtedly faced a shortage by now. Child, you must devise a solution. Our reserves are dwindling, lamented man, whose once spirited demeanor had transformed into a visage of concern, burdened by exhaustion. To be frank, he had endured considerable hardship. When there were only 3 women, he could manage, but with the tribe now facing difficulties, as the leader, he had to take the lead, which resulted in the unwelcome addition of 3 more women. They were all his own kin. Fairness dictated that he share the bounty equally among them. While it was undoubtedly a joyous occasion to be a groom each night, the initial thrill had waned over time, and his body began to falter under the strain. Each day, he had to contend with back pain while hunting, and Jianya contemplated bestowing upon him a certificate of labor excellence for the new era. In a different world, he would surely be nominated among the most inspiring figures in Huaxia. Jianya himself found the situation quite vexing. Why was it that, despite being the protagonist, others could effortlessly summon bountiful provisions with a mere flick of their fingers, while he was mired in the worries of mundane tribulations? I am the protagonist too, he mused. Chapter 51. The maturation of Taro Plus has always been a crop imbued with high expectations. Regardless of the multitude of tasks at hand, one must make the daily rounds in the fields to observe their growth. The tribe's people tend to them with such care that it surpasses the affection they would show their own offspring, even when nature calls. They hold it until they can relieve themselves in the fields. The unsightly practice of eating at home and defecating in the wild has been eradicated. Jianya was uncertain about the progress of the taro. Many of its leaves had already turned yellow, indicating that harvest time was near. Those who have never tilled the soil can never comprehend the essence of the poem The Farmer's Song, which encapsulates the toil and sweat of agrarian life. The pastoral idyll is merely a fanciful creation of the well-fed literati, while those who have labored in the fields truly understand the hardships involved. Especially for the current cave tribe. Farmers at least possess decent hoes, but what tools do they have? The best they could muster are a few axes and knives. While these may serve to defend against foes, can they coax taro from the earth? The only implement they can utilize is a rudimentary wooden pick, which, though still cumbersome, is preferable to digging with bare hands. Yet, farmers remain steadfastly simple. Regardless of the hardships they endure, they are content as long as the harvest is bountiful. Just one seedling can yield such a plentiful return. What a fortune! With these taro, we shall no longer fear the pangs of hunger. Turing bless. Cultivating the land truly represents a promising endeavor. I am determined to grow an abundance of taro that will never be exhausted. Cultivating such a crop is akin to the experience of pregnancy. Within a few months, one might still perceive the counterpart as a single maiden, only to discover upon bringing her home that one is immediately thrust into the role of a father. Surprising, isn't it? If it were not for Jiang Ye's repeated demonstrations of tangible results, coupled with his personal involvement, I suspect many would have already abandoned their efforts. Now, witnessing the bountiful harvest unearthed from the soil, and in quantities far exceeding what was initially sown, the remaining doubts of the community have dissipated entirely. Yazi, are you the reincarnation of Turing? Is there anything you do not know? The hallmark of the Dong tribe is their exceptional social prowess. With such a remarkable opportunity at hand, Jiangya could not let it slip away. Clearing his throat, he gazed skyward at a 45-degree angle. It cannot be said that the heavens know all. What about the earth? All-knowing. Cursed be it. Yet he managed to astonish us once more. 10 acres may seem substantial for a single household, yet for a tribe of over 200 individuals, it is merely a day's labor to complete the task. As they beheld the towering mounds of taro, many could not contain their tears of excitement. After all, with the added plus, one could hardly expect a meager yield. Jiangya estimated that the output was comparable to that of potatoes in his former life. Each acre produces approximately 2,000 pounds, summing up to around 20,000 pounds from the 10 acres. Do not underestimate this quantity. 20,000 pounds must sustain over 200 mouths, and given that each member of the Dong tribe consumes an average of 5 pounds daily, that equates to 1,000 pounds per day. This means that the taro will barely last a month. Winter, however, lasts a full 3 months. We cannot expect to survive on mere wind for 2 months, can we? Moreover, should we wish to expand our cultivation next year, we must reserve at least 5,000 pounds for seed. Thus calculated, the taro yield could last no more than 2 weeks. To avoid hunger, alternative food sources must be sought. Yet, pondering excessively serves little purpose. Since we have reaped such a bountiful harvest, how could we not indulge in a delightful feast? Can this truly be consumed? The newly joined tribesfolk gazed at the dark, unappealing lump in their hands, hesitant to take a bite. Previously, in their own tribe, even if food was scarce, at least they had meat. Upon marrying into the Dong tribe, they found themselves deceived into vegetarianism. Is this to be a collective practice of fasting and meditation? Why not taste it and see? Apart from those who recently joined the tribe, many have savored the flavor of taro, whether boiled or roasted. The soft, glutinous sweetness that wafts from it is utterly irresistible. A sprinkle of salt would elevate it further. One could almost feel it melting on the tongue. And should there be a dash of chili powder for seasoning? Oh my, I cannot bear to think any further. The elders who have previously tasted taro are unconcerned with modesty or pretentiousness. Let them hesitate as long as they wish. With the taro roasted to perfection, those who partake may eat a little less, allowing others to indulge more, a most advantageous arrangement. They hardly mind the heat, clutching the taro and devouring it eagerly, as if reborn from starvation. Some, however, find themselves choking and gasping, pounding their chests in desperation. Is it truly this delectable? The manner of eating cannot be feigned. Observing the newcomers as they witness the seasoned members devouring their meals, one cannot help but feel their own throat involuntarily stirring. A cautious individual tentatively breaks off a piece, placing it in their mouth. The soft, glutinous sweetness unfolds instantaneously within the confines of their palate, illuminating their senses. Without uttering a word, they seamlessly join the ranks of the ravenous. You've already consumed 2 pieces. Save some for me. You're simply too slow. Can you blame me? Quick, hand me some water, I might choke. Indeed, dining alongside a group of primitive folk offers little in the way of table etiquette. Should one hesitate, even slightly, their portion may vanish into the belly of another eager eater. The feast arrives swiftly and departs just as quickly. After all, it is the inaugural meal of the harvest. To commemorate the joy of reaping, a staggering 700 pounds of taro has been roasted. In a whirlwind of feasting, within less than an hour, everything is consumed entirely. On average, each individual has devoured at least 3 pounds, prompting Jiangya to question whether these people were reincarnated from pigs in a past life. At this rate of consumption, he muses that he may have underestimated the situation. If every meal is to be this lavish, it seems unlikely they could sustain such indulgence for even 10 days. Burp, how delightful. What is happiness? The blissful sensation of being filled to the brim, yet still slightly uncomfortable. In this moment, the desires are simple, devoid of lofty spiritual pursuits. As long as one can satiate their hunger, they are willing to endure any hardship. Initially, the newly joined tribespeople voiced considerable dissent, yet after this hearty meal, complaints ceased entirely. Sometimes, it is easy to sway minds. The Barbie women, upon marrying into the cave tribe, harbor no extravagant expectations. They merely seek a full belly. Although the cave tribe remains impoverished, they witness here what their own tribe lacks. This place, distinct from their own, is adorned with thatched cottages. They raise animals in abundance, all appearing quite delectable. They also manage to procure food from the water, something they refer to as fish. Today, they even enjoy delicacies unearthed from the soil, truly delightful. It seems the people here are brimming with vigor. Each individual is occupied, engaged in endless tasks. The feeling is indescribable. They call it hope. What is hope? Can one consume it? Chapter 52. The busy winter had Jiangya realized that a single meal of taro could resolve such a significant dilemma. he likely would have refrained from grumbling about the food. In truth, apart from the initial feast, most held a curiosity for novelty, and thereafter, their appetites diminished considerably. It is akin to consuming meat. An occasional indulgence may transform one into a voracious eater, yet if every meal consists of gourmet delicacies, one's appetite wanes, leading to an unexpected fondness for simple congee and pickled vegetables. A balanced diet remains essential. One cannot solely fixate on taro. After all, after more than half a year of cultivation, the livestock within the tribe has grown substantially. Wild boars, needless to say, are consistently gaining weight, particularly the castrated ones. Beyond eating, they seem to possess no other aspirations, their size steadily increasing. As for the sows, Jiangya treats them with great kindness, not only providing them with sumptuous food and drink, but also seeking suitable mates for them throughout the land. Should one inadvertently find themselves ensnared, fear not. The little piglet shall personally attend to your needs, emphasizing a comprehensive service. On another note, the wild hare is notable for its prolificacy in a bounteous environment. It can become a veritable plague within a few years. In just half a year, it has already birthed 2 litters of offspring, presenting an unerring path to prosperity. However, with such a base population, it is somewhat delusional to expect that the needs of the entire tribe can be met in just 2 or 3 years. Nonetheless, it is essential to allocate half of the resources for consumption. After toiling for half a year, without seeing the fruits of their labor can dampen morale. The members of the cave tribe possess little in the way of long-term planning. They firmly believe that only what fills their bellies truly belongs to them. None can predict whether tomorrow or misfortune will arrive first. Overall, although resources are scarce, the members of the cave tribe have experienced a month of happiness. With dishes such as boiled fish slices, roasted taro, salt-baked rabbit heads, and pork and taro rice presented in daily variations, they feast with delight. For the tribe, such a life is one they would not trade for anything, not even a deity. Many of the women rejoice, grateful that they chose robust partners. Otherwise, they would not be enjoying their current fortune. The fierce, biting winds howled as the first heavy snow of the year finally descended. The forest was cloaked in white overnight, adorned in a beautiful silver garment. Each year, this season marks the most arduous time for living beings, with humanity huddling together for warmth, enduring the long winter with unwavering fortitude. This winter in the cave tribe will inevitably differ from those of the past due to the arrival of one individual. The nefarious capitalist has never been burdened by conscience. Although Jiangya is not a capitalist, he will not allow idleness among the tribe. Why provide them with sumptuous food and drink? It is to encourage sincerity and diminish complaints during their labor, cultivating a civilized and harmonious internal environment. Moreover, time is money. To ensure a better life in the coming year, sufficient land must be cultivated before spring arrives. Fortunately, the tribe is settled in a valley where towering trees are sparse. They need only clear the underbrush, and with a great fire next year, they can eliminate weeds and nourish the soil, significantly reducing the difficulty. At this juncture, the number of hands becomes an advantage. While women may have inherent disadvantages in hunting, they possess remarkable talents in farming and husbandry, often grasping concepts with minimal instruction. Here, women take on roles traditionally held by men, while men labor as beasts of burden. The cave tribe eschews gender discrimination, as the imbalance of yin and yang is quite pronounced. This unapologetic defiance and playful spirit have elicited no complaints, compared to winters of yore. They no longer cower in caves, uncertain of survival. In comparison, engaging in labor seems trivial, as long as they can enjoy daily meals. Labor is, after all, exceedingly cheap. Jiangya, however, does not find his task as effortless as anticipated. With food in limited supply, even mixing all available ingredients can sustain them for merely a month, making the search for new sources of sustenance an urgent necessity. Such trifling difficulties could hardly perplex a formidable time traveler. The past experiences of Jiangya during the anti-Japanese war dramas were not in vain. I recall a particular scene wherein, faced with a winter scarcity of provisions, the commander took his men to excavate mouse holes. Although it may seem rather implausible, there lies a kernel of truth in such actions. I remember having watched a video in which a squirrel overseas utilized a signal tower as a food storage site, yielding an astonishing haul of several hundred pounds during its cleanup. One must not underestimate their capacity for food storage. It can only be said that neighboring Jiangya, these squirrels have indeed fallen victim to a most unfortunate fate, having their personal assets consumed and potentially facing dire consequences as well. After a period of exploration, the hunting team began to glean insights about bait holes, food storage locations, and escape routes for the squirrels. With just a glance, they could accurately deduce much. Through nearly half a month of relentless efforts, they managed to seize an entire winter's worth of sustenance from the squirrels. After this winter, all rodents would eventually relocate, their absence lingering for years, leaving many newborns unaware of such creatures' existence. The food crisis was thus resolved in a manner nearly magical. After all, in a novel, as long as there exists a modicum of possibility, it can be deemed reasonable. With no worries of starvation, Jianya could finally allocate time to contemplate other matters. The housing situation could remain as it was. Huddling together in winter provided warmth. With the food dilemma addressed, if squirrels can consume such provisions, humans should encounter little trouble in doing so as well. Perhaps the taste might be unrefined, but when mixed with other foods, it should pose no significant issue. Moreover, various seeds could be considered for planting, yielding a dual benefit, an undeniable boon. As for livestock and agriculture, the former relies on whatever can be captured, introducing a degree of randomness that complicates the expansion of breeding operations. After all, he does not possess the mythical ability to make animals reproduce at will. The only controllable factor lies in agriculture. Now, with ample grain seeds, including nearly 5,000 pounds of taro and an assortment of vegetable and nut seeds, along with the few pounds of wheat grain acquired from the last exchange meeting, treasured by Jianya, there are ample resources to sow in the coming year. One can only imagine how bustling the spring plowing will be. As the adage goes, to seize the advantage, one must first sharpen their tools. The same applies to agriculture. Not to mention large harvesters or excavators. At the very least, scythes and hoes must be insured. All of these require metal. Jianya had long harbored aspirations for smelting metal. With rainy days offering ample time, it seemed prudent to take action. During the last visit to the rock tribe, Jianya had brought back several samples, and combined with the stones previously collected by the hunting team, it was time to put them to good use. Vaguely, he recalled his high school teacher discussing hematite, pyrite, and various iron oxides, yet he had not paid much attention back then and could hardly distinguish them. Nevertheless, having watched countless videos of a Vietnamese craftsman forging iron implements, Jianya felt confident that he could replicate the process with relative ease. Chapter 53. Iron smelting practice is the sole criterion for testing truth. Why engage in practice? It is precisely because one is utterly unaware of whether a certain endeavor will succeed that one must undertake it. However, Jianya is reluctant to experiment. He desires, like most protagonists, to possess a dazzling golden finger, an innate ability that enables effortless display of prowess. Yet, reality has proven that his character seems somewhat lacking. Thus, he is left with no choice but to experiment one by one. Fortunately, his prior experience in forging axes means he does not require separate training in craftsmanship, thereby saving him considerable trouble. Were he to start from preparing charcoal, he might as well contemplate slitting his own throat and traversing to another world once more. One cannot blame fate for their misfortunes. After all, who can control the circumstances of their birth? Jianya is uncertain if it is the ore itself that poses a challenge, as this matter delves into the realm of his ignorance. Thankfully, he had long harbored intentions to smelt iron, and over the course of a year, he has amassed a considerable collection of various ores: black, white, red, yellow, purple, green, blue, gray, large and small, round and flat, good and bad, beautiful and ugly, new and old, a myriad of styles and colors that clutter his entire room. He has also made a record of their origins and approximate locations. Once success is achieved, he can simply return to excavate more. Now, he merely needs to conduct a series of experiments. After all, it is better to err on the side of caution. A little bit of everything will surely uncover the hidden treasures within the muck. The materials are abundant, the craftsman is ready, and time is sufficient. Without further ado, let the endeavor commence. He recalls the iron smelting process demonstrated by the Vietnamese gentleman. First, the stones must be ground into powder to facilitate heating. Following this, charcoal is required for combustion, along with a bellows to increase the oxygen content and elevate the flame's temperature. The remainder involves relentless hammering. The operation appears deceptively simple, and Jianya, with his strikingly handsome yet flawed character, believes he can accomplish it in a heartbeat. However, reality often delivers a harsh blow when one becomes overly complacent, only to offer a mocking encouragement. Keep going. Success is just around the corner. Yet, it retreats further away, poised to strike again. After half a month, the ores are nearly depleted. It cannot be said that there have been no rewards. A substantial quantity of quicklime and glass shards has been produced. Yet the envisioned metals remain elusive. I say, my friend, is this endeavor truly reliable? Do not bother me. How should I know? I am no deity. After all this time, if nothing materializes, perhaps it is best to abandon the pursuit. If stones could yield iron tools, would it not mean that pigs could climb trees? Jiang Ye's recent exploits have been so fantastical that he finds it hard to believe that any divine being would linger in this cold winter to burn stones for amusement. He is quite vexed. Is it not said that heaven favors the disabled? To this end, he even summoned a wolf with only one arm. Yet, it proves futile. Luck seems to consistently elude him, as he has tried dozens of stones without encountering the desired metal. It appears he must henceforth place his faith in science. Jiang Ye begins to doubt whether the Vietnamese gentleman was deceiving him. Perhaps there exists a secret formula that was not disclosed in the video. Is this all too far-fetched? Ah, you are quite the talker, are you not? Come and see what has been created this time. Aunt, what happened? Did we manage to forge iron? Initially devoid of hope, the companions gathered and turned to gaze in unison. Not quite, came the response. Then what are you doing? The dog, feeling somewhat embarrassed, quickly clarified. I just saw a woman flash by, and I thought it was Aunt Frost. How foolish, Jiang Ye replied, somewhat speechless. Is it still the time for such antics? Does your mother know? Just as he was about to inspect what had been burned in the fire pit, Along, who was fanning the flames nearby, also expressed surprise. This old joke isn't going to fly, is it? If it weren't for the potential backlash against bullying the disabled, Jiang Ye would have genuinely wanted to give him a beating. The wolf ignored Jiang Ye's eye roll and poked at the fire with a stick. It seemed there was indeed something within the flames. Really? After so many attempts, is there finally some reaction? Jiang Ye's interest peaked. What is it? Hurry and take it out to see. The fire blazed brightly, revealing a glimpse of a reddish, solid object. Before it had been mere powder, and now a hard chunk of stone emerged from the flames, quite eye-catching. Is this a stone? Let's find out. I'm not afraid of the heat, he retorted. I meant to use the stick to get it out. I was also referring to the stick, Jiang Ye replied, feeling exasperated. I meant to see it. Fine. Let me do it myself. Once the stone cooled, its true appearance became clear. The surface was fluffy yet smooth, reflecting a metallic sheen reminiscent of the meteorite iron from before. Is this meteorite iron? Can stone really be forged into iron? Wait, let me check if the wild boar climbed the tree. Understanding a sow climbing a tree was at least plausible, but asking a group of primitive individuals, who had barely seen fire a year ago, to grasp the concept of stone transforming into iron was akin to casting pearls before swine. The evidence before them was irrefutable. The stone was hardly distinguishable from the previous meteorite iron, and the crafting of iron tools was merely a matter of time. Could it be that heaven truly favors the disabled? The wolf rubbed his eyes with uncertainty and pinched his thigh hard. Ouch! The sudden exclamation startled everyone. Dog, what's wrong? Why are you howling? I'm innocent. The dog protested. It was him who pinched my thigh. Jiang Ye regarded the dog craftsman and the wolf with a peculiar gaze. One a wolf, the other a dog. Surely there was no story he was unaware of. Feeling slightly uneasy under Jiang Ye's scrutiny, the wolf quickly explained, Don't look at me. I merely wanted to confirm whether I was dreaming. Then why didn't you pinch yourself? I fear pain. His reasoning was quite sound. Had Jiang Ye not seen he only had one arm, he might have believed him. Jiang Ye smirked, revealing an understanding expression, and asked, Why not pinch someone else? He seems easier to bully. The dog, in a corner, silently wiped away tears. Is this something a person would say? All right, you are still a dog craftsman. At worst, I'll go back and commend you to Sister Green, so she can reward you properly. The dog let out a wail of despair, lamenting, Why is my fate so bitter? Yet, his sorrow remained unnoticed by all. At this moment, everyone is captivated by the meteorite iron before them, and the prospect of forging iron implements does not seem far-fetched. Upon verifying the origin of the ore, it appears to have been sourced from the rock tribe, which fills me with regret. Must I conduct my experiments in the precise order of acquisition? Would it not suffice to reverse the sequence? Dear editor, must your intention to pad the word count be so glaringly evident? Chapter 54. The sled. A pristine blanket of snow envelopes the earth, transforming the entire world into a canvas of white. The biting cold wind howls, accompanied by the rhythmic clanging of forged iron, creating a magnificent symphony. Since ancient times, iron has been a steadfast companion to humankind, hence the affectionate term old iron. With the advent of iron, the crafting of hoes, sickles, and axes becomes a trivial endeavor, swiftly resolving numerous challenges. The technique of forging iron is undeniably rudimentary. It is labor-intensive and time-consuming, and the yield remains disappointingly low. However, considering the modest size of the cave tribe, comprising merely around 200 individuals, achieving freedom in iron production is merely a matter of time. The primary materials required for iron production are twofold: charcoal and ore. Charcoal is readily available, for the primeval forest abounds with timber, and the cave tribe has stockpiled sufficient wood to endure the winter, despite considerable consumption. The good news is that the ore lies within the confines of the rock tribe, and it is an open pit mine, making extraction relatively straightforward. The bad news, however, is its location. Setting foot on their territory to mine could lead to troublesome consequences if apprehended. Yet, where there is a will, there is a way. First, the transportation dilemma must be addressed. While the thick layer of snow poses an obstacle for most, it serves as an advantage for Jianya in facilitating the transport of ore. To navigate through the snow, a sled is undoubtedly an indispensable mode of transport. In just half a day's time, a rudimentary sled has been crafted. Essentially, it consists of 2 wooden planks, covered with a layer of animal hide, and supported by 2 wooden poles for balance. Simple, yet effective. Despite its simplicity, the sled proves to be remarkably efficient. With feet planted on the wooden boards and a firm push, one can glide several meters, far surpassing the speed of trudging through the snow. Take it slow. Be careful not to fall. I'm fine. This sled is incredibly fun, as Jiangyu observes Lan, teetering on the sled and fervently using her wooden stick to maintain balance. Soft giggles escape her lips. A smile graces her face, for this is the essence of youth. Unlike many in their 30s from her past life, still clinging to maternal support, here everyone bears the heavy burdens of survival from an early age. Their youthful faces marked by an uncharacteristic maturity. While skiing may not be a technical endeavor, mastering it is no trivial feat. One must slightly lean forward and maintain equilibrium. Yes, just like that. Under Jiang Ya's patient tutelage, Lan quickly grasps the fundamentals. Much like novice drivers who, upon obtaining their licenses, are eager to grasp the steering wheel, Lan becomes enamored with the thrill of gliding. Naturally, she also mirrors the tendencies of many reckless drivers, colliding with anything in her path, wishing to evade the obstacles ahead. The mind conceded understanding, yet the hands contradicted, insisting, no, you remain oblivious. Countless falls had failed to impart wisdom, particularly amidst a throng of novice drivers practicing in a confined space, where the scene unfolded like a harbinger of calamity, each second teeming with the potential for disaster. Just as Jiangyu was lost in thought, the air was pierced by urgent, piercing cries from afar. Step aside. Clear the way. Don't come near. And then, with a cataclysmic thud akin to a comet colliding with the earth, 2 figures crumpled to the ground. Jiangyu found himself pondering whether every female driver, prior to a mishap, instinctively shielded her eyes rather than applying the brakes. Witnessing Lan Yuyu's latest collision had become a familiar occurrence for him. Are you all right? I told you to take it slow. Lan, not one to be overly delicate, brushed the snow from her attire, a hint of chagrin evident as she remarked, Brother Ya, am I really that foolish? Mistakes are a part of human nature, and God forgives them. After all, she was his own. Jiangya, unwilling to dampen her spirits, offered comforting words. How could you be foolish? You're merely learning. It's common. I stumbled quite often in my beginnings too. Yet I never witnessed you fall. I practiced in secret. Oh, would you kindly teach me? At that moment, sprawled in the snow, the scene felt disordered, prompting a question. Aren't we to attend to the victims? Young one, have you any manners? After what seemed an eternity, it appeared no one would come to her aid. She cast a pleading glance toward Shuang, who was clearly enjoying herself. Sister Shuang, lend me a hand, please. Get lost. All right then. Embarrassed yet unfazed, she thought. As long as she was not awkward, the embarrassment belonged to others. With a swift roll, she stood upright, brushed off the snow, and resumed her novice journey. Skiing was hardly a high-tech endeavor. Within a day, the entire tribe, save for a few elders, had mastered the skill. Of course, there were those reluctant to accept their age, but Jiangyu swiftly quashed any such defiance before it could flourish. At their age, they ought to refrain from unnecessary risks. It's all too easy to strain a back. Maintaining a semblance of balance was sufficient. Proficiency in such skills requires years of practice, and Jiangyu had no time to wait for them. Whether a mule or a horse, one must lead it out to test its mettle. Without a few collisions, how can one improve? With this mindset, the novice drivers set forth, heading directly to the rock tribe. Thanks to the assistance of sleds, traversing the snow no longer posed a challenge. Although initially, there were moments of comical falls into the snow, each tumble enriched their experience. After a journey of over 10 miles, they arrived at their destination. With no dense vines to obstruct their path, they actually made better time than usual. Upon reaching the gathering place of the rock tribe, the sentinels finally took notice of them. Their reception was handled by Shur, the old fellow, who was currently warming himself by the fire in the shed. It was indeed thanks to Jiangya's trade of fire seeds that their situation had improved. Though they still struggled to fill their bellies, it was considerably better than in previous years, as they no longer had to fear freezing to death. Friends come from afar. They either lend a hand or seek fortune. Stone harbored no affection for the unwelcome guests, his tone laced with suspicion as he remarked, on such a frigid day. Why are you not huddled in the warmth of your homes? What brings you to my humble abode? I must inform you, my provisions are rather scant. Despite merely extracting stones, Jiangya felt it imperative to cultivate a cordial rapport with the locals, lest they occasionally vex him and squander his efforts. Uncle Stone, such words are unbecoming. What is our relationship if we speak thus? It would be rather disheartening, Jiangya replied, attempting to ease the tension. Please, do not address me in such a manner, it frightens me. Stone was skeptical of Jiangya's playful banter. He would sooner believe in ghosts than trust the words of Jiang. The lesson learned from the last encounter with a group of several dozen still lingered vividly in his mind, and he was resolute in denying any opportunity for the other party to exploit. Speak plainly, what is it that you desire? Let me make it clear. If this involves borrowing provisions, we shall not entertain that notion. Borrow provisions? Am I the sort of person to do such a thing? Jiangya countered. You certainly are. He retorted, his expression darkening with embarrassment as he rubbed his nose. The old fellow had evolved, making it increasingly difficult to deceive him. Chapter 55. The scene of social embarrassment after some prolonged and aimless banter. The impatient barbarian could no longer contain himself. He brusquely shoved Jiangya aside, his nose nearly colliding with Stone's face. We wish to excavate some stones here. Do you have any objections? Having once consumed the 7-leaf wild ginseng, the barbarian had undergone a second growth spurt, towering over Stone by a head. The proximity created an imposing presence, largely accentuated by his breath. Agreed, Stone replied almost instinctively. Settled then, the barbarian declared, turning on his heel and departing with an air of nonchalance. For this, I shall award you an 82. The remainder will be sent to you in 666 form. Jiangya couldn't help but feel a tinge of envy for the barbarian's stature. The aura of intimidation he possessed was truly epic, albeit his intellect seemed slightly lacking. Sighing, he gestured behind him, somewhat resigned. The ore is over there. The barbarian visibly stumbled but quickly regained his balance, responding, Understood, I shall take care of some business. 666, Jiangya remarked, unable to suppress his admiration for the barbarian's reaction. Finally, Stone emerged from the stupor induced by the barbarian's tone, weakly adding, The restroom appears to be in that direction as well. This time, the barbarian swayed even more dramatically but remained unfazed, replying, I shall procure some leaves. There are leaves in the restroom. With a thud, the barbarian fell to the ground, remaining there for an extended moment. Stifling laughter was indeed a strenuous endeavor, especially after experiencing 3 consecutive instances of social embarrassment. Jiangya's thigh was nearly bruised from his own grip as he fought to suppress his amusement, hastily changing the subject. Uncle Stone, where were we? I mentioned that there are leaves in the restroom. Jiangya longed to assert his expertise, unless he simply couldn't contain himself. It's about the provisions. What's the issue regarding the provisions? Stone inquired, his alertness piqued by the mention of food. Jiangya was on the verge of tears from laughter, taking a considerable time to compose himself, though his body still trembled with suppressed mirth. Taking several deep breaths to calm his emotions, he then spoke. Why would I want your food? I am here to deliver provisions to you. Upon hearing this, Shi's interest was piqued. Such a delightful proposition existed in the world. He quickly inquired, delivering provisions? How will that work? Of course, it wouldn't be for free. You would need to assign some labor for me. Just like last time? Exactly, just like last time. With prior experience in dispatching laborers, Shi quickly grasped Jiangya's intent. However, having suffered a loss previously, he harbored skepticism towards Jiangya's grandiose promises. You still haven't provided me with the iron tools from last time? That is only because the time hasn't come yet. Rest assured, I will deliver them to you. Do you not trust my integrity? Have I ever deceived you? You did deceive dozens of my people last time. Business entails both profit and loss. It is a mutually beneficial arrangement. How can it be deemed deception? You used clay pots and deceived me into believing they were sacred relics bestowed by Turing. That is indeed deception. That is a matter of technological monopoly. Besides, the pottery was indeed offered to Turing, so it cannot be classified as deception. Monopoly? Let us set that aside for now. You took our ancestral meteorite iron and crafted so many iron tools. What do you say to that? Jiangya found himself at a loss for words, realizing he had inadvertently dug his own grave within a few exchanges. He began to question whether the previous laborer scheme was a miscalculation. In just a month or two, all secrets seemed to evaporate. Uncle Shi, you speak as if we are strangers. The meteorite iron is of no use to you. If you give it to me, I can fashion several iron tools. While Jiangya deftly navigated Shi's inquiries, his mind raced to concoct a way out of this predicament. After a brief pause, he continued. Moreover, have you ever suffered a loss in trading with our cave tribe? Were it not for the fire seeds I provided, would you be comfortably warming yourselves now? Were it not for the ceramics and salt I traded to you, would you have developed so swiftly? Had I not taken those dozens of individuals away, would your tribe have enough provisions to survive the winter? Jiang Ye's words flowed increasingly smoothly, and he began to perceive himself as a savior, rescuing the rock tribe from peril. Indeed, this is the rhythm we ought to maintain. Although our cave tribe has profited a bit more, your rock tribe has not suffered either. Understanding this, Jiang Ye suddenly became emboldened. I have profited. I am a shrewd merchant. So what? If you have the ability, do not engage in trade with us. The sudden barrage of questions left Shi somewhat flustered. After a moment of contemplation, he felt that Jiang Ye's points had a modicum of validity. You are right. Exactly. This is how we can enjoy our dealings together. Observing Shi finally relent, Jiang Ye secretly breathed a sigh of relief, abandoning the circumlocutions and stating his true objective outright. We have discovered the materials needed for forging iron tools, your tribe's stones. Do you not desire iron tools? It's simple. If you help me extract the stone materials by next spring at the latest, I will deliver the 5 iron tools I previously promised you ahead of schedule, plus an additional 2 as a gift. What do you think? Quite a bargain. Wouldn't you agree? This information was rather overwhelming for Shi, who, with his current understanding, found it difficult to process. How could stones be transformed into iron tools? He had not heard such a thing from his informants. In the forthcoming spring, one shall be able to provide me with iron implements. What exactly is spring? Is it a mere explosion? How many iron tools does 52 represent? It seems rather challenging to tally with a single hand. Might someone enlighten me with the answer? I await your response with great urgency. Lost in contemplation, Jiang Ye offered no respite for Shi Ling's thoughts, immediately presenting a significant proposition. Indeed, I have taken advantage of you in the past, and my conscience weighs heavily. The mere thought of it robs me of sleep night after night. To atone for my transgressions, I propose that all winter provisions for the rock tribe next year shall be the responsibility of our cave tribe. What say you? Agreed. Would you not pretend to deliberate before acquiescing? It would lend me a sense of accomplishment. There's no need for contemplation. We shall proceed as you suggest. Such notions of guilt and sleeplessness were dismissed by Shi Ling without a shred of belief. However, when it came to the winter provisions, he did not hesitate to agree. Fearing Jiang Ye might retract his offer, thinking of reneging on the deal? Worst case scenario. Our entire clan can take refuge in the cave tribe and experience their thatched dwellings. The abacus beads clicked resoundingly. Oddly enough, despite achieving his objective, Jiang Ye found no joy in his success. Something felt amiss. Had the director mistakenly swapped scripts? Surely, I am the protagonist here. Chapter 56. Mining has never been an easy task, even with Jiang Ye's extraordinary luck leading him to an open mine. Extracting and transporting the ore proved far more challenging than anticipated. Large chunks of ore were beyond their current capabilities. They could only focus on the scattered smaller stones nearby. Lacking tools, they often resorted to digging with their hands and prying with wooden sticks. One can imagine how arduous the task of mining truly was. Fortunately, with the addition of the rock tribe, they gained a formidable workforce of about 100, significantly hastening their progress. Otherwise, relying solely on the few men from Jiang Ye's tribe to both mine and transport the ore would have delayed their efforts until spring. Jiang Ye could not afford such time, which is why he proactively offered the rock tribe such generous terms. Not everyone was willing to accept his goodwill. After all, why abandon a leisurely existence to toil in the mines? To expedite progress and motivate the rock tribe, Jiang Ye chose to raise their wages, promising to provide all meals during the mining period. However, meals would not be given without cost, although they were not lacking in provisions. No one wished to be taken advantage of, thus, some regulations were necessary. Standards were established. For every quota achieved, a corresponding amount of food would be distributed. In essence, the more ore mined, the greater the food allocation. For those who did not complete their tasks, we regret to inform you that we cannot accept this. You may either discard it here or return next time to exchange it. While the rock tribe may not have been the sharpest, they could certainly grasp this straightforward rule. Many had tasted the cave tribe's provisions, which, though inferior to even the most modest eateries on Earth, offered a level of sustenance that even high-ranking officials could not easily obtain here. These individuals worked tirelessly, truly exerting themselves in the name of a meal. However, this is merely a small fraction of people. Many have heard tales of the delectable fare offered by the cave tribe, but have yet to partake themselves. Who truly knows if these claims are mere fabrications? Although the food has merely been seasoned with a pinch of salt, the rock tribe, though few in number, exists and is not absent. Such trivialities are insufficient to rouse some deeply entrenched sluggards. Most individuals adopt a wait-and-see attitude, neither outright refusing to engage nor exhibiting enthusiasm. Instead meandering along at a leisurely pace, unwilling to exert themselves. After all, whether one endures hunger or toils late into the night, A single meal hardly seems worth risking one's life. Jianya does not pressure them, allowing them the freedom to make their own choices. When the time for dining arrives, it is a scene of mixed emotions. Those who have mined plentifully return with bountiful rewards, while those who have labored less can still savor a taste. Those who have achieved nothing, of course, leave empty-handed. During mealtime, the atmosphere transforms. No one is overly particular. The snow collected on the stones is brushed aside, and they sit directly on the ground. Most individuals, to varying degrees, have made some gains, and even a modest harvest allows for a delightful morsel. Oh my goodness! This roasted taro is absolutely divine. The dried fish, too, is salty and has a wonderful texture. Truly invigorating. At last, they can indulge in a hearty meal. It is simply delightful. Oh my goodness, it is so delicious. Had I known, I would have mined more stones. This spectacle leaves the sluggards in a state of envy, watching as everyone else enjoys their meal while they stand idly by, feeling the chill of the wind. To think, it seems almost rude to comment on others' enjoyment. After all, it is merely seasoned with salt. Is it truly as delectable as they claim? The others remain silent, agreeing with the sluggard's words, maintaining their composure. Previously, it was rumored that the cave tribe harvested only a meager amount of ore. With one less person working, they could still manage a few extra meals. Noticing their indifference while they diligently prepare food, the sluggards begin to grumble. With so much energy to spare, why not contribute to their own tribe instead of working so fervently here? Some likely have forgotten their own tribal affiliation. Yes, you are absolutely right. The others do not refute them. Why waste words? The chief has already consented, so what is the point of their bitterness? Should I really be expected to share my food with you? Ridiculous. The most effective way to deal with sluggards is to counter their apathy with indifference. I wholeheartedly agree with everything you say. Is that sufficient? Enough already? After munching in silence, the sluggards no longer seek to make themselves miserable and drift away. With their first taste of food, the miners' spirits are rejuvenated. Even the lazy are transformed, laboring with newfound vigor as if their very lives depend on it. In such an invigorating atmosphere, some sluggards ultimately cannot resist the call to join the mining ranks, though they merely engage in half-hearted efforts, only managing to taste the food. What a collection of aimless beings. I am curious to see how impressive they truly are. Sluggards always manage to concoct ample justifications for their ignorance. Yet after experiencing the flavor of the food, their demeanor shifts entirely. So delicious. I cannot let such exquisite food slip away. Starting tomorrow, I shall mine diligently and refuse to succumb to laziness. After all, it is but a small tribe of 100 or so. Even if everyone were equipped with iron tools, they would not require much. The entire clan of the cave tribe mobilized, with a few exceptions due to laziness. After a week of diligent effort, the ore had accumulated to mountainous proportions. However, the pressing issue remained the scarcity of food. With an influx of over 100 new mouths to feed, the strain was naturally considerable. It was imperative to reserve some provisions for the winter. After all, repeatedly excavating squirrel holes was a task that, while agreeable to the squirrels, would surely not sit well with the esteemed readers. Consequently, those afflicted by lethargy found themselves in a tragic predicament. What can one do when faced with such circumstances? Continue to recline and do nothing. I too wish to labor diligently, to savor delightful meals, yet opportunities elude me, and I am not to blame. The fault lies with others. Some individuals, despite opportunities being within reach, perpetually lament their unrecognized talents, only to realize it is too late to effect change, resigning themselves to endless cycles of complaints. Jianya had no time to engage with the parasites of the tribe. After all, each person has their own way of life, and no one should presume superiority. The cave tribe was becoming increasingly occupied with iron refining, land reclamation, and livestock farming, with endless tasks to complete daily. Although they were exhausted beyond measure, each member remained full of vigor. After months of cohabitation, the newly joined individuals gradually integrated into the collective, truly becoming part of the cave tribe. Suddenly, Jianya recognized a very serious issue: the implications of blood relations. The dangers of consanguineous marriage are well documented, and early intervention is decidedly necessary. In a previous life, though I was undeniably inexperienced, I had numerous relatives and friends who had married. Listening to their accounts of the challenges faced during premarital and prenatal checkups filled me with both envy and trepidation. Regardless of the complexities involved, the frequency of these procedures was staggering, leading to both physical and mental exhaustion. Yet, such examinations are pivotal for the welfare of one's children, determining the quality of life for families in the decades to come. Who would dare to overlook even a single test? The birth of a child with congenital abnormalities or Down syndrome would leave one with nowhere to express their sorrow. It must be acknowledged that, Although premarital and prenatal checkups are taxing and costly, they are indeed effective. Not to mention, when compared to children today, Jianya often felt that his childhood intelligence was somewhat lacking, while one or two instances could be attributed to coincidence. The prevalence of such cases begs the question, who could one turn to for justification? One must trust in science, even if Jianya's arrival in this realm defies scientific explanation. Currently, the notion of implementing premarital and prenatal checkups in the cave tribe is but a fanciful dream. For at least the next few decades, it remains unattainable. Nonetheless, it is feasible to avoid consanguineous marriages to a certain extent. Furthermore, this matter is best addressed without delay. Given the tribe's modest size, resistance to policy implementation would be minimal, and earlier execution would yield earlier benefits for the tribe's people. Observing the current situation in the cave tribe, it is evident that many newcomers retain distinct characteristics from their original tribes, making differentiation relatively straightforward. As the tribe expands in the future, it is inevitable that other tribes will integrate, leading to the potential recurrence of consanguineous marriages. However, blood relations are intangible and elusive. One cannot resort to blood tests before every union, which is inherently unreliable. Dialects cannot be the sole gauge either, as the variations in speech from different tribes, while distinct, tend to converge over time through shared living experiences. Currently, the most feasible approach seems to be through names. Most individuals in the tribe lack proper names, with even monikers such as man, witch, blue, wolf, green, and stone being arbitrarily assigned by Jianya based on phonetic considerations for differentiation, without any formal registration, rendering them unauthorized. Some even lack any semblance of legitimate names. Furthermore, many of their titles are monosyllabic, making them cumbersome to pronounce and prone to repetition, a single shout of ah. Or you could elicit a chorus of responses from a crowd. It would be prudent to address this issue preemptively to avoid confusion, such as calling out Zhang Wei and having a multitude respond. There is a need for distinct tribal identities that are easily recognizable. After much contemplation, Jianya concluded that a combination of the tribe's name with the current appellations would be the most reliable method. For instance, the leader of the Rock tribe could be named Rock, while the leader of the Salt tribe, whose name is currently unknown, could be temporarily referred to as Salted Egg. The leader of the Mulberry tribe might be called Mulberry Chong. Admittedly, Jianya possesses a particular genius for crafting humorous names. However, one must adhere to certain principles. Terms like Crossing Point, Beneath Pine, or Above Well should never serve as tribal names, lest they result in unappealing monikers such as Crossing Point Stone, Beneath Pine Egg, or Above Well Chong, which could provoke ridicule. The cave tribe's name cannot remain either, as it was initially chosen without much thought. In retrospect, it lacks dignity. One cannot name oneself Cave Tooth, which sounds akin to a dental affliction. Cave Green is equally unappealing. Does it imply a face turned green from the cold? Frozen Dog? Frostbite? Jianya fears the repercussions of such names. Thus, it seems prudent that the cave tribe should retain the Jiang surname. Jiang Man, Jiang Witch, Jiang Blue, and Jiang Green sound much more agreeable. Of course, exceptions are made for Jiang Wolf and Jiang Dog, as their names are unsightly regardless of the pairing. Salted Wolf, Mulberry Dog, Salted Dog, Mulberry Wolf. None of these combinations are palatable. Acceptance of one's fate is necessary. Reflecting on the past, being bestowed a name and surname would have been a matter of pride and familial honor. Although not an emperor, one could consider oneself a successor of a communist legacy, thus not doing a disservice to them. Indeed, one might even have accomplished a feat typically reserved for sovereigns. Perhaps it is fitting to light a couple of incense sticks in homage to the ancestral spirits of the Jiang family. Speaking of which, who are the illustrious figures among Jiang's ancestors? Jiang Taigong, Jiang Zia? They seem to be one and the same. Regardless, it is of little consequence. In any case, one must include Jianya in the future. With a name established, the matter of naming offspring arises. This is straightforward. Allow the couple to engage in a contest, and the one with the stronger punch shall determine the surname. A fair competition, embodying gender equality, with no biases toward either party. The subsequent matters became manageable. It suffices to decree that individuals sharing the same surname must refrain from romantic entanglements. As for those with different surnames, be they cousins, uncles, or aunts, they may pursue their affections freely. The primary issue here is that the locals exhibit a simplistic understanding. Imposing excessive regulations would likely overwhelm them. Rather than complicate matters, it is far more pragmatic to impose the singular rule against intermarriage among those of the same surname, as this would be readily comprehensible. Undoubtedly, loopholes will arise. For instance, if a family has a son and a daughter, one bearing the father's surname and the other the mother's, does this not allow for romantic relationships between them? Jianya remarked, as long as you are content. After all, Despite the robustness of contemporary legal frameworks, there are still individuals who exploit legal loopholes. Progress must be made gradually. Jiangya does not aspire to achieve everything at once, but rather aims to mitigate harm to some extent. Ultimately, the purpose of establishing such a rule, when viewed broadly, is to ensure the long-term prosperity of the clan, and on a more personal note, to spare family members from the sorrow of burying their own kin. In this era, the birth of a deformed child is far from humane. Jiangya? Is it the tooth character? No, it is Jiangya, as in the precipice. It sounds rather peculiar. Novel concepts invariably face initial resistance. With time, they will become commonplace. Lan blinked her sparkling eyes and curiously inquired, "What shall I be called?" Jiang Lan. Jiang. Lan. Indeed, Lan, as in the azure sky. Such a beautiful name. At that moment, the sky appeared supremely pure, and knowing her name shared a hue with the celestial expanse brought joy to Lan, causing her eyes to squint with delight. Repeating her name, Jiang Lan, she feared forgetting it in an instant, but as she pondered, she sensed something amiss and asked with confusion, "Brother Ya? Are we married?" Jiangya was somewhat perplexed. Had her thoughts leapt so swiftly? With a tender pat on her head, he replied, "Of course." "Then why do we both bear the surname Jiang? Did you not say that if a couple shares the same surname, their offspring would not thrive? Is my lack of movement in my belly due to this?" A barrage of inquiries left Jiangya momentarily stunned, having been preoccupied with the prohibition against consanguinity. He found himself in a state of irony. Just as he struggled to formulate an explanation, Lan continued, "Brother Ya, I do not wish to be called Jiang. I want to be called Lan, all right? You are Jiangya. I shall be Lanya." Jiangya nearly choked on his own disbelief. What was this? A retrospective glimpse into the future? He felt a sudden jolt, akin to a jester revealing himself amidst his own turmoil. Chapter 58. The Education of Pretentious Violence in Order to Maintain Coherence. Jiangya ultimately declined to call her Lanya, instead opting for the name Lan Tian. Lan Tian is pure, sacred, and noble, albeit slightly rustic. Nonetheless, it is far superior to Lanya, and most importantly, the little beauty seemed quite pleased with this designation. Jiangya and Lan Tian. Brother Ya, now our names are distinct, and we can have little babies, right? Indeed. Yay, I am so happy. Jiangya found himself somewhat helpless in the face of such self-deceptive behavior. What was to be done? Should he speak the truth to the young girl? Aside from adding psychological burdens, it serves no purpose whatsoever. Curiously, despite being from the same tribe, the disparity in appearance between the young girl and the others left Jiangya perplexed. While the matter of naming seemed to have reached a conclusion, the situation itself had not yet come to an end. Some tasks appeared deceptively simple, yet only through true engagement does one realize the extent of the chaos involved. Once a name is chosen, it must surely be recorded. In a previous life, such an endeavor could be accomplished in half an hour with computerized input. However, the process of documentation now proves far more complex than anticipated. Merely producing paper and pen has already caused Jiangya considerable distress. To simplify, one could carve letters on wooden or stone tablets, but even disregarding the considerable difficulty, one must first possess a carving tool. After much effort, Jiangya finally managed to create a carving knife, only to be met with further overwhelming challenges. The population of the tribe is not large, totaling 234 individuals of all ages and genders. Assuming 2 characters per name, that amounts to 468 characters in total. Given that this is a formal registration, one cannot merely scribble. Even in the interest of expediency, some degree of carving is required. Calculating at over a minute per character, 468 characters would demand nearly 8 hours of continuous work without sustenance. While it may not sound excessive, the task is indeed excruciating. Without a modicum of patience, success is unattainable. Initially, he had considered seizing this opportunity to create nameplates for everyone, akin to identification cards, but was promptly dissuaded. This was merely for a couple of hundred individuals. It is implausible that the tribe will remain so small indefinitely. Given the current pace of development, it is reasonable to anticipate a population of 1,000 or 1,800 within a few years. This raises the question, will he still be carving names individually at that time? It is likely that Jiangya would succumb to exhaustion. At present, what Jiangya lacks most is talent. But where does one find such talent? One option is to engage headhunting services, and the other is to cultivate it internally. In a place where the average educational level resembles that of a kindergarten class, recruiting is an impossibility, forever out of reach. Thus, self-cultivation remains the only viable path. The thought of starting from the basics, teaching A, B, C, fills Jiangya with exasperation. What a predicament! Despite his complaints, education must be prioritized, and sooner rather than later. Yet, Establishing an educational framework is far from straightforward, spawning a multitude of subsequent issues. Classrooms, teachers, and students are essential, as are writing materials. These are merely the hardware concerns. On the software side, challenges such as lack of parental support and low enthusiasm among the tribe's members loom large. Each issue is daunting in its own right. Jianya could not help but emit yet another lament from the depths of his soul. Why, oh why, must I find myself transported to this desolate place? Alone. Observing the intricate designs on the wall, inquired with curiosity, "What incantation are you inscribing? Yeah? I've never seen anything like it. This isn't how shamanic paintings are done." Jianya shot a long and irritated glare, retorting, "If you cannot speak wisely, then keep silent. I am writing. Can writing also ward off evil? Brother Long, even in silence, our friendship remains intact. Just lend a helping hand from your side." After a week of tireless effort, the entire tribe has finally completed its work, adorned with the saying, "It takes 10 years to grow trees, but 100 years to cultivate people." Education must begin from a young age. Nurturing the next generation ensures a happy family. Various slogans now grace the entirety of our cave tribe. To inscribe these words, Jianya meticulously prepared a batch of quicklime, coating the thatched roofs of the tribe before using charcoal to illustrate the slogans. As for the choice of drawing, one must appreciate the deeper meaning behind it. Jianya took great pride in his creation. Though it may not be aesthetically pleasing, what does it matter? After all, there are few literate individuals here, and my standards are the only ones that count. As the embodiment of wisdom in the cave tribe, Jianya's unusual actions naturally attracted attention. The villagers cast curious glances, and many could not resist asking, "Yagu, what are you doing? Indeed, what do these drawings signify? What purpose do they serve?" Education, fundamentally, must ignite the thirst for knowledge among the people. Merely exerting oneself without fostering interest is futile. Although Jianya is not a teacher, he has led troops before, particularly new recruits who know nothing and require instruction. In some cases, their ignorance is so profound that one might wish to kneel before him in supplication. How does one address such situations? The only recourse is to teach. Otherwise, one would consistently find oneself at the bottom of the ranks during drills, bringing shame upon oneself. Through his experiences with new recruits, Jianya has gleaned some insights. Before imparting any skill, one must first entertain and then educate. For instance, when teaching combat skills, he might start with a vigorous demonstration, saying, "Today as class leader could be you tomorrow. Are you impressed? Do you wish to learn?" Similarly, in teaching shooting, he might have a few individuals hold the targets, proclaiming the thrill of shooting while blindfolded and spinning around. When instructing on the operation of specialized vehicles, he would gather the class in a U-shape and demonstrate a high-speed drift into the parking area. Such audacious displays, while undeniably risky, evident from the newly enlisted recruits' damp trousers, would, over time, become routine. Eventually, they would crave the adrenaline rush, feeling incomplete without it. Jianya even coined a term for his teaching method, the dramatic instruction technique. Its efficacy is clear. The recruits, eager to avenge their initial inadequacies, rigorously train themselves. However, it seems they may never achieve that revenge unless they somehow traverse the digital divide into this world. Education, in essence, should follow a similar philosophy here, a blend of dramatic engagement and rigorous demand. The dramatic serves to spark interest, while the rigorous compels learning, leaving no stone unturned. In Jianya's view, education aims for civility, yet the process itself can often be quite uncivilized. Reflecting on the days when Jianya was a student, had it not been for the teacher's disciplinary measures and parental involvement, given his capricious nature, it is likely he would not have gained admission even to a mediocre university. The age-old wisdom that beneath the rod, filial piety arises has its merit, passed down through generations. Chapter 59. Scientific experiments. Ideally, education should commence from a young age. Yet the circumstances of the cave tribe do not permit such a luxury. With the entire community's literacy levels residing below the poverty line, the prospect of waiting for the youth to mature and shine seems rather untenable, especially when considering the average lifespan of under 50 years. Moreover, the adage learning continues until death raises questions as to why education should solely focus on children. It is imperative that knowledge be shared equitably among all ages. When children misbehave, a simple reprimand suffices. After all, there is no child that cannot be corrected with a single strike. If such a child exists, then perhaps a second strike is warranted. Encouraging adult learning presents a far more complex challenge. One cannot simply resort to physical reprimands. And who would carry such a task? Jianya certainly could not, for in a life-and-death battle, those present would be ineffectual. Daily scuffles are best avoided. The only individual capable of commanding immediate respect is the simpleton known as man. However, what if man himself is disinterested in learning? Who would then administer discipline? At this juncture, Jiang Ye's unconventional educational philosophy comes into play. With children, a display of force can be effective, should they fail to engage earnestly. Their posteriors would bear the consequences, turning shades from blue to purple, each hue a reminder of their transgressions. For adults, however, motivation must be stirred through more sophisticated means. Under the charismatic leadership of General Man, the cave tribe members, without exception, find themselves vying for social accolades, be it in hunting prowess, distance urination, or other trivial competitions. As long as they can garner attention, a throng will invariably follow. Jiang Ye mused that rather than allowing these individuals to compete in such frivolous pursuits, why not foster a rivalry in academic achievements? Why not measure who excels in studies or recognizes more characters? With this epiphany, the path forward became markedly clearer. Historical precedents abound where ingenious reasoning has captivated the masses, such as the famed experiment with the Leaning Tower of Pisa, or Archimedes proclaiming, "Give me a place to stand, and I shall move the earth." Any such example would surely astound them, igniting an unquenchable passion for science. The following day, in the central clearing of the cave tribe, Jiang Ye rhythmically struck his wooden staff while calling out, "Passers-by, do not miss this opportunity. Those of wealth, lend your financial support. Those without, lend your presence." His peculiar antics left the tribe members bewildered. Has he lost his senses? He seemed fine yesterday. Could it be that he is possessed by Turing? As the crowd gathered, Jiang Ye ceased his calls. "Dear friends and elders, your daily toil is commendable and arduous. To enrich your leisure time, I have prepared a series of delightful games for your enjoyment." What constitutes a game? Well, that is of little consequence. Communicating such ideas can be quite challenging. So Jiang Ye decisively chose to bypass trivialities and plunge directly into the essence of his presentation. "Dear friends, behold, I hold in my hands 2 stones, one large and one smaller. If I were to release them simultaneously, can anyone venture a guess as to which will touch the ground first?" The onlookers appear perplexed. It seems that Yazi has truly lost his senses. What relevance does the ascent of stones into the heavens have for me? Are you not at all curious? Along stifled a yawn and stretched languidly, expressing indifference. With the night watch having fallen to Ahu, he is now too drowsy to ponder the matter of stones. Were it not for Jiang Ye causing a stir, they would have preferred to remain in slumber. "Yazi, if you have something to say, do it quickly. I wish to return to my rest. The rhythm seems off. Are you not supposed to assert that the larger stone, being heavier, would descend more swiftly? Then I could impress you all with a display of the law of universal gravitation. The script is all prepared. You are expected to follow the lines." Jiang Ye felt that something must be amiss, as none were adhering to the script. Yet, having set the stage, it is illogical to abandon the performance halfway. Thus, he must continue steadfastly. "That rascal, do you not wish to discover which stone will strike the ground first?" "Not in the slightest. I knew you would say that." Jiang Ye had nearly bitten his tongue in half, pondering why one would not wish to know. Can stones be consumed? Certainly not. Can they be utilized for hunting? It appears not. Then why should I concern myself with them? Your reasoning is indeed compelling. I find myself at a loss for words. Jiang Ye wiped the beads of sweat from his brow, undeterred, and inquired, "What if I were to replace the stones with 2 pieces of meat, one large and one small? Which do you suppose would fall first?" Before the rascal could respond, Man interjected, "What? After merely a few days of feasting, you would carelessly discard food upon the ground? Are you seeking a reprimand?" "Uncle Man, I was merely speaking hypothetically. I harbor no intention of wasting food. Hypotheticals are also unacceptable. For heaven's sake, why is this so incomprehensible? How awkward we are. How shall we proceed?" Jiang Ye deemed it unnecessary to linger on the stones any longer. He grasped one stone in each hand and released them simultaneously, resolutely asking, "Now observe, both stones have reached the ground at the same moment. Do you harbor any doubts?" Yazi appeared genuinely befuddled. After all, they are merely stones. If they do not fall at the same time, can one possibly ascend? Very well. I suppose I have spoken out of turn. Jiang Ye, undeterred, approached a massive boulder. "Behold this stone, which must weigh at least a ton. Who among you could, hey? Uncle Man, what are you doing?" Jiang Ye stared, momentarily at a loss for words, as Man hoisted the boulder upon his shoulder and even performed a couple of presses. "You are truly impressive. Does your mother know of your prowess?" After stretching his body, Man hurled the enormous stone with great force. Thud! The ground was violently struck, creating a substantial crater, and Jiang Ye felt as though he had received a heavy blow to his chest, leaving him breathless. Man clapped Jiang Ye on the shoulder with great bravado, proclaiming, "Is there any other stone that requires moving? Speak up. You are formidable, Quite impressive, I concede. Fortunately, Jianya was aware of their strength and had prepared accordingly. He approached an even larger boulder and declared, "Whoever can move this colossal stone 10 meters shall be rewarded with a month of my culinary services." The colossal boulder appeared to weigh no less than 2 tons, a testament to its formidable heft. Jianya harbored doubts about anyone's ability to lift it. This assertion piqued the interest of the onlookers. "Is that true? You must keep your word." Jianya, filled with confidence, firmly believed that such a heavy stone could not be moved by any means. "When have I ever deceived you? I crave stewed mountain chicken with mushrooms." "Very well. I desire a custard of mountain chicken eggs." "Certainly. I want to move this stone." Having listed his demands, Jianya hastily interrupted the conversation. "Will you lift it or not? If not, I shall take my leave." Chapter 60. A sense of foreboding and crisis lifted. Man, a straightforward fellow, strode towards the boulder, casually stretching his limbs before gripping the stone with both hands. "Hey!" With a thunderous shout, he summoned all his strength. Yet, the stone remained immovable. Jianya exhaled deeply. Although he knew it was impossible, he couldn't shake the fear that man might transform into a superhuman and actually lift the boulder, leaving him utterly flabbergasted. "Uncle Man, at your age, it would be unwise to overexert yourself. Take care not to strain your back." "Who says I am overexerting? I am merely measuring the weight of this stone." "What do you mean?" An inexplicable sense of dread washed over Jianya. Man continued to stretch, but this time he did not rely on brute force as Jianya had anticipated. Instead, he retrieved his mighty axe and struck the boulder with it. Clang, clang, clang. The axe met the stone with a metallic resonance, and in no time, it was cleaved in two. Testing the heft, Man found it insufficient and delivered several more blows until the boulder ultimately lay shattered at his feet. Satisfied with the weight, he ceased his efforts and nonchalantly tossed the fragmented stone aside, inadvertently gifting Jianya an additional 10 meters. Is this truly possible? Jianya was taken aback. Wasn't it said that primitive people lacked intelligence? How could he conceive such a violent solution? Cough, cough. Uncle Man's method is indeed astonishing and unforeseen. Is it so difficult? When hunting, do we not always dismember our prey to carry it back? Man regarded Jianya with a look of disbelief, as if questioning his intellect. Am I being scorned? How embarrassing. Jianya pondered how to proceed with the performance. Could they not adhere to the script? Was it truly appropriate to insert such dramatic flair? He felt the play was spiraling out of control. Uncle Man, you are being somewhat unscrupulous. Jianya felt a flush of embarrassment as he uttered this, realizing he had not explicitly stated that the stone could not be split. How am I being unscrupulous? You merely suggested that the stone should not be split. Had you voiced it earlier, Man seemed oblivious to Jianya's underlying tone, scratching his head in mild embarrassment. He then approached another massive rock, declaring, Allow me to try once more. What? Again? Without responding, Man gathered several logs and laid them in front of the boulder, calling upon a few individuals to assist in rolling the stone onto the logs. All right, I shall commence. Man bellowed, pushing the boulder. As his strength intensified, the stone slowly began to shift atop the logs. In mere moments, the colossal stone was once again relocated 10 meters away. At the instant the log was forcefully extracted, Jianya understood that the matter was irrevocably settled. Perhaps today was a day overlooked in the almanac, such a rare challenge. Remarkably, you possess two distinct solutions. Why indulge in primitive antics when one could pursue higher studies? This situation is akin to a teacher discovering a drowsy student and seeking to impose a punishment by calling them forth to solve a problem. Yet, the student swiftly and effortlessly completes the task, even providing multiple methods of resolution, and departs with an air of nonchalance, remarking, should you have further inquiries, feel free to approach me. Who truly suffers in this scenario? I merely wish to showcase a semblance of prowess. Is that too much to ask? Jianya found himself bereft of excuses. Could it be that this method was flawed? That one ought to establish a fulcrum before leveraging the stick to achieve the standard answer? Endlessly pursuing birds, he was pecked by the very geese he sought. At that moment, Jianya was so exasperated he could have bled from frustration. Preparing meals was a trivial matter, as he too required sustenance, merely a question of additional chopsticks. Yet, how to advance the ensuing narrative? After all, feigning superiority was not the objective. The aim was to inspire a passion for learning through such pretenses. Originally, he had prepared several performances, yet now he found himself devoid of the spirit to continue. Don't forget, Yazi, to cook for me for a month. Time slipped away unnoticed. Following the previous incident, Jianya had refrained from discussing educational matters for an extended period. The past was too painful to revisit. Surviving in a primitive society resembled the dark forest theory articulated in the three-body problem. In situations where neither party could ascertain the other's intentions, the instinctive response was to annihilate the opponent. The Dong tribe, navigating existence in a primitive world, faced crises that necessitated violent resolutions, food shortages requiring hunting, invasions by beasts demanding defense, and tribal annexations needing protection. Such challenges required the tribe members to fight valiantly, leading to a reverence for strength and power. Recently, Jiangya pondered a question. If such a diminutive tribe as the Dong could harbor numerous talents akin to hidden dragons and phoenixes, then what of larger tribes? With thousands or tens of thousands of members, would they not be teeming with extraordinary individuals? The thought of everyone being a potential brute instilled a sense of dread within Jiangya. After all, those were formidable stones, cleaved apart with but a few axes. One might say they would not back down from a challenge, yet they could simply demolish the barriers and later declare that this was the shortcut, leaving no room for criticism. But the Dong tribe was merely a small faction. What would happen if they were to encounter a truly powerful tribe? Would they suggest, "Please wait until we develop further"? Absurd. As the saying goes, one should harbor no malice towards others, yet remain vigilant against them. Jiangya had always envisioned achieving the tribe's progress through peaceful means. In a primitive society, with so few individuals, reckless slaughter would yield no benefit. Should all be killed, what use would vast territories serve? Thus, he had never been particularly enthusiastic about military preparations, yet this time, an inexplicable sense of crisis emerged within him. Setting aside distant concerns, what of the last exchange meeting, where the Xian tribe had usurped their trade? Would they not harbor resentment? The Dong tribe could never forsake their salt trade due to the petty grievances of the small salt tribe. Similarly, the salt tribe would inevitably seek to settle accounts sooner or later. However, the market is limited. For every bite one takes, another is deprived. To obstruct another's livelihood is akin to slaying their kin. While one may endure such transgressions occasionally, should it become a habitual affront, it would be a miracle if they did not retaliate. Thus, it appears that a confrontation between the two factions is inevitable. Presently, however, Jiangya possesses no knowledge of the Salt tribe's capabilities. Should conflict arise, how could he withstand the onslaught of thousands of their brethren? Naturally, if such a scenario were to unfold, Jiangya would concede defeat, for they operate on entirely different scales. Yet, the likelihood of this is minimal, as it is improbable that a tribe of such strength would remain unnoticed. Jiangya surmises that there must be a larger tribe nearby, albeit not by much, perhaps a few hundred members. Given the current strength of the Dong tribe, with some strategizing, it should be feasible to defend their territory. Chapter 61. Crafting bows and arrows. Even a beggar must wield a stick to fend off dogs. A nation that is merely affluent, lacking the requisite military might, exists only in a facade of prosperity. Much like chives, one can be harvested at will. History is replete with such examples, and this principle remains relevant today. While the Dong tribe may be impoverished, they possess many coveted resources. Without adequate military strength, it is inevitable that one day they may face a harvest of their own. Establishing an armed force independently is a fanciful notion. After all, the number of able-bodied men in the tribe is limited. If all were conscripted into military service, who would tend to the tribe's development? Although the women of the Dong tribe perform the roles of men, and the men are treated as beasts of burden, relying solely on women is not a sustainable solution. It would lead to a society of dependence. To thrive in such circumstances, one must be willing to swallow their pride. Jiangya touched his face, contemplating the thickness of his skin, and realized that pursuing such a path was likely beyond his reach. Therefore, he must learn from the nomadic peoples of the grasslands. There is no need for rigid distinctions between military and civilian life. One can serve as a soldier when mounted and as a citizen when dismounted. When the population increases, the establishment of a formal army can be addressed at that time. Due to their long-standing hunting lifestyle, every individual from this region, if placed on Earth, would exhibit unparalleled endurance, strength, and combat prowess, akin to a natural-born soldier. However, compared to other tribes, this does not provide a distinct advantage, as every tribe possesses similar capabilities. Conversely, their slower development and small population size serve as a disadvantage. In warfare, one relies either on the sheer number of allies or the superiority of their weaponry. One must excel in at least one aspect. Unlike the surgical precision of modern warfare, battles in this era are about numbers. Generally, the greater the number of combatants, the higher the likelihood of victory. For the time being, the Dong tribe need not concern themselves with numbers. Even if they were to embark on a population surge now, it would take at least a decade before they could be of any use. Unfortunately, Jiangya does not have that luxury of time. Thus, they must pursue the second path, ensuring that their weaponry is superior to that of their adversaries. In his previous life, Jiangya was once a special forces soldier. While he may not excel in economic development, he feels entirely at ease when it comes to producing weapons. To speak candidly, if handed a 98K rifle, he would dare to challenge an entire primitive society. However, such boasts are mere trifles. It would be far more prudent to contemplate practical matters. Observing the hunting tools of the cave tribe, one can see they rely on rudimentary weapons such as axes, spears, and stone javelins, which appear rather inadequate. Now that the tribe has successfully smelted iron, it presents an opportune moment to upgrade their weaponry. Given that they are in the early stages of establishing their community and have limited stored grain, the iron produced is primarily intended to ensure next year's spring plowing. Therefore, there is no surplus to forge large swords or long spears, rendering the formation of a sword and spear brigade unfeasible for the time being. With this in mind, Jianya decided to forego overthinking the situation. If swords and spears are impractical, then crafting more hoes would certainly not be a waste. Thus, he resolved to assemble a hoe squad. During farming season, they would practice tilling the soil, and in times of conflict, they would wield the hoes as weapons. Anyone daring to misbehave would swiftly learn a lesson, as a single blow would keep them in line. As for ranged weaponry, nothing is more suitable than the bow and arrow. Not only is it simple to construct, but it also requires minimal iron. In a pinch, sharpened wooden sticks could serve as substitutes, though their power would be significantly diminished. Crafting a fine bow hinges upon selecting the right wood, one that possesses both elasticity and resilience against breakage. After numerous experiments, Jianya ultimately chose a type of wood he whimsically named sandalwood, primarily for its superior elasticity, though elastic would felt a bit too on the nose. This would not only boast strong elasticity, but also resist deformation, albeit it is quite heavy. The bowstring would be fashioned from animal sinew, a material the tribe readily uses for various purposes. The arrows posed a slightly greater challenge, while the shafts could be made from sturdy, straight twigs. The arrowheads proved to be more troublesome. Jianya had considered using animal bones or stones for the heads, but they tended to be imbalanced and difficult to shape. After several trials, he concluded that iron was the more suitable option. With sufficient heat, a few strikes would yield the desired shape. Currently, the cave tribe lacks the technology to melt iron into molten form, making mass production of arrowheads impossible. Instead, the iron must be manually divided into small pieces and hammered into shape, resulting in considerable variation in size and style, largely dependent on the craftsman's skill. Nonetheless, having even this as a boon, what more could one possibly desire? Jianya invested 2 days crafting a single bow and 20 arrows. With a swift succession of shots, all 3 arrows struck the tree trunk over 100 meters away. Jianya nodded in satisfaction. The results were commendable, and his skills had not diminished. After repeated trials, he found that this bow could inflict significant damage even at a distance of 200 meters. Within 100 meters, accuracy could be reliably ensured, though this depended on the archer's innate talent and diligent practice. Compared to firearms, it still fell short. A mere rifle could easily achieve a lethality radius of 4,500 meters, effortlessly striking a target the size of an egg at 200 meters. But for now, it would have to suffice. Jianya shrugged, feeling somewhat disheartened. If only I had an AK and a rifle, I would unleash a flurry upon anyone in my path, slaying demons and gods alike. A long sigh escaped along as he gazed at Jianya. From such a distance, 3 consecutive hits in mere moments. Yet still unsatisfied? Very well, you've outdone yourself again. With such splendid weaponry, a hunter accustomed to competing with beasts for sustenance instantly took a liking to it. Ahu rubbed his hands together excitedly, exclaiming, Yazi, let me have a go with this marvel. Want to play? Go ahead and make it yourself, Jianya replied, unwilling to part with his weapon, which was akin to a hunter's second life. Just a little try, come on. Not a chance. Let me just feel it. Off you go. In contrast to Along's restraint, Ahu immediately adopted a playful demeanor, pleading, Brother Ya, please let me try. Jianya felt a shiver run down his spine as he witnessed the burly man clinging to his leg in a fit of childish charm. Fine, here you go. With no thought for pride, Ahu gleefully accepted the treasure, like a child weighing over 200 pounds. How do you use this? Call me Brother Ya when you need something, and Yazi when you don't. Please, can we not be so pragmatic? Jianya longed to reclaim his bow, but the sight of Ahu's drool made him reconsider, feeling utterly exhausted. He positioned the bow in his left hand, an arrow in his right, set it on the string, pulled back, and released. With a swift whoosh, the arrow vanished from sight. See, quite simple, isn't it? Learn on your own. Archery, devoid of technical difficulty, could be mastered by anyone with a modicum of normalcy after a single demonstration, and Jianya allowed him to practice independently. What a splendid item. With minimal effort, it can shoot far, and with great power, far superior to throwing a javelin. Really? I want to try too. Along, shedding his earlier modesty, seized the bow and arrow and began to experiment. How does this work? With another swift whoosh, the arrow flew off, vanishing in an instant. Where did it go? Jianya wiped the cold sweat from his brow, feeling a chill in his nether regions. That was close, just shy of 2 inches. Chapter 62. Spring plowing. After more than half a year of development, the living conditions in the cave tribe have undergone a qualitative leap. Even the harshest winters, once dreaded, have quietly passed. Time is the most patient of teachers, imparting every skill to its students. Yet, it is also the most ruthless, for in the end, it will inevitably claim all its pupils. This winter, the cave tribe welcomed many new members, the first of the Jiang clan's new kin. Along with them, countless new lives will soon grace the world. Similarly, some familiar figures have faded from view, perhaps reborn in another realm. Life in a primitive society is brutally unforgiving, perpetually shadowed by the specter of death, and its denizens have grown accustomed to this reality, feeling little sorrow. As the ice and snow gradually melt, and the biting winds relent, many elusive winter creatures begin to reveal themselves. All signs indicate that spring is approaching, heralding the dawn of a new year. The cave tribe has been exceedingly busy, or rather, it has scarcely found a moment's respite throughout the winter. They have been diligently crafting farming tools, clearing new land, and forging weapons, while many have also been preoccupied with the creation of new life. By the end of the winter, the tribe's population had increased by nearly 10%, a testament to their industriousness. Regrettably, this burgeoning population offered little utility and instead became a burden. Although there were no formal maternity or paternity leaves, Jianya, unlike the malevolent capitalists, displayed some compassion. Laborious tasks were certainly off-limits, relegating many to lighter duties such as weeding, feeding pigs, and tending to rabbits. This resulted in a significant reduction of labor force, presenting a considerable challenge for the upcoming spring plowing. The tasks ahead were plentiful, with spring plowing taking precedence. This endeavor was crucial for the food supply for the entire year, demanding utmost diligence. Over the winter, the tribe had cultivated nearly 100 acres of land. But according to the standard of 1 acre sustaining one person, they were still short by half. However, considering their catches and livestock, the food shortage appeared manageable. Moreover, this region could yield 2 harvests a year, allowing for another planting in late June, leading to an additional grain harvest. By then, taro could no longer be sown. Crop rotation was essential for maintaining soil fertility. The ideal scenario would be to successfully cultivate wheat fruits in spring, thereby expanding the planting area in the latter half of the year. This would ensure that food security was largely guaranteed. Once food scarcity was no longer a concern, they could gradually contemplate the cultivation of cash crops such as hemp, cotton, and chili peppers. Yet, such matters were not for immediate consideration. After all, they had yet to secure the seeds. Brother Ya, with this vast expanse of land we are planting this year, we surely won't go hungry again, will we? Of course. Once the taro matures, we will also plant wheat fruits and a plethora of vegetables and fruits. By then, you might find taro less appealing. Not at all. Taro is the most delectable food I have ever tasted. Jianya shook his head in silence, feeling an inexplicable pang of sympathy. At such a tender age, compared to the delicate fairies of his past life who never lifted a finger, Lon had endured far too much hardship. Sow a grain in spring, and reap a myriad in autumn. Spring plowing was both a busy and joyous affair. Especially with the experience of last year's bountiful harvest, every member of the cave tribe, despite their weary bodies, wore smiles, brimming with hope for the future. Jianya had assured them that if they persevered through this harvest, the specter of hunger would recede, allowing them to escape the peril of battling beasts. Everyone cherished their current way of life, rising with the sun and resting at dusk, living simply yet fulfilling lives, scenes they had never even dared to dream of before. After a week of relentless toil, they finally planted all the taro, and Jianya had even set aside a plot of land to personally tend to the wheat fruits. If one were to gaze down from the mountains at this moment, they would observe the entire tribe encircled by a vast expanse of cleared land. As summer approaches, the taro will flourish and sprout, transforming the landscape into a verdant sea. The conclusion of spring plowing does not signify the end of labor. The challenges ahead remain formidable. The foremost concern is irrigation. Managing such an expansive area solely by manual labor would undoubtedly prove exhausting. Jianya, having foreseen this predicament, chose to settle near the riverbank, allowing for the construction of a channel to facilitate water diversion for irrigation, an endeavor that, while time-consuming, would greatly simplify their efforts. This is a long-term project that cannot be rushed. For now, reliance on human effort is essential for daily watering. Next comes the matter of fertilization. As the adage goes, a crop thrives on ample fertilizer. Here, chemical fertilizers, those ingenious shortcuts, are non-existent. The prosperity of crops hinges entirely on natural fertilizers. One should not recoil in disgust. Anyone who has lived in a rural area knows that food nourished by manure is commonplace. Before the 1980s, the collection of manure was often a competitive affair. If a school or livestock farm lay nearby, the annual tussles over manure would be numerous. Returning from a visit to relatives, if one discovered their own latrine emptied, it would be far from charitable. Indignation would likely ensue. Moreover, the meager daily contributions from human labor would scarcely suffice for larger plots. The primary source of fertilizer must stem from livestock. Jianya recalls that his family raised 2 pigs each year. Not only did pig farming yield income, but the natural organic fertilizer produced also saved a significant amount on chemical fertilizers. For a family relying on a few acres of land for sustenance, this savings was substantial. A considerable portion of his school fees was derived from such savings. In those days, pigs were raised for at least a year, feasting on organic feed, resulting in meat with an indescribable flavor, unlike the hastily fattened pork of later years that lacked taste and healthfulness. There is a humorous anecdote about a man who broke his leg and was given pork bones for soup as a calcium supplement. After a month of no improvement, he consulted a doctor, who remarked, "The pigs have osteoporosis. How do you expect to supplement calcium with this?" The use of natural organic fertilizer bears an additional hidden benefit. It enhances the environment, alleviating Jiang Ye's concerns about inadvertently winning a prize while strolling. Weeding and pest control also present their own set of challenges. Currently, the land, labeled as reclaimed, primarily involves clearing larger vegetation, while not entirely overrun with weeds. The terrain remains less than ideal. To cultivate fertile fields, years of nurturing are essential. Fortunately, compared to last year, the Dong tribe has acquired a greater assortment of hoes, sickles, and other agricultural tools, significantly enhancing their productivity and marking a promising shift towards improvement. Amidst the bustling activity in the Dong tribe, no one noticed the gradual onset of an impending crisis. Chapter 63. The Rock Tribe's Tower Theft. The spring breeze caresses the hills, the sun radiates warmth. When hunger strikes, they hunt, and when idle, they bask in the sun. The Rock Tribe has embarked on another year of industriousness, differing from the Cave Tribe not in agriculture, but in hunting. With spring heralding the revival of nature, animals gradually emerge to forage, their bellies rumbling after a long winter, their eyes gleaming with hunger. Fortunately, this year they possess fire, alleviating concerns about the cold. Although still famished, their condition is considerably improved compared to past winters. Spring is the season of animal mating, and during this time, akin to humans, animals are driven by hormones. Preoccupied with courtship, their vigilance notably diminished. This period often yields an abundance of prey, and after enduring the harsh winter, humans are in dire need of sustenance to replenish their energy. Thus, the spring hunt becomes the most significant event of the year. In the nameless forest, I will create a commotion to scatter the moose herd. You will lie in ambush by the boulders ahead, waiting for an opportunity to strike at any stragglers. Do you understand? Rest assured, leave it to me. Sure pondered for a moment, still feeling uneasy, and cautioned, be clever, target the solitary ones, and avoid a repeat of last time when you were chased by a herd of moose. Reminiscing about the previous encounter with the moose, left lay shivering, filled with trepidation. Fear not, Chief, this time there will be no issues. Last time, you said the same. Very well, be cautious. Whether the tribe feasts on meat depends on your efforts. While hunting, some target animals, while others, unfortunately, target humans. In the gathering place of the Cave Tribe, with the hunting party away, only a handful of men remain in the Rock Tribe, the rest being women and children. A figure stealthily rises from within the dense forest, darting deeper into the thicket. Boss, their hunting team has been gone for half a day. When shall we strike? A gruff voice resonated through the woods, as the leader of the Salt Tribe, clearly impatient, declared, "Excellent. That old fool sure would never suspect us stealing from them at this moment." Huh? Indeed. We owe this opportunity to the warmth provided by their fire. Otherwise, we wouldn't have the energy to concern ourselves with them. Fire is not inherently wrong. It depends on its wielder, much like gunpowder, used by the Huaxia people to create fireworks that enhance festive atmospheres, while Western powers wield it to forge cannons for plunder. Humph. I have long desired to annex them, but the opportunity never arose. This time, I shall see where you flee. The long-cherished wish of the Salt leader was finally within reach. He rubbed his hands together in excitement, proclaiming, "Inform the brethren to capture every member of the Rock Tribe, leaving not a single one behind." Certainly, a nearby lackey echoed, "Father, you are formidable, you are powerful." In the nameless forest, the leader exclaimed, "We have succeeded. We have hunted 2 moose. This time, luck favored us." While Sure was driving away the moose herd, 2 were engaged in their own affairs, unable to escape. allowing the hunting party to seize a splendid opportunity without even laying an ambush. The 2 adult moose slain would sustain the tribe for several days. It appears that fortune has favored us this year. Let us hasten to prepare and return to treat everyone to a splendid meal. Indeed, in the primordial society, communication was inherently challenging, and at this moment, the hunting party of the Rock Tribe was still basking in the joy of their bountiful harvest. Oblivious to the fact that they had been ambushed, a group of individuals, elated with their spoils, made their way back to the tribe. By the time the hunting party arrived at their encampment, dusk had already descended. The surroundings of the Rock Tribe's gathering place were eerily silent. The usual patrolling sentinels were absent, and the playful children were nowhere to be seen. In this vast tribe, not a single shadow could be discerned, casting an unsettling atmosphere. Something feels amiss. Lay began to doubt whether he had wandered into the wrong scene. Logically, at this hour, the tribe's companions should be out to greet them, yet today, not a soul was in sight. Had they all succumbed to slumber? Shur also sensed the disturbance. The tribe had faced attacks before, but never at this hour. Was it not the season for spring hunting? Did their adversaries not partake in the hunt? There was no time to ponder these questions. The immediate priority was to ascertain the situation. Lay, you stay here with the others, while I investigate further. The silence was unnerving, and everyone felt the anomaly. For primitive individuals who had long battled against the elements, caution had become second nature. Let me go instead. You are the backbone of the tribe, Shur expressed his concern. Enough of this talk. Remember, if anything arises, flee at once. Flee? To where? Lay queried, puzzled. Fool. To seek refuge with the cave tribe, of course, Shur replied tersely. In a familiar place with a familiar narrative, boss, it seems they have sensed something. One of the leaders, Sien, remarked dismissively. The gathering place was their foundation, though dilapidated. It was their home, and relocating would not be a simple endeavor. Have all the exits been secured? Rest assured, boss, once they return to the tribe, not one shall escape. It had been a long time since they had captured a slave. Everyone must remain vigilant. If even one manages to flee, I will ensure you pay the price. At that moment, Shur felt his heart race, an instinctive awareness that countless eyes were fixated upon him from the shadows. This sensation was akin to being stalked by ravenous beasts, sending shivers down his spine. It was a sixth sense, honed through countless encounters with wild beasts, having saved him on numerous occasions. Yet now, a mere 100 meters from his tribe's territory, this feeling arose once more, compelling him to take it seriously. Something is amiss. In truth, the best course of action would be to retreat immediately, ensuring safety before formulating a plan. However, this was the cave tribe's home, and the women and children were oblivious to the unfolding situation. At the very least, he needed to identify the target for vengeance. To simply depart now would render him alive yet devoid of home. What difference would there be from death? After much contemplation, Shur ultimately resolved to investigate further. To be cautious, he decided to retreat slightly, instructing Lay and the others to distance themselves before he ventured to scout. Yet, just as Shur withdrew to within 10 meters of Lay and the others, a piercing cry suddenly shattered the darkness. Father, are they attempting to flee? Damn it! Almost simultaneously, a voice filled with venomous intent resounded, followed by the command, capture them alive. Advance. Chapter 64. The annihilation of the Rock Tribe at that moment. The leader of the Salt Tribe, preoccupied with chastising his foolish son, quickly ordered the net to be drawn tight. Fortunately, the encirclement had already formed, and everything remained within manageable bounds. Upon hearing the enemy's call, Shur sensed impending doom. The adversaries had already closed in. Escaping would not be an easy feat. Being a decisive individual, he instructed, Lay, take 2 others and conceal yourselves in the grass over there. I will provide cover for you. Look for an opportunity to flee and seek aid from the cave tribe. Rest assured, leader, why not hesitate a moment? I believe your words to be true. Besides, we indeed require someone to deliver the message. Shur felt a sense of unease. Should there not have been a vehement dispute before the enemy reluctantly acquiesced, tearfully bidding farewell? Shouldn't he, at this moment, be selflessly sacrificing for the hope of the tribe? Shaking off these strange thoughts, Shur ultimately decided to grant Lay the opportunity to escape. The battle did not last long. Due to the disparity in numbers, the Rock Tribe soon faced total annihilation. Corpses lay strewn across the ground, with even more captured. Torches were lit, and the Rock Tribe's stronghold buzzed with activity once more, though this time, the protagonists were no longer its own kin. It has been a long time. Chief Shur. A coarse voice emerged amidst the crackling of the flames. Shur was uncertain of the speaker's identity. He was merely the leader of a minor tribe and had never encountered the leader of the Salt Tribe before. Leader of the Salt Tribe? Indeed. You may call me Salted Egg. Salted Egg? As in the Salted Egg superhero? At this moment, Shur's humor remained intact. Truthfully, he was rather bold. Yet, having been reduced to a captive, he found little to say. I understand the rules. I am willing to surrender. Please treat my people kindly. Ha ha. Salted Egg clearly relished the exchange, laughing heartily. Chief Sure, you are indeed straightforward. In light of your perceptiveness, I shall ensure my men spare you some hardship. Sure wore an expression of defeat, his eyes betraying a flicker of resentment and unfulfilled ambition. He had envisioned a burgeoning future for the tribe. Given just a year or two, he believed he could expand their numbers significantly. Now all was lost. With a begrudging gaze fixed upon Salted Egg, he inquired, Why? Why has this come to pass? Why? What else could it be? To lag behind is to invite punishment. Salted Egg, evidently uninterested in further discourse, deemed it sufficient politeness to exchange a few words with Sure as the victor. After all, not everyone possessed the gift of social eloquence. Are you merely toying with me? Calling me over for such trifles? With no desire to engage further, Sure found himself at a loss for words. Yet, such treatment did seem rather disrespectful. Indeed, Salted Egg lacked the inclination for such trifles. After a moment of contemplation, he stated, The Cave Tribe. Chief Sure, I trust you are familiar with them? A sudden jolt of surprise coursed through Shi's heart. Despite understanding that the appetite of Salted Egg was far beyond what his modest rock tribe could provide, the swiftness of the latter's actions was undeniably unexpected. To launch an attack on the Cave Tribe so soon, where would they procure such a vast quantity of provisions? Suppressing his inner astonishment, he paused momentarily before responding slowly. The Cave Tribe. I have some understanding of their ways. We have engaged in trade several times. They possess the ability to produce salt and craft pottery. Salted Egg did not engage further, but instead tapped his forehead, as if recalling something significant. Oh, last year you exchanged many women and children, did you not? How is it that none are present now? Unsure of Salted Egg's intentions, she contemplated before stating, Our tribe has only a handful of able-bodied men. How could we possibly sustain so many? Are you implying that these individuals are all in the Cave Tribe? From where do they acquire such abundant food? Realization dawned on Shi. It became clear why this old fellow had summoned him. It was for this very purpose. A sense of caution enveloped him as he acknowledged that the adversary not only possessed physical strength, but also intellect, making him a formidable opponent to deceive. Steadying himself, he finally replied, They seem to cultivate a type of food known as taro. Taro. It is buried in the ground, left for a time, and it multiplies, serving as sustenance. She had merely heard the laborers mention it and had intended to seek knowledge about it this year. However, it now seemed unnecessary. As a food source? Upon hearing this, Salted Egg's interest piqued. How much of this food do they possess? She responded half-truthfully, I cannot say for certain. But they delivered a considerable amount to us during winter. Otherwise, many would have perished from hunger. After all, they aided the Cave Tribe in quarrying stones. And claiming that the provisions were a gift did not constitute deceit, did it? At this revelation, Salted Egg's brow furrowed for the first time, muttering, Such a significant food supply. It appears I have underestimated their capabilities. Suddenly, as if recalling Shi's presence, he abruptly ceased his musings and remarked, Well, Chief Shi, your cooperation pleases me greatly. I hope for further collaboration in the future. He then turned to his subordinates, instructing, From now on, Chief Shi shall be regarded as my ally. Escort him away without causing harm. Once Shi had distanced himself, one of Salted Egg's subordinates finally spoke up, Boss, when shall we attack the Cave Tribe? Another chimed in, Indeed, Father, judging by Shi's earlier expression of bliss, taro must be delectable. Eat, eat, eat. All you think of is food. The underling had an uncanny ability to ignite Salted Egg's fury with a single phrase. Did you not hear Shi mention the influx of individuals from the Cave Tribe, along with their considerable food supplies to the Rock Tribe? How much food must that entail? A tribe with such abundance is not easily conquered. Before embarking on any endeavor, could you not engage your mind? Does having a brain taste better than taro? You foolish one. After a moment of self-reassurance, Salted Egg regained his composure and instructed a nearby subordinate, Pickled Vegetable, You shall escort the Rock Tribe members back tomorrow. Then return with some provisions. What is your plan, Chief? Queried another. At this juncture, if we allocate half our forces to guard the Rock Tribe members, I fear we shall lack sufficient manpower to assault the Cave Tribe. Bring these individuals back to the tribe. We can spare some manpower here. After contemplating for a moment, Xian Kai found some merit in the leader's words, yet still voiced his concerns. The chief is indeed thorough in his considerations, but this will delay us by another 2 days, and I fear we may run out of taro. Indeed, Father, taro is truly delicious. Be quiet. Get away from me. Oh, but it is genuinely tasty. Xian Dan felt a dull ache in his head, lamenting the folly of his son despite his own cleverness. Nonetheless, he patiently elucidated. Once the taro is consumed, we can replant it. If we seize the cave tribe, there will be ample opportunities for Yam in the future. If they can support so many, they must have buried a considerable amount this year. Once we absorb them, will we ever lack food? Xian Kai pondered this, and a spark ignited in his eyes as he exclaimed, "The chief is right. Once we conquer the cave tribe, we will have no shortage of slaves to plant taro. We can indulge as much as we desire." Seeing that his subordinates grasped his intent, a satisfied smile finally graced Xian Dan's face. At that time, I want father to feed me. Damn it! Xian Dan could no longer contain himself and unleashed a flurry of blows upon the small minion. "Father, please don't mar my handsome visage. I was wrong. I will feed you." Ouch! Xian Dan adjusted his fur coat and let out a long sigh. That feels good. Chapter 65. The grinding of teeth in the darkness, beneath the colossal rock 100 meters from the rock tribe. No one noticed a few pairs of eyes fixated intently on the flickering flames, their hatred dancing in sync with the firelight, sending chills down one's spine. "Let me go? I must avenge my kin." The voice was laced with suppressed anger and resentment. "Go ahead. May they all perish. It would save me the trouble of collecting your corpses." Having witnessed his kin being slaughtered, even though accustomed to the cycle of life and death, his heart remained tumultuous. Lei longed to leap into the fray, but the task assigned by the chief remained unfulfilled. Furthermore, they were the last hope of the rock tribe. If they were captured, the tribe would be lost forever. Why? Fearing that a loud outcry would attract trouble, their voices could only roll within their throats, suppressed to the utmost degree. Yet, the fury of the defeated merely entertained the victors, garnering little sympathy in return. At last, as the night deepened and silence enveloped the land, the few took advantage of the cover of darkness to blend into the shadows. Meanwhile, Shur, bound beneath a great tree, stared blankly into the depths of the night, his gaze seemingly piercing through the endless blackness. After a long while, he let out a deep sigh. "Kid, it won't be long now. May you find your own blessings." Surviving in this world is akin to navigating an infinite night. One must either illuminate the darkness with flames or be consumed by it. Survival is inherently brutal. Once you sit at the table, be prepared to risk everything. There is no right or wrong, no good or evil, no victory or defeat. It is solely about living better. As for the events unfolding in the rock tribe, Jiangyu remained oblivious. Such is the nature of primitive society. A mere 10 miles apart can feel like two entirely different worlds. Had it not been for the peculiar emergence of Jiangya, the two tribes would likely only encounter each other during their annual exchanges. The night enveloped the land in darkness, while the waning moon cast a blood-red hue. Lei's mind remained preoccupied with the chief's entrusted task, though he felt perplexed. The cave tribe was not particularly vast, and their number of males did not exceed his own tribe's. What made them capable of rescuing those in peril? Nevertheless, he complied, perhaps aware that this was merely a pretext devised by Shur to ensure his survival, a truth he was reluctant to acknowledge. Traveling through the forest by night was hardly the choice of the prudent, yet when faced with dire circumstances, one often finds no other recourse. Not only did he have to navigate his direction, but he also had to remain vigilant against the lurking threat of wild beasts, ever prepared for sudden, violent encounters. By the time Lei arrived at the cave tribe, he was on the verge of collapse, and his two companions followed suit, limping and battered, displaying a mosaic of bruises, a testament to the hardships they had endured along the way. "What? Your tribe has been annihilated?" Upon receiving the news, the cave tribe's members were struck with profound shock. Man was particularly incensed, seizing his axe and charging towards the rock tribe, vowing vengeance for old Shur. Jiangya, however, paid no heed to this fool, preferring to contemplate how to navigate the immediate peril rather than indulge in theatrics. Observing Jiangya's disinterest, the others feigned ignorance as well. Recognizing that ultimately, they would defer to his judgment, their role was merely to follow his lead. "Why did you not call for me?" Frustrated by the lack of cooperation, Man sulked back into his seat. "For goodness sake, you are the chief. Could you not be a bit more reliable?" Jiangya felt an overwhelming weariness settle in his heart. Since his ascent to prominence, Man had increasingly indulged himself, relegating the tribe's future and management entirely to Jiangya, while he assumed the role of a figurehead, seeking the limelight wherever possible. The advantage was that Jiangya faced considerably less resistance when implementing policies. However, the downside was the constant need to engage in acts. As was the case now, reluctantly, he had to praise, "The chief is truly loyal and a man of honor." "Nonsense, it is all thanks to my brother's support." Just aside, it was imperative to devise a strategy for the impending challenges. From Lei's account, he gleaned some information, albeit not particularly useful. But who was Jiangya? As a former Special Forces operative, he possessed fundamental analytical skills, at least from the urgent need for food during the spring hunt. he could deduce several issues regarding the assault on other tribes. Jianya pondered and articulated his thoughts. Engaging in conflict at this juncture would either require an opponent of foolishness or one of exceptional cunning. Is that even discernible? The others gazed at Jianya with expressions that conveyed their limited education, yet a refusal to be deceived, staring blankly. Noting their eager eyes, Jianya felt a sense of gratification. The moment had come to demonstrate his wisdom. He assumed a contemplative posture, gazing skyward at a 45-degree angle, employing the gravitas of his tone for reasoning. After enduring a harsh winter, every tribe would be at their most famished and vulnerable. Engaging in battle incurs costs. Choosing to fight now, even if victorious, would yield only increased population without food supplies. What value would such a triumph hold? At this juncture, choosing to engage in conflict is an exceedingly foolish endeavor. It must be acknowledged that this individual possesses a rather roundabout manner of expression, although the specifics remain unclear. The essence of the matter persists. How profoundly reasonable it appears. The illustrious brother yet is truly handsome. The companions are utterly captivated by Jiangya's reasoning, ensnared in its allure. Did you not just assert that the opposing party might possess intelligence? While somewhat naive, the fellow's mind is still functional, raising pertinent queries. Jianya cast an approving glance at Man. This supportive role is commendable. Future exchanges could be beneficial. Man, sensing the praise from Jianya, pounded his chest, displaying an expression of understanding. Is this the kinship among pretentious individuals? A peculiar thought flashed through Jianya's mind. However, upon observing the eager gazes of his companions, he cleared his throat and continued. Let us consider two scenarios. If sufficient provisions are available, then opting for conflict at this moment is indeed the hallmark of the astute. Why, you ask? Just as tensions rise, Man's knack for banter is evidently improving. Jianya surveyed the group and posited, imagine you are famished, struggling to catch your breath after a few steps, while I have rejuvenated throughout the winter, well-fed and brimming with vitality. Would you not agree this is the approach of the wise? Ah, now it becomes clear. The companions finally grasped the reasoning, sensing a semblance of logic. Jianya paused for effect before elaborating. Both types of adversaries pose significant challenges. One seeks mutual destruction, while the other exudes an intimidating presence. Which would you prefer to confront? Along scratched his head, contemplating seriously. Clearly, selecting the powerful option is unwise. Thus, he opted for the fool. I choose to battle the foolish. Indeed, a sound choice. Defeating the fool renders you somewhat superior. But what if you lose? You would be deemed inferior even to the fool. And if it results in a stalemate, you and the fool would be on par. Chapter 66. The Forsaken Teeth. Too very well. Along lamented his own inclination to interject, pondering whether it would not be better to simply enjoy the spectacle as an observer. Jianya, on the other hand, grew increasingly satisfied with the audience of the Dongyan Society. Observe this rapport. One would hardly believe it has not been cultivated over 2 decades. However, since the opposing party is not a fool, they must be intelligent. If they are indeed astute, they should realize that engaging in conflict requires a purpose. Be it vengeance or the seizing of resources, one must secure something of value. Furthermore, from where does the opposing party procure their sustenance? It is crucial to recognize that spring has already arrived. Relying solely on hunting for sustenance would be utterly insufficient for long-term storage. Let us not even mention dried meat or preserved provisions. Prior to the exchange meeting, Jianya noted that, at least within the vicinity of the Crescent Moon Valley, the presence of fire was exceedingly rare. The few establishments possessing fire were those engaged in trade with Shur, the intermediary. Given the average intelligence of the local populace, it is nearly inconceivable that they could develop such knowledge in a short span. Why nearly? At the exchange meeting, the Dong tribe had traded dried fish. If one were truly determined, it is not impossible to experiment and discover. However, as winter quickly approached, it would be improbable to capture sufficient game to produce dried meat. At least not enough to sustain the level of conflict required. Do not underestimate the number of individuals involved in a conflict. It is not merely a few dozen, and the sustenance required is substantial. Consider the current situation of the cave tribe. Without Taro, if they venture forth to engage in battle, they would have to halt all hunting activities. Although only a handful of men partake in the fighting, they are responsible for supporting a significant number of dependents. The food supply must be replenished, and with daily consumption, the needs of over 200 individuals become apparent. Contemplate the amount of provisions consumed during the ebb and flow of conflict. The duration of the engagement remains uncertain. If it drags on for 10 days to half a month, both sides would face dire consequences. Furthermore, the depletion during the protracted winter months amounts to astronomical figures. Reflect on how long the scant harvest of taro from the previous year sustained them. Had it not been for Jiang Ya leading his people to engage in trivial pursuits such as raiding squirrel nests, the entire cave tribe would likely have perished. The truth is singular. The opposing tribe, much like the cave tribe, possesses staple food sources akin to taro. Given that they could survive a winter and still engage in conflict, it is reasonable to assume they have been developing for a considerable period, albeit not excessively long. An extended time frame would have resulted in the cave tribe's absorption long ago, rendering the current situation moot. From Jiang Ya's perspective, the opposing tribe has likely just begun to emerge, unaware that their first shot has landed upon the rock tribe, and he is likely to be the second to bear the brunt of the attack. Jiang Ya is not particularly surprised. The world is vast, and development occurs in phases. It is improbable that every tribe exists in such abject poverty as the cave tribe. There are indeed astute individuals in the world, which elucidates the reasons behind the conflict. Firstly, they possess food. Secondly, they have allies. Thirdly, they seek to acquire more sustenance. Fourthly, they require additional individuals to expand their ranks. There exists no absolute right or wrong, no inherent good or evil. Much like in gaming, development often hinges on plunder. The conflict between them holds little relevance to Jiang Ya. What perplexes Jiang Ya is that after such a prolonged search for seeds, others have cultivated substantial crops, and their proximity is undeniable. Ironically, this realization stems from his own deductions, yet he has yet to witness the tangible evidence. Had the rock tribe not been attacked, he would have remained blissfully unaware of this situation, and merely contemplating it brings him great discomfort. He finds himself at a loss regarding his misfortune, questioning why he is beset by such calamities. Yet, what recourse remains? The forest is vast, and information is scarce. It is not only his ignorance of the opposing tribe's circumstances, but they, in turn, are equally uninformed about his situation. In this regard, both parties stand on equal footing. Presently, the identity of the adversary is of little consequence. It suffices to note that it is one of the neighboring tribes. After all, no one is so idle as to engage in conflict without provocation, unless they are truly foolish. With stakes so dire, conflict is inevitable. Thus, Jiang Ya resolves to prepare for battle. Although he harbors ambitions of prosperity, he is not one to shy away from confrontation. If war is to be waged, strategy must be employed. The cave tribe, while not affluent, has accumulated its resources with considerable effort over time. The objects themselves hold little monetary value. Rather, it is the fear of squandering time that weighs heavily. According to the ancient military texts, in warfare, if the enemy is tenfold stronger, encircle them. If fivefold, attack. If double, divide. If equal, engage. If lesser, retreat. If unfavorable, evade. The opposing force's ability to annihilate the rock tribe signifies their overwhelming numerical superiority. While their advantage may not be as exaggerated as 5 to 10 times, a ratio of 23 to 1 is certainly plausible, suggesting that they mobilized at least 100 individuals for this endeavor. When Jiang Ya initially established the gathering site, he contemplated the specter of war, which is why he chose the valley. However, this was primarily a strategy for confronting thousands, and the skirmish among a mere 100 individuals would hardly elevate beyond a brawl. The expanse of several hundred meters of open land would yield little distinction from a mere street fight. Jiang Ya did not foresee the onset of war occurring so soon. Regardless, the geographical advantages of their encampment offered no real defense. In fact, the scarcity of provisions had morphed into a significant vulnerability. Faced with the inability to defend, the decision leaned towards aggression. In a skirmish, one seeks to exploit informational disparities. Now that the cave tribe was forewarned of their adversary's intentions, the question arose, where and how to engage. The initiative was no longer solely in the hands of the enemy. Numerous strategies could be devised. The cave tribe's foundation was fragile. Had they possessed even a modest increase in numbers, say an additional 300, they could have swiftly taught the enemy a lesson with a volley of arrows. Reflecting upon the terrain from the rock tribe to the cave tribe, the distance was approximately 10 miles, easily traversable within an hour, or at most half a day. Therefore, it was imperative to secure a decisive victory in one fell swoop. Should the enemy escape, the opportunity for a second organized assault would be lost. After much contemplation, Jiang Ya ultimately selected a ravine, roughly at the location of his first encounter with Shi. 3 reasons underpinned this choice. First, regardless of the route taken, this locale constituted a necessary passage for the rock tribe. Second, it lay merely 2 miles from the cave tribe, facilitating convenient preparations. The enemy's willingness to engage remained uncertain. If they delayed, a distant ambush would hinder a timely retreat. A closer ambush point, coupled with advanced scouts, would allow for a swift repositioning upon the enemy's mobilization. Third, and of utmost importance, this location lent itself well to ambush tactics. In the hunt, Even the lion exerts full strength against the rabbit. Why confront directly when there are only 2 members in the tribe? The loss of any would deeply trouble Jiangya. This is precisely why he regarded the impending skirmish among such a small group with such gravity. Chapter 67. All men the storm gathers, the winds foreboding. The skirmish is imminent, yet uncertainty reigns. Yi, are they truly coming? Can you assure me? How would I know? 2 days have passed. Where are they? You ask me, but who am I to ask? Didn't Tiyu say they would arrive at the latest within half a day? Jiangya found himself at a loss for words, utterly confounded. He had assumed that upon conquering the Rock tribe, the enemy would swiftly turn their sights upon them, especially given the established relations between the 2 tribes during the last assembly. However, Jiangya underestimated the caution of his opponents. Or perhaps he was approaching the situation with a mindset shaped by warfare. What does war rely on? It hinges upon seizing the initiative. Much like a game of chess where 2 armies face off, one would rather sacrifice a piece than concede the first move. Yet, the Xian tribe approached this battle with a mentality akin to that of a street brawl. What does street fighting entail? In essence, it is a matter of numbers. The side with more allies holds the upper hand. An AM and an FM are simply not on the same wavelength. The reasoning of Fu Erma was fundamentally sound. Yet even the most meticulous plans can have their oversights. He never anticipated that the enemy would choose to exhaust time and energy transporting captives back before regrouping to unleash their forces. Was this not akin to exposing oneself unnecessarily? Had Jiangya been aware that this was merely a smokescreen deployed by Shi to buy him time, he would have been left to ponder whether to thank or condemn him. In warfare, the ability to adapt in the heat of the moment is paramount. Sensing the enemy's intentions, Jiangya resolved not to wait any longer. If the adversary were to stall for 10 days or half a month, would he be able to pursue any other endeavors? Just as he was preparing to take action, a forward scout dispatched to observe the Yin tribe hurriedly approached him. They're coming. Jiangya frowned, perplexed by the enemy's maneuvers, feeling somewhat at a loss. If they intended to strike with fervor, they should have arrived sooner. If they were opting for a troop surge, they ought to have bided their time. What kind of indecisiveness was this? The enemy's commander was undoubtedly inept. Jiangya could not help but scoff. He quickly inquired, how many of them are there? A lot. And how many is a lot? Approximately half of our tribe. With over 200 individuals in the Dong tribe, half amounted to about 100. This was not far from his expectations, and Jiangya felt a surge of confidence. He informed his kin to prepare, for whether they would seize the enemy as suitors or be captured as slaves would depend on everyone's performance. Rest assured, Yi, these women are fierce. Even the barbarians tremble before them. Such were the words that echoed. Jiangya held no psychological burdens regarding sending women into battle. Not to mention that every one of these formidable warriors was tougher than the able-bodied men on earth. Just gazing into their glowing eyes was enough to overwhelm him. After all, in the Dong tribe, only those who were married had their own rooms, while others were relegated to communal sleeping quarters. To attain a private space, a man was necessary in the household. The ragtag army was indeed a ragtag army. The 10-mile journey from the forward scouts' return took a full 2 hours before they finally spotted a group of people meandering towards them. After such a long wait, their arrival was met with excitement. Yi, they seem to be coming. Should I lead a charge to take them down? Are you out of your mind? You think they sent you as a spy? Jiangya shot a bewildered glance at Man. The enemy was still at least 500 meters away. Rushing forward now would only reveal their ambush. Man, can we take this seriously? This is warfare. Lives are at stake. In a light-hearted attempt to alleviate the tension in the atmosphere, I express my gratitude. As an experienced hunter who has long battled with beasts, I fully comprehend the significance of waiting for the opportune moment. Jiangya understands my concerns. Despite the extraordinary nature of the situation, it is, after all, my first time commanding such a substantial battle that could determine the fate of our tribe. As a leader, a gentle reminder is certainly warranted. One must acknowledge that I am not as simple-minded as I may appear. In stark contrast to the looming threat posed by the Cave tribe, the Salt tribe exhibits an air of unprecedented ease. Boss, your caution is unwarranted. With just a handful of those from the Cave tribe, we could dispatch them in an instant. Xian Kai, somewhat bored, saunters in the midst of the group. Do not be complacent. We ought to exercise caution against a tribe capable of wielding fire and crafting pottery. Father, it seems that the older you get, the more timid you become. Perhaps you should let me take the lead. Listen closely to my orders. First, obstruct their path with logs, and the hunting party shall expend all their arrows. I aim to eliminate half of their numbers in the initial assault. Do you understand? As the enemy nears the encirclement, Jiangya reiterates his warning. Understood. Do not worry. Yazi, I have made the necessary arrangements to ensure they do not return. At that moment, the atmosphere becomes heavy with anticipation. with only the sound of one's breath filling the silence. 3, 2, 1 attack. Almost simultaneously with Jiang Ye's command, colossal logs rolled down from the cliffs toward the unsuspecting crowd. The thunderous impact of the logs against the cliff echoed like a death knell, sending shivers through the hearts of those present. This is bad. An ambush. Run. Ah, my leg. Someone help me. Almost immediately, a flurry of arrows, though sparse in number, rained down with relentless persistence. From the outset, the battle had escalated to a fever pitch. For the members of the cave tribe, the task was simple: push the prepared logs and stones off the cliff. Not only was the technical difficulty minimal, but the completion of the task also yielded rewards, an exhilarating experience indeed. Conversely, the Salt tribe found themselves facing an unfriendly turn of events. They could not fathom that a simple journey would lead to a downpour of stones from the mountains, nor could they comprehend why logs would inexplicably roll down upon them. Additionally, the numerous branches that pierced their flesh caused immense pain. They sought to flee, only to discover that their path back was inexplicably blocked by several massive logs. Ah, it hurts. Someone help me. Father, father, I'm frightened. I can't be the leader anymore. Cries of agony echoed around, the scene filled with despair. The tide of battle had turned, and Jiang Ye, no longer concealing his presence, bellowed, "Ladies, below are only men. Whoever captures one shall claim him. Charge with me." With this command, the women surged forward like a wave invigorated by a potent elixir, wielding their hoes as they raced down the mountain. In the blink of an eye, they outpaced the leading members of the hunting party, igniting the competitive spirit within General Man, who, breathless, quickened his pace. "I refuse to believe I cannot outrun you all." Chapter 68. The son-in-law of the stronghold. It may be somewhat exaggerated to assert that women's combat prowess surpasses that of men. However, when confronted with a group of demoralized and disheartened remnants of a defeated force, the women managed to tidy up the aftermath with relative ease. The battle erupted swiftly and concluded just as quickly, lasting no more than half an hour. In truth, the outcome had been predetermined from the outset, devoid of any suspense. This exemplifies the profound impact of strategic warfare as opposed to mere brawling. The Xian tribe adhered to a brawling mentality, believing that tribal conflicts could be resolved through sheer numbers, 3 against 1. Surely they could not lose. In stark contrast, Jiang Ye embraced a warfare mindset, employing every conceivable advantage and resource to annihilate the adversary. If we assess the situation realistically, there was a distinct lack of tactical acumen. Had the Xian tribe possessed even a modicum of military knowledge, dispatching a couple of scouts would have averted such a dismal defeat. Yet, what can one expect from a group of primitives? No matter how clever, their intelligence is inherently limited. As the battle concluded, the formidable general felt a sense of accomplishment and disdainfully smirked. Is this victory? These foes were exceedingly fragile. Indeed, had you witnessed the scene, it was utterly gruesome, limbs severed, and human remains scattered about. It was quite horrific. I would surmise that such a ruthless approach must stem from a darker disposition. One might wonder how such a depraved method could manifest, and whether future progeny might be born without certain faculties. With the skirmish behind them, the taut nerves began to relax, and the tribe's people commenced boasting. However, the tone of their celebration left Jiang Ye at a loss for words. Upon capturing a few prisoners, it became evident that they belonged to the Xian tribe, a most unfortunate twist of fate. Nonetheless, Jiang Ye was not particularly surprised, for given the limited territory, the likelihood of encountering 2 open salt mines in proximity was quite low. The Xian tribe, engaged in the trade of salt, indicated their wealth was derived from resources nearby. After an hour spent clearing the battlefield and tallying the casualties, the results were as follows: a total of 15 killed, 29 wounded, and 40 taken captive, with over 20 others fleeing amidst the chaos. The Dong tribe had deployed 124 warriors, comprising 35 men and 89 women, sustaining 2 fatalities and 27 injuries, mostly due to hastily rushing into combat. Undoubtedly, from the battle report, the Dong tribe emerged victorious. Such a triumph against overwhelming odds stands as a classic case in any context. However, without the burden of leadership, one is oblivious to the value of resources. With so few able-bodied men remaining, the loss of 2 and the injury of 6 diminished their fighting capacity significantly, causing Jiang Ye to grind his teeth in frustration. In contrast to Jiang Ye's financial fixation, the members of the Dong tribe appeared to possess a more pragmatic outlook. In warfare, casualties are inevitable. In previous winters, the tribe had lost far more to starvation, not to mention the potential for sudden attacks by wild beasts, which could lead to total annihilation. At least, in terms of outcomes, dismantling a criminal organization of over 100 with such minimal losses is nothing short of divine providence. "Brother, What inspired such a ruthless strategy? In this society, I am your brother, fierce yet reticent. Truly remarkable. Brother, I wish to acknowledge you as my godfather. The gaze of the clan members towards Jiangya has undergone a profound transformation. Although Jiangya once commanded considerable respect, genuine fear was conspicuously absent. Despite having established his authority on one occasion, true submission was rare among the members. After all, victories achieved through tactics such as groin kicks and throat locks are hardly worthy of reverence. Moreover, Jiangya's ever-cheerful demeanor made it difficult for the clan members to believe that such feats could be accomplished by someone so young. Now, however, Old Bear finds himself genuinely impressed. From this point onward, should there be any requests, he will comply without hesitation. Though the Dong tribe is small, it possesses its own distinct social circles. Bear had previously vied for leadership against Man. Although he never emerged victorious, neither had anyone truly subdued the other. Consequently, Jiangya maintained a closer rapport with Man, while individuals like Bear and Rat, despite occasional interactions, deliberately kept their distance and did not foster intimacy. Nevertheless, through this recent battle, not only did Jiangya secure victory, but he also succeeded in winning the allegiance of the clan members, which brought him great joy. Haha. Uncle Bear, there's no need for such formalities. We are all family. The Dong tribe will only grow stronger, and our Jiang clan must unite even more closely. Bear's good-natured words filled Jiangya with happiness. After all, the tribe is small, and it feels rather awkward to maintain a facade of formality when they see each other daily. With the barriers now lifted, future task allocations can proceed without hesitation. However, while Jiangya relished this newfound camaraderie, General Man was less pleased. Bear, why are you looking for you? Do you want to fight? Having battled throughout his life, and though he had lost more often than not, Bear was no coward. Why shouldn't I seek him out? He is not your son. How do you know he isn't my son? Come here, ya. Call me Godfather so I can hear it. Have you no shame? You should be calling me Godfather instead. Yeah, I recognize you as my godson. Do you agree? Why is it that you two bicker while I bear the brunt of it? Jiangya felt a throbbing headache at the absurdity of suddenly having two godfathers, who wouldn't feel overwhelmed in such a situation. Enough. You both exceed the shaman's age combined. Can we not act with a bit more decorum? Will you call me or not? Yes, do hurry and call. Being flanked by the two strongest men in the tribe, and being compelled to acknowledge them as godfathers, left Jiangya wondering which misguided editor concocted this ludicrous scenario. He felt as though he could weep in frustration. Two fathers. Biological fathers. Is that satisfactory? Yes. Quite good. The boy shows promise. Rest assured, should any trouble arise, your fathers will protect you. The two simpletons beamed with delight, as if they had consumed honeyed nectar. If I call you father and you take my surname Jiang, then I am your ancestor. This is quite a bargain. The spirit of AQ proved effective, as Jiangya felt a significant sense of psychological balance restored. Once the playful banter subsided, Man finally recalled the pressing matter at hand and urgently stated, Yeah, what shall we do with all these captives? Bear's eyes glinted with a fierce intensity as he growled, With so many, we cannot possibly manage them all. I say we should simply kill them all to avoid future complications. Is it any wonder you cannot become a leader? Your intellect is concerning. Jiangya cast a worried glance at Uncle Xiong and inquired, Do you think our tribe is lacking in able-bodied men? Do you think I think so? The circular dialogue left Uncle Xiong somewhat bewildered, and he grew impatient. Then what do you suggest? Jiangya replied, As if it were the most natural thing in the world, of course, we shall seize them and make them our vassals. But what if they resist? Jiangya dismissed the concern with a smirk. Resistance? Each man shall be assigned 2 Barbies. Should they dare to resist further, they will receive 3, until their strength to resist is utterly depleted. Chapter 69. What if we join forces? Uncle Xiong seemed to have a sudden realization and shuddered. Well, you all carry on. I have some matters to attend to. Farewell. Uncle Xiong, where are you off to? I promise to reserve 2 strong ones for you from the Xian tribe. It is only proper to reciprocate. Since the Xian tribe dared to entertain ill intentions, Jiangya was not one to be trifled with. Currently, the morale within the Xian tribe was in disarray, making it the perfect opportunity to strike. Jiangya was not like the indecisive salted egg, who would squander the chance for victory. Moreover, from the captives, he learned that most of the Yin tribe remained at their encampment. As allies, assistance was essential. Thus, regardless of considerations, this battle was imperative. However, a dilemma arose. The Dong tribe had but a few members, and while the women could defend the entrance, engaging in open conflict would be akin to delivering themselves to slaughter. Furthermore, the tribe had numerous tasks to attend to: animal husbandry, farming, and salt production, all of which required manpower. It was inconceivable to jeopardize their daily existence merely to eliminate the Xian tribe. Hence, While a confrontation was inevitable, it must be approached with cunning rather than brute force. In striving for victory against overwhelming odds, one must possess at least one of the elements of time, place, or people. Jiang Ye had contemplated this while crafting bows and arrows. As for the element of time, it was undoubtedly favorable. The spring sun shone brightly, and both sides had sufficient provisions, a balanced scenario. In terms of location, the Xian tribe had the advantage of fighting on home turf. Regarding the people, the Dong tribe had just emerged victorious, filled with fervor, while the Xian tribe resembled a defeated dog, their morale in tatters. Nevertheless, one must acknowledge that the weight of experience often outweighs raw enthusiasm. In summation, the Xian tribe maintained a notable advantage. To dismantle this superiority, a bit of strategy was required, and presently, the most practical solution seemed to be the use of poison. While the notion of employing poison was indeed somewhat despicable, its effectiveness could not be denied. The Dong tribe had long relied on hunting, often utilizing toxins to ensnare their prey. However, these poisons were excessively potent, frequently resulting in fatal outcomes. Jiang Ye's objective with the Xian tribe was to acquire their population, not to annihilate them entirely. Thus, these lethal toxins were unsuitable. At that moment, Jiang Ye recalled the frenzied experiments of yore, when wild boars had wept and insects had suffered due to exposure to certain plants. Indeed, it was cassava. If memory served, after consuming cassava, the wild boars had become emaciated, akin to a potent version of colocasia. Should this be administered to the Xian tribe, it would surely leave them in a pitiable state. With a clever strategy in mind, Jiang Ye was not in a hurry to conquer the Xian tribe. Instead, he decided to let them linger in fear for a couple of days while the Dong tribe prepared. Once they had relaxed their vigilance, he would seize the opportunity to strike, ensuring they would be left in a state of ecstasy and desperation. However, this plan would require some sacrifice from the Yin tribe, and Jiang Ye felt a pang of guilt. "Forgive me, Uncle Shi, your sacrifice is not in vain." He mourned symbolically for 2 minutes, adhering to the notion that the death of a comrade does not equate to the demise of the practitioner. If he could assist the Yin tribe, Jiang Ye was willing to lend a hand. Yet, when a better approach presented itself, he would decisively opt for the latter. He was not so altruistic as to jeopardize himself for the sake of a single tribe. Just as Jiang Ye contemplated methods to confront the Xian tribe, Along rushed over, exclaiming, Brother Ye, look at this. What's this, Along? I've told you countless times to remain composed. One must approach tasks with a sense of steadiness. Do you understand the meaning of remaining unperturbed even when faced with chaos? Isn't this the legendary potato? Initially, Jiang Ye intended to maintain an air of superiority, but upon glimpsing the object in Along's hands, he instantly lost his composure. Brother Ye, you are so cultured. By the way, what was that mountain you mentioned? Along gazed at him with an eagerness for knowledge that made Jiang Ye wish to reward him with 2 hearty slaps. Being too composed is not ideal. One might easily strain their back. Oh, I see. Jiang Ye delicately took the potato from Along, nearly drooling at the sight. Potatoes were a remarkable commodity. He recalled that during the war in his past life, millions of lives were lost under dire conditions, yet the Chinese populace thrived. In part due to the potato's immense contribution, feeding over 1 billion people would not be an exaggeration. It was a staple comparable to rice and wheat, versatile enough to be transformed into various dishes, whether baked or steamed, serving as a veritable cheat code in any resource management game. At last, fortune smiled upon him. Jiang Ye rubbed his hands together with excitement and inquired, where did this come from, and how many do we have? I just mentioned it, didn't I? These were confiscated from the captives. I noticed each of them had a few, but I wasn't sure what they were, so I brought one to show you. Good job. I shall remember this contribution. Also, bring a captive over. I wish to inquire further. Being praised by the most cultured individual in the tribe made Along feel accomplished, prompting him to agree and promptly seek out a captive. Before long, a towering man over 2 meters tall was brought over by several others. The man was robust and stout, with unkempt hair resembling a bird's nest, a face adorned with a thick beard, and an odor that could be detected from several meters away. Jiang Ye wrinkled his nose in distaste, and before he could utter a word, the others nearby spoke up. Brother Ye, are you going to take responsibility for what you've said? Jiang Ye was taken aback and bewildered. What do you mean? Have I deceived you in any way? Upon careful reflection of recent actions, I confirmed that I had not crossed any boundaries, which allowed me to regain my composure. I tentatively remarked, of course, I take responsibility. What advice do you ladies have for me? Did you not say that whoever seizes these men first claims them? I was the first to lay claim to this man. Yet they insist on contesting my claim. Would you kindly adjudicate this matter? Bah, how shameless. You were not the first to claim him. It was my sister and I who had our eyes on him first, only for you to swoop in and snatch him away, interjected one of the girls. A nearby Barbie chimed in, exactly. My sister accidentally fell earlier, allowing you to take advantage of the situation. Goodness, is it truly that exhilarating? As an innocent bystander, Janya politely refrained from interrupting their dispute. Such a dramatic contest of affections is a rarity in real life. This spectacle was indeed delightful. Janya took another long look at the man, standing tall at 9 feet, boasting an impressive physique with 8-pack abs, an avant-garde hairstyle, and a non-mainstream wardrobe. He radiated a distinctly masculine charm that could be sensed from several meters away. It was evident that he was a rare find, only slightly more appealing than myself. No wonder he was so sought after. Being handsome can be a burden in its own right. After a lengthy debate without resolution, the group of girls finally ceased their quarrel, their eyes fixed intently on Janya, seeking his judgment. Darling, I had high hopes for you from the start. You decide who this man should belong to, and I shall abide by your choice. If he is not mine, I shall render him incapable, and no one shall have him. Feeling an inexplicable chill, Janya pondered for a moment before weakly suggesting, what if we all share him? Chapter 70. Long-term planning with spring upon us. It is once again the season for animals to mate and for sowing seeds. Although the spring plowing has concluded, the cave tribe remains industrious. Having recently achieved victory and captured numerous prisoners, the challenge of accommodating them had become Jiangya's most pressing dilemma. If a group of Barbies were to supervise them, half would likely escape by the next day, and perhaps all would be gone by the third day. Such an outcome would be a relatively favorable result. Should they encounter stubborn individuals, it would not be impossible for them to overturn the tribe. Ultimately, the cave tribe suffers from a shortage of men. The number of captives exceeds that of the tribe's own males, and if mishandled, it could lead to dire consequences, resulting in a potential shift in tribal identity from Dong to Xian. After much contemplation, Janya opted for a strategy of binding the hungry captives, monitoring them closely until the opportune moment for gradual release arose, thereby minimizing the impact on the tribe. To this end, Janya toiled through the night, designing a set of iron shackles that took a week of relentless effort to produce. While there were no locks, to remove them one would either need to sever a leg or utilize a specially designed tool to extract the rivets. In any case, opening them would require considerable effort. Given the limited resources at hand, the only way to restrain the captives effectively was to use a tight knot. The remaining task was to engage the Barbie's affection to win over the captives, a process that would require time. After all, the enmity of life and death must either be suppressed through extreme force or diluted by the passage of time. Given the circumstances of the cave tribe, the latter was the only viable option. However, this would inevitably delay the plan to conquer the Xian tribe once again. Plans often falter in the face of change, and missing the opportune moment is an inevitable consequence. The reasons behind this predicament are manifold. One significant factor is the unavailability of cassava. This crop is not cultivated by the tribe, resulting in no reserves, and as it is now spring, the wild cassava is either rotting or sprouting. To gather a substantial amount, one must wait for it to reach maturity. Uncle Sure, I must impose upon you for a little longer. Fear not. I shall come to your aid. Janya bowed deeply towards the rock tribe, once again expressing profound regret for their tragic circumstances. Alas, what misfortune to be annihilated at such an inopportune time. Of course, were it solely for the rock tribe's situation, Janya would not repeatedly delay his plans. Primarily, launching an attack at this juncture would yield little benefit. As for seizing captives, the current group has yet to be assimilated, and capturing more would only complicate matters. It would be more prudent to first win over this group, allowing them to experience a better life, and then to confront the Salt tribe, minimizing potential backlash. After all, one cannot expect to become a glutton in one fell swoop. When it comes to food, there is even less necessity, though the Salt tribe may have ample provisions. How much remains after enduring a winter-esque consumption? Furthermore, a significant portion is already planted in the ground. One cannot simply uproot it to replant. What difference would that make? It would be wiser to wait for the harvest, gathering both people and food in one fell swoop, thus saving time and effort. I must say, Janya's calculations are indeed astute, albeit somewhat inconsiderate of others. As the weather grows warmer, housing disputes begin to emerge. Those who have separated into their own households fare better, yet the Barbies sleeping in communal quarters are far from pleased. After finally acquiring men, they are barred from intimacy and must squeeze together for sleep. Who could remain content under such circumstances? Many Barbies approached Janya, demanding equal treatment, which greatly vexed him. In a fit of exasperation, Janya reluctantly resumed his role as the foreman. To avoid being beset by such trivial matters in the future, he decided to take decisive action by commissioning the construction of brick houses. Given that these structures would be built to last for decades, careful planning was essential. Otherwise, Haphazard construction would not only consume time and effort, but would also complicate any future modifications. Should there be any obstinate residents, the involvement of city management would be unnecessary. After thorough contemplation, Jiangye resolved to divide the current settlement into 5 distinct zones: southeast, southwest, northeast, northwest, and central. The eastern zone would primarily be designated for housing, with the planned area capable of accommodating 2,000 to 3,000 individuals upon completion. The western zone would focus on industrial purposes, such as salt production and iron smelting, and could later evolve into an industrial district. The northern zone would be allocated for essential public facilities such as schools and hospitals. Locations would be reserved for future construction when conditions permit. The southern zone remains vacant for now, temporarily used for agriculture, with plans for future commercial development once the area flourishes. The central area, currently a vast expanse paved with iron slag and carbon ash, is envisioned for future office spaces. And when conditions improve, it may even become a venue for lively square dances. When the time comes, building a wall to the south, utilizing the cliffs on the east, west, and north, would create a formidable small city. Once faced with an enemy assault, closing the city gates would render it impregnable to any force of 78,000 men. While the vision is splendid, reality is harsh. To realize this aspiration, one must first overcome the technical challenges associated with bricks and tiles. Consequently, for some time, Jiangye has been immersed in the ceramic workshop with the dog craftsman, diligently researching new products. Brother Ye, your ideas sound quite fantastical. Can such a large kiln actually be constructed? The dog craftsman hesitated upon hearing Jiangye's proposal. He was aware of Jiangye's plethora of imaginative ideas, yet this one seemed particularly implausible. Even a kiln capable of firing 1,000 bricks at once would be merely a small workshop on Earth. What was so extraordinary about that? Jiangye, with an air of someone who has yet to see the world, encouraged him, stating, "The bolder the human spirit, the greater the yield of the earth. Surely, I wouldn't deceive you. Moreover, how many bricks can we produce? Is it sufficient?" The dog craftsman expressed his doubts. He only knew how to make 2 types of pottery, skills imparted by Jiangye himself. When asked to achieve groundbreaking results, he felt utterly exhausted. "We might have enough, but this kiln you speak of, I've never seen one before. I simply don't know how. How utterly foolish. You can't do this, nor that. What use are you to me?" Jiangye felt somewhat at a loss, especially since he himself lacked proficiency. Constructing a kiln for merely a dozen bricks would be a trivial task, especially since a finished product already existed. However, creating a larger kiln would necessitate technical expertise. Jiangye struggled to recall the scant knowledge he possessed about brick kilns. First and foremost, the internal space must be ample. Next, the bricks need to be layered, otherwise, they would fuse into a solid mass during firing, making them difficult to separate. Furthermore, the fire must be intense, and the internal temperature of the kiln must reach sufficient heights. Burning wood would not suffice. Charcoal would be required. However, this would significantly increase the demand for charcoal. Future efforts would need to focus on locating a coal mine. Additionally, to enhance the flames, an ample supply of oxygen is essential. Merely blowing air would not suffice. At the very least, the bellows must be improved, and multiple units may be necessary. Moreover, the brick clay must consist of specialized soil, and it seems that adding either charcoal or slag is required. Perhaps it would be prudent to first construct a few small kilns as a preliminary test. As Jiangye reminisced, he used charcoal pencils to document his thoughts. Much of his knowledge was fragmented, lacking systematic study. Achieving such an ambitious goal would undoubtedly require countless experiments. However, as long as the direction is correct and a general outline exists, the remainder is simply a matter of relentless trial and error. Chapter 71. The brick kiln with bricks in hand. Tiles must also be produced. The shape of the tiles is self-evident. As a child, Jiangye often smashed them into small circles to play a game called catch with his friends. To boast a little, he was undoubtedly the most stylish among them. Whether catching forward, backward, or while jumping, he could easily manage it all, even executing for consecutive jumps with ease. The design of the tiles is simple, yet Jiangye was oblivious to the materials required. After a serious reflection, he realized he lacked any memory regarding this aspect, and he was too lazy to ponder further. Initially, we shall employ the method of brick firing. In due course, we will allow the craftsman to explore independently. At present, the realization of azure bricks and verdant tiles remains elusive. However, the crimson bricks and tiles are quite commendable, albeit perhaps a touch ostentatious. The Xian tribe. Father, I am famished. Bear with it. It has been quite a while. Surely the Dong tribe has not arrived yet. When might we venture forth to hunt? I feel as though I am nearing starvation. As if to substantiate his claim, a small underling's stomach audibly grumbled. Xian Dan was in quite a predicament. He had originally intended to decisively annihilate the two small tribes, avenging the grievances of his plundered business while augmenting their population and expanding agricultural endeavors. Yet, despite meticulous planning, he encountered the Dong tribe's unorthodox combat tactics. Without even a glimpse of their presence, his forces were routed, with nearly 100 brethren departing, only to have a meager 10 return. Had he not fled swiftly, he too would have perished there. Alas, Xian Dan sighed deeply. Father, why do you sigh? Sighing does not fill one's belly. I am hungry. I am hungry. Eat. Eat, eat. All you think about is food. What if we venture out to hunt, and our home is raided? Are you not aware of how the Yin tribe was obliterated? This encounter truly unnerved Xian Dan, facing such unpredictable foes, where half of one's forces perished before even meeting the enemy, is utterly intolerable. He assumed the Dong tribe would pursue their advantage. Thus, upon his return, he promptly commanded the tribe to cease all external activities to prevent a surprise attack. Yet, a month has passed without any sign of them, and the food supplies are nearly exhausted. Initially, they had 2 meals a day, which dwindled to 1, then to 1 every 2 days. And now they can scarcely endure any longer. Brother, what are you doing? If we are to fight, let us fight. If not, then say so. Your indecisiveness places me in a difficult position. Xian Dan felt utterly drained, even to the point of tears. In truth, he was not mistaken. Jiangya had indeed planned to take advantage of his vulnerability. Such is the nature of plans, which seldom survive the chaos of reality. In comparison to the Yin tribe's captives, the Xian tribe's circumstances were markedly better. The past month had been a grueling ordeal for Shi, who was now so famished that his vision blurred, and upon seeing others, he felt an instinctual urge to attack. Initially, Shi harbored little hope, fully aware of the Dong tribe's reputation. However, the news of the Xian tribe's defeat reignited a flicker of hope within him. He anticipated Jiangya would come to his rescue, yet as time dragged on, disappointment spiraled into despair, a sentiment beyond verbal expression. Chief, will the Dong tribe come to our aid? A weary voice echoed from a tribesman nearby. They will come. They will come. But why have they not arrived yet? Hold on. They will surely come. A month's time is fleeting, so easily slipping away unnoticed. Yet, it can also feel interminable, each second stretching into eternity. Different circumstances cultivate distinct mindsets. Time flows inexorably, and the years glide by. The Dong tribe shines forth like the newly risen sun, vibrant and full of vigor. Another month has passed. The taro has sprouted green leaves. The wheat has sent forth tender shoots, and the livestock are thriving. The fish in the river can once again be caught. Busy, harmonious, hopeful. Everything is progressing in a favorable direction. In the early morning, accompanied by the rising sun, Jiangya concluded his daily morning exercises. After a year of perseverance, Jiangya has rediscovered the sense of strength that once made him formidable. His facial features are more resolute, standing at a height of 1.9 meters, complemented by 8 impressive abdominal muscles, making him the kind of man who captivates countless young women wherever he goes. Alas, life is indeed as lonely as snow. Indulging in a moment of self-admiration, he suddenly felt invigorated and uplifted. Brother ya, it's done, it's done. The dog craftsman rushed over, panting, his voice brimming with excitement. Brother dog, why are you here making such a ruckus early in the morning instead of cuddling with your green sister? Jiangya expressed his discontent towards those who intrude upon his solitary enjoyment. Don't rush. First, let me ask you a question. What question? Am I handsome? The dog craftsman, somewhat speechless, scrutinized Jiangya carefully, hesitating for a moment before managing to utter 2 words. Not ugly. Not ugly. Jiangya immediately felt displeased. What kind of Russian aesthetic is that? You should answer me decisively, understand? Not ugly. It seemed the craftsman still had not grasped Jiangya's intention. In a swift motion, Jiangya executed a hold, pinning the dog craftsman firmly to the ground. I'll give you one more chance. I want to hear the truth. Handsome. Extremely handsome. Universally invincible handsome. I enjoy befriending honest individuals. Satisfied with the answer, Jiangya finally released the dog craftsman and helped him to his feet. Now tell me, what is it? Upon mentioning serious matters, the dog craftsman's eyes lit up. Brother ya, the brick kiln is ready. So what if it's ready? Why the fuss? This time it's truly completed. These are fired bricks. Look. Wow, you're not joking. Jiangya took the brick and examined it closely. It was twice the size of an ordinary brick, a vibrant orange red. He struck it firmly against the ground. It held firm, showing no signs of crumbling or breaking. It really has worked. Would I deceive you? Additionally, I've also fired some tiles. Do you want to take a look? Let us go, show me. Indeed. A self-admiring man isn't so bad. Look at the results after such a short time. The 2 men excitedly made their way to the brick kiln. The kiln before them stood a full story high, featuring 4 openings connected by massive bamboo tubes to 4 giant blowers. Below was an opening for adding fuel, and at the rear was a towering chimney constructed from bricks. Jianya climbed into the kiln. After a night of cooling, the temperature had not yet fully subsided, and a wave of heat greeted him. The interior was spacious, roughly the size of a room, with layers of bricks neatly stacked, topped with a layer of tiles. After a rough calculation, it could produce over 3,000 bricks in one firing. Although, compared to the tens of thousands needed to construct a building, this output was indeed somewhat modest. It is merely a matter of constructing a few more brick kilns. Once technology matures, we can undertake an industrial upgrade. In due time, erecting a villa each day and achieving a flourishing settlement within 3 years shall not remain a mere fantasy. Chapter 72. Benevolence towards captives. Calculating based on an average requirement of 5,000 bricks per room, a household necessitates at least a 3-bedroom layout, totaling 4 rooms, which amounts to 20,000 bricks. Given the current output of the brick kilns, merely fulfilling the needs of one household would require nearly a week, not accounting for the time needed to fire the tiles. Additionally, the shaping and drying of brick and tile molds must be considered. Should rain occur, the time frame would inevitably extend. Being a contractor is no effortless task. Jiang silently pondered. To meet the housing demands of the entire tribe, even with a kiln firing a batch daily, it would take a full year. This does not include the functional rooms. Jiang suddenly felt an overwhelming fatigue in his heart. Why is it that other transmigrators can amass populations in the tens of thousands within 3 years, advancing to the steam age in a mere decade, while he has toiled for a year without even leaving the novice village? Is it a flaw of the readers, or perhaps the editors? Fortunately, with the dozens of laborers provided by the Salt tribe, the workforce for the brick kilns is plentiful, alleviating some of the burdens. Regarding the captives from the Salt tribe, Jianya did not treat them unjustly. Aside from the initial period without shackles, during which he feared rebellion and withheld food for a few days as a deterrent, their conditions significantly improved thereafter. Jiangya's intention in capturing these individuals was not to enslave them, but rather to recruit them. Recruitment requires a balanced approach of both incentives and discipline. What constitutes discipline? Withholding food serves as a profound method of enforcement. In a primitive society, notions of integrity are trivial. Survival takes precedence. The law of nature reigns supreme. Those who are aged or injured are often expelled from the tribe, for all seek sustenance in this harsh existence. What then constitutes incentives? Basic necessities: food, clothing, shelter, and entertainment. The quality of their previous sustenance paled in comparison to mere pig feed. Here, engaging in simple tasks such as playing with mud or moving bricks allows one to fill their stomach. In the context of primitive society, this is akin to a white-collar existence. While the work is undoubtedly exhausting, it is devoid of danger and the threat of starvation. Aside from the absence of social security benefits, nothing essential is lacking. It is not merely the presence of potatoes that alleviates hunger, regardless of location. Only a handful can truly satiate their appetites, while the majority remain in a state of semi-starvation. Furthermore, factors such as cultivation scale and agricultural techniques dictate the yield. Even landlords are not guaranteed surplus, let alone in a primitive tribe. In summary, aside from the constraints on their freedom, life remains relatively content. Of course, in the beginning, some individuals failed to grasp the reality of their situation, occasionally causing disturbances that irked Jianya greatly. Where there is resistance, there is oppression. Jianya is no benevolent savior. He cannot indulge their whims as though they were deities. When faced with those who delight in mischief, there is little to discuss. A swift reprimand followed by a couple of days of hunger shall suffice. Should there be a recurrence of transgressions, the consequences shall be stringent and unyielding. Indulgence for such foul habits is out of the question. The results have been conspicuously evident. Within merely a month, all have come to terms with reality and exhibited a marked increase in decorum. Whether this newfound decorum is genuine or merely a facade of restraint is of little concern. It is akin to the proverbial frog in boiling water. Progressing gradually suffices. The thatched huts of the tribe are not in immediate jeopardy of demolition. Initially, there is only a need to construct a series of brick houses to address housing demands, with subsequent gradual renovations to the shantytown to follow. By this calculation, a mere doubling of housing units would suffice for habitation. Thus, within 6 months, regardless of any delays, each household could possess their own abode before the onset of winter. Furthermore, as the output from the brick kilns increases, this time frame could be expedited even further. However, at present, such urgency seems unwarranted. After all, with only a handful of individuals, the tasks can be accomplished swiftly, rendering the brick kilns idle. Why expend such effort? Moreover, real estate is inherently a long-term endeavor. Even in the earthly realm, the development of a property typically spans 3 to 5 years. It is unreasonable to expect an entire project to be completed within a month without any extraordinary advantages. Such notions border on the fantastical. In truth, the situation is even more dire than Jiangya had anticipated. Constructing brick houses is not merely a matter of firing bricks and tiles. Numerous processes must be undertaken. Compared to thatched huts, brick houses demand a greater degree of technical skill. After all, bricks must be meticulously stacked, for any miscalculation may result in a precarious structure. Furthermore, the bricks require binding. The traditional method employs yellow clay as a substitute for cement, yet such walls are prone to collapse under water exposure. After much contemplation, Jiangya ultimately resolved to utilize a mixture of lime and sand as cement, thus ensuring greater stability. However, this decision necessitates the burning of lime and the excavation of sand, effectively doubling the workload, a considerable inconvenience. Initially, there was a desire to simultaneously harden the ground, but this appears to be more complex than anticipated, as it involves considerations of interior design. Once the hardening is completed, one must ponder whether to paint the walls. After painting, should one contemplate crafting furniture? And following the creation of furniture, is it necessary to construct a kitchen or a kong bed? After much deliberation, Jiangya concluded that residing in an unfinished house might not be so objectionable after all. The primary concern remains the potential doubling of the timeline. Who could endure such a burden? Fortunately, aside from the wall construction, the remaining tasks are physical labor devoid of significant difficulty. Drawing from previous experience in erecting thatched huts, the tribe members grasped the principle that tiles must overlap. With ridge tiles placed over eave tiles, after a few demonstrations, they quickly learned the process. The task of laying tiles was ultimately entrusted to Barbie, not only due to her meticulousness, which minimizes errors, but also because her lighter weight reduces the risk of inadvertently damaging the roof. Of course, the primary reason remains that there are too few men in the tribe, leaving Barbie to shoulder the responsibility. After all, in the Dong tribe, the men are laborers, while the women are the sturdy ones. Just as they managed to lay all the tiles, a new issue arose. Due to the layered arrangement of tiles on the roof, natural light was severely lacking, rendering the interior exceedingly dim. Resolving this issue is quite straightforward. One can either install 2 bright tiles or create a window. These bright tiles are essentially shaped like roof tiles made from glass, renowned for their brilliance when illuminated by sunlight. However, crafting tiles from glass seems to delve into a realm of knowledge that Jiangya is somewhat unfamiliar with. He understands that glass is derived from sand and has previously produced some glass remnants while experimenting with iron smelting materials. Yet transforming these remnants into ornaments presents a considerable challenge. Thus, the only feasible solution is to install a window in each room. Opening windows has its merits and demerits. The advantages include saving on brick and stone materials, thus reducing costs. Conversely, the downside is the lack of security against theft. This concern is easily remedied by incorporating window frames and constructing wooden barriers. Moreover, given that the Dong tribe operates under a communal economic system, the necessity for stringent security measures is minimal and can be disregarded. If one were to argue about the disadvantages of installing windows, it would involve the need for preemptive openings. The carpenter, observing the circles drawn on the wall, curiously inquired, "Yagu, what do those circles signify? Are you cursing it? Should we break it open? Break it open? Is the wall cursed?" Chapter 73. Who is the mightiest? When I instruct you to break it, you simply do so without unnecessary chatter. Jiangya had no desire to elaborate. Should he admit that he had overlooked the issue of natural light and neglected to position the windows appropriately? As the most sagacious being in the Dong tribe, how could he commit such a rudimentary blunder? Since the fault did not lie with him, it must be attributed to the wall. In truth, if it were functional, Jiangya would prefer not to demolish the wall. This particular room was intended as an interior space, sealed tightly save for a small door. It was not just that nighttime enveloped it in darkness. Even during the day, visibility was severely compromised. In a past life, installing a light bulb would have sufficed. But in this primitive society, not even a single candle was available. Fire was, indeed, present, and Jiangya pondered this issue. Should some fool inadvertently ignite the house, there would be no place to weep for their misfortune. Rather than leaving the room vacant and unusable, it would be prudent to create a window opening while the lime was still wet. This was Jiangya's inaugural venture into construction, and as this was a prototype home, it served as an experimental endeavor, inevitably encountering minor mishaps, a process of trial and error that could be rectified in the future. After completing the main structural work, a month had elapsed. Jiangya felt a surge of despair. Wasn't a thatched cottage more appealing? Why the insistence on constructing a brick and tile house? The duration of this single building project was disheartening. However, upon witnessing the final product, the tribe members felt that all their efforts had been worthwhile. Given the generally tall stature of the tribe members, the interior of the brick house was quite spacious. The overall dimensions of the brick house were 5 meters in height, 30 meters in width, and 50 meters in length, comprising 6 rooms. The walls were constructed from neatly stacked red bricks, perfectly straight. The roof featured layers of red tiles, arranged uniformly, providing a sense of satisfaction even to those with obsessive tendencies. Viewed from a distance, it resembled a small red hill, with distinct lines and a vibrant allure. Yagu, is this truly the house we built? Is this truly our dwelling? The tribe members gazed in astonishment at the newly constructed brick house before them. Even witnessing the reality with their own eyes, disbelief lingered. Yazi, while your house is indeed aesthetically pleasing, I am concerned about its safety. Have you contemplated the consequences should it collapse? The weight of the tiles and beams could be disastrous. Just as the crowd furrowed their brows, awaiting Jiangya's clarification, he continued, perhaps I should move in first to test it out. If all goes well, then we can let everyone else reside here. What do you think? Get lost. With the house completed, the question of distribution arose. Which would be more comfortable to inhabit, the brick house or the thatched cottage? Anyone with a modicum of sense would not falter in their choice. The brick house not only boasted sturdiness, but also alleviated concerns regarding leaks and drafts. Its imposing exterior and vibrant red hue exuded an air of sophistication. Furthermore, it offered a generous 6 rooms. What does this signify? It implies that during weekdays, each room could accommodate work shifts, and by the weekend, there would still be a room to rest and rejuvenate. Who wouldn't desire such a living arrangement? However, this single model house could at most accommodate 10 individuals, including the elderly, children, wives, and lovers. In contrast to the burgeoning tribe of nearly 300 members, this was but a drop in the bucket. You decide amongst yourselves. My responsibility lies solely in construction, not allocation. Initially, Jiangya too had contemplated moving into the brick house, for one should seize opportunities when they arise. Yet upon witnessing the unfolding scenario, he reconsidered. The competitive spirit had shifted. He now felt like an onlooker, and his mood transformed. Observing the once harmonious tribe in conflict over a mere house, he realized it was time to assert his authority as a leader. Silence, he commanded. Surprisingly, his somewhat naive demeanor proved effective in instilling a sense of order. The tribe members fell silent. Pleased with the immediate effect, he cleared his throat and continued, we are all family. What sense does it make to quarrel over a house? Moreover, this is not the last house to be built. If not this time, surely next time. After all, everyone will eventually reside in such houses. What is the rush? Such a lack of decorum. As someone adept in social interactions, man articulated his thoughts eloquently, and many began to calm down. Leader, what do you propose? You speak wisely. I stand with you. Their unwavering trust in him weighed heavily on his shoulders. Although he claimed to feel the pressure, a grin almost stretched from ear to ear. Man was evidently pleased with himself. Pretending to ponder for a moment, he finally cleared his throat and declared, the finest houses should, of course, be granted to the most formidable members of our tribe. What say you? Let us determine who is the mightiest and grant them the privilege of residing here, shall we? With an enigmatic glance at the crowd, he nearly revealed his own name. Oh, are we to wait for you? Why do you not reveal your identification number? You are indeed formidable. If you are so exceptional, why not ascend to the heavens? Although we are all primitive beings, it does not imply that we are devoid of intelligence. We swiftly grasped the essence of the matter and began to murmur among ourselves. However, under the intimidating presence of man, who is robustly built, we only dared to grumble quietly. Noticing the silence, man furrowed his brow. Could it be that such an evident answer eludes comprehension? Yet, in pursuit of a recommendation from home, he feigned a benevolent demeanor. Dog artisan, he beckoned. Please enlighten us on who is the most formidable individual in our cave tribe. With man's personal summons, Dog Artisan instantly became the center of attention. As all eyes turned towards him, their gazes laden with significance. Young one, choose your words wisely. Think before you speak, man warned. You are Dog Artisan, correct? Speak recklessly, and I shall turn you into a lifeless Dog Artisan. As whispers encircled him, Dog Artisan broke into a cold sweat, inwardly lamenting, I am still but a child. After a prolonged silence from Dog Artisan, man's irritation grew. What is this? Shouldn't the dashing and valiant leader be quick to respond? He pressed further, speak promptly, or I shall deal with you. This intimidation rendered Dog Artisan even more hesitant. He scanned the crowd, pretending to deliberate on who might be the mightiest. While internally, he was a bundle of nerves. It appeared that there was no escaping punishment. He pondered, what have I done to deserve this? Suddenly, a figure perched on a nearby tree caught his eye, and Dog Artisan's expression brightened. At that moment, Jiangya realized he was in trouble. Having climbed the tree merely to observe, he regretted not being more discreet. Indeed, one's handsome visage cannot conceal their radiance, no matter the setting. Yet, Jiangya had no desire to wade into this murky water. He frantically waved his hands and gestured towards Man, trusting in the unspoken understanding between him and Dog Artisan. He hoped his intentions would be clear. As anticipated, Dog Artisan quickly comprehended Jiangya's meaning, albeit with a mix of confusion and delight. He cast a questioning glance at Jiangya, who seemed to exclaim, "What is there to ponder? If you do not choose a leader, how shall you continue to live?" Jiangya stomped his foot in frustration. However, he felt a sense of responsibility towards Dog Artisan and could not betray him. Yet, he found himself unable to articulate his thoughts, so he merely nodded vigorously. With Brother Ye's protection, what do I have to fear? Bolstered by Jiangya's tacit approval, Dog Artisan finally found his voice. Taking a deep breath, he declared, "I believe the most formidable individual is Lu." With that proclamation, a shadow plummeted from the tree at freefall speed. Chapter 74, Brick Houses and Horse Bones. Is Brother Ye preparing to back me up? Dog Artisan mused. Emboldened by Jiangya's dissent, he raised his voice slightly. Yes. I contend that Lu is the most powerful. Instantly, the crowd erupted in a cacophony of disbelief. How can Lu be the most formidable? I believe Dog Artisan has lost his mind over housing. In a fit of rage, Man charged forward and seized the dog, exclaiming, "You little rascal, I shall grant you another opportunity to articulate your thoughts." Jiangya could hardly fathom that the Dog Artisan would respond in such a forthright manner. What was this? Did he believe that General Man's fists lacked strength, or did he assume that the general's temperament was lenient? At that moment, Jiangya's mind was consumed by a singular thought: to swiftly distance himself from this contentious place. For the mere idea of General Man unleashing his fury was enough to instill fear. The incessant tugging at his collar and the foul words emitted from the Dog Artisan's mouth were simply unbearable for Jiangya. The dog, too, was taken aback by the tempest of anger his words had incited. It was truly terrifying. You go, save me," he cried. "I fear not a formidable opponent, but rather a teammate as foolish as a pig. You have led me to my doom." With the Dog Artisan's desperate plea, Jiangya, poised to flee, froze as all eyes turned to him. There was no escape. He had no choice but to reluctantly join the crowd. Ah, what a splendid day. The sun shines brilliantly, and I feel inspired to compose a poem. Oh, see, you are but water, water in abundance. Man was not one to indulge Jiangya's foul habits. With a swift slap, he struck Jiangya's shoulder. Just in time. The dog just claimed that Green is the most formidable among us. What say you? Leader, allow me to explain. Jiangya stammered, his mind racing to concoct a plausible excuse, wishing he could deliver a sound thrashing to the Dog Artisan for his foolishness. After a brief pause, he finally managed to mumble, "Well, leader, you are aware of the dog's family circumstances. He has been beaten more times than he has eaten." So, when the Dog Artisan declared her to be the strongest, Green was initially pleased, but upon hearing Jiangya's explanation, her mood soured. "Yizi, are you implying that I am not gentle?" Green retorted. "I am gentle, exceedingly gentle. Speaking ill of someone while they are present is a recipe for social demise. Is it not?" Regardless, Jiangya's half-hearted explanation led others to grasp the situation. "Is that what you call gentle? If she weren't clenching her fists until they crackled, I might have believed you." However, the dog's assertion did seem to carry some weight. In his eyes, Green was indeed the most formidable. Indeed, to be beaten 3 times in a single day, who else could be deemed stronger? With this revelation, the others appeared to awaken to new possibilities. At that moment, Xiong felt invigorated. Regardless of whether the others stayed or not, it was imperative that Man did not. Haha, the dog makes a valid point. Yet I believe that the rat is the most powerful. Nonsense, Man roared, glaring at Xiong, as if he were ready to leap into battle at any moment. You had better clarify your statement. As long as there is a backside, one cannot escape a beating. It's not as if I have never been hit before. The more displeased Man becomes, the more satisfaction Xiong derives, as he blatantly disregarded Man's fury. I speak no falsehood when it comes to digging holes. Who can rival the rat? And what use is being adept at digging holes? How can it be of no use? Have you forgotten how the first batch of piglets came into being? In a fit of rage, he felt as though he might spit blood. He never anticipated that the bear could be so audacious. Yet, upon reflection, it seemed there were no significant faults in this line of reasoning. After all, wasn't he a Jiangya who had once used a trap to ensnare a full-grown wild boar? The thought alone made his liver ache with anger. What? Climbing trees counts? Does that mean my fishing prowess should count for something? What skill does fishing even represent? I can urinate farther than you. Shouldn't my foulest flatulence be considered impressive? The tone of the conversation was clearly amiss. Where had the issue stemmed from? If we have stooped to discussing the potency of flatulence, can we not maintain some decorum? When others are being frivolous, being overly serious can appear rather absurd. Man opened his mouth, but ultimately refrained from boasting about his own strengths. Fine, I will not persist. He decided to relinquish the matter and directly posed the dilemma to Jiangya. Since you constructed the house, surely you must have an opinion on how it should be divided. Who shall reside where? Alas, is it a matter of martial ethics? Are you the leader, or am I? When did you, Grand General, become so reasonable? If anyone disobeys you, simply deal with them. Jiangya felt a mix of despair and frustration. He had not expected that the proverbial hot potato would land back in his own hands. How should they divide it? With only one house, resentment would surely brew among all. Perhaps it would be best if no one lived there at all. But who would take on the empty space? It certainly could not be left vacant. Jiangya surveyed the area, noticing that nearly all the members of the cave tribe were gathered, except for the group of captives from the Xian tribe, who were not involved in the dispute over housing. A thought struck him. What if they allowed the new house to be occupied by them? The moment that idea surfaced, Jiangya's eyes lit up. And the more he pondered it, the more promising it appeared. Firstly, it was impractical for everyone in the cave to have their own dwelling. While they might be cramped, relocating would merely enhance the living conditions for a select few without providing substantial assistance, and choosing one over another would inevitably offend someone. However, allowing the captives to reside there was an entirely different matter. Given the limited housing, the captives had only managed to construct a makeshift shelter, enduring quite a bit. Although summer was approaching, the early mornings and evenings remained quite chilly, and many had already fallen ill during this period. In this era, falling ill was no trivial matter. Even a minor cold could prove fatal. Moreover, Jiangya's generous treatment of the captives was not merely out of benevolence. It was a strategic move to win their hearts. What better way to garner goodwill than by offering them the finest accommodations? Furthermore, the bricks and tiles were products of their own labor. To enjoy the fruits of their labor was entirely justifiable. It was as if he was using a fine house made of bricks and tiles to purchase the loyalty of the captives. Truly a remarkable investment. The leader's argument held merit. I too believe that the most capable individuals in the tribe should enjoy the best living conditions. With his resolution firm, Jiangya could no longer remain aloof. After considering his words carefully, he spoke slowly. The construction of our tribe has been a collective effort, with each individual contributing their utmost. The leader has consistently led our hunts, sharing the spoils with the tribe. Uncle Bear excels at fishing, bringing in the greatest catches. And then there's Guzi, who has personally crafted both the utensils and the bricks. Each of you possesses significant strengths. Jiangya praised everyone in the group. It seems my contributions have not gone unnoticed. Yazi, with his kind heart, brought up even the smallest matters, which made me feel somewhat embarrassed. Gaining Jiangya's recognition lifted the spirits of the crowd significantly, and the previous tension in their words dissipated. Yazi, we are here to support you. Brother Ya, I stand behind you. Chapter 75. Gradual integration. Jiangya surveyed the room and continued. Everyone is contributing to our tribe with their own hands. And I believe we all deserve to live in beautiful homes. Our tribe is one big family. We should not allow something as trivial as housing to create divisions among us. Man, being rather impatient, urged Jiangya, quit beating around the bush. If you don't get to the point soon, I might just have to strike you. Do you believe that? Hey, you think you can take me on? Jiangya rolled his eyes, thinking if he didn't build up to it properly, they might tear him apart. Once he sensed the moment was right, he straightforwardly stated, I think it would be most appropriate for the pickled vegetables to reside here. What? I must have misheard. Yazi exclaimed, incredulous. Has that kid Yazi lost his mind due to the COVID? The crowd became restless. While it was reasonable to suggest that craftsman, man, or even the farthest passerby could stay, placing the captives from the Xian tribe here was simply absurd. Jiangya refrained from interjecting immediately, allowing the group time to digest this shocking proposal. Man displayed a contemplative expression, glancing at Jiangya with a hint of approval in his eyes. There might be some merit in that idea. Do share your thoughts. He didn't explode in anger? This was indeed surprising. Despite his boisterous demeanor, Man proved to be quite dependable at critical moments. Jiangya, not holding back, elaborated on the pros and cons of housing the captives, albeit with a more gentle tone. Our tribe members are generous, hardworking, and brave. In short, they are exceptional. A bit of flattery never hurt, especially when it cost him nothing. He then recounted the hardships faced by the captives, aiming to evoke sympathy from the group, summarizing their plight as tragic, tragically unbearable, tragically inhumane. Whether the crowd would grasp this sentiment was not Jiangya's concern. In truth, many understood it would not affect their own circumstances. They simply joined in the uproar. As the leader, Man should ideally be the first to enjoy such privileges. However, his position allowed him to see the broader picture. making him genuinely intrigued by Jiang Ye's suggestion. Those with the most to gain, upon seeing man's acceptance, ceased their objections. Bear, indifferent to the matter, felt it was acceptable as long as it wasn't man. The craftsman, although slightly disappointed, found that Jiang Ye had already provided him a way out, leaving him with no further complaints. In this serendipitous turn of events, the first brick-and-tile house in primitive society was granted to a group of captives from the Xian tribe. This event would be recounted for centuries to come, a tale celebrated throughout history. With the brick house given away, Jiang Ye decided to extend his goodwill further and granted them freedom, albeit only a small portion. This time, a total of 5 individuals have been granted freedom, all of whom have displayed exemplary performance over the past few months and have become the most coveted among the Barbies. During each brickmaking session, several Barbies cheer on the sidelines, creating an electrifying atmosphere. Pickles, my favorite. Wow, look at the moves of Kai Gu and Enai Ba. They are so stylish. Pickles, let's transform you well. Once you are free, I shall bear you a child. Of course, this atmosphere was meticulously orchestrated by Jiang Ye, who extracted lines from one of the few idol dramas he had encountered in his previous life. Though somewhat awkward, it was undeniably alluring, as the men in this world had never witnessed such a spectacle. Eager to showcase their masculine charm, they worked with remarkable enthusiasm. Under the influence of this ambience, the once disgruntled members of the Xian tribe transformed into willing participants. To entice them, one must evoke their emotions. After all, luxury vehicles may be lacking, but the Barbies are abundant. No need to hesitate. Let's go. Faced with such dual temptations of material and spiritual nature, the captives declared, I can refuse everything except temptation. With their shackles removed, they became official members of the Dong tribe, permitted to establish their own families with the Barbies they admired. Housing was not a consideration. They could only reside in their single dormitories. However, if they were unbothered by the harsh conditions, they could take the time to build their own little nests. And Jiang Ye had no objections. After all, when housing becomes more available in the future, they could move in then. As for any thoughts of escape, it mattered little. For humans, living outside their tribe is no easy feat, and returning? That was of no concern. They could always be summoned back, as they remained his people. Yet, for those who reoffend, Jiang Ye would not be so lenient. Fortunately, these individuals demonstrated wisdom and did not cause any disturbances. The influence of role models is boundless. Inspired by the 5 released members of the Xian tribe, dozens of captives discovered their life goals. They abandoned their previous lethargy and began to work with renewed vigor. Jiang Ye believed that it would not be long before they fully integrated into the Dong tribe family. However, to resolve the issues at their roots, they must first conquer the Xian tribe. Time flows like water, and another unremarkable day passed. Previously, the Dong tribe had no concept of time. Each day was merely another day. But under Jiang Ye's influence, busyness became the prevailing theme of the Dong tribe. Unbeknownst to them, summer had arrived. Due to the sweltering heat, physical labor was no longer suitable, and the tribe's people gathered in small groups beneath the trees to cool off and share amusing anecdotes. This was the happiest time for the children, as the wisest elder, Ye Gu, commenced his lessons once more. Having created the right atmosphere, Jiang Ye could not afford to relent. During breaks, he purposefully engaged in teaching. However, as he was not a formally trained teacher, the lessons were somewhat informal, lacking structure. Without a textbook, aside from the essential basics of numbers and pronouns, discussions often meandered wherever inspiration led. Perhaps in one moment, the discourse was on natural sciences, and in the next, it shifted to arithmetic. Jiang Ye paid little heed, considering that the school had yet to be established, for now. It was merely a form of preschool enlightenment, devoid of excessive expectations. At that moment, a child raised their hand and inquired, Brother Ye, did you not mention 112? Indeed. What seems to be the issue? The brother replied, This morning, I consumed a fish and then a taro. Did I eat 2 fish or 2 taros? What a mathematical prodigy. This query grazed the periphery of Jiang Ye's knowledge. Brother Ye, I too have a question. Last time, you stated that thunder and lightning occur simultaneously. Yet why did I see the lightning long before hearing the thunder last night? Without a moment's hesitation, Jiang Ye responded, Because the eyes are in front. Thus we see the lightning first, the ears are behind, hence we hear the thunder later. Oh, I see now. You are quite clever, Brother Ye. Children's inquiries are inherently whimsical. They do not pursue precise answers like adults, but seek merely enlightenment. Enlightenment, in essence, is the awakening to the existence of phenomena, akin to understanding why one must breathe, why the sun rises and sets, and why food must be cultivated. In the past, such questions were seldom pondered, but now, through questioning, individuals begin to reflect and contemplate. The answers themselves become trivial, What holds significance is the innate curiosity about the world and the essence of childhood. Chapter 76. Lei's appeal to aid the pursuit of knowledge is boundless. Education is not an endeavor to be accomplished in a single day. The weather has grown increasingly sweltering. Apart from the coolness of dawn and dusk, merely moving about results in profuse perspiration, leaving one panting. Save our leader. Lei had sought Jiang Ye's assistance countless times. Yet each response was that the time was not ripe. Despair had begun to set in. I, too, am anxious, yet our tribe is limited in number. How many should I dispatch? Jiang Ye lamented, for regardless of his explanations, the others remained obstinate, and he grew weary of reiterating himself. Lei still vividly recalled how Sure, at the last moment, diverted the people of the Xian tribe, leaving hope for them. If you refuse to assist, then I shall go. Is this a matter of whether to save or not? This is a quest for death, do you not understand? Jiang Ye felt a throbbing in his temples. Even with the best of relations with the Yin tribe, it was inconceivable to lead dozens into an assault on the Xian tribe. How is that not akin to courting death? Why was this person so obstinately fixated? Nevertheless, Lei was indeed a man of resolve. And Jiang Ye could only muster his patience to explain once more. Let me make this clear. I will rescue Uncle Sure and the others. But I shall not lead our people to their demise. You always say you will go, yet how long has it been without any sign of action? Lei nearly roared. Having spent such an extended period at the Dong tribe, engaged daily in digging and farming, or in brickmaking, he saw no indication of Jiang Ye's intent to rescue. And he had reached his limit of inner turmoil. If you are determined to rescue them, then do so yourself. We, the Dong tribe, are but a handful. What do you expect me to use to save them? My life is a bargaining chip. Your kin are lives, yet mine are not. Jiang Ye's temper flared. What is this nonsense? Do you think you are the only one with a temper? At the sharp reprimand from Jiang Ye, Lei was momentarily stunned. His body seemingly drained of strength as he collapsed to the ground, weeping uncontrollably. Yet, the leader had said he could save him. He would not deceive me. The harsh reality of survival is that it remains unforgiving, indifferent to one's desperate cries for change. To prevent tragedy from befalling oneself, the only recourse is to cultivate strength. Life seldom grants the perfect resolutions often portrayed in fairy tales, where the prince and princess live happily ever after. While the intricacies of married life remain unspoken, Jiang Ye was not a savior, and the Dong tribe was merely a modest community that had just begun to emerge from hunger. They were far from powerful enough to recklessly confront their adversaries. However, one must recall that last winter, Shirbai had sent him dozens of individuals, and during the recent attack by the Xian tribe, it was they who had provided the warning. Jiang Ye indeed owed the Yan tribe a considerable debt of gratitude. Though both instances were motivated by self-preservation, Jiang Ye had undeniably benefited from their assistance. It would be rather unreasonable not to repay them. Sigh. In this world, one must eventually repay their debts. With a resigned sigh, Jiang Ye crouched down and patted Lei's shoulder. I understand your eagerness to save him, but I am also responsible for the hundreds of people in the Dong tribe. After contemplating, he realized that if he did not assign Lei some tasks, the young man would only become a source of annoyance. How about this? There is roughly a month until the taro is ripe. During this time, you should take your people to the Xian tribe and gather intelligence. Gather intelligence? Lei looked at Jiang Ye, perplexed by his intention. What do you mean? Simply sneak into the Xian tribe and ascertain their numbers, their hunting grounds, their water sources. Essentially, I want to know every detail. What purpose does that serve? The communication was proving challenging. Jiang Ye initially intended to explain the importance of intelligence, but reconsidered, realizing that explaining the concept itself would be exhausting given Lei's limited understanding. Of course it's useful. When you go hunting, don't you first observe where the prey is, where they flee, and where traps are set? With this clarification, Lei finally grasped the meaning. Oh, you mean I should first understand the situation of the Xian tribe before we strike? Jiang Ye nodded. Yes, that's essentially it. So when do we rescue the leader? Why the hurry? We can discuss that upon your return. Will we be able to rescue the leader once I return? Lei exclaimed, filled with excitement and eager to set off immediately. I'll gather my people right away. Jiang Ye firmly grasped Lei's arm. Patience is a virtue. Why the rush? What do you mean? Never mind that. If you head to the Xian tribe in such a manner, what difference is there from courting death? I'm not afraid of dying. Brave indeed. Jiang Ye silently gave him a thumbs up while inwardly cursing his foolishness. Not fearing death is all well and good, but it should not be in vain. Furthermore, what do you plan to tell me upon your return? Lei appeared utterly perplexed. Just point me in the right direction and lead the way. What more is required? Seeing Lei's innocent, untainted expression, Jiang Ye realized the young man was utterly bewildered. If he were to proceed without proper guidance, he would likely be chased around aimlessly before he even arrived. Losing his life would be one thing, But Jianya was far more concerned about exposing his own intentions. After a long wait, he finally seized the opportunity when the tribe relaxed its vigilance. He certainly did not wish for any mishap at this moment. With some idle time on his hands, Jianya decided to dedicate 2 days to impart reconnaissance training to Lei. Jianya, a former Special Forces operative, was certainly not without merit. It is often said that a hunter is a natural scout. After all, animals possess a sensitivity far surpassing that of humans. If a hunter fails to adequately conceal their sounds and scents while stalking prey, success is nearly impossible. In fact, hunters in the wilderness may surpass most scouts in skill. However, to become a competent scout, mere camouflage is far from sufficient. Skills such as makeup reconnaissance, close reconnaissance, intelligence gathering, and information transmission are all essential. Lacking even one could lead to mission failure or worse, becoming bait, causing greater losses. Are you suggesting you will teach me how to gather intelligence? Upon learning Jianya's intentions, Lei wore an incredulous expression. During his time here, he had heard numerous rumors about Jianya. His achievements in salt production, pottery, and iron smelting were well known. They were of similar age, and to claim he was not impressed would be dishonest. Yet, Jianya claimed he would instruct him on intelligence gathering. Although Lei did not fully grasp the meaning, he surmised it was akin to hunting, where one seeks prey through subtle clues. He had scarcely ventured beyond the tribe and knew little. Jianya could not help but perceive the disdain in Lei's gaze. What? Do you look down on me? No. I do not look down on you. Then what is with that expression? I am not even looking at you. Jianya felt insulted in his area of expertise. It seemed he needed to demonstrate his skills. Do you know what this is? He held up a shaman's staff. Do you believe I can retrieve it within 1 minute? Are you certain? Chapter 77. Intelligence training. A minute later, Jianya swaggered over with the shaman's staff in hand. It was surprisingly heavy. Years of use had given it a polished sheen. Is this what you intend to teach me? Lei observed Jianya's brazen display, feeling utterly bewildered. Jianya set the shaman's massive staff on the ground and clapped his hands. So, do you find this simple? With an air of disdain, Lei replied. You merely greeted the shaman and asked to borrow the staff. What challenge is that? Jianya, uninterested in further explanation, pointed to the opposite side. Do you see that? Frost ant. What is she drying? A grass skirt. Bring it here. Lei stared at Jianya in disbelief. You want me to fetch Frost ant's grass skirt? What are you staring at me for? Jianya, feeling somewhat uneasy under Lei's gaze, found a stone to sit upon. I am merely assessing your discernment. Do not overthink it. With a smirk that was rather lewd, yet his tone sincere, Lei replied, I am not overthinking it. Will you go or not? I will go. Lei gestured in understanding and then hurried towards Frost ant. Once Lei had distanced himself, Jianya suddenly remembered something and called out loudly, when you get scolded, do not say it was me who sent you. Rest assured, high spirits are a good thing. However, lacking ability while harboring high spirits only leads to a fate akin to Lei's. Jianya sought refuge in a shady spot, crossing her legs in leisure as she awaited Lei's triumphant news. In just a moment, she sensed the presence of another nearby. Without raising her head, she languidly inquired, back already? Just put it down, will you? Did you learn anything? A sense of unease washed over Jianya, prompting her to open her eyes for a closer inspection. To her surprise, the figure before her bore a striking resemblance to Lei, who had just gone to borrow a grass skirt. However, his visage was marred by bruises, rendering him a far cry from his earlier handsome self. What happened to you? She asked in disbelief. How can you even ask? If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have been beaten up. Lei stammered, finally managing to articulate a complete sentence, though the pain from his injuries made him wince, and his eyes brimmed with grievance. For reasons unknown, Jianya found a peculiar humor in Lei's absurd appearance, chuckling. Ha! I told you to fetch a grass skirt, and look at you now. You truly are a character. Lei's expression darkened. You still find this amusing? I've nearly been ruined because of you. Come now, I shan't laugh. Pray tell, what transpired? Jianya forced herself to suppress her mirth and queried. What else could it be? Initially, everything was fine, but out of nowhere, the barbarian chief appeared behind me. Upon hearing I was borrowing Aunt Shuang's grass skirt, he unleashed a flurry of blows without a second thought. It was utterly unreasonable. Ha ha ha, you really are something else. All right. Enough laughter. Can we proceed to the Salty tribe now? Lei was genuinely irked. Had it not been for his need of assistance, he would have relished the opportunity to confront Jianya. As the conversation turned to serious matters, Jianya adopted a more solemn demeanor. Hold on. First you must answer a few questions. If you manage to do so, you shall be deemed ready for your task. What questions? When you went to borrow the grass skirt, how many steps did you take, and how many people were around? What are their names? Besides sun drying the grass skirt, what else was Aunt Shuang drying? What was the order from left to right? When did the barbarian arrive, and from where? Let us stick to these questions for now. Asking more would be futile. What do you mean by that? These are the only questions. Lei began to look puzzled. Wasn't I supposed to just borrow the grass skirt? Why the barrage of inquiries, and so detailed at that? What were you expecting? Do you think I have a fetish for inanimate objects? Isn't that the case? Jiangya shot Lei a glare, her tone laced with mock severity. Quit the chatter. If you can't answer, you shall forego dinner tonight. Lei bristled at her words. You speak as if you could answer them all yourself. Feeling defiant, are we? You may pose a question of your own. Ask away, Lei retorted, his neck stiffening. Just now, when you visited the shaman, how many people did you encounter? 3. The bear, the rat, and the wolf. What were they discussing? They were deliberating on where to fish today. And where is that? 500 meters downstream from the Wild River Gorge. How many teeth does the shaman have? 2 front teeth. Jiangya cast Lei a dismissive glance, finding comfort in her position as she reclined, leisurely declaring, Well then, do you have any further inquiries? After pondering for a considerable time, Lei found himself at a loss for further inquiries and muttered, What's so impressive about being prepared in advance? Jiangya retorted with irritation, Nonsense. When you gather intelligence, do you not prepare yourself beforehand? If I had not guided you, would you have known to pay attention to these matters? That does not necessarily prove your prowess. Feeling momentarily stumped, Lei stood there, unsure of how to counter. All right, I shall grant you another opportunity. Jiangya had anticipated Lei's reaction during previous lessons. There had always been a few greenhorns who resisted, and he had grown accustomed to it. For such individuals, Jiangya possessed ample strategies to earn their respect and ensure their reluctant acceptance of his teachings. He gestured toward the captives across the field. Do you see that group of prisoners? Go take a stroll around them. Filled with confidence, Lei vanished from sight in the blink of an eye. This time, I will surely not be stumped. 10 minutes later, he returned, brimming with self-assurance, and declared, Ask away. For a fleeting moment, Jiangya was transported back to his days in the military camp, reminiscing about a group of individuals who, like Lei, were fresh and spirited, filled with curiosity and daring to confront any challenge. Jiangya had always demonstrated through action that youth should not be taken for granted. It seems you are quite confident, he remarked. I shall not make it difficult for you. I will pose a simple question. Lei scoffed, No? Ask me something challenging. Which prisoners are not working in the field? Lei scratched his head. But you mentioned the prisoners in the field? How would I know about those who are absent? Jiangya responded matter-of-factly. If you do not know, why not ask? Very well, next question. Which prisoners have good relationships? Which ones are in conflict? Who is their leader? Who gets bullied often? Lei was once again bewildered, muttering, What sort of questions are these? How am I supposed to know in such a short time? All right, enough. Since you seem to know nothing, let me ask you something simple. Who is the gay one? Chapter 78. The departure. The age-old adage of knowing oneself and one's adversary ensures victory in every battle. In warfare, intelligence precedes all. To acquire such intelligence, one must possess reliable sources. In unfamiliar environments, the most effective approach is reconnaissance. Thus, the importance of cultivating specialized reconnaissance personnel is self-evident. Due to his previous role as a sentinel for the Rock Tribe, Jiangya had retained vivid impressions of many concepts he had taught, though he had not previously delved deeply into them. Remarkably, Lei's capacity to learn in this regard far exceeded Jiangya's expectations. He grasped many concepts with remarkable ease, saving Jiangya considerable mental exertion. Jiangya felt as though he had returned to his days of training new recruits, employing various methods each day. Lei, equally youthful and spirited, would always bounce back the next day, no matter how severely he was dealt with, showcasing his resilience. As an instructor, Jiangya relished such spirited soldiers. In his words, If you are too obedient, I would find it hard to lay hands on you. Initially, the plan was to teach for merely 2 days, imparting a basic understanding. However, encountering such a promising student, Jiangya found himself delightfully captivated and, unable to restrain his enthusiasm, extended the training by an additional half-month. Later, a single sheep was herded, followed by a flock, prompting the remaining 5 survivors of the Rock Tribe to be gathered for training, for the sake of camaraderie in numbers. Unbeknownst to them, this stirred a peculiar thrill within Jiangya, and as the novices lamented their plight, he became increasingly invigorated, subsequently extending their training by an entire week. Before they knew it, mid-June had arrived, with the Taro nearing maturity, and the tribe burdened with a myriad of tasks that demanded attention. Despite a lingering reluctance, Jiangya found himself compelled to conclude this training session. I have imparted all that is necessary for the time being. The master guides you to the door. But the journey of cultivation is yours alone. The rest must be discovered through your own endeavors. In a secluded grove of the cave tribe, 5 figures stood resolutely, their gazes unwaveringly fixed ahead, undeterred by the sweltering heat, their postures resolute. At last, there is a semblance of progress. Jiangya felt a surge of satisfaction at their advancements. The time was too brief for thorough instruction, yet he believed that if they applied what they had learned effectively, they could handle the challenges posed by the Salt Tribe with relative ease. Yagu, does this mean we can now venture to the Salt Tribe? Lei inquired. Excitement illuminating his features for the past half-month had been a test of endurance. He often pondered the depths of Jiangya's mind, curious about the origin of his myriad ingenious strategies. They had endured a range of trials, from remaining motionless for an entire day to being roused in the dead of night to traverse the tribe in a circle, casually observing and reporting back on findings. These were but the simpler tasks. Had they ever experienced the sensation of dining in a latrine, with the fear of regurgitating into the pit? Had they ever faced the embarrassment of retrieving Aunt Frost's grass skirt in front of the chief? Or donned the guise of assailants, only to be pursued through the night? The memories brought tears to Lei's eyes. He felt a mixture of reverence and trepidation towards Jiangya. His reverence stemmed from Jiangya's ability to demonstrate each new skill before teaching it, such as during the lesson on stealth, where they observed him seemingly immobile, yet somehow appearing before them an hour later, without any guise. Had he donned a disguise, they would likely have been unaware of their own demise. The fear was simpler, for every demonstration by Jiangya meant countless repetitions and training for them. His methods of discipline were uniquely unconventional, never through physical punishment or deprivation, but rather through relentless mockery, mercilessly taunting them with phrases that belittled their worth, such as, "You are worse than women. Go home and nurse your children. You are the most incompetent group I have ever trained." These insults could flow from dawn till dusk without repetition. Had they fully understood the weight of his words, they might have succumbed to psychological scars. Is it finally over? Thank goodness. May Turing bless us, the tyrant Ye has finally ceased his sorcery. Upon hearing the news of the training's conclusion, the group erupted into tears of joy, with several burly men embracing one another in weeping relief. Jiangya, too, was momentarily touched by their emotional farewell, feeling a pang of reluctance. It seems you will miss me as well. Just as I recalled a few more skills you have yet to learn. How about extending the training for another month? No. Whether we study or not is inconsequential. What truly matters is your well-being. Indeed, as you have stated, no amount of learning can withstand the trials of practical application if it remains untested. Hence, I believe we should take the time to assimilate this knowledge. Next time, without fail. Upon sensing that Jiangya seemed to harbor intentions of postponement, the group was taken aback, their concern palpable. Even the indefatigable Lei could not suppress the twitching of his eyelids. Brother Ye, I genuinely wish to learn from you. Yet our leader has been missing for an extended period without a trace, which leaves me deeply unsettled. Such a reason is indeed skillfully crafted. Jiangya, feeling a tinge of disappointment, sighed in resignation. Very well, since you cannot fully grasp everything in such a short time. A couple of days more won't make a difference. Let it be. Phew. The group exhaled in relief. My goodness. How is it that we did nothing yet our clothes are drenched? Did we not just recklessly test the waters at the gates of peril? It seems so. Yet, before they could fully relax, the subsequent words from Jiangya sent alarm bells ringing once more. Jiangya lowered his head in contemplation for a moment, still feeling uneasy. Before we set off, I shall impart to you one final skill. The group felt an involuntary tightening in their cores. To evade, ignoring their unease, Jiangya queried, Lei, in your opinion, after all this learning, what do you think is the most crucial aspect of gathering intelligence? Naturally, it is the acquisition of information. Jiangya neither affirmed nor refuted this, instead surveying each individual in the circle. And you all? Infiltration. Gathering intelligence. Rescuing our leader. Gathering intelligence. Once everyone had responded, Jiangya nodded thoughtfully. You are all correct. These tasks are indeed your responsibilities. However, they are not of paramount importance. A look of confusion crossed Lei's face. Is that not important? What could be more vital? Jiangya circled the group, scrutinizing each person intently. Before finally speaking in a measured tone, the most crucial thing is to stay alive. In any circumstance, you must have at least 2 escape plans. Remember, preserving your own life is essential to vanquishing the enemy. Jiangya's words resonated deeply. Those who had endured hardships together were akin to family, and the thought of losing even one was heart-wrenching. Brother Ye, what does this escape plan entail? Is it to rescue the leader and then flee? The carefully cultivated mood abruptly dissipated, and Jiangya felt as though he were casting glances at a blind person, a waste of expression. Enough. If I elaborate further, you will not comprehend. Just remember, regardless of the situation, preserving your life is paramount. Understood? Understood. Pack your belongings. It's time to set off. Chapter 79. The first festival. The reconnaissance team ultimately vanished into the night, eluding the gaze of the cave tribe members. who believed they were merely embarking on a routine hunting expedition. Aside from Jiangya and Man, no one was aware of the true purpose of their journey. Similarly, with the arrival of summer, the taro had reached maturity. With the diligent efforts of the tribe, the 100 acres of land yielded an abundant harvest, leading to a flurry of agricultural activity. To ensure the timely harvesting of the taro, the cave tribe suspended all other tasks, concentrating all their resources on the urgent collection. After a week of relentless toil, they finally completed the harvest, with mounds of taro piled high, resembling small hills. The exact number is hard to quantify. However, if we estimate 2,000 pounds per acre, this harvest alone amounts to an impressive 200,000 pounds, which translates to approximately 100 tons. Yet, what brings the greatest joy to Jiangya is the maturation of the wheat fruit, yielding a substantial 700 pounds per acre. Once dried, this would yield at least 500 pounds of grain. Though this may seem modest, it is more than sufficient for seeds. With just one more planting season, the tribe will entirely overcome the food crisis. May Turing bless us. We shall no longer endure hunger. Oh my, such an abundance of food. Yeah, you are our hero. The toil of labor is indeed arduous and demanding, yet the fruits of our labor bring immense happiness and joy. This week, despite everyone rising early and returning late, utterly exhausted, the weariness in their eyes cannot conceal the elation of the harvest. Brother Ya, you are truly remarkable. We will have an endless supply of food, and fear of hunger shall be a thing of the past. As she gazed at the mound of taro in the square, Lan's face broke into a joyous smile. Before Jiangya arrived, the young girl rarely experienced a full meal, and the terror of hunger was ingrained in her very bones. Jiangya let out a sigh of relief. Prior to the harvest, everything was uncertain. This was the culmination of the hard work of hundreds over 6 months. If the yield were to be meager, even if unspoken, the despair in the eyes of his people would drive him to madness. It is easy to imagine the immense pressure Jiangya endured. Fortunately, this year has been blessed with favorable weather, free from disease and disaster. The harvest is undoubtedly a cause for celebration, yet the question of how to store the taro has become a dilemma. Unlike wheat or rice, taro requires drying and must be kept in a dry place. Taro is quite similar to potatoes, needing a cool, dry environment. Otherwise, it may sprout, making storage challenging. At this juncture, the caves where the tribe once resided play a crucial role. They provide warmth in winter and coolness in summer, with ample space to comfortably store 100 tons of taro. Although slightly damp, a layer of lime powder transforms it into a splendid granary. Additionally, the drying of wheat fruit requires attention. Given its small size, it is cumbersome to spread on the ground. Jiangya recalls the drying mats used in rural areas. Woven from bamboo, resembling a mat, but specifically designed for drying grains. For 700 pounds of wheat fruit, 2 mats suffice. Once spread out in an open area, the wheat fruit can dry easily, and gathering it is straightforward. However, he must also weave some baskets for storage. There are also a few potatoes, but the initial yield was modest, totaling merely a few dozen pounds. As the cave tribe is still in its nascent stages, many seemingly useless items may become essential when the need arises. For instance, drying mats may not seem necessary in everyday use, yet without them, one cannot simply leave the grain to dry in a haystack. Tools like rakes for spreading grain, baskets for transporting food, and cellars for storing taro flour are all vital. Many of these items are born from the process of creation. No matter how capable Jiangya may be, he cannot possibly cover every aspect. Numerous needs can only be addressed as they arise. In truth, this experience is akin to moving into a new home. Everything feels fresh and novel, yet many small items, such as playing cards, electrical tape, and trash bags, often go unnoticed until they are needed. A week later, we tirelessly planted all the crops, marking a significant milestone in our agricultural endeavors. During this period, everyone was utterly exhausted, and at last, we could rest for a few days. Life invariably requires a sense of ritual. It would be remiss not to celebrate such a bountiful harvest. Before the festivities, however, one cannot overlook the necessity of a solemn sacrificial ceremony. This year, the role of the officiant was taken by Jiangya, as the elder shaman's age had begun to take its toll on his health. Had it not been for the improved living conditions of the cave tribe, he might not have survived the harshness of winter last year. Shortly after the conclusion of the farming season, he entrusted his decades-old bone staff to Jiangya, and with a smile, he departed from this world amidst a heap of taro. Jiangya received the substantial bone staff with tears in his eyes, holding a profound affection for the elder. The first voice that resonated in his memory was the elder's, recalling the praise bestowed upon him after each accomplishment. The kindness akin to that of a family member, and the emotional ties that are hard to sever. Everyone ages, yet the elder was fortunate. for he departed just as the tribe reaped a bountiful harvest. This tribe, which had been his home for a lifetime, had finally escaped the scourge of hunger. This fact alone would be enough for him to boast to his old friends in the afterlife. Regardless, the deceased have moved on, and life must carry on. Much like how many friends like to toast to their social circles before a meal, the cave tribe also ensured that Turing was well fed before the sacrifices commenced. We also wish for the elders' peaceful passage. The altar was adorned with an array of offerings, with a massive pig's head at the center, surrounded by various dishes laid out on wooden platters, grilled fish heads, boiled fish, potato slices, and fried fish. Learning from past experiences, Jiang Yu ensured that this ceremony did not drag on for too long. He refrained from any theatrical displays, remaining a steadfast materialist despite his extraordinary circumstances. As the sacrifices concluded, dusk began to settle in, and, unlike before, the tribe's people erected a bonfire in the central clearing of the tribe. With the flames roaring, the cave tribe officially commenced its first bonfire party. Under Jiang Yu's encouragement, all the tribe members joined hands, forming a circle to dance around the fire. Initially intending to teach a couple of folk dances, Jiang Yu found himself lacking the talent after rummaging through his memories. Thus, he expressed his emotions in the simplest manner possible. In the past, when one meal was uncertain, there was little inclination for recreational activities. Now, however, the joy of the harvest, coupled with the warmth of the bonfire, elevated the atmosphere to a joyous crescendo. "Brother Yu, come join us. It's so much fun." At that moment, Lan's face was flushed from the heat of the flames, her body drenched in sweat, yet her enthusiasm remained undiminished. "Since you enjoy it, perhaps we should celebrate this time every year." "Absolutely. Yes, let us bestow a name, something memorable. How about Bluetooth Festival?" Thus concludes Chapter 80 of Volume 1. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to all the companions who have journeyed thus far. At this juncture, I find myself compelled to share my reflections on the narrative's progression. My foray into web literature commenced in high school, and it has been over a decade since. In those early days, web novels had yet to burgeon. Each tome possessed a distinct style, captivating readers with unparalleled charm. Regrettably, I can no longer recall the title of the first novel I encountered, though the protagonist was named Yang Yi, authored by someone who went by the pen name Yang Xiaoxing. One of my cherished reads is Zhang Sanfeng's Adventures in Another World, which pays homage to the greats, though I humbly acknowledge my work falls short in comparison. My personal record stands at a month of uninterrupted reading during summer vacation, averaging 178 hours daily. It was only the unbearable throbbing in my head that compelled me to surrender to sleep. Upon concluding the novel, I felt utterly dazed. The book titled Starry Transformation remains etched in my memory. Has anyone else had the pleasure of reading it? My explorations through various genres have been extensive, encompassing fantasy such as Battle Through the Heavens, cultivation with Supreme Rogue, urban tales like Guardian of the Zodiac, and online gaming narratives such as Flowing Night and Re-Zero. I have delved into nearly all notable works. Now, let us discuss the intentions behind penning this novel. Perhaps due to my extensive reading, I have grown somewhat desensitized to conventional tropes. For instance, a character withdrawing money often encounters a robbery, leading to the rescue of a female lead. Or the protagonist is overwhelmingly powerful while the antagonists are portrayed as exceptionally foolish. While this formula may engage newcomers to web literature, my vast reading experience renders such narratives less compelling for me. With the decision to write, I resolved to adopt a leisurely pace, treating it as a form of daily amusement. I had contemplated endowing the protagonist with a system or some form of divine aid, yet I could not determine an appropriate mechanism. Thus, I decided to allow the protagonist to rely solely on their own abilities, striving as far as their talents could take them. Before embarking on the journey of novel writing, I mistakenly believed it to be a straightforward endeavor. However, I soon realized the arduous nature of the craft. What appears as a few thousand words daily is, in truth, a continuous engagement with plot development. Furthermore, original theme narratives naturally attract a smaller audience, hence the limited traffic. Witnessing the declining numbers can be disheartening at times. Previously, I was oblivious to the true meaning of 1,000 readers, 1,000 Hamlets. It was only after writing my own novel that I came to grasp this concept fully, especially upon reading certain comments from readers, which often left me feeling disheartened. Nevertheless, such feedback serves as motivation. Many friends have offered candid insights, and in the near future, I intend to rectify some previous shortcomings. I would also like to gently clarify a point regarding reader comments about the primitive characters speaking in modern vernacular, which can disrupt immersion. I have pondered this issue seriously. After all, no one knows precisely how communication occurred in primitive societies. Since modern readers are engaging with the text, I believe they can comprehend the intended meaning. Using ellipses excessively may convey a sense of stuttering and could potentially appear as a tactic to inflate word count. Moreover, from another perspective, the capacity for human learning is remarkably robust. Aside from the initial linguistic barriers encountered upon arrival, after cohabiting with the protagonist for an extended period, it is only natural for one to subconsciously adopt their manner of speech. This interpretation, albeit somewhat forced, does hold merit. The crux of the matter, as I see it, is that primitive individuals, too, are human and can embody a range of personalities, be they reserved, volatile, or loquacious. If all characters were to be portrayed as dull-witted or taciturn, devoid of emotional depth, it would render the narrative akin to a solitary simulation devoid of intrigue. I wholeheartedly acknowledge my missteps and remain steadfast in my course. In any case, I express my gratitude to those who have persevered to this point. With the forthcoming chapter, the protagonist has finally weathered the most arduous phase, and the next volume will depict the rapid advancement of the cave tribe. I hereby make a pledge, regardless of the eventual outcome of this work. I shall continue to write, honoring the few loyal readers who have supported me. Thank you once more. Chapter 81. From bicycle to motorcycle, the adage, he who has grain in hand is untroubled and heart rings true. Food remains the foremost concern at all times. Jiang Ye has finally managed to allocate energy towards other matters. The most pressing issue before him continues to be the troublesome Xian tribe. It has been over a month since the reconnaissance team departed, and Lei has relayed information back twice. The first report primarily concerned the circumstances of the Xian tribe. It was during this time that Jiang Ye learned that the Xian tribe, along with the Yin tribe, resides around the open salt mine, with all three tribes situated at the foot of the Xianshi mountain. Had it not been for the Yin tribe shielding them from bullets, they likely would have faced annihilation. Such is the essence of righteousness. Jiang Ye felt a renewed sense of respect for the self-sacrifice exhibited by the Yin tribe. Contemplating this, a cold sweat broke out upon him. Had the Xian tribe chosen to assault directly over the mountain from the salt mine, targeting the cave tribe, Jiang Ye would have found himself in dire straits, if not perishing altogether. This instance further underscores the significance of intelligence. The second report yielded more detailed intelligence. Approximately 400 individuals currently comprise the Xian tribe, with hunting remaining their primary food source, although they have begun to cultivate a nascent awareness of agriculture. However, their agricultural practices are still in the rudimentary phase of slash and burn, merely clearing tall trees and burying potatoes in the ground without further care, thus leaving the harvest to fate. Jiang Ye quietly exhaled in relief. Fortuitously, his timing was not exceedingly poor. Had he arrived a few decades later, it would have posed substantial complications. Consequently, Jiang Ye's prior plan to poison the tribe would likely fail, as attempting to incapacitate over 400 individuals in one fell swoop seemed impractical. With an unacceptably low margin for error, Lei also returned with various other pieces of information, including details about Shi and their frequent hunting and water collection locations. The information was quite mixed and had not yet been organized, but it was evident that Lei was making rapid progress. In the cave tribe, achieving success is inextricably linked to the element of brute force, and Jiang Ye did not withhold any details, sharing all intelligence without reservation. Are you out of your mind? The Salt tribe has far more members than we do. Are you certain we can prevail? Such a formidable tribe. If they choose not to attack us, we should count our blessings. Yet, I never anticipated Jiang Ye would dare to provoke them. If it weren't for Jiang Ye being the one to suggest this folly, I might have thought to feed him to the wolves. How can we know we won't succeed without even trying? Jiang Ye was not surprised by Man's outburst. Anyone in his position would deem this a reckless course of action. But surely, you must provide me with a reason. Man felt a sense of helplessness. Although he wished to be a carefree slacker, matters concerning the tribe's survival demanded careful consideration. Do we need a reason? Is it unnecessary? Do we need one? At such a critical juncture, how can we afford to be frivolous? Man wished he could pry open Jiang Ye's head to see what nonsense was swirling within. Regardless, if you can't articulate a coherent argument, I will not consent. The Salt tribe possesses grain seeds. Is it that thing called potato? We have already acquired it. In a year or two, we could cultivate as much as we desire. Uncle Shi is still in their hands. What does it matter? If he dies, it would save us from the troubles caused by those in the tribe. The Salt tribe has many Barbies. When shall we go? Man could see that Jiang Ye was resolute, unwavering in his intentions, and merely sought a semblance of justification to soothe his conscience. However, he was taken aback that Jiang Ye had not uttered a single truth throughout this ordeal, resorting instead to cryptic phrases about secrets and the like. Had it not been for Jiang Ye's handsome visage, he would have long since struck him. Man felt utterly exhausted. Who, in fact, is the leader here? He decided to relinquish his concerns, allowing Jiang Ye to proceed as he wished. If we win, We can transform a bicycle into a motorcycle if we lose. We can merely return to square one. Jiangya was quite pleased with Man. Though somewhat naive, he was self-aware and did not feign understanding of matters beyond his grasp. Well done, I commend you. When the boat reaches the bridge, it will find its way. Now is the optimal moment, and Jiangya was unwilling to prolong the wait. With this thought, he summoned the hunting team and set forth on their expedition. Salt Tribe. Father, the sweet potatoes are roasted. You should have some. I have no appetite. Please, you enjoy them. The little minion, clutching a roasted sweet potato, savored it with delight. Those who are overly clever often find themselves beset by troubles. Sometimes, the salted egg envied such carefree ignorance. Are you still thinking of Uncle Pickled Vegetable and the others? The salted egg's expression darkened, since Pickled Vegetable's disappearance. He had found no one in the tribe with whom he could converse normally. Indeed, I wonder if he is alive or dead. The little minion shrugged it off. If he is dead, just have another one born. That is your uncle. Then let Grandma give birth. Get out of here. The salted egg rubbed his throbbing forehead, gazing into the distance in a daze. After a while, a glint of malice flickered in his eyes as he muttered, Cave Tribe. As darkness descended, the woods echoed with the occasional call of birds. At this moment, 2 miles from the Salt Tribe, atop a colossal tree, a figure surveyed the surroundings, while a group of individuals gathered below, engaged in hushed conversation. Instructor, the situation with the Xian tribe appears to be as such. What shall we do next? Lei suppressed the tumult of excitement within him. He had waited too long for this day. Was it finally upon them? Man secretly swallowed hard. Are we truly going to confront the Xian tribe with so few men? Xiong cast a disdainful glance at Man. Are you afraid? Man, in a fit of rage, retorted. Who is afraid? If you have the guts, come back to the tribe and face me one-on-one. I could crush your skull with one hand. Xiong instinctively glanced at Jiangya. Let us go. Who is backing down? Though simple-minded, he was not without wit. Noticing the two clowns were on the brink of another quarrel, Jiangya quickly interjected. Enough, you two calm down. I never said we should confront them head-on. What do you mean, then? We need some assurance, at the very least. Gradual encroachment. Man, slightly puzzled, nudged Xiong with his elbow. Did you understand? TCH, Xiong disdainfully pouted, turning his head away, preoccupied with fiddling with his bow and arrow. As long as I don't voice it, who could tell I didn't understand? Man, unsuspecting, pressed on. What does it mean exactly? Figure it out for yourself. Jiangya disregarded the antics of the two, quietly inquired, Lei, are you certain they will go hunting tomorrow? Rest assured, instructor, the brothers have been observing for a month, and there is no mistake. Chapter 82, A Stench in the Air. Xian Tribe. At this moment, Xian Dan wore a troubled expression. Has there been no news from the hunting team? None. Even Xian Hai and the others have vanished without a trace. This shouldn't be. It has been a week, and logically, the hunting team should have returned by now. Misfortunes seldom come alone. Ever since the exchange meeting last year, Xian Dan felt as though he had fallen into a streak of bad luck. After finally managing to strengthen the tribe, he had entertained thoughts of annexing 2 tribes, only to send out around 100 men, who were annihilated before they even glimpsed the opposing tribe, barely managing to return with just over 10 survivors. Fearing retaliation, the entire tribe, numbering in the hundreds, had starved for a month before daring to venture out to hunt. Just as they had endured until the cassava ripened, and life seemed to improve slightly, the hunting team went missing again. They had dispatched 2 waves of men to search, but it was as futile as the story of the Calabash boy rescuing his grandfather. None returned. With the number of able-bodied men in the hunting team halved, Xian Dan was nearly at his wit's end. Father, what shall we do? If the hunting team does not return, we will run out of food again. What are you barking for? We just harvested so much cassava. Eating for a month is no problem, so why the rush? But I eat cassava every day. My palate is growing weary of it. Father, I want to eat meat. Cassava is indeed a fine food. Yet consuming it daily without any meat is torturous for primitive beings who thrive on flesh. Get lost. If you want to eat meat, go hunt for it yourself. Don't bother me. 3 miles from the Xian tribe, in a dense forest, a group of people lay haphazardly on the ground. A closer inspection would reveal that their hands were tightly bound with ropes made from beast tendons, their faces pale, limbs weak, and their groins damp, occasionally emanating a foul stench. In this stifling, windless environment, it was as if they were being poisoned. Ahu pinched his nose, kicking the captive beside him in frustration. The stench was unbearable. Enough, enough. If they don't relieve themselves, how can we possibly keep an eye on them with just the 2 of us? Along reclined against a stone, appearing somewhat bored, yet his gaze remained fixed on the group of captives before him, wary of any sudden outburst. Suddenly intrigued, Ahu approached a long brother. What do you think Yagu plans to do with these people? How would I know? We'll see what he decides when he returns. With so many of them, are they still capturing more? We can't handle this. Ahu scratched his head, a glint of malice flashing in his eyes as he made a slashing motion across his throat. Brother, do you think Yagu intends to? Stop speculating. If that were the case, it would be more convenient to kill them outright. Why go through all this trouble to capture them? That's true. So what exactly is Yaji's intention? If you wish to know, why not ask him? Ahu shrugged. If the leader can't get an answer, I think I'll pass. About 500 meters away, another group lay concealed in the grass. Instructor, they're coming. They're coming. Lei crouched low, excitedly scurrying over. In such a short time, they had effortlessly captured so many people. His admiration for Jiangya was boundless. However, Man furrowed his brow. Yazi, won't bringing back so many people cause problems? Among this group, Man understood Jiangya best. Given Jiangya's character, it was clear he intended to utilize them. However, with this many captives, along with dozens already in the tribe, they nearly outnumbered the Dong tribe. Even if these individuals were compliant, who would ultimately hold authority? Don't worry, Uncle Man. I have my own plans. But, enough, they're here. Prepare yourselves. Jiangya abruptly interrupted Man's forthcoming words, addressing those around him. Everyone, pay attention. Once they take water here, Uncle Man will lead the way to block their escape route. They must not be allowed to break through. Uncle Xion will ambush from the sides. Any fool who dares resist will be met with arrows. Lei, take your men and keep watch from behind. Don't let them surround you. Do you all understand? Once in combat mode, Jiangya transformed, issuing a series of commands that exuded an undeniable authority from the Dishui tribe, even causing Man to instinctively comply. Understood. Watch closely. We will ensure the task is completed. A small henchman, rubbing his sore legs, eagerly said, Father, just ahead is a resting point. Traveling at night is unsafe. Shall we stay here for the night? All right. Given the fallen vegetation around, the hunting party must have paused here. It's worth checking out. Xian Dan ultimately could not shake off the concern for the dozens who had gone missing, deciding to venture out himself to assess the situation. This time, the Xian tribe had mobilized entirely, leaving only the women and elders to guard the captives while all able-bodied men had come along. Before long, the Xian tribe arrived at the resting point. This resting point is nestled within a mountain hollow, surrounded by sheer cliffs, with only a narrow 10-meter wide opening for entry. By sealing this opening, one need not worry about the threat of wild beasts. Moreover, within the hollow lies a petite waterfall, providing an exceptionally convenient water source. The Xian tribe typically pauses here to recuperate after their hunting excursions. Father, have some water. The young subordinate, though a bit mischievous, is genuinely filial. Upon halting, he fetched some water and brought it to Xian Dan. The affectionate gaze of Xian Dan, akin to that of a benevolent father, nearly melted the young man's heart. All right, you two drink. Father, it smells so bad here. Did you relieve yourself? Xian Dan choked on his breath. Well, the earlier display of paternal affection must have been an illusion. Move away and get some rest. We must continue our journey tomorrow. As night gradually enveloped the surroundings, silence descended upon nature, yet the campsite buzzed with activity. Who lacks civic virtue, causing me to step into something unpleasant? With a wince, someone exclaimed, Ah, much better. After an indeterminate span of time, the young subordinate adjusted his grass skirt and casually brushed his feet against the wild grass, satisfied as he returned to his sleeping spot. Yet, after a few steps, an urgent sensation arose within him. Oh no, I can't hold it any longer. Ah, much better. Oh, Father, you're here too. It seems we are truly fated. Meanwhile, not far from the campsite, the Dong tribe lay in ambush within the woods. What could they possibly be eating at night? It smells dreadful. Man pinched his nose, attempting to breathe through his mouth. Can't you discern the odor? Bear interjected, as always, with impeccable timing. Uncle Man, you have this skill? I've never heard of it before, Jiangya teased. Man rolled his eyes. If you wish to learn, I can teach you. No need for that. Jiangya waved his hand dismissively. Unable to endure the stench any longer, Jiangya procured some grass leaves and forcefully stuffed them into his nostrils, feeling considerably better afterward. To maintain focus among the group, Jiangya wisely chose to conceal this method, as it was easy to succumb to drowsiness at night. A whiff of the odor to rouse oneself was a reasonable alternative. Chapter 83. The first on the excrement Yazi, I've caught a huge fish. Guess who I've captured? Man approached Jiangya with brisk strides, his grin stretching from ear to ear, exuding the exuberance of a 300-pound child. Completely devoid of any semblance of a leader's demeanor, Jiangya, intrigued by Man's exuberance, inquired, Who is it? Could it be the leader of the Xian tribe? Man nodded. Indeed, it is he. Surprised? Astonished? For a tribal leader to capture the leader of a rival tribe, regardless of the era, is a feat worthy of pride. For someone with social bravado like Man, it is even more significant. Just this one achievement would suffice for a lifetime of bragging rights. However, For Jiangya, the allure of a tribal leader was rather diminished. In a previous life, a leader of a mere 100 individuals, along with their families totaling no more than 500, would hardly be regarded as anything more than a slightly larger lackey, thus failing to impress him. Nonetheless, it is indeed a matter of joy to have caught the first significant fish upon arriving in this world. Is it not so? Observing Jiangya's nonchalance, Man felt an immense sense of humiliation. Brother, this is the chief of the Salt tribe, a leader commanding a following of 500. And you casually remark, is it okay? Do you not understand how that diminishes my stature? Jiangya casually flicked his bangs and replied with indifference, what of it? With so many captured, adding a tribal chief is merely a trifling matter. Is it not worthy of great astonishment? Man's spirits immediately dampened. Why should the individual I captured be treated with such casualness? Just as he was about to express his displeasure, Jiangya added, however, Uncle Man, to capture a tribal chief is undoubtedly a first in the history of the cave tribe. Henceforth, you shall be known as the foremost among us. Indeed, Man was quite easily satisfied. After receiving a few flattering words from Jiangya, he displayed a carefree smile. Yet, upon reflection, he felt a twinge of discomfort. Wait a moment. I am the first in history, yet you seem unimpressed. Why does it feel as though I am diminished in stature? Just as he intended to demand clarification from Jiangya, he glanced around and realized there was not a soul in sight, prompting him to laugh and scold. You little rascal, do not let me catch you. Otherwise, just you wait. Meanwhile, Jiangya, having amused himself with the dim-witted individuals, felt a surge of delight as he approached the group of captives for a closer examination. Last night had been the most fruitful of ambushes, yielding a total of 58 captives. Initially unprepared for such a bounty, many were merely bound with vines. After a night of dragging them, several were on the verge of collapse, and while he was not concerned about a sudden uprising, the odors emanating from them were indeed less than pleasant. Jiangya pinched his nose and called out, which one of you is the chief of the Salt tribe? Step forward and speak. Uncertain if the ambiguity of his voice was the reason, a considerable time elapsed with no one responding. Jiangya raised his voice slightly, Salt tribe chief. Come forth and speak. After a prolonged silence, still no one answered, and a hint of embarrassment crossed Jiangya's face. If you do not come out, do not blame me for being uncivil. Seeing Jiangya falter brought amusement to Man, who had followed along. Aren't you quite impressive? Keep pretending. At that moment, whispers began to circulate among the crowd. A lowly follower jabbed the waist of the chief. Father, I believe he is calling for you. The chief shifted his body, seeking a comfortable position, and closed his eyes, stating, who knows what gibberish he is speaking? I cannot comprehend. I think I understood. He seems to be saying that if you do not come out, he will kill us all. What shall we do, father? Upon hearing this, a flicker of anger flashed in the chief's eyes, though it was quickly concealed. In this moment, he was the one at the mercy of others. He could only engage in this futile soft resistance to vent his frustrations. Enough shouting. I am here. Are you the chief of the Salt tribe? The salted egg before him starkly contrasted with his imagination. The man appeared pallid, unkempt, and bore a hint of fatigue in his eyes. Yet there was no anger as one might expect from a total defeat. Rather, Jiangya detected a trace of relief, as if he had finally found liberation. It is I. I had long anticipated this day, though I did not expect it to arrive so swiftly. Nonetheless, as the chieftain of the tribe, it seems inappropriate for you to send a mere child to humiliate me. There was an unutterable sense of melancholy in the salted egg's tone. In fact, he had foreseen such a day since the defeat against the Dong tribe last year. To think that a single encounter could obliterate over 100 of his men, this tribe must be extraordinarily formidable. Upon returning to his own tribe, he immediately issued a decree forbidding any departures from their encampment to prevent retaliation from the enemy. For an entire month, the tribe of over 500 endured in silence, only daring to venture out for hunting when compelled by necessity. Later, he learned from the captives of the Yin tribe that the Dong tribe was merely a small community of a few dozen men. He secretly rejoiced for a time, even contemplating revenge at the first opportunity. However, just as he began to entertain thoughts of vengeance, misfortune struck again. The normal hunting party failed to return, and none of the scouts sent out came back. His worry grew to the point of nearly losing his hair. On the third occasion of sending out a party, when they too vanished without a trace, he sensed impending doom, most likely in the form of retaliation. Yet, with so many lives at stake, relinquishing the struggle was no simple matter. Even if they chose to withdraw, what then? Would they remain hidden indefinitely? After a night of inner turmoil, the salted egg resolved to rally the full strength of the tribe for a desperate fight, hoping against hope that they might bring back those who had gone missing. However, the reality was far grimmer than he had envisioned. Unlike the previous encounter, where he at least caught sight of the enemy and understood how they had been defeated, This time was utterly disheartening. After a sleepless night, he awoke to find himself a captive, feeling as though he had slipped into a dream. In 2 confrontations, he had not laid a finger on his adversaries, while his side had been completely annihilated. How could one engage in battle under such circumstances? Facing a tribe so enigmatic and capricious, the salted egg felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness. So be it. If one must perish, let it be a bold death. For who knows what fate awaits? Simultaneously, he found solace in the thought that, given the enemy's considerable effort to capture him, they would not hastily execute his men. This suggested that those previously dispatched might share a fate similar to his own. Though their situation was undoubtedly dire, it was highly probable they were still alive. With this thought, a sense of inexplicable relief washed over him. The past 6 months had been incredibly taxing, and he had lost considerable weight. This was the reason for his current state. Yet, he dared not act too recklessly, for the enemy was genuinely ruthless when it came to taking lives. Jiangya, on the other hand, was far from pleased. Who are you calling a mere child? Your entire family is a pack of children. Do you dare to challenge me now? As the chieftain of the tribe. Being subjected to such humiliation by Jiangya ignited a quiet fury within the salted egg. Mind your words, young man. I advise you not to underestimate youth. Chapter 84. Father, is this your illegitimate son? Haha, did I catch you pretending to be a big wolf, only to be looked down upon? What a level! Daring to steal the spotlight from me. It is indeed amusing to witness Jiangya's humiliation, and I find myself feeling somewhat favorable towards Xiandan. Man, being a straightforward individual, brusquely shoved Jiangya aside and proclaimed from his elevated stance, I am the chief of the tribe. What do you wish to say? Even in his diminished state as a captive, Xiandan remained undaunted, locking eyes with Man, their breaths seemingly suspended in the air. One would naturally assume that Xiandan, as the leader of the Xian tribe, possesses formidable strength, yet in the presence of this towering behemoth, he could not help but swallow hard. Had this hulking figure indulged in some potent substance to be so colossal? What? Are you awestruck, never having encountered such an illustrious and valiant tribal chief? Man reveled in Xiandan's reaction, casting a smug glance at Jiangya. See? This is the aura of a true warrior. Jiangya merely turned his head away, dismissing this oath. However, in that fleeting moment when Man turned, Xiandan's next move was astonishing. He swiftly bent down, his mouth agape in a desperate gasp for air. It reeks terribly. Jiangya was instantly amused by Xiandan's antics. Huh, it's not that he's afraid of you. It's your foul breath that's the issue. Man's face flushed with embarrassment, unable to tolerate such mockery. You insolent brat, prepare to face my wrath. And no, Uncle Man, I was wrong. Oh dear, spare my face. At this juncture, a small minion stood up, curiously observing the two, and nudged Xiandan, whispering, Dad, are these 2 your illegitimate children? They seem rather foolish. Xiandan's expression darkened further. Get lost. Can't you see they are mocking us? Jiangya and Man's brazen antics before him could only mean one of 2 things. Either they were truly dim-witted, or they were deliberately belittling him. Could someone who had so thoroughly bested him be a fool? If so, did that not render him less than a fool himself? Thus, the conclusion was evident. Their actions were merely a form of entertainment at his expense. He understood all too well that the victor cares little for the opinions of the vanquished. This sentiment was all too familiar. When he annihilated the Rock tribe, he too had harbored such a mindset. Simultaneously, a sense of helplessness surged within Xiandan. Now, as their captive, he recognized that even in the face of their mockery, what could he truly do? Should he truly fight back? Even if he had the strength to resist, could he risk the lives of hundreds within his tribe for the sake of reclaiming a modicum of dignity? Such is the lament of a defeated individual. After a prolonged silence, once Jiangya and Man had exhausted their amusement, they finally noticed the stormy countenance that Xiandan wore. In this world, few could command Jiangya's respect. Sure was one, with an exceptional capacity for learning, especially in trade, where he grasped concepts swiftly and could apply them creatively. Man was half of that, appearing simple-minded but possessing a cunning nature, coupled with a hint of slyness. The current chief of the Xian tribe also fit this mold. Through previous encounters, it became apparent that he was a thinker, thus prompting a deliberate test of his character. It has become evident that this situation is indeed intricate. The mind is quite astute, making communication rather effortless. It appears I have underestimated this individual. Jiangya squinted his eyes and remarked, with an air of nonchalance, it seems that Leader Xian possesses great tolerance. Humph. Despite being toyed with by others for an extended period, even the most composed of individuals, like Xiandan, could not muster a cordial demeanor towards Jiangya. Unperturbed, Jiangya continued, we were somewhat petty earlier. Allow me to formally introduce myself. I am Jiangya, and this is our leader, Jiangman. At this moment, Jiang Ye's actions left Xian Dan bewildered. What is happening here? From the outset, I have yet to witness a semblance of normalcy from the opposing side. Even if they had come out swinging, or even annihilated us outright, I would have deemed that behavior at least somewhat rational. Yet now, they are offering apologies? What could this possibly mean? Is it conceivable that the other party is truly a fool? A multitude of questions flooded Xian Dan's mind as he awaited Jiang Ye's response. Noticing Xian Dan's momentary lapse in cognition, Jiang Ye decided to forego the suspense, stating directly, Leader Xian is an intelligent individual, and I prefer to befriend those who possess such acumen. Xian Dan was further perplexed. You've slaughtered dozens of my kin, captured all my tribesmen, and just moments ago engaged in a display of mockery, and now you wish to befriend me? Are you jesting? After a brief pause, he took a couple of deep breaths, managing to calm his agitated heart, and replied coolly, I do not make friends with children. A timely jab, implying that Jiang Ye was not worthy of such a relationship. I comprehend your meaning. A frown crossed Jiang Ye's brow, yet considering the forthcoming plans, he cleared his throat to alleviate the awkwardness and said, Ahem, it is of no consequence if we do not become friends. However, I would like to discuss a business proposition with you. I wonder if you might be interested? Business? This was a novel term for Xian Dan, unfamiliar with its implications. However, the shrewd expression on Jiang Ye's face suggested it was certainly not a benign matter, prompting an immediate rejection. I have no interest. Leader Xian, please do not be hasty in your refusal. I believe you will find this intriguing. To take advantage of another, one must endure their disdain. And Jiang Ye appeared unfazed as he continued. In truth, it is quite simple. I assume all your male tribesmen are gathered here, yes? What do you think would happen if I were to eliminate them all? At these words, a flicker of fear crossed Xian Dan's eyes. Instinctively, he wanted to retort with a challenge, yet recollecting the carnage from earlier, he ultimately swallowed his threatening words and, suppressing his rage, responded, What do you intend to do? Seeing that the other party had finally become somewhat compliant, Jiang Ye smiled. As I mentioned, this is a business deal, and naturally, it is mutually beneficial. Noting Xian Dan's silence, Jiang Ye paused, gathered his thoughts, and continued, In truth, capturing so many of your people is somewhat discourteous. However, your prior intent to assault our cave tribe could be considered a fair trade-off. What do you think? Quite equitable, wouldn't you agree? We Haven Tea laid a finger on you, and you have already taken the lives of dozens of my people, and now you threaten our complete annihilation. Fair. Fair indeed. Xian Dan felt flames of indignation rising within him, and after taking a deep breath, he managed to suppress his fury. What exactly do you wish to accomplish? Do not be so hasty. It is quite simple, really. I propose an exchange, the individuals I have captured for the prisoners you hold. What do you think? Surely, this arrangement is more advantageous than a mere transaction. Chapter 85. Jiang Ye's strategy. What? Are you certain? Xian Dan, once again caught in a moment of disbelief, scrutinized Jiang Ye's countenance, attempting to decipher his true intentions. What sorcery is at play here? It is one thing to have exerted tremendous effort to capture every member of their tribe, and yet, rather than executing them or keeping them as prisoners, Jiang Ye suggests using them as bargaining chips. Had he articulated this sooner, I could have simply handed over the prisoners without any convoluted negotiations. Is this not exhausting? Of course, such thoughts arise solely because he currently finds himself in a position of captivity. Had Jiang Ye proposed an exchange from the outset, it would have been remarkable had he agreed. The same objective may yield disparate results depending on the approach taken. Jiang Ye nodded. Indeed, would I deceive you? In truth, Jiang Ye felt quite helpless. He had contemplated numerous strategies initially, either to execute all the captives or return them entirely. Yet, neither option aligned with his interests. The notion of slaughter was impractical. After all, these were hundreds of innocent lives, and Jiang Ye was unwilling to bear the weight of such bloodshed. Furthermore, despite the current limitations of communication, there is no wall that remains impervious to rumors. Should he proceed with such drastic actions, the Dong tribe would find it increasingly difficult to merge with other tribes in the future, inevitably provoking resistance. Thus, this plan was swiftly dismissed. Another consideration was the return of the captives. If the Dong tribe were to comprise thousands, Jiang Ye would not have hesitated. There would be no need for prolonged negotiations with Xian Dan. It was aptly noted that if all the members of the Xian tribe were to be captured, even if they behaved peacefully, the imbalance between the few indigenous people of the Dong tribe and the many captives would ultimately sow discord. Living together, even the slightest provocation could result in catastrophe. Ultimately, the Dong tribe's foundation was too fragile. Attempting to swallow such a large entity whole was simply unrealistic. This predicament is not difficult to comprehend. In history, the invasions by pirates in the East persisted for so long without resulting in the annihilation of the Chinese civilization, primarily due to the vast population base. Had China been defeated, it would have taken no more than a century for a province of the East to emerge anew. This is not mere fantasy. One need only look to the histories of the Yuan and Qing dynasties to draw reasonable conclusions. After much contemplation, Jiang Ye resolved to first negotiate the exchange of the captured members of the Yin tribe, supplemented by the previously captured individuals from other tribes held by the Xian tribe, totaling over 100. Given the magnitude of the upheaval they had experienced, the Dong tribe should find it manageable to assimilate these individuals. Once they have successfully integrated, he could then consider the prospect of annexing the Xian tribe, which would be significantly easier at that juncture. Moreover, there is an added advantage. Having endured hardship within the Xian tribe, both parties have become fierce adversaries, reducing the likelihood of their unification. At that point, the Jiang clan could simply observe the unfolding conflict from a distance, coordinating their actions while minimizing the risks of backlash. After all, in the realm of commerce, one can never have too much profit. Having captured over 100 individuals, it would be inconceivable to merely let the other party pay the price of 100 lives and consider the matter concluded. After all, would all of Jiang Ye's immense efforts be in vain? Jiang Ye did not seek much. He proposed an exchange of 1 captive for 2 individuals. Of course, if the Xian tribe lacked sufficient captives of their own, they could also substitute women and children. 1 captive could be exchanged for 1 woman and 1 child. Fair and reasonable, devoid of any discrimination. How could one demand our tribe's people in exchange for our captives, and even propose a 2-for-1 deal while claiming fairness? Had such a proposition been made a week prior, Xian Dan would have undoubtedly retaliated without hesitation. Yet now, he found himself strangely feeling as if he had gained something. This illustrates how different positions lead to varying perceptions of gain and loss. Losing a batch of captives and tribal members in exchange for over 100 able-bodied men, coupled with the remaining population of the tribe, amounted to over 300 individuals. Moreover, due to the deficit being primarily in women and children, the combat capability of the Xian tribe remained largely intact in the short term. Children, after all, can always be born anew, and with ample food at hand, the tribe would flourish in a few years. This constitutes Jiang Ye's second cunning stratagem. By acquiring the Xian tribe's children, he ensured that for the next 20 years, there would be no fear of the Xian tribe rising again. Once these children were secured, they would all bear the surname Jiang upon returning to the tribe. In this era, there is no emphasis on lineage or heritage. As long as they bore the Jiang name, they would be regarded as members of the Jiang clan. In a few years, who could possibly trace back to their origins? At least from Jiang Ye's perspective, even if civilization were to progress, it would not advance significantly in several decades. After such a passage of time, who could recall such distant matters? Moreover, the question of whether Jiang Ye would even be alive decades hence remained uncertain. Why be concerned about such distant affairs? Once the Dong tribe fully assimilated these populations, it would be effortless to deal with the Xian tribe thereafter. This encapsulates Jiang Ye's entire plan. Previously, Man had inquired numerous times about Jiang Ye's intentions, yet he had remained reticent. Ultimately, Jiang Ye was not unwilling to share, but rather believed that with Man's limited intellect, comprehending the intricacies of the plan would be challenging. Once a fragment was divulged, it would necessitate explaining the entire strategy. Though Jiang Ye was confident, he had not yet reached the level of assurance required to elucidate such a complex plan to someone of Man's simplicity. Throughout history, masters have often experienced profound solitude. Jiang Ye sighed, feeling a sense of chill at the heights he had ascended to. Father, am I still considered a child? At 16, you are hardly a child. Then I could also be exchanged for 2 individuals. It seems I hold some value after all. Jiang Ye regarded the father-son duo with curiosity, having heard from previous captives about Xian Dan's son, whom he cherished dearly. At this thought, Jiang Ye's mind began to whirl with possibilities. Yazi, are you scheming again? Before Jiang Ye could act, a barely audible voice reached his ears. He shot a glare at Man, exasperated. What do you mean by scheming again? I am merely striving for the amicable development of both tribes with utmost dedication. Is it truly so blatant? Ignoring the disdainful glance, Jiang Ye swiftly approached Xian Dan. Chief Xian, may I inquire about this remarkably valiant young man? Before Xian could respond, a lackey interjected, Father, did you hear? This young cert just called me valiant. Look at how discerning he is. From now on, you mustn't call me foolish. He then joyfully dashed to Jiang Ye, excitedly introducing himself. Your name is Jiang Ye, right? I'm Xian Luan, the son of my father. Jiang Ye couldn't help but twitch at the peculiarity of the names. Coughing lightly, he mused that the nobleman's name indeed followed an unconventional path, standing out distinctly. Suddenly mentioning his son, Xian Dan appeared puzzled, glancing curiously at Jiang Ye. Isn't the business already settled? What more is needed? Ah, well, I noticed that your son possesses a remarkable physique and an extraordinary talent. Rare to find at such a young age. I would like to invite him to our cave tribe as a guest to foster mutual relations. Jiangya felt a twinge of embarrassment at the thought of using someone else's child as a hostage. It seemed rather cruel. Xiandan, though unfamiliar with Jiangya's novel expressions, comprehended the notion of visiting the cave tribe. Observing Jiangya's gaze upon Xianluan, he began to piece together the implications, inquiring, "Are you suggesting that my son should accompany us to the cave tribe?" Jiangya, sensing the awkwardness of the situation, replied hesitantly, perhaps that should be the case. It is settled then. Perhaps due to his excitement, Xiandan's voice rose several pitches. It is nearly dawn. You still have a considerable distance to travel, so it would be best to set off immediately. Without waiting for Jiangya's reaction, he promptly pushed Xianluan toward him and vanished in the blink of an eye. Jiangya understood that Tu Shu simply referred to potatoes, differing names across tribes. However, to use his son as leverage felt oddly festive. A sense of foreboding washed over him. Was he truly the boy's biological father? I don't know. I wasn't present at the time. Soon, the transaction was finalized. Initially anticipating some unforeseen complications, Xiandan had already been terrified into submission after 2 devastating defeats, and thus did not contemplate any further issues. Of course, even if Jiangya were to fear their potential reversal, a group of individuals stumbling about would struggle to detain him if he chose to flee. It was for this reason that, despite the tense atmosphere, nothing untoward transpired. Before long, the individuals were entrusted to Jiangya. "Uncle Sure, I have arrived late." Before him stood a disheveled man, his hair unkempt and his face pale from prolonged deprivation of food and water, with cracked lips that appeared in dire condition. Upon hearing Jiangya's voice, the man froze for a moment, and tears began to flow, perhaps unable to fathom that he would see Jiangya again. After a brief pause, he finally emerged from his stupor, exclaiming, "Why have you only just arrived?" Upon finishing his words, he burst into tears. Heaven knows what Stone has endured over the past 6 months. The tribe has been lost, hopes have been shattered, and he has witnessed his kin being enslaved and mistreated, causing his heart to bleed. Countless times he has contemplated that, rather than existing in such humiliation, it would be better to embrace death. Yet, if he were to die, what would become of his people? As their leader, his mere presence offers some measure of protection, but should he perish, their suffering would only intensify. "Uncle Stone, it is my fault. I should have come to save you sooner. You may strike me if you wish." Though he felt no guilt within himself, Jiangya ultimately arrived too late, regardless of the reasons. "Do not speak like that. The fact that you are here is enough." In contrast to Jiangya's remorse, Stone's demeanor appeared considerably calmer. Initially, he harbored resentment, but as time passed, he found himself reflecting deeply and gaining clarity. Although the 2 tribes maintained a strong bond, they remained distinct entities. While the people of the Xian tribe avoided discussing their previous defeat, over the past 6 months, Stone had gleaned some insights. The victory of the Dong tribe was fundamentally rooted in their defensive strategy if they were to attack. With only a few dozen men against the hundreds of Xian tribe members, it would be akin to courting death. With no familial ties, what motivation did they have to risk everything to save him? To put it plainly, to save is a matter of goodwill. To refrain from doing so is a matter of duty. He had no right to morally bind others to his plight, and with this realization, Stone found solace within himself. "Let us depart. We must leave this place quickly. It holds too much sorrow for me to linger." Lei was already in tears. "Leader, I will support you." Stone nodded and patted Lei's shoulder, feeling a sense of pride. "You have grown. You are a fine child." When scouting the situation earlier, Lei had already met with Stone and could have rescued him sooner, but Stone had refused. It was not out of stubbornness. He understood that if he vanished without cause, the Xian tribe would surely notice, and what fate would await his devoted kin. Man approached as well, intending to greet Stone as per customary practice. But upon seeing Stone's frail state, he refrained from delivering a light-hearted punch to the chest. "So, do you want me to carry you?" Stone instinctively adopted a more humble demeanor towards Man, politely saying, "Leader Man, you jest. I can walk by myself." Jiangya furrowed his brow. This recent upheaval had dealt a significant blow to Stone, and returning to the past would be no easy feat without further ado. The group finally set forth on their journey home. This endeavor took nearly 10 days in total. Though it may seem effortless to outsiders, Jiangya was acutely aware of the immense pressure he bore. For this operation, he had planned for a full 6 months, preparing materials, gathering intelligence, devising strategies, and considering all aspects of negotiation. He envisioned numerous possibilities, discarded countless plans, and only then did they achieve the outcome they desired. Fortunately, all of this ultimately proved worthwhile. With just a handful of individuals, Jiangya was quite pleased to have taken such a substantial piece from the Xian tribe. After tallying the data, It was revealed that they had captured a total of 102 individuals from the Xian tribe, exchanging them for 46 from the Yin tribe, which included 18 men, 21 women, and 7 children. Additionally, they swapped 21 captives from other tribes, comprising 15 men, 3 women, and 3 children. The remainder was exchanged for women and children from the Xian tribe, amounting to 40 women and 21 children. Thus, this battle had augmented the Dong tribe's population by at least 128, bringing their total close to 500, considering the tribe originally had around 300 members. What delighted Jiangye the most was the presence of a significant number of men from various tribes, which not only replenished their population but also mitigated the risk of dominance by any single group. Perfect. However, this was not the end. While the numbers were sufficient, Jiangye harbored concerns about potential overpopulation, though this was not a problem with other resources. As the defeated party, it was only right to demand land and reparations. And Jiangye certainly made the most of this opportunity. In terms of resources, aside from furs and potatoes, Jiangye found little of value. They acquired 5 high-grade furs, 30 mid-grade furs, and a large quantity of low-grade furs. While furs were not particularly useful during the summer, potatoes were another matter. The Xian tribe had not harvested much, and given their weakened state, hunting would be a challenge. Jiangye did not press too hard, taking around 500 pounds for seed, choosing not to be overly demanding. After all, one cannot uproot the entire crop when harvesting. Jiangye considered himself quite benevolent. Ah, young lad, you truly excel. We have gained immensely this time. Throughout the journey, the group remained in an exuberant state, their chatter incessant. Not only the warriors, but others were equally effusive, nearly elevating Jiangye to the heavens. The initial members of the Dong tribe appeared somewhat composed, while the Yin tribe scouts transformed into fervent admirers. Instructor, you are remarkable. With only a few dozen men, you have effectively subdued the Xian tribe. It is nothing short of miraculous. Having participated throughout the entire operation, they possessed more knowledge than others, having gathered nearly all the intelligence. Many pieces of information seemed trivial to them before, but this experience changed their perspective. Who could have imagined that even drinking water could lead to trouble? Initially, they were intimidated by Jiangye's authority, but now they were thoroughly impressed. Jiangye remained composed, attributing his success to mere skill, unworthy of significant mention. Should I also share tales of how I single-handedly vanquished an entire squad? The blazing sun bore down mercilessly, making travel through the jungle anything but pleasant. They not only had to endure the sweltering heat that sent shivers down their spines, but also remain vigilant against the lurking dangers of snakes, insects, and pests in the foliage, a constant source of annoyance. The journey had been manageable when they were all strong young men, but now it felt more arduous. The situation was markedly different upon their return. Not only were there over 100 individuals, the majority being women and children, but many were also exceedingly frail, rendering their journey an exceptionally arduous endeavor. After trudging for the better part of the day, they finally reached the gathering place before the rock tribe. With the sun setting rapidly, it became apparent that returning to the tribe before darkness fell was unattainable. Jiangye promptly resolved to rest here for the night and set off again on the morrow. Uncle Shi, we shall take refuge on your tribal lands for the night, if you permit. Due to prolonged abandonment, the once erected shelters had completely collapsed, overrun by wild grass, presenting a scene of utter desolation. Gazing at the place he had inhabited for a lifetime felt as though it belonged to another era. Uncle Shi let out a long sigh. Just then, an urgent warning interrupted Shi's contemplation. Along, who was leading the group, rushed over with alarming news. Chief, a pack of wolf pups has mysteriously appeared here. Wolves? Upon hearing this, Man furrowed his brow. How many? Perhaps over a dozen, Along replied, his concern palpable. Chief, should we reconsider and take a detour? In the forest, wolves rank among the top fears for humans, notorious for their ferocity and cunning, especially in packs. Once targeted, they could become an incessant source of trouble. Man pondered for a moment before shaking his head. No, it will soon be dark. We are already in their sights, and traveling at night is perilous. As a seasoned hunter accustomed to foraging in the deep mountains, he understood the terrors of nighttime travel all too well. A hunting party of capable individuals might manage, but with a significant number lacking combat prowess, venturing out at night would render them as easy prey for the beasts of the forest, vulnerable and exposed to sudden attacks. If possible, Jiangye was reluctant to confront the wolves directly. However, with the sun setting, the only area nearby that offered any visibility was the rock tribe's territory. Without securing this location before nightfall, surviving the darkness would prove challenging, and Jiangye's brow furrowed in contemplation. Since evasion was not an option, they must drive the wolves away. Man, recognizing the urgency of the situation, gritted his teeth and replied, agreed. The commotion did not go unnoticed by the wolves, who sensed the arrival of these uninvited guests. At that moment, atop a protruding rock 200 meters away, a colossal wolf howled at the sky. Glancing up, one could see that this wolf was nearly the size of a calf, its silvery coat shimmering in the fading light of the sunset, exuding an impressive majesty. If wolves could be deemed handsome, this silver wolf would undoubtedly score a commendable 90. Accompanying the silver wolf's howl, several shadows of wolves slipped into the underbrush, preparing to flank them. Indeed, they were a cunning lot. With so many wolves present, Jiangya dared not underestimate the threat and immediately instructed everyone to remain vigilant, positioning all able-bodied men on the perimeter to protect the women and children within. Along, Ahu, go gather some branches and sharpen them for defense. Fortunately, having lived in the mountains for many years, such occurrences are not unfamiliar to the community. After a brief moment of panic, the crowd gradually settled down. With weapons in hand, a sense of security returned to them. Man led the charge at the forefront, while Ah Long and Ahu took up the rear, with the able-bodied forming a protective perimeter as they slowly advanced towards the rocky settlement of the tribe. The howls of the silver wolves grew increasingly urgent, perhaps surprised by the humans' approach. As the silver wolves howled, the encircling pack drew closer, displaying their cunning by skillfully using the trees to conceal their forms. Despite several attempts to shoot arrows, they all missed their mark. However, the effort was not in vain, as the wolves' previous bravado diminished. Humans instill fear in wolves, and the pack, sensing no intimidation from the humans, refrained from launching an attack. Before long, the group arrived at the rocky tribal territory. Gather some dry branches and start a fire. Generally, wild beasts are quite fearful of flames. I am uncertain if this will have the same effect on the wolves of this world, but it is worth a try. With the fire lit, the wolves became increasingly agitated, yet their figures noticeably retreated. There's a chance, thought Jiangya, feeling a surge of hope. Move swiftly. We must establish our defenses before nightfall. He climbed the central tree, chopping down its trunk, and placed logs of thigh width around it to slow the wolves' charge. Meanwhile, he instructed the hunting team to collect dry branches for a bonfire, ensuring they would not be caught off guard by a sudden attack. After a flurry of activity, Jiangya was drenched in sweat. Just as he began to catch his breath, Ahu shouted, "Yizi, there's a den of wolf pups here." Jiangya hurried over to investigate, having been preoccupied with defense earlier. Beneath the great tree, he discovered a nest of half-grown wolf pups yelping loudly. Damn it! He and Man exchanged glances, both recognizing the shared sense of helplessness in each other's eyes. It seemed that a peaceful night was not in the cards. Chapter 88. The cunning wolf pack. Ahu clearly understood the gravity of the situation. Is there any way to return these pups? He asked, but feared it was too late. If they were human, one might feel a pang of compassion upon encountering abandoned infants, provided luck was not too cruel. But beasts are different. They show no mercy to the young of other species, discerning through scent alone. Observing the little wolf pups scuttling among the crowd, Jiangya knew that even if they managed to send these pups away now, it would not be long before they met a grisly fate. I merely sought shelter for a night, and you wish to host me without leaving the pups behind? Moreover, with such a meager amount of meat, it will hardly suffice. Jiangya felt utterly defeated by the absurdity of his predicament. Encountering a wolf pack while camping was one thing, but now, having driven the wolves away, they were left with the pups. He was not particularly concerned for the pups' fate. Rather, this entire incident would undoubtedly draw the attention of the pack upon them. He surmised that the wolf pack had left their cubs behind, utterly unprepared for their direct approach and subsequent encampment. Were wolves capable of human speech? They would surely voice their exasperation. However, given the circumstances, they could only brace themselves for the impending onslaught. Observing the rudimentary defenses surrounding them, Jiangya felt an unsettling sense of vulnerability. Everyone move swiftly. Those who can climb, ascend the trees to rest. Along Ahu, assist in securing the children atop the branches. Ensure they do not fall during the night. Additionally, I urge all women to join us in the trees. The hunting team and other able-bodied individuals shall alternate in keeping watch tonight. Exercise caution. Do not allow these beasts to exploit any weaknesses. The urgency of the situation was palpable, and the group diligently sprang into action. Within moments, the large tree was adorned with over 100 individuals, tightly packed, scarcely leaving room for footing. From a distance, it resembled a ginseng fruit tree, brimming with an unusual harvest. Having completed their preparations, dusk had settled in, and the campfire was ignited, casting a crimson glow across their surroundings. Until that moment, all remained tranquil, as if the wolves had never been there, vanishing without a trace. The flames danced, crackling as they consumed the wood, and the shadows flickered unpredictably, allowing a sense of relief to wash over the group. The summer night offered little chill. The fire scorched their faces, prompting Lei to shift back a bit, fanning himself in an effort to dispel the oppressive heat. Instructor, do you think we might be overly cautious? With so many of us, would they truly dare to attack? Jiangya shook his head, adhering to the adage that preparation wards off misfortune. A dozen wolves is not a trifling number. Perhaps I am merely being overly vigilant. What is there to fear? If they dare approach, we shall slay them. It has been quite some time since I've tasted wolf meat. I could even have Shuang fashion a wolf fur coat for me. With defenses established, Mon seemed to feel emboldened, forgetting his earlier trepidations. Jiangya rolled his eyes at him, unwilling to engage further. The night was as dark as ink, enveloping the forest in silence and obscurity, while the campfire stood as a solitary blade, slicing through the enveloping darkness and illuminating a few meters around. As time passed, the anticipated attack did not materialize, giving the impression that they were merely conjuring fears within their minds. After a long day of travel, exhaustion took hold, and they soon succumbed to deep slumber. Suddenly, a piercing scream shattered the stillness of the night, jolting everyone awake. "Ah, my leg! Ah, my hand!" A series of anguished cries followed in quick succession. Jiangya was instantly roused, glancing up to find the campfire extinguished, the dawn barely beginning to break. The group, having maintained a heightened state of vigilance throughout the night, was now at their most vulnerable. A pack of wild wolves, resembling calves in size, had plunged into their ranks, commencing a frenzied assault. Unexpectedly, this group of beasts proved to be quite cunning. Jiangya inwardly cursed, lamenting their choice to engage in military strategy instead of behaving like mere animals. However, now was not the time for complaints. The situation was dire, and there was no time for contemplation. In an instant, Jiangya sprang to his feet, raising his hand to release an arrow. The arrow sliced through the air with precision, targeting a frenzied wolf that was savagely biting. With a sickening thud, the arrow embedded itself in the wolf's abdomen, causing it to howl in agony. Jiangya dashed forward, pressing down on the creature's head with his left hand while drawing a small knife with his right, ruthlessly slicing through the wolf's throat. The beast convulsed a few times before falling silent. At that moment, the hunting team finally regained their wits, hastily drawing their weapons to defend themselves. They were not as fortunate. Not everyone possessed Jiangya's exceptional archery skills, and the wolves had already infiltrated the ranks, rendering bows ineffective. They were forced to engage in close combat with knives and axes, and the battle escalated into a frenzy. Screams of pain echoed through the crowd, sending chills down their spines. The barbarian had already succumbed to a state of rage. Most of those keeping watch under the trees were his kin, and witnessing so many injured in an instant ignited his fury. "I will slay every last one of you beasts." However, the wolf pack was equally cunning. Aware that the hunting team was formidable, they refrained from direct confrontation, instead targeting those who appeared weak, striking swiftly and retreating before the humans could retaliate. The harsh reality of survival in the wild was stark. The behavior of these wolves revealed their deceitful nature, preying on the vulnerable while avoiding the strong. Observing this, Jiangya bellowed, "Follow my command," and form a defense around the tree. The hunting team, not lacking in resolve, quickly gathered their composure and centered their defense around the large tree. The situation stabilized as the wolves attempted to breach their ranks to incite chaos, but to no avail. For a time, a standoff ensued between the humans and the wolves. Howls erupted from afar, likely incited by the prolonged silence, as the silver wolf began to howl at the sky from atop a massive boulder. Accompanying its call, the surrounding pack stirred restlessly. One by one, wolves emerged from the forest, joining the encirclement. Gulping, the barbarian muttered, "Damn it, weren't there only a dozen wolves? There must be over 40 now." Sure felt a sense of helplessness. They had just escaped the tiger's den only to fall into the wolf's lair. When misfortune strikes, even drinking water can become a challenge. It was no wonder they had refrained from attacking last night. Apparently, they had sought reinforcements seeing the size of their group. Chapter 89. Confronting the Silver Wolf King. A dozen wolves were already a headache. Now, with their numbers doubled, the morale of the group sank. "Today, it seems we shall serve as their meal," Jiangya mused, his eyes narrowing. After spending a year confined within the tribe, this was his first encounter with such a large-scale beast attack. Though he had heard tales of beasts assaulting tribes, he had never taken them seriously until now. This experience compelled him to reevaluate the harshness of existence in this world. What troubled him most was not the number of wolves, but their cunning. Jiangya was certain that had they scattered in flight moments ago, they would have fallen prey to the wolves lurking in the woods, leading to a potential annihilation. A distant howl from a silver wolf echoed through the air, heightening the agitation within the pack. Sensing the impending danger, Jiangya's heart sank, and he bellowed, "Everyone, quickly climb the trees." Do not let them reach us. The silver wolf, perhaps aware of their intentions, howled again, this time with greater urgency. Responding to the command, the wild wolves surged forward, dozens of them rushing simultaneously. Hurry, hurry, Jianya shouted, nearly straining his voice. At the forefront, Man brandished his massive axe, striking at the incoming wolves. One wolf barely had time to scream before it was cleaved in two, meeting a swift end. Meanwhile, two more wolves lunged at him simultaneously. With no time to retrieve the axe lodged in the skull of the first wolf, Man relinquished the handle and delivered a powerful punch to one wolf's torso. The force sent it flying several meters away, where it lay struggling on the ground, ultimately failing to rise. Just then, another wolf pounced in front of him, and Man, caught off guard, was unable to react in time. With a sharp snap, the wolf sank its teeth into his thigh. Ah! He grunted in pain, instinctively grasping the wolf's neck to thwart its biting. If the wolf exerted its strength, he would surely lose a significant chunk of flesh. With its head immobilized, the wolf resorted to scratching Man's body with its sharp claws. In mere moments, several deep gashes appeared on Man's skin, blood streaming profusely. Despite the agony, Man, resolute and unyielding, tightened his grip around the wolf's neck while forcefully pinning it to the ground, resulting in a stalemate between man and beast, neither able to gain the upper hand. Similar scenes unfolded elsewhere, as nearly everyone faced multiple wolves, unable to assist one another. Jianya observed the hunting team's performance and swallowed hard. Remarkable. Those with calm minds retaliated with bows and makeshift weapons, chaos erupting all around. With the wolves disrupting their efforts, the dream of climbing trees had become an unattainable luxury. Once the hunting team was defeated, those in the trees would be left vulnerable. The great trees, capable of being embraced by several, could be scaled by a wolf with a single charge, leaving no escape. Panic spread among the crowd in the trees, many faces displaying despair, while children sobbed uncontrollably. May Turing protect us. Am I to die? I do not wish to perish. Hold on, they urged. Instructor, think of something. Our people cannot hold out much longer. Lei shouted to Jianya while fending off a wolf's assault. Jianya, frantic and berating himself for his oversight, lamented that he should have ordered everyone to take refuge in the trees sooner. Yet now, it was too late to voice regrets, as none could have anticipated such an overwhelming onslaught. A howl echoed through the air, a manifestation of the Wolf King's growing displeasure at the prolonged failure to capture its prey. Howl, do you truly believe I am afraid to confront you? With the Wolf King urging an assault, Jianya found himself consumed by rage, and he drew his bow, unleashing an arrow towards the silver wolf. However, the distance was too great, and the wolf effortlessly evaded the shot. The silver wolf looked up at Jianya, as if mocking him. Incensed, Jianya cursed at the audacity of being derided by a mere beast. The situation had escalated to a critical juncture. His arrows had proven useless. Though they could reach the target, the silver wolf's speed allowed it to dodge with ease. Determined, Jianya resolved to test his mettle against the formidable beasts of this world. Without further hesitation, he leaped from the edge of a branch, abandoning the fierce battle below, and sprinted towards the silver wolf. The distance of 100 meters was crossed in mere seconds. As Jianya approached, the silver wolf did not immediately attack. Instead, it narrowed its eyes, crouched slightly, and let out a low growl, poised to strike. The closer he got, the more he felt the oppressive presence of the beast. This silver wolf was larger than any he had encountered before, its size rivaling that of a Siberian tiger. Drawing the dagger he always carried, he braced himself, inwardly chastising his impulsiveness. That wolf, in a moment of rashness, what if I could retreat now? The silver wolf, oblivious to Jianya's thoughts, perceived his approach as a challenge. For any who dared to defy its authority, the outcome was inevitable, death. Growing impatient with the stillness of the ant before it, the silver wolf raked its claws against a boulder and lunged forward. How audacious! Today, I shall see whether the Wolf King is indeed mightier than I, the warrior. Despite his bravado, faced with the beast's immense size, Jianya dared not confront it directly. Instead, he swiftly sidestepped the wolf's attack, driving his dagger towards its neck. The Wolf King, however, was quick, effortlessly evading Jianya's strike with a mere turn of its head, and retaliated by snapping its jaws towards Jianya's throat. In a moment of panic, Jianya leaned back, executing a backward somersault. Yet, mid-flip, the silver wolf's paw struck him squarely, sending him tumbling to the ground in a disheveled heap. Amused by the spectacle before it, the silver wolf's mouth twisted into a strange, almost human-like grin, clearly entertained by the performance. Regret washed over Jianya. He was a strategist, not a warrior. Why had he chosen to play the hero? Yet, with the situation dire, even a moment of hesitation could cost lives. If the hunting party fell, everyone would be forced to become martyrs in their struggle for survival. Resolute, Jiangya pressed onward, charging at the silver wolf with determination. Rather than this, you might as well accompany your dog to the grave. Chapter 90. Heavy losses. Seeing Jiang Ye's reckless audacity, the silver wolf was not to be trifled with and lunged at him. The skirmish had already attracted considerable attention, as onlookers gaped in disbelief, their eyes wide with astonishment at the sight of man and wolf charging towards each other. Is he go mad? No, please don't. Many could no longer suppress their tears. Women and children trembled in fear, desperately shutting their eyes in despair. At this moment, man had freed himself from the wild wolf's grasp and, upon noticing the commotion on Jiang Ye's side, broke into a cold sweat, shouting, Yizi, do you seek a swifter demise? Wishing to assist, he found himself hindered by the overwhelming number of wild wolves, unable to extricate himself, left only to watch helplessly. Eliminate these beasts. At this juncture, Jiang Ye's techniques had been exhausted, leaving him with no possibility of retreat. The distance between him and the silver wolf had diminished to mere inches. The foul odor emanating from the wolf's jaws was almost palpable. Just as they were about to collide, Jiang Ye suddenly wore a peculiar smile, then swiftly lowered himself, kneeling on the ground, utilizing the momentum of his forward charge to execute a sliding maneuver while simultaneously leaning back, plunging his dagger fiercely into the wolf's abdomen and slicing upward. With a sickening sound, the dagger pierced flesh as if slicing through tofu, gliding across the silver wolf's belly. Awoo! The silver wolf yelped in pain, pivoting to snap at Jiang Ye's neck, but its body was suspended midair, unable to generate any force. Its massive jaws narrowly grazed past Jiang Ye's ear, the terrifying breath sending a chill down his spine. That was close. Now was not the time for reflection. As Jiang Ye attempted to rise, his legs buckled beneath him. He then realized that blood was gushing from a significant wound on his leg. The mere thought of sliding on bare skin over rough stone for several meters was exhilaratingly painful. However, compared to Jiang Ye's agony, the silver wolf was in a far worse state, lying on the boulder, howling in despair. A gaping wound, nearly half a meter long, was starkly visible on its abdomen. Blood staining the stone, with many of its innards spilling out, a grim sign of its impending demise. From atop a tree, anxious voices rang out, revealing their urgency. Yizi, are you all right? Careful, instructor. Fear not, I shall not perish. The crisis was far from over. It was not the time for sentimentality. Jiang Ye struggled to support his body with his hands. The wolf's agonized cries drew the attention of the attacking wild wolves. Upon turning to see their leader writhing on the ground, his voice growing increasingly faint, they recognized his imminent death. Yet, the human they had regarded as mere prey remained standing, advancing step by step towards the Wolf King, which sapped their desire to continue the assault. Awoo! Among the pack, a wild wolf howled, prompting the others to cease their attack and flee swiftly into the distance. At such a great distance, Jiang Ye was oblivious to the situation behind him. Hearing the howls again, his mood plummeted. It's over. It's truly the end. At this moment, should a wild wolf appear, given Jiang Ye's current condition, it is likely he would meet his demise here. However, a sudden cold gleam flickered in his eyes. If I am to perish, I shall take a companion with me. Initially, he contemplated waiting for the silver wolf to bleed to death, but that was no longer feasible. Jiang Ye, without further ado, brandished his dagger and charged at the silver wolf, delivering a piercing strike to its skull. He then relentlessly stabbed its neck several times. Blood gushed from the wounds, drenching Jiang Ye in crimson. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely until he heard hurried breaths nearby. It turned out that Ah Long and Ah Hu, witnessing Jiang Ye entangled with the silver wolf, feared he had perished. Seizing the opportunity while the wild wolf retreated, they rushed to his aid. To their astonishment, they found Jiang Ye almost frantically plunging his dagger into the flesh of the silver wolf. They promptly helped him to his feet. Brother Ye, cease your assault. The wild wolf has retreated, Ah Long lamented, his heart bleeding for the exquisite pelt of the Wolf King. Ah Hu, filled with admiration, declared, Brother Ye, I bow to no one but you. To take on the Wolf King single-handedly, my goodness, even the leader would struggle with that. Jiang Ye finally regained his composure, allowing his thoughts to relax, and he collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath. Yet, he remained undeterred, saying, a trivial matter, next time, I shall show you how to take down a behemoth bear. With the wild wolf's retreat, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Although merely a span of 10 minutes, it felt as though they had endured an entire century. Shur had descended from the trees, directing the cleanup of the battlefield. The assault by the wild wolves had resulted in devastating losses. While the resources were of little concern, wild wolves do not steal such items. The critical issue lay in the human casualties, which weighed heavily on Jiang Ye's heart. Over 10 lives had been lost, and more than 30 were injured. Among the hunting team, 2 perished, and nearly everyone else bore wounds. In total, they managed to slay only 7 wild wolves, with the rest fleeing, a truly lamentable outcome. It is essential to note that the majority of the hunting team comprised members of the Dong tribe. The loss of any one of them would deeply wound Jiangya. Even in battles against the Xian tribe, they had not suffered such a significant defeat. Had it not been for Jiangya's resolute decision to exchange his life to slay the Wolf King, it is likely that all over 100 individuals would have met their end here, a truly tragic fate. Noticing Jiangya's grim demeanor, Man placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder, saying, "Brother Ya, take it easy. At least we are still alive, right? Living in the primeval forest. Life and death are commonplace. The annihilation of tribes is not an unusual occurrence, and Man viewed this with a sense of acceptance. Man himself bore considerable injuries. A large chunk of flesh had been torn from his thigh, and numerous claw marks marred his body. Had it not been for his extraordinary resilience, he might have succumbed on the spot. I understand. Even though my heart bleeds, what can be done? Shall we eradicate all beasts? Humans are prey to wild animals, just as we are to them. This place is inherently a realm of survival of the fittest. To conquer the beasts is a skill. To be consumed by them is fate. One can only blame oneself for not being strong enough." At that moment, Shur approached, and fortunately, he was present. Otherwise, the hunting team, comprised mostly of the injured and the disabled, would have been utterly incapable of managing the situation. What should Yazid do now? There were far too many wounded. Should they take a moment to rest? Having sustained such severe injuries, Jiangya longed for respite. Yet they had just experienced a fierce battle, leaving the hunting team's combat effectiveness reduced to less than 30%. If another pack of tigers or bears were to descend upon them now, it would spell disaster for everyone. No, the atmosphere here was saturated with blood. They needed to evacuate immediately. The gravity of the situation was not lost on the others, who unanimously concurred with Jiangya's assessment. They would proceed as advised by Yazid. The distance was not great, and they could grit their teeth and return. Chapter 91. Salting the Wound in the Scorching Summer. The relentless sun beat down on the earth, surrounded by dense forests. Traversing the primordial woods was undoubtedly a formidable challenge, especially under circumstances where most were women and children, and the men were nearly all injured. It was a matter of life and death. Fortunately, the Yin tribe was not too far away, and the group managed to stumble back to their territory before nightfall. As the team approached the vicinity, the clanspeople of the Dong tribe rushed forth to assist the hunting team in unloading their cargo, distributing responsibilities, and attending to injuries, all in a flurry of activity. Previously, they had only performed rudimentary treatments on their wounds due to safety concerns, and while on the move, the discomfort had been somewhat manageable. However, upon halting, sweat had thoroughly soaked the injuries, rendering them itchy and painful, a most unpleasant sensation. Gazing at Jiangya's mangled calf, Lan's eyes welled with tears, her expression heart-wrenching. "Brother Ya, what happened to you?" "I had a run-in with the Wolf King," Jiangya replied nonchalantly, fearing the little girl would worry. "It's nothing, don't fret. I'll be fine in a couple of days. You're hurt like this, and you're still lying to me." The little girl sniffled, on the verge of tears. All right. I promise I'll be better in a couple of days." Though he spoke reassuringly, Jiangya felt no certainty within. This era lacked tetanus shots or rabies vaccines. Injuries had to be endured. Fortunately, the tribespeople, seasoned from years of battling wild beasts, possessed a degree of natural resilience. However, Jiangya dared not place his fate in the capriciousness of such resilience. It was summer, and wounds could easily fester. Given the current medical conditions, even if he did not perish, he could end up incapacitated. At the very least, the wounds needed thorough cleaning. In his previous life, there were countless methods to treat wounds, from first aid kits to hydrogen peroxide, iodine, and alcohol. Now, the options were limited to either clean water or a heated iron. Choices were few. As a modern individual, Jiangya had his own methods. Salt. Indeed, salt. A high-concentration saline solution could eradicate most bacteria and was arguably one of the most convenient methods. Under no circumstances did Jiangya wish to resort to the painful act of applying salt to his wounds. Merely contemplating it was excruciating. And those curious enough could certainly try the experience. It was undeniably intense. Especially for someone like Jiangya, with extensive injuries, it would be an overwhelming ordeal. Do we really have to do this? Lan hesitated, unable to comprehend why one would waste precious salt on a wound, having never witnessed such a thing before. Yes, we must. Jiangya procured a wooden stick, biting down on it as he reminded, "First, let's cleanse the hands with salt water." With that, he declared, "I shall begin." Given that it was his inaugural attempt at such an endeavor, Lan lacked experience, but presumed it would aid in the healing process. With no further deliberation, She grasped a handful of fine salt and sprinkled it directly onto the wound. Hiss! Jianya instantly trembled in pain. Goodness! Are you attempting to murder your husband? Lan had never experienced the sensation of salt on a wound. Yet the contorted expression on Jiang Ya's face indicated the excruciating nature of the process. Almost in tears, she asked, "Does it hurt terribly, brother Ya? Perhaps we should stop." "It doesn't hurt. Continue," he replied. Although he was acutely aware of the impending agony, the moment the salt penetrated his flesh, he gasped involuntarily. Yet, upon witnessing the young girl's anxious demeanor, he forced a semblance of a smile, albeit a grimace that was more reminiscent of sorrow than joy. "Just a little. Not too much. Do not fret. If we run out of salt, we can simply prepare more. Your injury is of utmost importance." Though salt was precious, it paled in comparison to the necessity of treating Jiang Ya's wound. Resolving to proceed with the treatment, Lan seized another handful of salt and liberally applied it to the injury. Jiang Ya convulsed in agony, his body stiffening for a moment before he regained composure. He silently vowed never to seek this girl's assistance for treatment again. It was far too perilous. While it was indeed a painful ordeal, he consoled himself with the thought that enduring short-term suffering was preferable to protracted pain. After approximately 10 minutes, feeling that the salt had sufficiently permeated the wound, Jiang Ya hastily rinsed away the excess salt with salt water. He then applied herbal remedies and secured them with leaves and grass rope, finally completing the treatment of his wound. With a long exhale, Jiang Ya felt a wave of relief wash over him. Although the sensation of salt penetrating his flesh continued to challenge his pain threshold, it was significantly more bearable than at the outset, at least within a tolerable range. He resolved that in future treatments, he would undertake the task himself rather than allow Lan to be his primary caregiver, fearing that she might inadvertently hasten his demise. Contemplating the prolonged agony that awaited him, Jiang Ya felt despondent. The notion that shared joy surpasses solitary pleasure prompted him to consider the well-being of others. Cough, cough, young lady. Have you mastered the procedure from earlier? Lan, her eyes red and filled with concern, choked out, "I have learned." "Then apply it to others as well," Jiang Ya urged. Lan raised an eyebrow in confusion. What? "Inform them that anyone who refuses to cooperate shall forfeit their dinner tonight." Lan hesitated, "But what about the leader?" "Especially the leader," Jiang Ya replied with a mischievous smile, relishing the thought of the leader's pained expression. "Yes, the leader's injury is more severe. Be generous with the salt." Yet, he secretly mused, "I harbor no personal grievances. This is a matter of life and death. And bacteria will not spare you simply because you hold the title of leader. Considering the sensitivity of the injured area, it would be somewhat disadvantageous for Lan to attend to it. Never mind. I shall handle it personally. I will cleanse the wound with salt." Admittedly, it was rather foolish of me, but given the circumstances, there is little choice. The ensuing events are easily imaginable, as the tribe is intermittently filled with the sounds of wails and lamentations. "You bastard, how dare you? Brother Ya, I loathe you." For these cultural expressions, Jiang Ya bore no psychological burden. Perhaps it is a sign of a twisted mindset. Initially, the pain felt quite intense, yet with so many accompanying me in my suffering, my spirits were considerably lifted. They must be expressing their gratitude towards me. Indeed, it is true. It turns out that deriving joy from helping others is quite fulfilling. It seems I should engage in such acts more frequently in the future. Having just tended to everyone's wounds, at that moment, Shur approached. "What shall we do with the cubs you brought back?" He set down the bamboo basket he had been carrying. Perhaps sensing the lingering scent of the Wolf King on Jiang Ya, the cubs immediately began to yelp. Jiang Ya slapped his forehead, having completely forgotten about this matter. He playfully teased the cubs in the basket, finding them rather endearing, and pondered, why not keep them? Chapter 92. Training wolves. You must consider this carefully. Such creatures are quite formidable. If raised, I fear. Shur did not finish his sentence, but his meaning was clear. Having already defeated the Silver Wolf King, there is no way a few cubs could intimidate me. Jiang Ya waved his hand dismissively. "It's all right. Let us raise them for now. If it doesn't work out, we can always cull them later." "Very well," Shur replied, agreeing to leave the cubs behind before busying himself once more. Currently, the entire cave tribe is nearly incapacitated, and many matters cannot be attended to. Shur is one of the few rational individuals, so he must step up during this time. Trust is essential in leadership. Jiang Ya bestowed upon Shur complete confidence, allowing him to make decisions. Although minor complications arose, at least Jiang Ya was spared from direct involvement. After bidding farewell to Shur, Jiang Ya began to assess this group of wolf cubs. There were a total of 6 captured cubs, their eyes yet to open, indicating they were still in the nursing phase. Though they are wolf cubs, their size is comparable to that of adult cats, covered in soft fur. At the slightest disturbance, they commenced their plaintive howling, adorably fierce in demeanor. The hunting team had suffered grievously from the wolf pack's attack, and these little ones bore at least half the responsibility. Thus, Jianya harbored no fondness for them. Previously, they might have been swiftly turned into sustenance, but given their meager size, they hardly provided enough nourishment for the tribe. So they were retained. Jianya shook his head, finding his thoughts rather amusing. The notion of misfortune not extending to one's family and the guilt of taking out frustrations on someone else's offspring seemed rather despicable. Yet, raising the cubs would pose a dilemma for the tribe, as wolves are carnivorous creatures, and the idea of raising them only to consume meat sounds rather foolish. In truth, upon first seeing the cubs, Jianya's instinct was to tame them, envisioning them as hunting dogs. The tribe currently lacks for food, and keeping a few wolves would be a manageable burden. Once successful, neglecting the question of hunting dogs, at the very least, their utility as guardians is beyond doubt. As the saying goes, one cannot raise a white-eyed wolf. It seems that in all the tales of Huaxia, wolves are notoriously difficult to tame. Jianya harbored little confidence in domesticating such creatures. Yet, the thought of simply eliminating them left him somewhat reluctant. Having witnessed the ferocity of the wild beasts in the forest, Jianya deemed it necessary to tame a few formidable animals for defense. After all, the warrior tribes of his previous life could even domesticate bears. Surely he could manage a few wolf cubs. The sins of the father must be repaid by the son. He wondered if the notion that an animal recognizes the first creature it sees upon opening its eyes as its mother held any truth. For a time, the cave tribe entered a period of healing. With ample provisions, there was no cause for alarm. Hunting now constituted only a small portion of their food sources, thus averting any shortages. The new members also required a considerable adjustment period, leading the tribe into a phase of steady transition once more. Fortunately, the tribe's operations had reached a preliminary level of maturity, and with Shur and a cadre of veteran members diligently attending to tasks, progress did not stall. Jianya was not one to remain idle. After being forcibly confined by Lan for a week, he could no longer endure the inactivity. With his wounds just scabbed over, roaming freely was out of the question, yet he devised his own strategies. If dynamic activities were off the table, surely static endeavors would suffice. In the morning, he had himself carried to an open area, where he summoned a group of children to conduct outdoor lessons. In the afternoon, he unveiled his long-preserved carving knife to craft nameplates for the newly joined tribesmen. By evening, he would take the wolf cubs out for military training. As long as his resolve remained steadfast, he believed solutions would always outnumber difficulties. Time passed in this busy yet fulfilling manner, and before long, a month had slipped by. During this month, the cave tribe experienced numerous new developments. Wheat sprouted, potatoes were cultivated, land was cleared for housing, and fish were being raised. All signs of the tribe's vitality and vigor. Sit, lie down, speak. One day, Jianya, having some leisure time, resumed military training with the wolf cubs. Perhaps due to his previous aura of a wolf king, these cubs displayed unwavering obedience to Jianya, never once baring their teeth at him. Moreover, these little creatures were quite intelligent. Simple commands like sit, lie down, and speak were grasped after just a couple of demonstrations. And they learned remarkably quickly, much to Jianya's delight. In his past military service, Jianya had a comrade named Dogdan, renowned for training military dogs. This fellow seemed almost destined for the task. Whether it was Tibetan Mastiffs, German Shepherds, or toy poodles, the sight of him brought dogs greater joy than finding a treat. After just a couple of days of training, he could make dogs more obedient than his own children. At times, Jianya pondered if this man had been a dog in a previous life. What strong man does not love fierce dogs? During his free time, Jianya would learn a few tricks from him, never expecting to apply them in this manner. Though he was uncertain whether training wolves with dog training methods would yield results, Jianya deliberately selected the strongest of the wolf cubs, naming it Wolf Big. When feeding, as long as this particular cub was eating, the other cubs were forbidden to touch their food. Once the alpha wolf has feasted to its heart's content, the other wolf cubs are permitted to come forward in an orderly manner to partake in the meal. Simultaneously, when the alpha wolf asserts its dominance by biting the other cubs, Jianya refrains from intervening and, following the altercation, bestows a reward upon the alpha, thus firmly establishing its authority. Over the course of a week, the cubs naturally discern who the leader of the pack is, and they dare not overstep their bounds. In a similar vein, during the feeding of the cubs, Jianya always partakes first. Only after he has satisfied his hunger does he allow the alpha to eat, conveying the message that he is indeed the true leader. The principles of animal training are quite straightforward. At their core lies the imperative of establishing who holds the authority. Animals possess a strong hierarchical awareness. Who is the leader and who is subordinate must be delineated from the outset. Take these 6 wolf cubs, for instance, despite being siblings. Significant differences exist among them. The animal kingdom operates on the principle of survival of the fittest. Resources are limited, and from birth, one must vie for sustenance. Those who prevail feast, while those who do not must endure hunger. Over time, this dynamic fosters the strong to grow ever stronger, while the weak become increasingly frail, often resulting in the survival of only one or two cubs from a litter. Though this reality may seem harsh, it is this very competition that breeds cubs with a greater likelihood of survival, as long as the cubs recognize their boundaries with their owner. Even if they grow fierce in stature, they will naturally obey in the presence of their master. Of course, while the concept is simple, its execution is far more complex. What should one do when a cub misbehaves? How can one ensure compliance? How can one convey their intentions clearly? These are intricate matters that require personal exploration. A mere few words cannot encapsulate the entirety of the process. Chapter 93. The Master Breeder. After a month of recuperation, man has regained his vigor. Ha. These wolf cubs are quite spirited. When will you allow me to have a few to play with? Jianya shot him an exasperated glance, recalling how these few cubs nearly brought ruin to the tribe. If there were any more, he feared his heart might not withstand it. Uncle Man has made a remarkable recovery. It's impressive how quickly you've bounced back. Ha, of course. What do you expect from my caliber? Such minor injuries are no different from a mosquito bite. Now revitalized, Man began to chatter incessantly, seemingly oblivious to the fact that he had been the loudest in his complaints during his ordeal. However, Jianya deemed it unnecessary to engage in banter with him and merely replied, "Indeed, Uncle Man is unparalleled, truly exceptional. It has been demonstrated that the method of using salt for disinfection yields considerable results. In the past, if the tribe had suffered such significant damage, mere survival would have been an arduous task. Yet this time, after cleansing the wounds with salt water, only a few individuals experienced inflammation and fever for a few days. And thereafter, they faced no further issues." Jianya couldn't help but marvel at the astonishing resilience of primitive people. As Man approached, he began to play with the young wolves, curiously inquiring, "Child, what purpose do you serve by raising so many wolf cubs?" Upon discussing the potential of the cubs, Jianya became animated. "Their utility is immense. If trained properly, they could double our hunting efficiency. Is it truly that remarkable? Let me see for myself." In a manner akin to a rugged individual, Man found himself instinctively drawn to fierce beasts, his curiosity piqued by the prospect of doubling his efficiency. At this moment, a wolf cub appeared to sense danger, howling toward Man with fervor. From a distance, the alpha wolf emitted a commanding call, prompting the two little wolves to rush forward, capturing Man's attention, while the remaining cubs stealthily maneuvered to flank him from behind. Observing the spirited display of the young creatures, Man's interest deepened. "Is this your teaching?" he inquired. "It's innate talent," came the reply. Despite the cubs' incomplete set of teeth, Man was undeterred, eager to witness their capabilities. With a howl, the alpha sensed Man's unmoving stance as a challenge and called out again. Responding to their leader's command, the little wolves launched a disciplined attack. Man dispatched them with a swift kick, sending the cubs flying. Indeed, what a natural gift. Their method of assault mirrors our own experiences under attack. The failed offensive ignited the alpha's fury, compelling him to engage directly, but his size proved no match for Man. After several fruitless attempts, the alpha leapt, aiming to bite into Man's vulnerable spots. Taken aback by the cub's ferocity, Man retreated hastily, only to deliver a powerful kick that sent the alpha tumbling several meters away. "That was close, Tooth. You taught me this move, didn't you?" It was no wonder Man thought this way. He recalled their first duel when Jianya's kick had left a rat incapacitated for an entire month. Truly, a master and their pet share a bond. Jianya, exasperated, lamented, "I've told you, it's a matter of talent." It seemed this blemish would linger for a lifetime. The alpha, feeling grievously wronged, scampered to Jianya, seeking solace, resembling a child in distress. Jianya comforted the alpha with a gentle pat on its head. "Uncle Man, be gentler. You wouldn't want them to grow up and bite you," he teased. "Hey, this little one is quite the character. He even reports back," Man replied incredulously, rubbing his eyes in disbelief. To his astonishment, the alpha then went to groom the other cubs, as if comforting his younger siblings. Man was utterly dumbfounded. He now comprehended the unity of the wolf pack. "No, Tooth, you must grant me two of them. Why bring this up again?" Jianya sighed, overwhelmed. "Has this fellow become so accustomed to robbery that he covets everything of value?" "Uncle Man, wolves are social animals. If you take away two, what will become of the rest?" "That is a fair point." Man conceded, acknowledging Jianya's reasoning. It would indeed be inhumane to forcibly separate these siblings. After a moment's pause, he declared, "Then, I shall take them all." Jianya rolled his eyes in exasperation. "Is this even a reasonable request? Where is your dignity?" Noticing Jiang Ye's incredulous expression, Man glared back defiantly. What? Are you displeased? Of course I am, Jiang Ye retorted. If it weren't for Man's status as leader, he would have charged at him. Yet considering Man's robust frame, he ultimately replied, very well, very well. Uncle Man desired it, so he simply took it to play with. He chuckled, reveling in the triumph of seizing dominion over the wolf cubs, laughing heartily as if he were a child weighing 300 pounds, teasing the little wolves. He chanted, wolves, henceforth I am your master, and you shall heed my words, understand? Otherwise, I shall stew you all for soup. Jiang Ye rubbed his aching temples, pondering the absurdity of the situation. Uncle Man, wolves are not trained in this manner. Ignoring Man's puzzled gaze, Jiang Ye called to the wolf cubs, Wolf Chief, bring your companions over here. Responding to Jiang Ye's summons, Wolf Chief seemed to possess a spark of sentience, scampering over with the rest of the wolf cubs trailing behind at a slight distance. Jiang Ye patted the wolf's head in encouragement. Sit, lie down, roll over. With a series of commands, the wolf cubs dutifully complied. Jiang Ye nodded in satisfaction, producing some jerky to toss to Wolf Chief, and after it had eaten its fill, he threw a few smaller pieces to the other cubs as a reward. Wow, how impressive! This bewildered Man, who had never anticipated that taming beasts could be approached in such a manner. Jiang Ye shrugged dismissively, stating, what is so remarkable about it? They are still young, merely capable of learning simple actions. Once they mature, I shall teach them to hunt, and that will truly be extraordinary. After all, hunting is but a minor skill. Now the cave tribe's agriculture and livestock rearing have stabilized, and it is foreseeable that they will no longer rely on hunting for sustenance. As the tribe advances, hunting will merely become a pastime for leisure. This was also the fundamental reason Jiang Ye readily entrusted the wolf cubs to Man. He had many endeavors to pursue and little time to train the cubs. Since Man had a fondness for them, it was merely a favor done in passing. Moreover, the cubs had already acknowledged their master, leaving Man as nothing more than a caretaker. Having a free laborer to tend to his pets was a fortunate arrangement. In the following 2 days, Jiang Ye imparted some training techniques and precautions to Man before leaving the wolf cubs in his care. Having hunted all his life, Man was well versed in the habits of wild animals. Many concepts needed no elaboration, and he grasped them instantly. In fact, he became even more adept at training the young wolves than Jiang Ye himself. Jiang Ye could not help but marvel at the inexplicable nature of talent. Time flowed swiftly, like a gentle stream. In the primitive society, there were no metrics of performance or KPIs. The pace of life was leisurely, allowing long periods to pass almost unnoticed. Before long, the weather transitioned from the sweltering heat of summer to the bountiful autumn. After such an extended period of adaptation, the newly joined tribe members had integrated into the cave tribe's environment. The conditions of the cave tribe had improved exponentially compared to the past, and even those women and children traded from the salt tribe felt that life had become significantly more bearable. Naturally, like most, they had initially been reluctant, treated as commodities in exchange, and it was easy to imagine what their futures would hold. What they had not anticipated upon arriving at the new tribe was that everyone regarded them with indifference, although the labor required of them had increased. As long as they fulfilled their assigned tasks, the specter of hunger was no longer a concern. They still vividly recalled their first visit to the cave tribe's food storage, a vast cavern nearly filled to the brim with taro. The sense of awe and security it instilled was incomparable to anything else. Just imagine the sheer quantity of taro stored. Many secretly felt fortunate to have been traded here. Otherwise, they would not have experienced such a bountiful existence. The cave tribe had undergone significant transformation since Jiang Ye's arrival. Firstly, the population had surged to over 500, including newborns, a stark contrast to the mere 2 or 3 kittens present at the outset, due to the diverse origins of many of its members. Intermarriage among tribes was no longer a concern. Jiang Ye had previously categorized names according to tribal distinctions, which effectively mitigated the likelihood of consanguinity. Many of the infants born today appeared to possess normal intelligence, and the tribespeople could clearly perceive the benefits of this approach. Secondly, the food supply was abundant. After a fruitful harvest of taro, they faced no significant issues until autumn, when they would reap another wave of grain, ensuring a comfortable winter ahead. Additionally, the wild boars, rabbits, and mountain chickens they had been raising had grown significantly over the past year, especially the rabbits, which reproduced prolifically, now numbering in the thousands. Their population could only be described as formidable. Moreover, the pelts of these rabbits could be fashioned into leather garments, and with the tribe's reserves, it was guaranteed that everyone would be warmly clothed throughout the winter. Currently, the most pressing concern was housing. Due to the limited production of bricks and tiles, progress had lagged, forcing many to crowd into single rooms under difficult conditions. Yet, This was an unavoidable circumstance. After all, they had arrived later. This year, with food in abundance and life flourishing, Lan seemed to have grown taller, now nearing the height of 9 meters. Her long legs standing straight and proud, truly worthy of being a world-class model in her former life. Were it not for Jiangya's own approaching 2-meter stature, he might have feared he would not be able to reach her. At that moment, Lan excitedly approached. "Brother Ya, the ritual is ready. We're just waiting for you." He affectionately ruffled her hair. "All right, I'll be there shortly." Lan shook her head playfully, pouting. "Oh, I'm already an adult. Please don't ruffle my hair anymore." Jiangya couldn't help but glance at her chest, thinking, indeed, she has grown. Feeling his unwavering gaze upon her, Lan found it unsettling. "Brother Ya, your stare is rather frightening." Jiangya felt a surge of impulse. "Shall we warm up a bit before the ritual?" He pondered her impressive height and curvaceous figure, a testament to the peculiar aesthetic standards of this world. Otherwise, such a remarkable specimen would hardly be within his reach. Yet, considering the hundreds of onlookers waiting outside, he dismissed this tempting thought. "All right, let us go." The so-called ritual is, in essence, a mobilization before the autumn harvest. In Jiangya's childhood, during each harvest season, the most esteemed elder of the village would personally cut the first sheaf of rice to honor the ancestors, seeking blessings for favorable weather and bountiful crops in the coming year. Life necessitates a sense of ritual. After toiling for so long, hastily gathering the grains feels somewhat lacking. Jiangya found this custom quite appealing and unabashedly decided to emulate it. Among the Dong tribe, no one held more esteem than Jiangya. Even the formidable man had to step aside. In terms of intellect, the current prosperity of the Dong tribe was largely attributed to Jiangya's efforts. In terms of strength, he was capable of confronting the Wolf King single-handedly. The tribe unanimously supported Jiangya in taking the lead, but considering his youth, he felt it more appropriate to leave such ostentatious duties to General Man naturally. Men accepted this responsibility with delight, and under the envious gazes of the crowd, he personally harvested the first bundle of wheat, which he then reverently placed on the altar. As the tribe's shaman, it was now Jiangya's time to perform. However, the act of invoking spirits truly perplexed him. He had no experience in such matters. With hundreds of eyes upon him, retreating at this juncture seemed rather unreasonable. If only he had sought the guidance of a shaman to learn a few tricks beforehand. There was no turning back now. He had to summon his courage and proceed, though he lacked the innate talent for rhythmic movements. As he danced, his actions began to morph, gradually resembling a series of calisthenics. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 2, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. While performing these exercises, he kept time for himself. To the untrained eye, it might have had the semblance of a spiritual invocation. Observing Jiangya's peculiar movements, the tribesmen began to murmur amongst themselves. "What kind of movement is this? I've never seen it before. Could it be a new technique taught by Turing? Taught by Turing? How could that be? What is impossible? The tribe has so many new things. Which of them did you think was feasible before?" Such is human nature. When one admires another, they instinctively mimic anything that person does, often engaging in elaborate justifications. Hearing the discussions around him, Jiangya couldn't help but feel a mix of amusement and exasperation. What could he say? He certainly couldn't admit, "I'm merely doing calisthenics to bamboozle you lot." Clearing his throat twice to signal for silence, Jiangya resolved to carry on with his charade and began reciting an ancient poem. Plowing the fields at noon, sweat drips onto the earth beneath the crops. Who knows the meal on the plate? Each grain is born of toil. What spell is this? It sounds so sophisticated. Once his mental stockpile was nearly exhausted, Jiangya finally shouted, "Blessings from Turing." Instantly, the tribesmen echoed back, "Blessings from Turing. Blessings from Turing." Chapter 95, Fragrant Steamed Buns. The ritual served as an initiation for work, a procedural formality that concluded in half an hour. Next comes the urgent harvest of the grain. After spending a year in this world, Jiangya has gained a general understanding of its climate. According to his calculations, in about a month, the annual exchange meeting will take place, followed by the long winter. However, there are still a few scorching hot days left before the meeting. Unlike taro, the harvesting of grain requires a process of threshing and drying. Thus, these sweltering days are of utmost importance. All procedures must be completed before the temperature drops, or else the grain will sprout, rendering half a year's yield worthless. Fortunately, the Dong tribe has ample manpower, and Jiangya has also instructed the blacksmith to forge a batch of sickles. After 2 days of hard work, hundreds of acres of grain have been harvested. The next step is threshing, which involves separating the grain from the ears. The most convenient method would be to use a combined harvester, allowing for direct separation and packaging. However, under current conditions, this remains a mere fantasy. Jiangya recalls the traditional way of threshing wheat in rural areas. where stacks of wheat are neatly laid out on the road, waiting for vehicles to crush them. Generally, drivers understand this implicit request and consciously drive over the ears of wheat multiple times, making it easy to detach the grain. Villagers only need to give it a slight shake to collect the grain, which is relatively convenient. Clearly, these methods are impractical for the Dong tribe at present. After much contemplation, Jianya ultimately opts for the most primitive method of threshing. He lays down straw mats on the ground, hangs animal hides around to prevent splatter, and finds a stone to serve as a base. One simply needs to grasp a handful of stalks and strike the ears against the stone with force. Although this method is straightforward, it is undeniably laborious. After harvesting over 100 acres, everyone is left with sore backs and aching legs. Fortunately, having undergone a similar experience in the first half of the year, the tribe members have gained some expertise and work swiftly. After a week of bustling activity, they finally finish harvesting, threshing, and drying all the grain before the temperature drops. With effort comes reward. Gazing at the towering piles of grain and envisioning the imminent arrival of dough-based delicacies, Jianya finds himself salivating. Of course, indulging in such delights is not as simple as it seems, for there are still numerous processes to undertake. However, in the presence of delectable food, a true foodie can overcome any obstacle. The foremost task is to grind the grain into flour. The grinding process itself has its intricacies. Firstly, there is the coarse grinding stage, where the millstones have larger gaps, primarily aimed at removing the outer husk of the grain. The coarsely ground grain is then placed into a finer mill for a second grinding, resulting in the pristine white flour. The husk does not go to waste either, as it serves as excellent feed for pigs and chickens. However, Jianya is not one to tread the beaten path. Naturally, he opts for a more efficient method than using a stone mill. The most convenient way to obtain flour is through a stone roller, which is crafted into a cylindrical shape for repeated crushing. Yet, this method yields flour that is mixed with both husk and core, resulting in an unappealing appearance that affluent families would disdain. But is Jianya from a wealthy family? Certainly not. In an era where even the most basic sustenance is scarce, there is little to be particular about. However, the effort required before a meal can be quite cumbersome. Jianya contemplated the necessity of devising a water wheel or some similar contraption to alleviate the labor involved. Perhaps a few horses or donkeys to assist with the grinding would suffice. Regrettably, the water wheel was situated too far from the river, and the prospect of raising donkeys or horses was simply impractical at this time. Once the harvest was reaped, a ceremonial offering was essential. If the previous rite served as a notification to the ancestors, this occasion was markedly more formal. To express his earnestness, Jianya elevated the broadcast exercise to a vigorous jumping routine, reciting incantations that spanned from Tang poetry to song lyrics, even including a repertoire of nursery rhymes, taking a full hour. Regardless of whether the ancestors comprehended his efforts, his sincerity was beyond doubt. The offerings were equally abundant. In addition to the customary pig's head and fish, 10 large steamers were placed in the square, each towering 10 layers high, with 40 buns steamed on each tier. By the time Jianya concluded his exercise, the buns were perfectly cooked, releasing an enticing aroma that made everyone's throats salivate. Not only the others, but even Jianya himself could hardly contain his excitement. Without further ado, he began distributing the buns, and in no time, all 400 were handed out. For the tribe's appetite, a single bun merely served as an appetizer. Fortunately, the large steamers were set to work once more. After all, this was merely the first attempt, and it was imperative that everyone enjoyed themselves to foster motivation for future endeavors. With the introduction of taro, the tribe had become less naive than before. Although they still indulged heartily, they did not suffer the discomfort of overindulgence. Unlike buns, taro did not feel particularly filling at first, but after consuming 3 or 5 and sipping some water, the realization of its satiating nature dawned upon them. The feeling of fullness was unmistakable, leaving them pleasantly distended. Without a doubt, from the elderly of over 50 to the infants just beginning to eat, the entire tribe had once again overindulged. Groups of people reclined on the grass, gently caressing their nearly bursting bellies, overwhelmed by a profound sense of contentment. This was especially true for the newly joined members of the tribe, who recalled their last satisfying meal as a distant memory. They feared not the discomfort of fullness, but rather the gnawing pangs of hunger. Lan joyfully clutched her bun and took a delicate bite, instantly savoring the unique sweetness that melted in her mouth, growing more delightful with each chew. Brother Tooth, this bun is truly fragrant, even more so than taro. Jianya affectionately ruffled Lan's hair. Did I ever deceive you? This is fine grain, not only delicious but also remarkably filling. Lan, relishing the bun's sweetness, pondered aloud. Fine grain? Does it mean the grain has become exquisite? No wonder it is so delectable. Jiangya found her whimsical interpretation amusing, momentarily at a loss for words. Suddenly inspired, he leaned in and whispered in her ear, "Tomorrow, I shall prepare a bowl of egg noodles for you, and you will understand what true culinary delight is." Upon hearing the phrase culinary delight, Lan's interest was piqued. "Noodles? Shoo." Jiangya, noticing her excitement, quickly gestured for silence. "Lower your voice. Dear, we mustn't attract the wild ones." It is not that Jiangya is hoarding resources. After all, they all lead a communal life and share their meals. However, the current dilemma lies in the scarcity of eggs, even though the knife-cut noodles pose no issue. Although Jiangya might occasionally manage to procure a few eggs discreetly, making a grand display of it would undoubtedly provoke discontent among the tribe members. Herein lies the drawback of collective living. Any desire to enhance their quality of life must be executed in secrecy. It is often said that desire propels the advancement of civilization, a sentiment Jiangya wholeheartedly agrees with. Little did anyone expect that a mere bowl of egg knife-cut noodles would inspire Jiangya to contemplate a transition from communal living to private ownership. Chapter 96. A bowl of noodles sparks a reform. The skill of hunting often requires more than one or two individuals, and for tribes historically reliant on hunting, communal living tends to yield more disadvantages than benefits. However, the Dong tribe has successfully entered an agrarian civilization, rendering the continuation of communal living impractical. The rationale is simple. Human nature leans towards inertia. When it comes to labor, whether one works more or less, the outcome remains the same, leading to the question, why exert oneself more than necessary? Signs of laziness and complacency have already begun to emerge. Due to the complex structure of the population, this phenomenon has become increasingly pronounced. If left unchecked, it could very well lead to calamity. As the saying goes, a good person may never learn, while a bad person can do so in just 3 days. Once habits are formed, reforming them is no simple feat. Jiangya has never doubted the simplicity of his tribe members, nor does he harbor expectations for human nature, and he certainly will not test it. The best method to mitigate risks is to address the issue through institutional reform. Nonetheless, transforming communal ownership into private ownership is no small task. Numerous factors must be considered to avoid potential conflicts. Fortunately, the rich history of Huaxia offers many precedents to reference. After careful contemplation and soliciting opinions from various individuals, Jiangya finally devised a plan. The first concern is the distribution of existing resources. Resources being limited, dissatisfaction arises if the allocation is perceived as insufficient. While excessive distribution breeds discontent, Jiangya decided to categorize resources into public and private sectors. The Dong tribe is currently organized by family units. Whether a single individual or a small group cohabiting, all counted as one household. The resources at hand consist of land, pottery, salt, iron tools, and brick houses, each allocated according to specific criteria, ensuring simplicity in the process. For instance, a family of 5 would be entitled to 10 acres of land, 1 earthen pot, 10 bowls, 5 pounds of salt, 2 hoes, 3 sickles, a 5-room brick house, and enough provisions to sustain them until the autumn harvest of the following year. Conversely, a single individual would receive significantly less, specifically 2 acres of land, 1 earthen pot, 1 bowl, 1 pound of salt, 1 hoe, a single-room brick house, and sufficient provisions to last until the next autumn harvest. This arrangement is designed to encourage procreation. More people equate to greater resources. Public assets are relatively more intricate, encompassing iron smelting, salt production, brick firing, and livestock farming, all classified as communal property. Having allocated the assets, each individual's future sustenance now rests solely upon their own endeavors. The Dong tribe will gradually transition towards a natural economy, where future desires may be fulfilled through barter, and the quality of life will depend on personal efforts. The second pressing matter is taxation, a source of considerable concern. Should a uniform standard be established, agriculturalists would undoubtedly suffer significant losses. After a meticulous assessment of the Dong tribe's industries, Jiangya formulated distinct tax rates tailored to the characteristics of each sector. For instance, a 30 tax on grain, 60 on salt production, 50 on pottery, 50 on charcoal, 20 on hunting, 30 on livestock, and 80 on iron goods. The overarching principle was clear. The more lucrative the industry, the harsher the taxation. Conversely, the more perilous the occupation, the lighter the tax burden. While everyone relishes the prospect of profit, the issue of taxation often breeds misunderstanding. Jiangya found himself compelled to elucidate that the tribe's considerable size necessitated management, requiring compensation for public servants. Otherwise, who would undertake the labor? Furthermore, the tribe needed to invest in infrastructure, whether it be fortifications, irrigation systems, or roads, all of which demanded financial resources. Without taxes, how could these projects be realized? Should they revert to an ancient system of forced labor? Additionally, as the tribe expanded, newcomers would require accommodation, and provisions for those injured or deceased in service would need to be established. Research, education, and various communal needs also demanded substantial funding from the collective, which would inevitably be distributed among all members, an arrangement not easily accepted. The third issue concerns the division of labor. Despite the tribe's modest population, its industries are diverse. If everyone were to pursue agriculture, who would attend to construction? However, imposing strict roles is met with resistance, as individual skills vary significantly. Therefore, aside from delineating essential positions such as public servants, hunting teams, and educators, Jianya allowed tribe members the freedom to choose their paths. For instance, the brick and pottery artisan, an established trade, offers a more relaxed income than laboring in the fields. Whether from admiration or envy, some individuals, seeking to escape monotony, would surely strive to enter this field, fostering competition. Monopolies in any industry are perilous, but competition nurtures progress. While production levels are a concern, the resultant price reductions are invaluable, provided that malicious competition does not arise, a scenario Jianya would welcome. This environment would stimulate creativity and innovation. Otherwise, relying solely on Jianya for solutions would be exhausting and inefficient. Of course, private workshops would coexist with public ones. Currently, the Dong tribe possesses few workshops, specifically for iron and salt. Historical experience indicates that these two resources must be tightly controlled to avert potential crises. The fourth dilemma lies in currency. This issue presents a significant challenge for Jianya, as the tribe's iron production is already limited. Diverting iron to mint coins would exacerbate the scarcity. Additionally, the technology for smelting iron remains underdeveloped, complicating the production process. The emergence of a private economy necessitates a reliable means of settlement. Otherwise, all prior measures would be rendered utterly futile. However, on another note, iron remains a valuable commodity at this juncture, and if fashioned into currency, its credibility would be sufficiently established. Thus, Jianya took the initiative to craft a series of iron coins, specifically for denominations: the 1 coin, 2 coin, 5 coin, and 10 coin. Indeed, it is rather audacious of Jianya to use his own name as a unit of measurement. Even more brazenly, the 10 coin is equivalent to 1 Bluetooth coin, although the latter has yet to be issued. Little did Jianya foresee that this meticulously handcrafted series of iron coins would be revered by future generations as the first currency, with each piece inciting fervor within the collector's realm and fetching exorbitant prices. With the establishment of currency comes the imperative to regulate prices. Generally, prices would be pegged to the yield of grain. Specifically, 1 coin would procure 10 pounds of grain, 1 pound of wild boar meat, or 5 pounds of fish. Of course, these are the official purchase prices. How the tribe's people engage in private transactions is beyond Jianya's purview. Moreover, the purchasing power of currency is not immutable and will undergo adjustments in response to prevailing circumstances. Chapter 97. 3 years. There are two endeavors in life that prove most arduous: transferring the contents of another's pocket into one's own, and implanting one's thoughts into another's mind. Reform cannot be achieved merely through rhetoric. It involves numerous complexities and potential disputes. Take land allocation as an example. How does one determine the size? Who opts for land close to home? And who chooses the more distant plots? Who cultivates fertile soil? And who is left with inferior land? Whose land is situated near a water source? And who else is not? These are all pertinent questions. When personal stakes are involved, no one is willing to suffer losses, and it is impossible to apply a singular standard universally. This is not a matter of selflessness. After all, when one's life and livelihood are at stake, magnanimity is not easily attainable. Even with prior mental preparation, the practical implementation proved to be quite a headache for Jianya. Subsequently, Jianya adopted a somewhat unyielding stance. After all, resources were finite. If one desires to acquire more, that is permissible, but with the stipulation that one must cultivate the land and relinquish half of the yield. After all, these lands were meant for future generations. What of those who wish to evade this obligation? They might do so, but not within the confines of the Dong tribe's territory, in other locations. They may pursue their ventures as they please, provided they are willing to face the risks. That said, the execution of such policies cannot be excessively rigid. At the very least, the manner of expression must be palatable to the populace, lest it incite unnecessary turmoil. Jianya felt akin to a spinning top, tirelessly rotating 24 hours a day, whether mediating disputes or en route to do so. Throughout the winter, he remained preoccupied with these trivial matters, returning home each day only to collapse into bed, devoid of even the inclination for intimacy. Fortunately, The overall outcome has been favorable, although many individuals still harbor reservations. These feelings are, at least, within a bearable range. Once the rules are established and a system is formed, future arrangements will become significantly easier. The relentless flow of time has never ceased. 3 years have swiftly passed. In this span, much can transform dramatically. In a previous life, numerous diligent students have matured from innocent youths into radiant young men, having surmounted the challenges akin to a carp leaping over the dragon gate. They either stepped into their dream universities, ventured into the workforce, devoted themselves to military service in defense of their homeland, or, wiping away their tears, began anew. Life presents myriad forms. Who can truly delineate them? For the Dong tribe, 3 years have similarly brought profound changes. After enduring initial hardships, they have finally embraced vigorous development. The current population of the Dong tribe has reached 1,000, and in accordance with Jiang Ye's prior planning, rows of brick houses have been constructed with remarkable precision, alleviating the anxieties of many perfectionists. Through their own endeavors, each individual has established a home, stockpiling surplus provisions and leaving behind the days of hunger. Observing the surroundings of their settlement, the once dense forests have been entirely cleared, transformed into vast farmlands spanning thousands of acres, a truly magnificent sight. This year's sowing has seen significant changes compared to previous years. The communal approach of shared meals and labor has given way to families cultivating their own plots. The enthusiasm for farming is palpable, and the idlers who once sporadically appeared have vanished without a trace. Each person is eager to immerse themselves in the fields. With no complaints of fatigue, they understand that the majority of the harvest will belong to them, and after fulfilling their public dues, a considerable portion remains, allowing them the freedom to consume as they please, without the looming worry of hunger. As for any surplus, exchanging for meat or funding home repairs is quite simple. There is no shortage of avenues for expenditure. Many individuals have, through their diligent efforts, entered a state of modest prosperity. The adage sharpening the knife does not delay the chopping of firewood rings true. Spurred by this reform, many previously daunting issues have been effortlessly resolved, such as those concerning education. Previously, despite earnest attempts to encourage diligent study and self-improvement, few were willing to heed the advice. Even when presented with a few industrious learners, their attentiveness was fleeting. Jiang Ye found himself at a loss. However, the situation has changed. With the issuance of currency, literacy has become essential. Engaging in trade necessitates numerical comprehension. Otherwise, how could one discern if they are being deceived? Additionally, regarding management, while most positions remain appointed, Jiang Ye has stated that future selections will prioritize literacy. Furthermore, even those currently in secure positions must prove their capabilities or risk being supplanted by newcomers. Jiang Ye is resolute in maintaining equitable standards, showing no favoritism. It is indeed unwise to contemplate nepotism so early in the entrepreneurial journey. Presently, the majority of crucial roles are filled by the original cohort, and the opportunity has been granted. It is now up to them to seize it. Certainly, the cave tribe has only just begun its development. It is evidently unrealistic to measure its progress solely by the standards of examination-oriented education. For instance, crafts such as blacksmithing and salt production require merely strength and guidance from a skilled mentor, rendering them quite manageable. Furthermore, in the future, matters such as conscription and city management will undoubtedly prioritize martial prowess over academic qualifications. Jiang Ye has likewise made adjustments based on the realities of various industries. The principle remains singular. Those capable rise, while the inept fall. No matter how refined a system may be, it will inevitably reveal flaws as circumstances evolve. This reform is no exception. After all, Jiang Ye is not a specialist, and many regulations stem from his subjective perceptions, leading to numerous challenges during implementation. Fortunately, after 3 years of diligent effort, most of the major conflicts have been resolved, leaving only minor details that pose little harm. As time has washed away superficiality, Jiang Ye's once youthful visage has acquired distinct contours. He has reached a height of approximately 2.3 meters and has ceased to grow. Although he remains somewhat shorter compared to those nearing 2.6 meters, he stands at a moderate height within the cave tribe, a significant improvement from his previous stature, which resembled that of a severely disabled individual. While he may not excel in height, his spirit is undeniably vigorous, exuding an aura of inherent authority without the need for anger. Brother Ye, don't rush. Have something to eat first. You go ahead. I will ponder how to divert the water most conveniently. Currently, the cultivated land has expanded to over 1,000 acres, and the previous method of transporting soil by hand is no longer feasible given the vast expanse. Jiang Ye is contemplating the excavation of water channels for irrigation. Then simply instruct others to dig, Lan remarked, puzzled by the apparent simplicity of the solution. Jiang Ye shook his head and replied with a wry smile. This is a substantial undertaking. It would require several hundred individuals to accomplish. There's no one left to recruit. We aren't in a position to offer substantial compensation. Lan stated matter-of-factly. Chapter 98. Lan's thoughts on recruitment. Jiang Ye had indeed contemplated hiring workers. Over the past 3 years, through several exchange gatherings, the cave tribe has gained a commendable reputation, attracting many tribes eager to seek sustenance during the scarcity of winter. However, it is currently spring, the prime hunting season, making recruitment far more challenging than anticipated. Additionally, Jiang Ye feels that the population of the cave tribe is expanding too rapidly, and he wishes to allow for a period of consolidation. Thus, the absorption of new members is no longer conducted indiscriminately. Each year, the increase is limited to around 100 individuals, ensuring quick assimilation, adequate accommodation, and preservation of the quality of life for the tribe. Noticing Jiang Ye's concern over this matter, Lan teased, "Brother Ye, you're rather slow." Jiang Ye felt immense joy at Lan's transformation. Having spent the last 2 years nurturing her as his secretary, he had imparted considerable knowledge, resulting in her remarkable growth. She now possesses unique insights that alleviate a significant portion of Jiang Ye's burdens. As the saying goes, sometimes a secretary's duties encompass more than mere tasks, allowing Jiang Ye to enjoy a rather comfortable life. "Hey, has the little girl become mischievous? Do you have any good ideas? Brother Ye, have you forgotten someone?" "Who?" "Uncle Chong." "Uncle Chong?" Jiang Ye found himself perplexed, wondering why he was being mentioned out of the blue. However, a sudden realization struck him. Chong was someone whom he had saved while foraging for seeds. Unfortunately, Chong had succumbed to a debilitating ailment that left him limping, which greatly affected his spirit. He became reclusive and reluctant to engage with others. Jiang Ye, recognizing his inherent goodness, assigned him the task of charcoal burning, thus limiting their encounters. If not for Lan bringing him up, Jiang Ye might have nearly forgotten about him. Mentioning Chong reminded Jiang Ye of 2 essential items his tribe still needed: cattle and hemp. At that moment, he finally understood why Lan had invoked Chong's name. During a private exchange with his partner, Jiang Ye had casually suggested crafting a swimsuit from hemp, the specifics of which were too delicate to divulge. He had not anticipated that this thought would linger in her mind. A pang of guilt hit him. Lan must be anxious, believing that after 3 years, they had yet to conceive a child, leading her to seek remedies in desperation. Did she not realize that women have a safe period? The absence of pregnancy could merely be attributed to Jiang Ye timing their intimacy accordingly. There were reasons behind this cautious approach. Firstly, they were still grappling with poverty, and adding another child to their suffering seemed unnecessary. Secondly, their youth made the prospect of parenthood daunting. Indulging in forbidden fruit was one thing, but bearing a child would impose significant physical strain on Lan and hinder the child's development. In primitive societies, the loss of 1 or 2 infants was commonplace. Yet Jiang Ye, having come from a civilized background, harbored a natural fear of such occurrences. In those societies, a woman's inability to bear children could lead to tremendous societal pressure, yet Lan had never shown signs of distress. In that moment, Jiang Ye's heart ached as he held Lan tightly in his embrace. "Silly girl, didn't I tell you? We will have our babies in the future." With reddened eyes, Lan nestled against him, sobbing, "Brother Ye, am I useless?" "Fool, how could you be useless? I promise you, by next year at the latest, you will be expecting." "Really?" "Of course," Jiang Ye assured, thumping his chest. "When have I ever deceived you? When the time comes, you can have as many as you wish." Lan chuckled. "Then I would be akin to a sow." After considerable effort, Jiang Ye finally managed to lift Lan's spirits. Indeed, a woman's emotions could affect his readiness to draw his weapon. Once Lan departed, he began to contemplate the feasibility of her suggestion. She had previously heard him mention a creature called cattle from the Sang tribe, which could assist humans in their labor. Her blind trust in him led her to remember this idea. Given the current manpower shortage in the tribe, bringing back some cattle would significantly alleviate their labor demands. In principle, Lan's suggestion held merit for the long term. However, to realize it, they would need to wait many years. Even if Jiang Ye were to capture young calves, it would take considerable time to rear them, let alone achieve a substantial herd. This was precisely why ancient Chinese society prohibited the slaughter of cattle for meat. However, Lan's words served as a timely reminder for Jiang Ye, who had been confined within the bounds of the Full Moon Valley for the past 3 years. It was high time to explore the world beyond. Yet, in this era, wandering freely was no simple endeavor, prompting Jiang Ye to seek information from Chong. "You mean to say you wish to visit the Sang tribe?" Upon learning of Jiang Ye's intention to journey to the Sang tribe, Chong's eyes sparkled with excitement. Unable to conceal his elation. Having been away from his own tribe for 3 years, he had long yearned to return. And the news of Jiang Ye's plans filled him with joy. "Could you take me along?" he implored. "Rest assured, I will not be a burden." Jiangya furrowed his brow, not out of disdain for Chang, but rather out of concern for the arduous journey ahead. Chang's legs might prove cumbersome for traversing the long distances required. Jiangya recalled having gathered some knowledge about the Sang tribe in the past, possessing a vague impression. Uncle Chang, don't be hasty. Please elaborate on your tribe's general circumstances first. Our tribe, the Sang tribe, has a population of around 100 individuals, similar to the number when I first joined my tribe. The members primarily sustain themselves through hunting. Jiangya interrupted. Uncle, you've mentioned this before. Is there any other pertinent information? Chang frowned. Other information? Noticing Chang's puzzled expression, Jiangya prompted, think carefully. For instance, what unique products do you have? Are there other tribes nearby, or anything else that distinguishes your tribe? Chang fell into contemplation. As for unique products, it's the same as I previously mentioned, perhaps the cattle or hemp you referred to. To determine the specifics, one must see for themselves. He continued, there is indeed a formidable tribe nearby, numbering over 1,000. Over 1,000? That is no small figure, Jiangya remarked, intrigued. How do they sustain such a large population? Chang replied with certainty. As I recall, their population is not dissimilar to ours. They cultivate a type of flying insect that produces a sweet substance, which is quite delectable. However, only they possess this knowledge. I once attempted to rear some insects, but I was unsuccessful. Flying insects? Sweet food? Jiangya's interest piqued. Could they be beekeepers? Chapter 99. Beekeepers seeing Chang's confusion. Jiangya picked up a twig and drew a bee in the dirt. Is this the flying insect you mentioned? Chang glanced at the drawing and nodded. It resembles this quite closely. These creatures are about the size of an infant's fist, and they swarm together. Fierce indeed. Are you interested in keeping them? Just a casual inquiry. Though Jiangya had grown accustomed to the colossal creatures of this world, he was nevertheless taken aback by the notion of bees the size of an infant's fist. Originally intending to try keeping a hive of bees himself, he promptly dismissed the thought. However, the prospect of obtaining honey without the need for personal labor was appealing. With such a capable ally, it was unnecessary to toil alone. One could simply barter with them. Thus, Jiangya continued, by the way, Uncle Chang, how is your relationship with them? We exchange pottery and salt for honey. Would they agree? Honey? Is that the sweet substance you mentioned? Oh, how peculiar a name for such a delightful treat. As Chang reminisced about the sweet flavor of honey, he couldn't help but lick his lips, savoring the memory of its exquisite taste. However, he soon furrowed his brow, realizing that honey was their primary sustenance and would not be easily traded. It was only during a hunting expedition, when he rescued an injured member of their tribe, that he had the fortune of tasting it once. The thought of honey brought a faint smile to Chang's lips, for in any world, sweet delicacies elevate one's sense of happiness. With so many wonderful prospects, Jiangya felt this journey would surely bear fruit. After acquiring additional information about the Sang tribe, he bid farewell to Chang. As Jiangya pondered what to bring along, Man returned with his hunting party. This time, they had captured an adult moose, its size comparable to a small pickup truck. Surrounding the hunting party, a pack of wolves watched intently, their green eyes fixed hungrily upon the moose, as if ready to snatch it away at any moment. Yet, the hunting party paid no heed to the wolves, their demeanor unperturbed, perhaps wearied by the wolves' relentless gaze. Man, after severing a hind leg from the moose, tossed it to the wolves with a grimace, exclaiming, "Get lost, wolves. Take your underlings far away and eat without being a nuisance here." At that moment, a massive silver wolf emerged from the pack, seized the leg, and vanished without a trace. The remaining wolves lingered for a moment before following suit. At this juncture, Ahu stepped forward to tease, "Leader, these wolf pups are growing bolder. I reckon you might not be able to afford them anymore. How about you give me two, and I'll help lighten your burden? Get lost. If you have the skill, catch your own," Man retorted, his expression shifting to one of irritation. Despite his reluctance while dividing the wolf's leg, he was quick to defend the issue of ownership. Dismissed, Ahu felt slightly disgruntled. Nearby, Along patted Ahu on the shoulder, offering encouragement. "No worries. As long as you have thick skin, the leader will eventually oblige." "Really?" Ahu questioned, having asked the leader numerous times only to be met with disdain. Now doubting himself, Along replied confidently, "How could it be otherwise? Have you forgotten how the leader secured those wolf pups from Yago? But I can't take on the leader." Ahu lamented, genuinely desiring to raise a wolf pup. Not just him, but anyone in the tribe would covet the leader's wolf pups. Leaving the matter aside for now, the efficiency of the hunting party had more than doubled with the addition of the wolves, as previously elusive prey became easily caught with the wolves' assistance. Along continued to encourage, "Fear not, my brave friend. Face the challenges head on. I support you." "Wait a moment." Ahu suddenly seemed to snap back to reality, puzzled. "Aren't you also interested in a wolf pup? Why don't you ask for one?" "I'm afraid of getting beaten," Along replied nonchalantly. At this moment, Jiangya had approached closely. What are you two whispering about? Brother Ya, you must take my side. As Jiangya drew near, Ahu rushed forward without hesitation and clung to Jiangya's thigh, simultaneously winking furiously at Along. These two, being twin brothers, shared an unspoken understanding, and Along promptly followed suit, gripping Jiangya's other leg. Brother Ya, we are in distress. What's going on? Have we been wronged? Jiangya found himself momentarily bewildered by this dynamic duo. He feared not gods nor ghosts, but the sight of two burly men clinging to his legs with such desperation sent shivers down his spine. Let go, he exclaimed in exasperation, but the two stubbornly held on, leaving him no chance to escape. Along tightened his grip on Jiangya's thigh, declaring, if you do not grant us our request, we shall not release you. Ahu chimed in, exactly. We will not let go. Jiangya felt a sense of confusion. What is it you wish for? Speak plainly. Didn't we mention what we wanted? They pondered. It seems we did not. Is Brother Ya upset? It appears so. What shall we do next? I am uncertain. Seeing that the two were determined to continue their banter, Jiangya hastily interjected. Can you two please release me before we continue this conversation? What if we let go and you run away? Then we shall not let go. But brother, you will be angry. Then we shall let go. But we have yet to acquire the wolf cubs. Then we shall not release you. However, all of Brother Ya's wolf cubs have been given to the chief. Then we must let go. Are you two done? If you do not release me, do not come seeking my assistance in the future. Jiangya felt a headache coming on. What a pair of characters. How had he never noticed their foolishness before? Sensing Jiangya's rising irritation, the brothers promptly released their hold and stood up straight. Jiangya, with annoyance, kicked each of them lightly and demanded, now what is it you want? The brothers exchanged glances. Brother Ya, we wish to raise 2 wolf cubs. Could you assist us in procuring them? A chill ran through Jiangya. If you desire wolves, you should approach the chief, not me. We have, but the chief will not comply. Indeed, Brother Ya, you have a greater influence. Please intercede on our behalf. My words carry little weight. For other matters, it may be manageable, but to attempt to seize wolf cubs from the chief is beyond my capabilities. Seeing that the brothers were once again inclined to throw a tantrum, Jiangya quickly added, are you both foolish? If you cannot obtain these wolves, the next litter of cubs will be plentiful. It will then depend on your abilities to seize them. The brothers suddenly grasped the gravity of his words. Ah, how do we not think of that? Brother Ya, you are quite astute. Ahu tentatively suggested, brother, perhaps we should curry favor with the chief. To which Along, with a fierce glare, retorted, what do you mean by curry favor? Is that appropriate? Then what should we do? Isn't it our duty to honor our godfather? Since when has the chief become our godfather? I shall go and pay my respects to the great wolf. Then the chief will indeed be my godfather. That makes sense. I shall join you. Chapter 100. Departure. Jiangya found himself choking, pondering whether this foolish duo had truly broken the seal. A bizarre image flashed through his mind. 2 men and a wolf burning yellow paper and drinking chicken blood, an absurd scene devoid of any incongruity. Wasn't it I who had summoned the wolf? Distracted by the antics of the 2 brothers, he nearly forgot his own intentions. Shaking his head, Jiangya resolved to maintain a distance from this pair of clever yet foolish individuals, for they tended to diminish his own intellect. He approached Man and expressed his desire to borrow the wolf, expecting an easy agreement. To his surprise, Man firmly refused, shaking his head with unwavering resolve. Hunt wolves? Not a chance. Uncle Man, you can't do this. Remember, I gifted you those wolves. Jiangya wondered if he had overlooked the auspiciousness of the day. Encountering obstacle after obstacle, Man was impervious to Jiangya's reasoning. Who said they were yours? Call them and see if they respond. Wolf come. Howl, you say? Man, exasperated, hurled his straw sandal, creating an awkward silence. Even more awkward was when the wolf sniffed the sandal as it landed, unimpressed by it as food. And with a lackluster demeanor, it lifted its leg to leave its mark before strutting away nonchalantly. Jiangya burst into laughter, but sensing Man's rising anger, he quickly interjected. Uncle Man, just tell me what it would take for you to lend me the wolf. Well, the wolf certainly cannot be borrowed, but I could accompany you, Man replied. What, you wish to join as well? Jiangya hesitated, furrowing his brow. If we both leave, what will happen to the tribe? His intention in borrowing the wolf stemmed from the concern that their expedition might extend for some time. If both he and Man were absent, any potential turmoil in the tribe would go unaddressed. That is your problem. Figure it out. Either I go with you, or you go alone. Borrowing the wolf? Impossible. It's a lifetime impossibility. Man's resolute stance was clear as he turned away, leaving behind a harsh remark. By the heavens, are you the leader, or am I? Could you not be more reliable? Jiangya lamented in disarray. Yet, with matters having reached this point, what could he say? Man had made it evident he desired to live freely. What could he do? His own despair was palpable. Fortunately, after an extended period of development, The tribe had stabilized. With the spring plowing concluded and no immediate crises on the horizon, the presence of Xiong, Shi, Lan, and others should mitigate any issues. In the following days, Jianya prepared various supplies needed for the journey and trade, and the hunting team finally embarked on their expedition. The primary aim was exploration, and Jianya limited his entourage. Along with Man, the brothers Along and Ahu, a reconnaissance team of 5, and Chong. The expedition comprised a total of 10 individuals. After much deliberation, Jianya ultimately decided to include Chong. After all, venturing into unfamiliar territory with a local guide could help avert numerous troubles. The hunting team carried a considerable amount of provisions, and as they traversed the primitive forest, their pace was slow. Given Chong's current condition, he should have no trouble keeping up with the group. With a reluctant wave to the distant crowd, the expedition team ultimately vanished into the vast expanse of the forest. Navigating through the woodland necessitated finding suitable markers, otherwise, one could easily become lost. Generally, one would either identify a distant mountain or follow a river, and the expedition team had chosen the latter route. Previously, it had been mentioned that there was a river near the Sang tribe, though it remained uncertain whether it was the same one. In this world, paths do not inherently exist. They are forged by the footsteps of those who traverse them. Although the team had followed the riverbank, their progress was not as effortless as anticipated. Initially, Jianya had contemplated constructing a raft to drift downstream, which would have saved considerable time. However, the presence of massive creatures in the river, weighing hundreds of pounds, posed a risk. A careless moment could lead to disaster. Thus he abandoned the idea. Fortunately, after several years of development, the cave tribe had amassed a certain level of resources, ensuring they were not lacking in tools such as machetes and axes, making their path less troublesome than expected. Jianya felt a sense of relief that he had not approached this expedition with reckless ambition. Had he done so, he might have encountered numerous fatal misadventures. The tribe's expertise in hunting, repelling mosquitoes, and detoxification had been passed down through generations, equipping them with a distinctive survival strategy. Additionally, with a few wild wolves leading the way, they received timely warnings of any disturbances in their surroundings. Despite encountering some obstacles, they were fortunate to avoid any mishaps. After a full day of travel, the reconnaissance team made a significant discovery. Instructor, there is smoke ahead. Following Leistershang, Jianya indeed spotted a flicker of flame amidst the encroaching darkness of the forest, accompanied by swirling wisps of blue smoke. Man surveyed the surrounding environment. Recalling the local terrain, this area likely belonged to the Earth tribe. The Earth tribe? Jianya pondered, having attended numerous exchange meetings without ever hearing of such a tribe. Casting a questioning glance at Man, it is a small tribe of barely 20 individuals, seldom interacting with outsiders. I stumbled upon them during a hunting expedition. But how could they have fire? Ahu innocently inquired. Man shot him an exasperated glance. The cave tribe has been producing fire for many years. It is hardly surprising that neighboring tribes also possess it. Moreover, there's that old fellow, Shi, who is never one to remain idle. I cannot say for certain about other areas, but around the Round Moon Valley, there is hardly a tribe that has not been duped or engaged in trade with him. Jianya nodded in understanding. This clarified matters. Life in primitive society was not easily navigated, and for a tribe of merely 20 individuals, making a long journey to participate in exchange meetings seemed rather unwise. Wherever there are people, the surrounding wild beasts should be significantly fewer. Let us approach and inquire if we might find shelter for the night. All right, the group agreed, making their way towards the direction of the fire. In about half an hour, they arrived near the Earth tribe. At last, Jianya beheld the tribe's appearance. It evoked a sense of having just crossed into the cave tribe. The Earth tribe consisted of just over 20 individuals, currently huddled around a fire for warmth. Their living quarters exceedingly rudimentary, merely constructed from branches and animal hides fashioned into a simple shelter. A group of malnourished children huddled together, their eyes fixated on the roasting meat of wild beasts over the fire, their mouths watering profusely. Several adult men engaged in animated conversation, while women busied themselves with the grilling. Despite the harsh conditions, the occasional smiles that escaped their lips revealed a profound contentment with their current existence. Lei, mimicking Jianya's tone, called out, "Fellow villagers, are you busy?" Chapter 101. The Earth tribe did not respond favorably to Lei's politeness. Upon the sudden arrival of unfamiliar faces, they instantly shifted into a defensive posture. Women clutched their children, curling up in the corners. At the forefront stood a robust middle-aged man wielding a wooden spear, its tip adorned with a foot-long beast's tusk, eyeing the unexpected guests with vigilance. When he noticed that Jianya and his companions numbered over 10, his expression softened slightly. "Who are you? What brings you to our Earth tribe?" Mon stepped forward from the group, exasperated. "Lazy, How many times have I told you to speak more politely? You're making them anxious. He then adopted a simple-minded demeanor. Brother, I am the leader of the cave tribe and wish to stay here for a night, if that is permissible. He ended with a broad, naive grin. However, his burly physique did little to convey innocence, causing the children across from him to burst into tears. Wow, the monster is so scary. The hunting team found Mont's antics amusing. With a physique like that, stop pretending to be cute. What if you frighten the little ones? Indeed, indeed. Do you think you are a baby? You. Who are you? What do you want in our tribe? Sensing that the newcomers bore no ill will, the initial panic of the Earth tribe began to dissipate. Jiangya quickly interjected, "We are from the cave tribe." The cave tribe? Seeing that his words were met with confusion, Jiangya gestured towards their pottery and the flames, explaining, "The pottery and fire are products of our tribe's trade." Pottery? Fire? The leader of the Earth tribe fell into contemplation, his tone hesitating before he responded, "We trade with someone named Shur. Do you know him?" Yes. That is Shur. He is one of us. Look, don't our clothes resemble his?" Jiangya was taken aback by Shur's renown, realizing his fame extended even to this remote area. As a former leader himself, he scrutinized Mon, thinking, aside from strolling with wolves, he was of little worth. The Earth tribe leader then appraised Jiangya and his companion's attire. Although made of similar animal skins, the cave tribe's garments appeared distinct, the most notable difference being that their shirts and pants were separate rather than joined. Additionally, the unique style of their animal skin boots was immediately recognizable. Upon confirming their identity, the Earth tribe leader revealed a warm smile. "Ah, so you are kin of Shur. Then you are our friends. I am Lei, the leader of the Earth tribe. Come, have a seat." Jiangya's expression turned peculiar. "To Lei? Do you know Aibao?" Lei looked bewildered. "What is Aibao?" "All right, I've been mischievous again." Jiangya cleared his throat. "Leader of the Earth tribe, is this all your people?" "Yes. Just these folks." Tu Lei nodded slightly and inquired, "Are you here for trade? Did you bring salt?" "The salt from our last transaction is nearly depleted, and I've been thinking of contacting you." "Indeed." Jiangya interjected, urging Lei to produce a small bag of salt. "Here, take this as our lodging fee for the night." The gift of salt brought immense joy to Tu Lei, enlivening the atmosphere. "Where are you headed?" As it was their first meeting, Jiangya felt it unnecessary to disclose everything. He casually offered an excuse, saying, "Oh, we plan to wander around and see if there are other tribes with whom we can trade." However, upon hearing this, Tu Lei's expression darkened with concern. "You must be cautious. A new tribe has recently arrived, capturing people indiscriminately. If I hadn't fled swiftly last time, I would have been taken." Tu Lei's face bore the lingering dread of his experience. This was indeed a novel occurrence. Jiangya's interest was piqued. Generally speaking, primitive tribes seldom engage in large-scale abductions, primarily due to their inability to sustain an extended population and the challenges posed by transportation. "Do you know what they intend to do with the captives? How far is it to their location?" Tu Lei shook his head, indicating ignorance, but then gestured towards the direction they had come from. "If you head in that direction, you should encounter them in about a day. They are particularly ferocious. 2 individuals from our tribe have already been captured and have yet to return. Now, we dare not hunt in that area. Oh, by the way, where are you headed? It would be wise to avoid that direction. Those people are terrifying." Jiangya glanced towards the direction Tu Lei indicated, noting it did not align with their intended path, thus unlikely to impede their journey. "No worries. We will follow the river and should not cross paths." Tu Lei nodded in agreement. "That is good to hear." In the shadows of the impending threat, Jiangya took mental note of this unsettling information. The proximity of such a tribe warranted attention. However, considering the purpose of their expedition, he resolved to investigate further upon the return of the Sang tribe, feeling a sense of unease if left unexamined. The night passed without incident. The hunting party rested in the Tu tribe for a night before embarking on their journey anew. Over the following days, the hunting party continued along the river, encountering no signs of human habitation. Jiangya was not surprised. After all, the density of humans in the forest was not as substantial as one might envision. Another day passed. The hunting party arrived at a fork in the river. An indigenous guide, Chong, had determined their course 2 days prior. Leaning on his staff, Chong gestured towards the bifurcation, stating, "If you continue down this path for about half a day, you will reach the Sang tribe." "Are we finally nearing our destination?" Jiangya exhaled in relief. Over the past few days, he had been calculating the distance. Based on his estimates, the hunting party had been making approximately 40 li, about 20 kilometers, each day. After 5 days, they had traversed roughly 200 li, equating to approximately 100 kilometers. Considering the winding nature of the river, having that distance suggested the Sang tribe lay about 50 kilometers away from the Dong tribe in a straight line. Only 50 kilometers. In a previous life, This distance could have been covered with a mere press of the accelerator, yet they took a full 5 days to traverse it. This pace left Jianya utterly speechless. He resolved that, should the opportunity arise, he must improve the road. However, for now, it remained merely a thought. Despite the seemingly short distance, even with the entire Dong tribe mobilized, it would take at least a year or more to repair the road, an utterly fanciful notion. Compared to road construction, river transport represented the most cost-effective method for long-distance conveyance in this era. Conveniently, both tribes were situated along the riverbanks, ripe for strategic planning. Suddenly, a cacophony of hurried noises pierced through Jiang Ya's contemplation. Instructor, there's a situation ahead. Chapter 102, Cannibal Tribe. Just a moment ago, he had remarked that encountering others was a rare occurrence, and now, a group had appeared out of nowhere. How swiftly the universe conspired to contradict him. In the distance, a figure staggered through the underbrush, pursued by shadowy forms that intermittently roared in anger. Stop right there. The figure, upon sensing Jiang Ya and his companions, swayed, momentarily stunned, before hastening toward the hunting party. As it approached, the individual appeared utterly exhausted. Help me. What should we do? Mon looked at Jiang Ya, her eyes pleading. Typically, in the forest, encounters between individuals often involve conflict, and the wise course was to avoid entanglement. After all, there was no law here. Conflicts were merely a matter of survival, devoid of notions of good and evil. To intervene now could engender enmity from one side or the other, an endeavor fraught with peril and devoid of reward. Should one be isolated and then choose to assist, it would be a different matter, as one might find themselves in need of aid in the future, thus earning virtue. Having spent several years in this world, Jiang Ya understood its rules. He was no do-gooder, and there was no need to court trouble in this unfamiliar territory. As he hesitated, the beleaguered figure discerned Jiang Ya's uncertainty and exclaimed, "They are from the Cannibal Tribe. Save me." With that, the figure closed his eyes and fainted. What? The Cannibal Tribe? Jiang Ya thought in dismay. Why did he have to faint after saying that? The hunting party, momentarily stunned, did not wait for Jiang Ya to speak. Mon had already given the order. Take him and leave here at once. The others quickly grasped the situation. Along and Ahu reacted swiftly, each grabbing the burly man and retracing their steps. There are others ahead. Don't let them escape, shouted voices from afar, filled with urgency. Suddenly, a flurry of javelins came hurtling toward them. Damn it, they don't play by the rules. Jiang Ya was not one to passively accept aggression. He retaliated with an arrow of his own. A figure in the distance fell to the ground. This action stirred a hornet's nest, as the surrounding woods began to teem with more figures closing in on them. Jiang Ya estimated there were at least 100 assailants. With the hunting party so few in number and unprepared, a direct confrontation was utterly impossible. Damn it, run. Without a moment's hesitation, Jiang Ya fled for his life. However, the team already had a limping member, and with an additional injured companion, their speed was severely hampered. In a mere instant, the hunting party found themselves pursued by their assailants, whose furious shouts echoed around them. What were they saying? It was unclear. Perhaps one should pause and inquire. No, I wish to live a few more days. As the pursuers closed in, threatening to encircle them, Along and Ahu were in a state of desperation. Chief, we are about to be surrounded. Yagu, think of a way out. In this critical moment, Man acted decisively. You all go ahead. I will hold them off with Wolfda and meet you at the place where we rested last night. All right. Jiang Ya understood that this was not the time for hesitation. He nodded, hoisting the limping Chong onto his back, and once again fled down the path. Hurry, keep up. Man alone was more than sufficient to delay their pursuers. Indeed, Man was the finest hunter of the Dong clan, always capable of finding the enemy's weakest points to strike fiercely before slipping away, never lingering in battle, and executing his actions with utmost efficiency. With the assistance of Wolfda and the others, the single man and his 6 wolves created chaos among the enemy, necessitating the dispatch of additional personnel to deal with them. The sounds of their frustration echoed through the air, revealing just how exasperated they had become. Thanks to Man's diversion, the pace of the pursuit noticeably slowed, and after nearly 2 hours of frantic running, they finally managed to shake off their pursuers. I'm utterly exhausted. I thought I would meet my end here, Ahu exclaimed as he collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath. Lei, you take the scouting team to assist the chief. We will regroup at the resting point. Jiang Ya, equally fatigued, nodded in agreement. Got it. Freed from the pressure of their pursuers, the group's speed diminished. It was then that they could finally take a moment to assess the rescued man. After a bumpy journey, the robust figure had regained consciousness. Jiang Ya offered him some water, and the man finally returned to his senses. Thank you for saving me. Ahu, with his quick temper, was already brimming with frustration from the unprovoked chase. Enough with the pleasantries. quickly explained the situation regarding the cannibals. If you dare to lie, I will throw you to the wolves. Upon mentioning the cannibals, a flicker of fear crossed the man's eyes. I am not deceiving you. They truly are cannibals. Observing the man's unsettled demeanor, Jianya offered him a few more sips of water and, once he found his composure, said, Now, please share what transpired. The man, his emotions stabilizing, slowly recounted the events. His name was Meng, the chief of a nearby beast tribe. Just half a month prior, a previously unknown tribe had arrived without warning and launched an attack on them. The assailants were numerous, and within a single night, nearly 100 members of the beast tribe had been captured. Initially, Meng presumed it to be a typical tribal conquest. The aggressors likely sought to absorb them to bolster their own population. In such a case, although the tribe would be annihilated, at least some of the clan members might have a chance to survive. After being imprisoned for half a month, he realized that the situation was far more complex than he had initially imagined. He discovered that, in addition to the Beast clan, many individuals from various other tribes were also held captive. Each day, 1 or 2 people were taken away, never to be seen again. This revelation cast doubt in Meng's mind. One night, seizing the opportunity when the guard dozed off, he managed to slip out, intending to rescue his fellow tribesmen. However, he unexpectedly stumbled upon a gruesome scene where the cannibal tribe was engaged in murder and feasting. The sight terrified him to the core, and in his panic, he was inadvertently discovered, leading to a harrowing escape. Ahu found it hard to believe. They were indeed cannibals. It is known that cannibals are the common enemies of all humankind. He had only heard tales of them before, and now, the reality was unfolding right before him, leaving him momentarily unable to process this information. Jiang Yu shared a similarly grim expression, although he did not consider himself a virtuous person. Encountering a tribe that preyed upon their own kind was utterly intolerable. At that moment, Chang could no longer remain seated and urgently inquired, What is the current situation with the Sang clan? Meng pondered for a moment before responding, The Sang clan? I don't believe I have seen any of their people. That's good. That's good. Chang exhaled in relief. But before he could fully compose himself, Meng's subsequent words sent his heart racing once more. However, I noticed that several tribes were being held captive there, and even if they haven't been subdued yet, it is likely to happen soon. Yazi, should we set off immediately? Upon hearing of the tribe's peril, Chang could no longer contain his restlessness. Jiang Yu patted Chang's shoulder, reassuring him, Uncle Chang, do not rush. We should first ascertain the situation, and traveling at night is also perilous. All right. Chang acknowledged his agitation, reflecting on their small number. Only 10 individuals, realizing that even if there were trouble, they would merely be sacrificial pawns. He let out a resigned sigh. Subsequently, Jiang Yu inquired further about other details from Meng, and piecing together the sights and sounds from their journey, he began to grasp the overall situation. From the information gathered, it appeared that a tribe had emerged over the past 2 years, one that feasted on humans. Initially, Jiang Yu thought it quite normal not to encounter any people along their route, considering it was a primitive society where tribes typically resided near water. However, upon reflection, he realized that the absence of people was not due to scarcity, but rather because the surrounding tribes had been systematically exterminated. From an observer's perspective, hunting humans for sustenance is indeed far easier than hunting wild beasts. One reason is the deceptive nature of humans, coupled with the absence of the fierce defenses found in animals. Yet, humans are inherently different from animals. If such deeds were to be exposed, it would undoubtedly provoke a fierce backlash. This explains why, despite Meng's solitary escape, the cannibal tribe dispatched numerous pursuers, fearing the revelation of their heinous acts. Could it be a group of individuals? Jiang Yu recalled the words of Tu Lei from a few days ago, hinting at a mysterious tribe. Before he could delve deeper into thought, the relentless pursuit of the marauders finally caught up, their boisterous voices echoing from afar. Huh, you little rascal. You still have some conscience, knowing to arrange someone to come and meet me. Jiang Yu was quite curious about how this fellow managed to extinguish any lively conversation with just a single sentence. In a fleeting moment, man approached eagerly and implored. Quickly tell me, what is the situation with the cannibal tribe? Jiang Yu, uninterested in engaging with this simpleton, gestured for a long to recount the information they had just learned. What? Are you implying that there really is a cannibal tribe? Man, suppressing his playful demeanor, furrowed his brows and murmured, Aren't these fellows located in the north? Why have they descended south? Although his voice was low, it resonated clearly in everyone's ears. Leader, do you know something? Please enlighten us. Yes, yes. Is there some hidden truth we are unaware of? Urged the brothers Along and Ahu, their eagerness palpable. A hint of reminiscence flickered across man's face, as if he recalled something dreadful. A mixture of fear and anger etched upon his countenance. After a moment of contemplation, He spoke slowly. Do you know why our cave tribe initially consisted of only a few dozen individuals? The crowd, somewhat intrigued, wondered how this related to the cave tribe. In truth, our cave tribe was once a formidable entity with thousands of members. Approximately 30 years ago, our tribe faced a brutal assault from the cannibal tribe. Our community was decimated, with only a handful of clansmen managing to escape and eventually settle in this current location. What? You mean this actually happened? The crowd was astounded. Uncle Man, you are not jesting, are you? How could I have been unaware of such matters? I never imagined the cave tribe harbored such secrets. Jiangya thought to himself in astonishment. Along and Ahu expressed their confusion. Weren't you just saying we have lived here for generations? And what about the caves we previously inhabited? The caves, of course, were seized. Many lives were lost over those few caves. Man responded matter-of-factly. Moreover, since such acquisitions lack honor, we told the later generations that it was our ancestors' legacy. How does that sound? Quite grand, isn't it? What the hell is this true? In a moment of revelation, Jiangya was struck by a realization. Initially, he had contemplated driving out the foreign powers, only to discover that he himself was part of the oppressor's lineage. For a moment, he found himself at a loss for words. Ahu then inquired, but why did our tribe start with so few people? Man retorted, because no one wanted to associate with us. Jiangya, intrigued, pondered, isn't it because we were impoverished? Man contemplated and replied, it seems we were poor because no one wanted to play with us. All right then, your reasoning is quite compelling. I find myself speechless. At this moment, Jiangya comprehended the underlying truth. As invaders, neighboring tribes shunned them, leading to incestuous marriages, and over decades, the tribe became increasingly foolish and impoverished. No wonder the tribe was filled with simpletons. The root of it lay here. Along interjected, why don't you tell us about the cannibal tribe? I've never heard of such a thing. Man merely scoffed. I am not entirely familiar with the specifics of the cannibal tribe. My recollections are rather vague. Had I not encountered them again, I might have completely forgotten about this matter. As for why you are unaware, I was merely a babe in arms back then. And you were hardly more than mere protein, so it is quite understandable. To glean further insights, one must consult the elders of our clan. Jiangya found conversing with this naive individual exceedingly irksome. It was perplexing why he chose to feign such profundity. A chill ran down Jiangya's spine, pondering whether this person was truly unwell. Initially, he had anticipated some juicy gossip, only to find the substance disappointingly bland. Commander, what shall we do now? He inquired. Since we have encountered them, we must at least ascertain the situation. Otherwise, should they unexpectedly attack our tribe one day, it would be no trifling matter. Man nodded in agreement. What Yazi said is correct. We must make preparations in advance. Jiangya found himself in a quandary. Uncle Man, what should we do? After a moment of contemplation, Man replied, what do you think we ought to do? Perhaps I should not have asked, Jiangya muttered, realizing the futility of the conversation. After considerable reflection, Jiangya proposed, let us first inquire at the Sang tribe. They are the indigenous people here and are likely to possess more knowledge regarding the situation. Indeed, I was thinking the same. Chapter 104. The Sang tribe under attack. The night passed in silence. The following day, the hunting party set forth once more. Meng, although exhausted, had recuperated significantly after a meal and a night's rest, and keeping pace with the group was no longer an issue. Without the need to clear a path through trees, the hunting party's speed increased considerably. Within half a day, they reached the river junction, and without pausing, the party made their way directly to the Sang tribe. After another half-day's journey, they finally arrived at the outskirts of the Sang tribe before darkness fell. Upon seeing familiar surroundings, Chang appeared somewhat exhilarated. Yazi, the Sang tribe lies at the foot of the mountain ahead. We can still make it there. Do not rush. It is already late. Going now may lead to misunderstandings. Furthermore, we are still unaware of the cannibal tribe's situation, and acting recklessly poses too great a risk. Jiangya paused, then continued, here is the plan. You all rest here while Uncle Man, Uncle Chang, and I will proceed to investigate the situation. The distance to the Sang tribe was not far. In merely half an hour, the three arrived at the tribal grounds. Nestled against the mountains, the Sang tribe was modest in size, comprising around 100 individuals. The night enveloped the tribe, rendering it exceptionally tranquil, with not a flicker of light discernible in the darkness. Man approached Jiangya. Yazi, should we not take a closer look? Uncle Man, a tribe of this size should at least have some light. Do you not find it peculiar? Despite not having detected anything overtly amiss, Jiangya felt an unsettling oddity in the air. Logically, the means of creating fire had been disseminated years ago. Once ignited, it would be visible for miles around. There was no reason it had not reached this place by now. Man, however, remained unconcerned. What is so strange about it? Had you not discovered how to create fire, our tribe would likely still be without it. Is that a compliment? Jiangya, filled with a sense of pride, continued. But now, as darkness has just fallen, it is rather strange that a tribe of several hundred people is utterly silent, don't you think? Indeed, responded Man, who then focused his attention, observing closely for a moment, only to confirm the eerie stillness. He nudged Chong, who was lying beside him, and inquired, "Are you certain you remember the right place?" Chong, now sensing the unusual atmosphere, appeared somewhat perplexed. "Nonsense. I've lived here for most of my life. How could I possibly be mistaken?" Before he could finish his sentence, a cacophony erupted from the direction of the Sang tribe's territory. Flickering flames began to illuminate the surroundings, growing brighter and casting light over the nearby underbrush. "Throw!" someone shouted, and suddenly, hundreds of torches soared towards the Sang tribe, flames slicing through the night sky, some landing on rooftops, others amidst the grass. "Charge!" In the dim glow of the torches, shadows rushed toward the flames. "Oh no, the Sang tribe is under attack." The expressions of the three men shifted dramatically. Had they arrived too late? At that moment, the figures from the Sang tribe became agitated, the flames reaching skyward amidst shouts and chaos. No one had anticipated such an event, and it was all too coincidental that they were present to witness it. In an instant, the flames consumed the entire tribe. Witnessing the scene before him, Chong was overwhelmed with madness, rising to rush in to provide assistance. Man, noticing Chong's agitation, seized him, preventing him from acting recklessly. "Do you wish to march to your death? Let go of me," Chong shouted, unable to bear the thought of watching his tribe perish. The anguish was palpable as he teetered on the brink of insanity. Man struck Chong across the face, lowering his voice in a furious whisper, "If you wish to die, that's your choice, but don't drag us down with you." The slap, infused with considerable force, momentarily stunned Chong, bringing him back to a semblance of calm. Why? He lamented, the tribe under siege while he remained helpless, collapsing to his knees in tears. Man felt a similar turmoil within, gently patting Chong on the shoulder in a gesture of comfort. Coughing lightly, Jiangya, reluctant to disrupt the somber atmosphere, felt compelled to speak. Shouldn't we assess the situation?" His words caught both men off guard. "What do you mean?" Jiangya rubbed his nose thoughtfully. "Have you not noticed that, aside from the commotion, there are no other sounds?" Man, growing impatient, responded, "Just spit it out. If you have something to say, say it, or I swear I'll knock you out." Engaging in conversation with someone so dense was exhausting, yet Jiangya had grown accustomed to it, and patiently explained, "Uncle Chong, does the Sang tribe have women?" Man, now incensed, rolled up his sleeves, ready to confront Jiangya. "What are you thinking at a time like this? Are you even human?" Chong, however, interjected eagerly, Yes. If you can save them, I'll ensure they all marry you." Jiangya's expression turned sour. He thought to himself, "What on earth are you talking about?" He cleared his throat to regain their attention. "What I mean is, have you heard the cries of women and children?" Chong quieted down, listening intently, yet discerned no other sounds. "Nothing. What's the matter?" The one directly involved remained perplexed, while the bystander began to comprehend. "Are you suggesting that the people of the Sang tribe are not present here?" Jiangya nodded in affirmation. "Exactly. At this moment." Chong also grasped the situation. "Indeed, our tribe has numerous women and children, and we have not heard any cries or wails. They must have received news in advance and evacuated." Ha! Observing Chong's overwhelming joy, Man couldn't help but temper the enthusiasm. "Don't celebrate prematurely. This is merely conjecture. They could very well have been annihilated. If you lack conversational skills, it's best to speak less." Chong dismissed the fool's comment, yet felt considerably lighter in spirit. Could this group be cannibals? Before Jiangya could respond, Man interjected, "No need to ponder. It must be them." "Why?" Man's calm tone barely concealed his fury. Who else but these vile creatures would dare launch an attack under the cover of night? The Dong tribe once boasted over 1,000 individuals. In a direct confrontation, the outcome would be uncertain. Yet, it is shocking that these wretches chose to assault us under the veil of darkness, scattering our tribe in an instant. How tragic! This reasoning held some merit. For without a surprise attack, it was implausible that the surrounding humans could have been utterly decimated without a whisper of warning. Chong, however, remained somewhat puzzled. Aren't they afraid of being attacked by wild beasts while launching their offensive at night? Man gave him a look of incredulity. "Are you foolish? They are attacking us, not wandering aimlessly. They had already set an ambush, didn't they?" Chapter 105. Journey under the night sky. It seemed they would not depart tonight. We should return. Having gleaned the general situation, Jiangya had no intention of lingering. After a brief call, the three retreated. Upon returning to their resting point, Jiangya reported the findings to the group, eliciting a collective shiver of dread. In truth, most were indifferent to conflict. In this world, few were not warriors at heart. However, the thought of defeat, leading to being devoured by one's own kind, was unsettling. Uncle Chong, where do you think the Sang tribe might have gone? Chong gathered a few stones and began arranging them on the ground. Look here. We are situated at this point. If we head north for half an hour, we will reach the Sang tribe. Further west, approximately half a day's journey, lies a shallow crossing. This is a common resting place for the Sang tribe. If they return from a hunt too late, they typically rest here for the night. If I'm not mistaken, they should be there now. Such resting points are a staple for nearly every tribe. Jiangya had previously ensnared the Xian tribe twice at similar locations. The distinction lay in the fact that one was a resting spot for the Dong tribe, while the other belonged to the Xian tribe. Jiangya scrutinized the stones Chong was manipulating and fell into contemplation. Half a day's journey. How far is that, precisely? Chong pondered momentarily, estimating using the Dong tribe's unique distance measurement. With the prey in tow, the return journey would take about half a day, so it should be approximately 78 li. Jiangya furrowed his brow. In other words, if there is minimal burden and no need to forge a path, it would take no more than an hour to locate them. Correct? Chong nodded in agreement. That was essentially the case. Jiangya paused for a moment before voicing his speculation. Is it possible that the cannibals will set out in this direction first thing tomorrow morning? Jiangya's reasoning was straightforward. Having survived for years against various tribes through cunning and strategy, the cannibals must possess their own wisdom. Setting aside other considerations, they were undoubtedly seasoned in tracking human movements, especially since the Sang tribe had numerous women and children who would not have ventured far. Moreover, their knowledge of using fire as a weapon indicated they were not lacking in intelligence. However, these individuals were exceedingly reckless. Did they not fear the risk of igniting a forest fire with such wanton use of flames? And what of their sense of public responsibility? Chong, who had finally managed to calm his nerves, felt the tension rise again as Jiangya's words quickened his pulse. What should we do? Jiangya pondered for a moment. The only viable course of action was to relay the message before the cannibals arrived. Man shook his head. It won't be that simple. The cannibals will undoubtedly set out at dawn, significantly increasing our chances of encountering them. We cannot afford to send the message too late, lest we find ourselves captured first. Indeed, that was a valid concern, and we also needed to allow sufficient time for the Sang tribe to evacuate. We must depart immediately. Jiangya nodded, sensing the possibility of this course of action, and continued, Uncle Chong, will you be able to navigate the path at night? Chong patted his chest confidently. Rest assured, I have traversed this road for decades. I could do it with my eyes closed. Jiangya wasted no time and issued his orders. Very well, Uncle Chong. You shall lead the way. Uncle Man, disperse the wolf pups as a warning system, and everyone else, stay close. As we travel at night, be vigilant. Do not lose your way. Time was of the essence, and with roles assigned, they did not linger but hastened toward the resting point of the Sang tribe. Traveling through the forest at night was far from a pleasant endeavor. Pairs of glowing green eyes could be seen watching them from the shadows, creating an unsettling atmosphere. Were it not for the wolves serving as their guardians, Jiangya would not dare to embark on such an exhilarating journey after dark. Thankfully, the dangers of night travel afforded them precious moments to react. Before long, they discovered the well-trodden path frequented by the Sang tribe. With no need to clear a way and aided by the dim light of their torches, they stumbled along, but no significant incidents occurred. In the darkness, the silhouettes of reconnaissance teams could occasionally be seen bustling about. Ahu, somewhat puzzled, inquired, Lazy, what are you up to in this pitch blackness? Lei brushed off the leaves clinging to him and approached. Haha, just preparing some gifts for them. Upon hearing about the gifts, Ahu's curiosity piqued. A glance revealed the reconnaissance team laying thorny vines across the ground, with several members camouflaging them with leaves. This is what you call a gift? Ahu felt a pang of sympathy in his feet. Lei curled his lip in dissatisfaction. Well, there are some other surprises. But the time was too short for thorough preparation. Nevertheless, it's all right. We shall prepare a grand offering for the Sang tribe when the time comes. Ahu felt a twinge of toothache. As a key member of the hunting team, he had encountered traps before. But most were designed for wild beasts and required considerable time to prepare. Unlike Lei and his companions, who could improvise, he was genuinely curious and asked, How did you come up with that idea? Want to learn? I can teach you. Ahu's eyes lit up. You can teach me? Of course, no problem. But you'll need to join the reconnaissance team. Forget it. I have no desire to be tortured. The group hurried along, taking 3 hours to finally reach the resting point of the Sang tribe. By now, it was deep into the night, and several bonfires were lit by the stream, casting a flickering glow that revealed the tribe members scattered around, resting. Shadows moved back and forth. They were likely the sentinels on watch. Who goes there? The hunting team had not concealed their presence, and as they approached, the sentinels hidden in the dark spotted them. The harsh sound of intimidation shattered the quiet of the night, and in an instant, the men, women, and children of the Sang tribe awoke, grasping their weapons and surrounding the newcomers. To avoid any misunderstanding, Chong raised his hands, holding a torch, and slowly approached the gathering. "It's me, Chong. Chong, the chief?" Hearing a familiar voice, a stir ran through the crowd, and soon Chong reached the other side. Due to the distance, Jiangya and the others were unaware of the specifics of what was occurring, but with such a prolonged silence, they could only assume it was a moment of distress. Man gazed in surprise. Chong has concealed himself well. I never expected he would still be the chief of the Sang tribe. Jiangya shrugged dismissively, stating nonchalantly, "A plucked phoenix is not as good as a chicken. What is so special about a chief? He is still one of us." Man was immediately displeased, smacking Jiangya on the shoulder. "Do you look down on the chief? Does this guy have a persecution complex?" Jiangya felt a bit awkward and quickly added, "Hey, I meant Uncle Chong. Someone as wise and mighty as Uncle Man is the brightest star wherever he goes." "Man, yeah, our own people, don't act rashly." Before long, several figures approached from a distance, and Chong's voice could be heard calling out. In just a moment, the group arrived closer, and through the dim firelight, Jiangya finally discerned the situation. 3 individuals came forward. One was limping, obviously Chong, who was holding a little girl, likely his daughter, given their affectionate demeanor. The other was a sturdy man, slightly taller than Jiangya, with disheveled hair, making his features hard to discern. "What is going on? Has it been 3 years? The child is already 4? Jiangya thought mischievously. Before he could speak, the man on the opposite side initiated the conversation. "Are you from the Dong tribe?" Man stepped forward from the hunting team, scrutinizing the sturdy man to confirm that Chong was not being coerced, before slowly responding, "I am Man Jiang, the chief of the Dong tribe. This is my godson, Jiangya, and these are our tribe members." "You're the godson? Your whole family are godsons." Jiangya's expression turned dark, but he refrained from undermining Man's dignity at that moment. The man scratched his head, appearing quite simple-hearted. "Thank you for saving our chief. I don't know how to express our gratitude." Before the man could finish his words, Chong interrupted, saying, "Dashin, how many times must I tell you? You are now the leader of the Sang tribe." Dashin repeatedly shook his head in refusal, saying, "How can that be? You became the leader because you saved me and went missing. Now that you have returned, I cannot occupy the position of leader. Even if you agree, the tribe would never accept it." Judging by their expressions, it was evident that this topic had been debated countless times before. Ahu, perplexed, timidly suggested, "Why don't you just have a fight?" Jiangya shot him an annoyed glance. Did he not understand that they were being modest, politely declining 3 times? What request? What decline? Fine. Forget I said anything. After a few casual exchanges, Chong led the hunting team to the gathering place of the Sang tribe. Upon reaching the resting point, Chong eagerly inquired, "By the way, Dashin, how did you all end up here?" Dashin sighed deeply and replied slowly, "Alas, we had no choice. A year ago, a foreign tribe appeared, invading everywhere. Initially, the Sang tribe was unaware of their existence, but this tribe was quite ruthless, having annihilated several tribes in just a year. Naturally, a few managed to escape, and it was then that the Sang tribe learned of this threat. At first, the Sang tribe did not take it seriously, believing that with so many people taken, there would not be enough food to sustain them, and they would eventually cease their attacks. However, to their dismay, in the past 6 months, the number of destroyed tribes increased dramatically, and the Sang tribe had taken in over a dozen refugees. This situation compelled the Sang tribe to take it seriously. Thus, when the ice and snow began to melt, Dashin sent scouts to investigate. They discovered that within just one winter, several nearby tribes had completely vanished. This terrified the Sang tribe. If this continued, they would surely be the next to be destroyed. Dashin, acting decisively, led his people to relocate overnight, narrowly escaping disaster. Yet, finding a new territory in the primitive forest was no easy feat, especially with many women and children, which made the migration even more challenging. Reluctantly, the Sang tribe could only temporarily settle at the resting point they used during their hunting trips. They had been here for nearly a month, and seeing that nothing had happened, many tribespeople were already clamoring to return. At this point, Dashin suddenly realized a serious issue. "Wait a minute. You all are running around at night. Are you trying to get yourselves killed?" Chong retorted, "Do you think I want to?" He then recounted the recent events. Dashin was astonished, patting his chest and expressing his lingering fear. "You're telling me our territory was also attacked? You're not deceiving me, are you?" Chong replied irritably. "Am I so gluttonous that I would come all the way here in the dead of night just to trick you?" Man was beginning to show signs of impatience. All right. The pressing issue now is how to deal with the cannibals." Dashin exclaimed in surprise. "What? You say they are cannibals?" Jiangya nodded and added, "Yes." The leader of the beast tribe, Meng, escaped from the cannibals. After being confined for an extended period and enduring a lengthy journey, I found myself utterly exhausted, seated upon the ground to rest. Noticing the inquiring gazes of those around me, I weakly uttered, "It must be them. Our beast tribe was ambushed without any warning. Executed in the same manner as your Sang tribe." I paused, my voice sinking into a somber tone. "I beg of you, devise a means to rescue my kin." This plea had been stifled within me for far too long. Witnessing Jiangya and his mere 10 companions had restrained me from voicing my concerns. However, encountering the Sang tribe ignited a flicker of hope within me. I was acutely aware of the formidable challenges, for with the limited number of individuals in the Sang tribe, the prospect of survival was uncertain, and the notion of rescuing my people seemed akin to a fool's dream. Yet, this was the last thread of hope I had. The atmosphere grew heavy with silence, leaving everyone at a loss for what to do. After a prolonged pause, Chang was the first to speak. "Yeah, you are resourceful. What do you propose we do?" Throughout our journey, Jiangya had been contemplating strategies to confront the cannibal tribe. From the information at hand, it was clear that their numbers were substantial, likely not fewer than those of our current cave tribe. Furthermore, their cunning was indisputable. Employing outdated tactics against them might render us foolish in the end. Another dilemma loomed. The cave tribe was far too distant, even if we sought reinforcements. The back-and-forth journey would consume no less than half a month. Regardless of our ability to prevail in battle, by the time aid arrived, the grass atop the Sang tribe's burial mounds would have grown a meter high, with our hunting party comprised of only a handful of individuals. Even if we were unable to fight, fleeing was certainly within our means. Yet, to think we could infiltrate the enemy's stronghold to rescue captives with just a few of us was tantamount to serving ourselves on a platter. Collecting my thoughts, Jiangya spoke slowly. "We have two options, to fight or to flee. Which do you choose?" Chapter 107. Logging and Bridge Building. General Man's life philosophy was that life is fleeting. If one does not comply, one must act. "I suggest we strike directly. The Sang tribe has so many people, what is there to fear?" Before he could finish, Chang interjected, "Bah, it's easy for you to say when it's not your people at stake." Man instantly grew displeased. "Nonsense. Then what do you propose we do?" As the two began to bicker again, Ahu hastily intervened. "Perhaps we should flee. After all, the world is vast. And I refuse to believe they can pursue us indefinitely." Deshaun pondered for a moment, finding this suggestion unfeasible. "That won't work. Our tribe has many women and children, and we cannot run too far before they catch up." Ahu felt quite helpless. If this won't work and that won't work, what on earth are we supposed to do? After much debate without resolution, Chang grew increasingly anxious. "Yeah, it's best if you speak up." Jiangya proposed 2 courses of action, harboring his own thoughts. Observing the fervent discussions without interruption, he recognized the importance of utilizing one's intellect. It mattered not if ideas were flawed. Sharing them could ignite sparks of inspiration through discourse. Jiangya consciously cultivates the ability to think among everyone, and the results appear quite promising at present. Although no constructive suggestions have been made, at least the reasons for counterarguments are fairly substantial, indicating that everyone is indeed making progress. Well, it seems that the level of debating has improved. Organizing his thoughts, Jiangya slowly began to speak. "What you all say is not incorrect. Currently, we find ourselves in a rather embarrassing situation where we cannot fight back, nor can we escape. However, there is a way out." "What way?" "The immediate priority is to flee swiftly, ensuring the cannibals do not have the opportunity to attack us. Yet, we cannot flee blindly, or we will inevitably be pursued." After a brief pause, Jiangya continued, "As we traveled, I noticed that this river is quite wide. If we can get the women and children across to the other side, they would be uncatchable for a short while." Meng, consumed by the desire to rescue his kin, immediately countered the escape plan, saying, "Impossible. The river here is at least several dozen meters wide. It would be manageable in winter when the surface is frozen, but now, with our small number, we would likely become a snack for the monsters lurking in the water." Jiangya chose not to argue, but instead posed a question. "Do you know of something called a bridge?" "What is a bridge?" "Ah, indeed. You are quite simple-minded," Jiangya thought, yet patiently explained. "We merely need to fell 2 large trees across the river. Once our kin have crossed, we can then toss the trees into the water, making it impossible for the cannibals to pursue us." Meng pondered for a moment, sensing some logic in Jiangya's words, but still unwilling to concede. He remarked, "In such a short time, how can we fell suitable trees? Who do you think you are fooling?" Throughout their journey, Meng had known that the cave tribe possessed iron tools, yet in the darkness of night, visibility was poor, and he assumed they were akin to stone axes. See, this is the mindset of a contrarian, utterly ignorant yet quick to speak, especially when there is no cost involved. Jiangya sighed, rubbing his forehead. Before he could respond further, Along interjected, "Leave this to us, you need not worry." "Very well. Uncle Chong, you are more familiar with this area. Lead us to a suitable location to build the bridge. Chief Dashan, rally your people to gather their belongings swiftly, for we aim to cross the river before dawn. Understood. No problem, the crowd replied in unison, each person commencing their tasks. The resting point was merely 500 meters away from the main river, not far at all. This river stretched from the cave tribe all the way to this point, with its narrowest section nearly 50 meters wide. Felling a tree of such size was easy, but moving it proved to be quite a challenge. Since it was merely a temporary measure, Jiangya decided to find a large tree right by the river to fell, thus saving considerable effort. In the primeval forest, such trees were abundant, and it took little time for the group to locate a tree with a diameter of about 1 meter, perfectly suited for their needs. Dear tree, I apologize, but your sacrifice is worthwhile. After a moment of silent tribute to the tree, the group commenced their lumberjack endeavor. The hunting team consisted of robust men, their intelligence nearly absent, yet their strength was indeed considerable. Within merely 2 hours, the tree, which required 2 people to embrace, was pushed down, perfectly positioned across the middle of the river. Perfect. At this moment,